All attributes martial arts. Arc 3, Black Sparrow Legion, Part 3 of 3. The spatial storm continues to rage, plunging everything in its path into chaos. Wang Teng savored the fruits of his labor. Space storm. The process of the spatial storm's formation flashed through his mind. By chance, spatial energy surged, forming a rapid swirling motion. As it grew more intense, it condensed into the eye of the storm, eventually evolving into a full-blown storm. Wang Teng's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. This spatial skill was too powerful. Especially with a naturally formed spatial storm right in front of him. Just look at its appearance, and think about how he will unleash a spatial storm in the future. Even if the power is only 1,000th of that, it will still be an extremely remarkable technique. Wang Teng took a deep breath, feeling a huge drain on his mental energy. The tug of war just now seemed simple, but it was actually not easy. If his mental strength had not reached the Emperor realm, he probably wouldn't have been able to pull the attribute bubble out of the spatial storm. At this moment, looking at the other attribute bubbles in the space storm, he was naturally unwilling to give up easily. So he immediately took out the nourishing spirit wood to restore his spiritual power. For the next period of time, he followed closely behind the spatial storm, waiting for his mental energy to recover before pulling out the attribute bubbles within it. With the experience gained the first time, the subsequent process was naturally much smoother. It's basically a one-shot success, there's never a failure. Although I can only pull out a few attribute bubbles each time, it's already pretty good, at least I don't come back empty-handed. The attribute bubbles that are pulled out are all spatial attributes or spatial storm attributes, and there are no others. On that very day, Wang Teng suddenly felt the energy within the spatial storm become extremely violent, and the spatial storm became even more chaotic. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. He made a quick decision, abandoning the attempt to collect more attribute bubbles, and fled rapidly into the distance. Just as Wang Teng could no longer see the spatial storm behind him, a loud bang suddenly came from behind. A continuous roar echoed as terrifying energy waves swept in, causing Wang Teng's clothes and hair to flutter wildly. Wang Teng's pupils contracted, and his face was filled with extreme horror. Did that spatial storm explode? That's incredibly powerful. It's unbelievable that he could still sense the fluctuations even after escaping so far. Suddenly, he felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, he escaped in time. Otherwise, given the distance between him and the spatial storm, who knows what might have happened. Wang Teng exhaled a breath of stale air, sat down cross-legged in the void, and began to take stock of his gains. Over the course of a few days, his spatial attributes increased dramatically. Space, 0. I remember during the last Star Maple City War, the demon god of the Dark World created 5 spatial vortexes with one hand. The attribute bubbles that fell at that time caused his spatial attribute to surge to more than 4,000 points. Now, it has increased again, directly soaring to more than 7,000 points, and he is not far from the perfection of 10,000 points. I wonder what will happen after it reaches 10,000 points. In addition, the skill attributes of Space Storm have also been significantly improved. Open black lens bracket Space Storm close black lens bracket, Introduction. This spatial skill is extremely difficult, and Wang Teng has only just begun to master it. It will not be easy for him to use it successfully. However, Wang Teng wasn't worried. If all else failed, he could use blank attribute points to increase proficiency. About half an hour later, Wang Teng got up and headed towards the spot where the spatial storm had exploded. There are quite a few items and corpses inside the spatial storm. If 1 or 2 items survived the explosion, it would be a good deal for him. Unfortunately, when Wang Teng approached, all that remained was a silent void. The rubble, objects, and corpses he had seen in the spatial storm had all vanished, as if they had never existed. Wang Teng sighed, realizing he had indeed been overthinking things. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. He turned and followed the mayfly into the distance. Ellipsis. A long time passed. Since encountering the spatial storm, Wang Teng had gained nothing else and could only aimlessly search for a way back in the void. However, they still came up empty-handed. At this moment, he sat cross-legged on a huge rock, quietly floating in the void. The boulder beneath him was one he had discovered not long ago. It resembled a small island, though not very large, about half the size of a basketball court. Wang Teng landed on it to rest for the time being. To be honest, having a place to sit in this void was a real luxury. At this moment, he ate the roasted meat with a bitter taste, pondering other ways to leave. These days, he has searched a vast area, but he really hasn't found any opportunity to leave. Such an outcome is disheartening. If Wang Teng hadn't had such a strong mentality, he probably would have gone crazy long ago. He frowned and pondered, carefully scanning all his abilities and repeatedly examining the entire attribute panel. Unfortunately, apart from spatial talent, there's no other way to rely on it. Wang Teng scratched his hair. This is too difficult. It's so difficult. Is he destined to spend his entire life in this void? No, he's still young, and there are so many joyful things he hasn't done yet. It would be such a waste for him to die here in obscurity. The mayflies around him seemed to sense Wang Teng's feelings and flew over, circling and dancing around him as if to comfort him. You little things are quite intelligent. Wang Teng shook his head, thinking of Xiao Bai. When he first entered the world of martial arts, a group of martial artists fought each other to the death over Xiao Bai, which gave him the attribute bubble of a martial artist, thus allowing him to step into the ranks of martial artists. Looking back now, it feels like it was just yesterday. Although the path of martial arts is fraught with peril, he has no regrets. To be born in this era and not practice martial arts is utterly insignificant. In an instant, Wang Teng's eyes became sharp and determined. Wang Teng knew that his parents, Lin Chuan, Tantai Zan, Xie Lin, everyone was definitely waiting for his return. He must live. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared in his mind. Noob. Oh right, Xiao Bai. Wang Teng suddenly remembered something. There is a contractual power between him and Xiao Bai. If he can rely on that connection, can he sense the coordinates of the Star Martial continent? The idea had barely surfaced when it became unstoppable. Wang Teng immediately closed his eyes, searching for that mysterious connection. It's too faint, but I can vaguely sense it. It seems to be in that direction. Wang Teng opened his eyes, frowned, and then pushed the boulder beneath him, speeding towards the direction he sensed. As he moved forward, the faint sensation gradually became clearer. Although it was still weak, Wang Teng saw hope. In the Star Martial continent, within a mountain range. In the sky, a huge crow with red and black feathers suddenly let out a cry that could pierce through gold and split rocks. Inside the forest, a giant scorpion star beast was fighting a crimson lion star beast. Hearing the sudden cry from the sky, a hint of surprise flashed through its mind, and it yelled, "Hey you little guy, if you're not going to help me, fine, but what are you yelling about?" Caw! The crows in the sky cried out again. What, you said you sensed his presence? The giant scorpion star beast was taken aback. This giant scorpion was none other than the ironclad flame scorpion, and the crow in the sky was undoubtedly Little White. Its appearance has changed drastically from before. Not only has its size become enormous, but its feathers have also changed from pure black to a mix of red and black, making it look quite mystical. At the same time, the aura emanating from him was much stronger than it was before Wang Teng left. Clearly, after absorbing the divided flames of the azure jade glazed flame, Xiao Bai's growth was terrifying. Wang Teng probably never imagined that he had only left Xiao Bai behind to watch over the ironclad flame scorpion, but the two of them ended up getting together. Roar! The crimson lion roared angrily when it saw that the armored flame scorpion was ignoring its existence and even had time to talk. It pounced on the armored flame scorpion. You big lion, you actually attacked me when I wasn't paying attention. The armored flame scorpion was startled and dodged to the side with its huge body. At the same time, it swept its tail, and blue flames burst forth, attacking the flame lion. Boom! The giant crow in the sky also launched an attack, its body erupting in black flames, swooping down like a terrifying fighter jet armed to the extreme. Before long, a Lord-level fire lion was unwillingly killed by their combined attack. Ironclad flame scorpion laughed heartily. I've had my eye on this lion for a long time. It always came to cause me trouble. This time, I finally took it down. How about that? I told you, with the two of us working together, we can definitely roam freely in this mountain range. Little White descended from the sky, casting a disdainful glance at the ironclad flame scorpion. Damn it, kid, what kind of look is that? Ironclad flame scorpion roared in anger. Gaw! Little White spat out a black flame, its gaze coldly fixed on the ironclad flame scorpion. The armored flame scorpion seemed extremely wary of the black flames, and involuntarily took a few steps back, saying awkwardly, "Just kidding. Just kidding." Then they quickly changed the subject. By the way, you said you sensed that ominous star? Little White glared and spewed a mouthful of black flames at the ironclad flame scorpion. The ironclad flame scorpion screamed in pain and rolled on the ground as soon as the black flames touched its body, but it could not extinguish them. This black flame seemed even more terrifying than the fractional flame it absorbed from the azure jade flame. I was wrong, it was Master, Master, the ironclad flame scorpion cried out. Then Little White opened its mouth wide and sucked the black flame back in. The ironclad flame scorpion was charred black and looked extremely disheveled. A chilling aura invaded its body, causing it to gasp for breath. Fortunately, Little White didn't go all out, otherwise things would have been much worse. Ironclad flame scorpion glanced at Little White and muttered, "He's not even here, is it really necessary?" "Gah. Okay, I won't say any more, alright." The ironclad flame scorpion was quite resilient, and soon it was jumping around again, approaching Little White and saying, "Didn't our master fall into a spatial rift? I heard that place is extremely dangerous, and it isolates all primal forces, spiritual power, etc., yet you were still able to sense each other?" Little White, gaga, so it's a spirit pet contract. Ironclad flame scorpion exclaimed, his eyes gleaming. So, he's about to return. Gaw! Little White's eyes lit up with joy, and it let out a cheerful cry. Alright, we can't be of much help anyway, so let's just stay here and wait. Now let's talk about how to distribute this big lion, said Ironclad Flame Scorpion. Little White, gaga. What? No way. You ate that star core last time, now it's my turn. The Ironclad Flame Scorpion shook its head repeatedly, as if it had heard something unacceptable. Gaga. I don't care. If this continues, I won't team up with you next time. You're just bullying me, old scorpion. Ellipsis. As the saying goes, crows have their language and scorpions have theirs. These two star beasts can actually communicate quite well. If Wang Teng saw this, his jaw would probably drop to the ground. At this moment, in the void, Wang Teng sat cross-legged on the boulder, a hint of joy in his eyes. I sensed it. He really sensed it. Through the connection of the spirit pet contract, he seemed to sense a faint consciousness on the other end, following an extremely thin thread. Wang Teng snapped to attention and almost instantly grasped the coordinates of that mysterious location. He almost cried, "Great, I can finally leave this awful place." Wang Teng jumped up and circled the boulder several times. He didn't want to stay a moment longer and immediately began to set up a spatial array. His mental power extended outwards, carving patterns on the boulder beneath his feet, burying one raw stone after another. The complexity of the spatial array exceeded Wang Teng's imagination. Even though it was only a small array, its difficulty was no less than that of the large arrays he had set up before. However, Wang Teng's mental strength had reached the Emperor realm, and his rune skills were quite impressive, so this spatial array was not a problem for him. Time flowed slowly, and runes were inscribed one after another, gradually forming a spatial array. On this day, the spatial array shone brightly, and a spatial rift slowly emerged. Behind that crack, a passage leads to an unknown place. Wang Teng stood within the formation, gazing at the spatial passage that had formed before him, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Go home. The next moment, without hesitation, he crawled inside. In the dark mist forest near Yangcheng, which corresponds to the spatial rift in the East Sea of the Star Martial Continent. The Flying Eagle Squad is a high-level martial arts squad from the Polar Star Martial Arts Academy. All 6 members of the squad are strong individuals at the 5-star warrior level or above. They are not only powerful but also have extensive combat experience. There aren't many teams like this at Polaris Martial Arts Academy. They have been on the Star Martial Continent for more than 10 days, hunting down many high-level star beasts and reaping a rich harvest. At this moment, the group was facing a 7-star Earth-type giant python star beast. After a fierce battle, they had already inflicted considerable injuries on it. With a little more effort, they could kill it. This giant python star beast was an Earth-type star beast that they had been searching for a long time, and there was a high probability that it possessed a star core and star bones. If we can kill it, it could be a source of 2 or 3 billion in revenue. However, at that moment, the wristwatches on their wrists suddenly received an emergency summons. The expressions on their faces changed slightly as they all noticed the messages on their wristwatches. Generally speaking, martial artists' wristwatches cannot receive messages in the wilderness of the Star Martial Continent. However, there is one exception: when a very serious emergency occurs. The headquarters of each major force will activate the wristband terminal and use a special method to send a message to all martial artists. Captain, what should we do? a member of the Flying Eagle squad asked. Something terrible must have happened. We must go back immediately. The middle-aged man at the head of the group gave the order with a grave expression. But what about this star beast? The other team members asked hesitantly. No, thank you. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said, even an emergency mobilization order has been issued. We can't afford to delay. Okay, whatever the captain says. Walk. Okay, let's go. Although the group was reluctant, they chose to give up and turn to hurry out of the mountains. Only the earth elemental giant python star beast, barely surviving the ordeal, remained, its eyes filled with utter bewilderment. What's going on? If we stop hitting it, will it be saved? It shuddered and quickly scrambled into the depths of the forest. The outside world was too dangerous, it would be better to find a place to hide and lie low. At the same time, other martial arts teams in the dark mist forest also received an emergency summons. Whether they were warriors from the 3 major martial arts schools or warriors from other forces, they all abandoned their prey and gathered towards Yangcheng. They didn't know what had happened, but the emergency mobilization order carried great weight, and no one dared to be negligent in the slightest. The Flying Eagle squad encountered another martial arts team on the road, the Soaring Dragon squad from the Thunder Martial Arts Academy. They all knew each other and were usually rivals, but neither team had that in mind at the moment. The captain of the Flying Eagle squad asked, Guo Long, have you also received the emergency mobilization order? Wu Feiang. Guo Long, the captain of the Shanglong squad, asked in surprise, it seems you've also received the news. Do you know why? I don't know for now, Wu Feiang, the captain of the Flying Eagle squad, said succinctly. Let's get to Yangcheng first, Guo Long said. Without further ado, the captains of both teams ran out of the forest together. They are high-level martial artists. If they want to hunt star beasts of 5 stars or above, they must go deep into the forest. But now it is troublesome to leave, and they have to cross a large area. Moreover, they are in a hurry now, so they are not as careful as they usually are when hunting star beasts, which makes them very easy to attract the attention of various star beasts in the forest. Of course, when facing those star beasts, the 2 teams working together will be relatively faster. I know a shortcut, but it's a bit difficult, Guo Long said. Enough with the nonsense, lead the way, Wu Feiang glanced at him and said immediately. It wasn't that he trusted the other party that much, but the situation was urgent, and he didn't believe the other party would cause trouble at this time. Before long, the group passed through a swamp. Be careful, this swamp is the territory of the 6-eyed poisonous spiders, don't disturb them, Guo Long warned. No one dared to be careless. They immediately slowed their pace, tried not to make a sound, and concealed their presence so as not to be detected by the star beast. Click. However, things often don't go as planned. A martial artist stepped on something and suddenly made a crisp sound. The martial artist slowly lowered his head and realized that he seemed to have stepped on a black spider leg. Squeak! A strange hissing sound suddenly rang out. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Guo Long immediately cursed and shouted, damn it, let's go. Without any hesitation, everyone immediately increased their speed and sprinted towards the edge of the swamp. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A series of dense hissing sounds rang out, followed by pairs of green eyes emerging from the swamp, coldly staring at the 2 martial arts teams. Puff, puff, puff. One after another, ferocious-looking star beasts leapt out of the swamp and pounced on the 2 martial arts teams. 6-eyed poisonous spider. Everyone looked horrified. Guo Long, what kind of path did you lead us down? Do you think these 6-eyed poisonous spiders are easy to mess with? Wu Feiang cursed as he ran. Damn it, if your man hadn't stepped on the foot of a 6-eyed poisonous spider, we would have gotten through safely long ago. This route would have shortened the journey by at least a third. What do you know? Guo Long retorted without backing down. Wu Feiang immediately felt embarrassed, knowing he was in the wrong, and didn't say anything more. One after another, enormous 6-eyed venomous spiders, wielding their 8 long, scythe-like legs, swooped down across the swamp as if walking on flat ground, and pounced on the group. The 2 teams of warriors had no choice but to turn around and fight back. The force roared, and the spiders' limbs and remains flew everywhere. As expected of a team of seasoned martial artists, they were incredibly strong and coordinated perfectly. Even when facing a troublesome creature like the 6-eyed poison spider, they still managed to gain the upper hand. However, their faces quickly darkened completely. More and more 6-eyed poisonous spiders emerged from the swamp, densely packed together, completely surrounding them. These six-eyed venomous spiders are not only numerous, but there are even a few spider kings with 8-star and 9-star ratings. Glug, Guo Long, Wu Feiang, and the others couldn't help but swallow. Completion. These were the thoughts that simultaneously popped into their minds at that moment. Guo Long, you damn bastard. If you make it back alive this time, I'll definitely force you to drink 10 bottles of strong liquor. You're such a jerk, Wu Feiang said fiercely. Damn, 10 bottles. Even if we make it back, you'll drink me to death. Guo Long said speechlessly. Captain, stop arguing and think about how to escape, the two men's teammate said resentfully. What else can we do but fight? Wu Feiang said fiercely. That's right, let's go head to head. Guo Long nodded solemnly. Kill. With a roar, the group unleashed their raw power, preparing to face the dense swarm of six-eyed poisonous spiders surrounding them. I'm finally back. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Suddenly, a dark crack appeared out of nowhere in the sky. Then a figure emerged from the crack and landed on the head of an 8-star six-eyed poisonous spider. The scene froze for a moment. Whether it was Wu Feiang and Guo Long, or the group of six-eyed poisonous spiders, they were all plunged into an eerie silence. Wu Feiang and the others looked up and saw that the figure was a young man with extremely long hair, as if he hadn't cut it in a long time. His face was slightly pale and he looked frail. He was looking around, a hint of joy on his face. Yes, he definitely looked very happy. Huh? Wu Feiang, Guo Long, and the others greeted him with puzzled expressions. What's going on? This kid suddenly appeared in such a dangerous place, he probably hasn't figured out what's going on yet, has he? What's with that joyful look on his face? Unbeknownst to them, the 8-star six-eyed poisonous spider beneath the figure's feet seemed to sense something terrifying. Fear shone in its 6 eyes, and it dared not move an inch. It's quite lively here. Did I disturb you? The figure said. Wu Feiang, Guo Long, everyone. By the way, could you tell me where this is? The figure asked again. Wu Feiang, Guo Long, and the others were speechless. Can't you see how dangerous the situation is? You still have the leisure to ask for directions. Where did this idiot come from? The figure atop the 8-star star beast's head couldn't help but frown. What are these people up to? Is it so hard to answer a question like asking for directions? This person was none other than Wang Teng, who had returned from the spatial rift. Although he had found the spatial coordinates of the Star Martial continent through his contract with Xiaobai. However, these coordinates are actually the coordinates of the entire Star Martial continent, not the coordinates of Xiaobai's location. Therefore, he was teleported back through a spatial array, but his location was hard to pinpoint, and he had no idea which corner of the Star Martial continent he would be teleported to. Wu Feiang, Guo Long, and the others were naturally unaware of all this. At this moment, all they wanted was to save their lives. Unfortunately, the 6-eyed poisonous spiders around them didn't give them a chance to continue chatting. They all pounced on Wu Feiang and the others. The 8-star 6-eyed poisonous spider king at Wang Teng's feet almost had a breakdown. What are they trying to do? What are you going to do? Do these bastards think it's lived too long? Don't they know how terrifying the human above them is? To attack now would be tantamount to suicide. It knew all along that these bastards had ill intentions. They definitely wanted it dead so they could replace it with a new king. Why are there always troublemakers trying to harm me? The 6-eyed poison spider king was devastated, lamenting that this generation of underlings was truly difficult to manage, as they were all plotting to seize the throne. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Extreme fear made it disregard its royal dignity. When it's time to back down, it has to admit defeat. The 6-eyed poison spider king trembled and immediately emitted a weak, squeak sound, begging for mercy from Wang Teng above its head. This has nothing to do with me. They all acted on their own initiative, please don't kill me. Wang Teng felt the fear emanating from the 6-eyed poisonous spider beneath his feet, and his expression turned strange. Although you haven't reached the lord level, you are still the king of this group of 6-eyed poisonous spiders. Are you serious about being this cowardly? On the other side, Wu Feiang, Guo Long, and the others looked horrified and each used their own methods, unleashing all their primal force, which was quite formidable. In an instant, the 6-eyed poisonous spiders that pounced on them were all blasted away by the warriors from the 2 teams of warriors, with green blood and various limbs flying everywhere. Both warrior squads had users of heavy firearms. Gunfire suddenly erupted, and rune bullets covered a large area, riddling the 6-eyed poisonous spiders with holes. The remaining team members were responsible for providing cover and killing the six-eyed poisonous spiders that rushed in through gaps in the fire coverage. Their teamwork was extremely seamless, befitting a high-level elite martial arts squad. However, they were clearly prepared to fight to the death. There were simply too many six-eyed poisonous spiders around them, and they couldn't fight them all. Their rune bullets were also limited. They had already used up most of them while hunting star beasts, and they didn't have many left. In no time, their rune bullets would be exhausted. The six-eyed venomous spider is an extremely troublesome star beast. Its silk is very tough and covered with sticky mucus. This mucus is not only extremely sticky but also poisonous. Once it gets stuck, it is very difficult to remove. Therefore, martial artists don't really like dealing with these star beasts. Wu Feiang, Guo Long, and the others looked grim, lamenting their bad luck. As for Wang Teng, who suddenly appeared, they didn't expect him to be able to help at all. This kid was pale and looked like he had kidney deficiency. Could he possibly be a warrior-level expert? Seeing this, Wang Teng frowned. He was hoping to ask these people for directions and information, but if he was killed by the six-eyed poison spider, he would have to find others, which would be even more troublesome. Stop playing dead, tell them to stop. Wang Teng kicked the six-eyed poisonous spider king at his feet and said irritably. Squeak! The six-eyed poison spider king naturally dared not disobey and quickly squeaked a few times at the other six-eyed poison spiders. But the other six-eyed poisonous spiders were already bloodthirsty and wouldn't listen to it. Moreover, this group of six-eyed poisonous spiders does not only have one king, there are two other 8-star six-eyed poisonous spiders with the same status as it. They hissed angrily, urging the six-eyed poisonous spider at Wang Teng's feet to come and help, instead of just standing there dumbfounded. The six-eyed poisonous spider king beneath Wang Teng's feet was immediately enraged. It can't be controlled anymore. Those bastards want it dead. Sure enough, it immediately sensed a terrifying aura coming from above. That human must be angry. I'm going to die. Seeing this, Wang Teng knew that the six-eyed poisonous spider king beneath his feet was useless, and couldn't help but curse, useless. The six-eyed poison spider king shrank its head, feeling wronged but daring not to argue, fearing that this human might stomp it to death if he was unhappy. Without further ado, Wang Teng unleashed his royal realm spiritual power, instantly covering the entire battle area and pressing down fiercely. Boom! All the six-eyed poisonous spiders felt an invisible force crushing them down, unable to even put up a fight. Bang bang bang. One by one, the six-eyed poisonous spiders, and even the other two 8-star six-eyed poisonous spider kings, could not withstand the enormous pressure and all collapsed to the ground. Some of the weaker six-eyed venomous spiders died on the spot, their hard shells cracked and green blood spurted out. Large numbers of attribute bubbles appeared. Wang Teng glanced at them, slightly surprised, and then picked them up directly. Poison Force *10, Poison Force *18, Poison Silk *1, Poison Force *10, Poison Force *32. Ellipsis. These six-eyed poisonous spiders were clearly poison-type star beasts, which indeed allowed Wang Teng to gain a considerable amount of poison-type primal force. After he picked up all the attribute bubbles, he gained a total of more than 500 points of poison-type primal force. Furthermore, they also acquired a poison-type force skill called Spider Silk. This skill, Wang Teng's expression immediately became somewhat strange. Is he going to become Spider-Man? Fortunately, the Spider Silk didn't grow directly from the body. Instead, it used poison-based primal force to mimic the properties of Spider Silk, thus creating poison-based Spider Silk, which is an extremely useful skill. Wang Teng shook his head, somewhat regretfully. His poison-based force is still only at the 4-star warrior level, which is far behind. Poison force, 8,502,000, 4 stars. I really need to improve. His gaze involuntarily shifted to the six-eyed poisonous spiders around him. Many of these poisonous star beasts were still alive. If he killed them all, he could definitely increase his poisonous primal force by a large margin. I thought it was just about saving lives, but I never expected there would be such a benefit. Upon realizing this, Wang Teng's gaze immediately turned dangerous. The remaining six-eyed poisonous spiders were terrified, trembling all over. This human was too terrifying. Suddenly, they felt a strong sense of malice enveloping them. All the six-eyed poisonous spiders shuddered and their bodies trembled even more violently. This sudden turn of events left the members of both martial arts teams stunned. What happened? What happened? Wu Feiang, Guo Long, and the others stared blankly at the six-eyed poisonous spiders lying all around them on the ground, their faces filled with confusion and bewilderment. They all thought they were going to die, and that they would definitely not escape this time. Unexpectedly, the situation suddenly reversed. So the question is, what's wrong with these six-eyed poisonous spiders? Mass paralysis? Is there really such a good thing? Just as Wu Feiang, Guo Long, and the others were stunned, Wang Teng made another move, his mental energy suddenly rushing into the minds of these six-eyed poisonous spiders. Mental puncture. The mental energy formed sharp spikes that pierced their minds, destroying them completely. The remaining six-eyed poisonous spiders that didn't die were all relatively strong, but they had no power to resist Wang Teng's emperor-level mental strength and died on the spot. Poison Force *65. Poison Force *120. Poison Force 80. Open black lens bracket Poison Silk close black lens bracket 30. Poison Force *210. One by one, attribute bubbles appeared and were picked up by Wang Teng. These attribute bubbles have far more attribute points than the previous ones, allowing Wang Teng's poison-type primal force to directly break through the 4-star warrior level and reach the 5-star warrior level. Poison Force 5 stars. Wang Teng's eyes flashed and he nodded to himself. Now that his 5 elements force and thunder force have both reached the 9-star warrior level, it will be much easier for him to improve the force of other attributes. For example, just now, I killed a group of six-eyed poisonous spiders. In the past, this would have been an extremely difficult task, but now it was just a matter of turning my hand over. While Wu Feiang and Guo Long were certainly strong, and even led 2 small teams, they were almost completely wiped out when facing these six-eyed poisonous spiders. Clearly, these six-eyed poisonous spiders are not easy to deal with. Therefore, it's not incomprehensible that Wang Teng could elevate his poison-based primal force to a whole new level in such a short time. After all, he's quite strong now. Of course, if this were to be told, outsiders would definitely be shocked. In addition to the poison-type force, Wang Teng also gained a lot of Poison Silk skill attributes. Poison-type minor success. His Poison Silk skill has progressed directly from beginner to intermediate level, and he is now able to use it with great proficiency. Just as Wang Teng was taking stock of his spoils, Wu Feiang, Guo Long, and the others suddenly discovered that the six-eyed poisonous spiders that had survived had all inexplicably died. Did he die suddenly? They looked at each other, their heads full of questions. Are they really that lucky? The six-eyed venomous spiders dying en masse is obviously impossible. Although Wu Feiang, Guo Long, and the others couldn't figure out the cause, they weren't fools, there was no such absurd thing in the world. The 2 captains exchanged a glance, then looked up at Wang Teng atop the head of the last remaining six-eyed spider king. Sir, was it you who made the move just now? Wu Feiang asked cautiously. Can you answer my question now? Wang Teng didn't answer, but looked at everyone with a half-smile and asked. Wu Feiang and Guo Long were taken aback, but they understood the meaning behind his words. It was indeed this young man who did it. They were all mistaken. A hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. They clasped their hands in a fist salute to Wang Teng and said gratefully, "Thank you for saving us. This is the Dark Mist Forest. Are you aware of this place?" Dark Mist Forest. Wang Teng was immediately stunned. It's actually here. He never expected it to be such a coincidence that he was teleported to the Dark Mist Forest, the closest forest to Yangcheng. That's good too, at least it'll be much closer to Earth. Are you Earth Star Warriors? Wang Teng asked, his eyes flashing as he noticed the style of their clothing. Yes, may I ask who you are? Wu Feiang nodded and asked. That's quite a coincidence, I'm also a warrior from Earth, Wang Teng said with a smile. A hint of surprise flashed in Wu Feiang's eyes. The faces of various prodigies flashed through their minds, but they couldn't recall any young prodigy who was so powerful. Since they were both Earth-based martial artists, the 2 of them naturally felt less wary and distant from each other. However, upon remembering the emergency summons, they decided not to delay any longer. They clasped their hands and said, "Sir, we have just received an emergency summons from Earth and are on our way back. Could you please leave your name and contact information so we can repay your life-saving grace when we have time in the future?" No need for repayment, it was just a small favor, Wang Teng waved his hand dismissively. He had already received a pleasant surprise by gaining poison-type primal force and a poison-type skill, and he didn't expect these people to repay him in any way. Wu Feiang and Guo Long's lips twitched. What a small favor. This makes them look so useless. However, they ultimately didn't dare to say it. This young man looked young, but he was a real powerhouse, mysterious and unpredictable. It was best not to speak carelessly, lest they anger him and suffer the consequences. What was that emergency mobilization order you just mentioned? Wang Teng asked. Something must have happened on Earth. Wu Feiang said with a grave expression. Something's happened. Wang Teng raised an eyebrow. Is it serious? Yes, once an emergency mobilization order is issued, it will be no small matter, Wu Feiang nodded. Wang Teng's expression changed. His eyes flickered uncertainly. He really couldn't understand what was going on Earth. Could it be that the dark species have appeared ahead of schedule? But no matter what, Earth is his base of operations, where his parents and relatives are. If something happens to him, it will be too late to regret it. Sigh, he's really destined to be a workaholic. They had just escaped from the spatial rift, but before they could even rest, they had to rush back to Earth. Wang Teng's feet trembled, and he immediately killed the last remaining six-eyed poisonous spider king beneath him, picking up the attribute bubbles it dropped. Poison Force *185. Poison Silk 40. He then used his mental power to scan the corpse of the six-eyed poisonous spider, which possessed a star core, and stored it in his spatial ring. Wu Feiang, Guo Long, and the others' facial muscles twitched involuntarily. An 8-star powerful star beast had been crushed to death with a single stomp. Unbelievable. However, their last doubts were finally dispelled. With such powerful strength, it was not impossible for them to kill all the six-eyed poisonous spiders silently. Moreover, the methods of some powerful individuals are beyond the comprehension of ordinary martial artists. At this moment, Wang Teng rose into the air, glanced at Wu Feiang and the others, frowned slightly, and said, "I'll go first. You can return to Yangcheng on your own." Without waiting for Wu Feiang and the others to respond, he transformed into a long rainbow and flew straight out of the dark mist forest, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Wu Feiang and the others were shocked and speechless. After a long while, someone finally spoke up. Where did this powerful expert come from? I've never heard of him before. Too young, looks like he's only 20. You guys say his strength has reached the warrior general level? General level? Impossible. The members of the two teams couldn't help but whisper among themselves, extremely curious about Wang Teng's abilities. Captain, do you think he could be a warrior-level expert? Someone asked Wu Feiang. I'm not sure either. These six-eyed poisonous spiders aren't enough to make him unleash his full power. Besides general-level experts, there are also a few extremely strong 9-star warrior-level martial artists who could do it so easily. After all, there are people who can kill general-level experts even if they are of a higher level, Wu Feiang said. Even so, he's still very strong. This young man is definitely not an ordinary martial artist. Guo Long said. Forget it, we won't get anywhere guessing here. Let's hurry back to Earth. Maybe we'll run into him there, Wu Feiang said. That's true. Guo Long nodded. Without further ado, the two martial arts teams packed up briefly and headed towards Yangcheng, where the Earth Star Space Rift was located. Earth, East Sea. An unprecedented crisis is sweeping through this modern city built of steel and concrete. The East China Sea is close to the ocean, and at this moment, a storm is raging on the sea surface, dark clouds cover the sky, and surging waves are crashing against the coastline. From afar, one can see ferocious sea beasts emerging from the ocean and converging towards the East China Sea. They are numerous and terrifying. This is a sea monster rampage. Since the mutation of Earth, mountains, forests, and oceans have always been places that humans are extremely wary of. Too many wild creatures gather there, and if they mutate collectively and revolt, the consequences will be very serious. Therefore, humans have long employed various means to monitor mountains, forests, and oceans in different regions. But there are always places that cannot be detected, and the ocean, with its unpredictable nature, has always been a place that humans have been unable to fully control. Especially the deep sea, which is undetectable even with current technological and runic methods. Humans noticed something amiss during this sea monster rampage, but it was too late. In the vast East China Sea, countless sea creatures landed on the coastline and launched an attack on the sea. Air raid sirens sounded over the East China Sea, and all ordinary citizens went to underground air raid shelters for refuge. Countless soldiers and martial artists rushed to the front lines to defend against the sea monsters. People were drawn from all over the country to rush to the East China Sea to provide support, including many powerful martial artists. The three major martial arts schools, Polar Star, Thunder, and 100 Refinements, along with numerous other forces, summoned their martial artists who were away, urging them to return urgently and reinforce the East China Sea. At this moment, the entire East China Sea has become a battlefield. Countless enormous sea beasts have invaded the East China Sea, destroying cities and buildings, while human warriors fight desperately. The sound of cannon fire echoed across the ocean, preventing sea monsters from landing. However, countless sea monsters surged out of the deep sea in waves, rushing madly towards the East China Sea and breaking through human defenses. Polar Star Martial Arts Academy is located by the sea, so it naturally bears the brunt of the attention. At this moment, on the top of the Polar Star Martial Arts Hall building, Yi Polar Star, the headmaster of the Polar Star Martial Arts Hall, Fu Tiandao, the headmaster of the East China Sea branch, Qin Hanxuan, the president of the East China Sea Martial Arts Association, as well as Tantai Zan, Xiao Nanfeng, the commander of the Crimson Tiger Legion, and others, all stood here, looking at the sea beasts that were surging wildly in the distance. The situation is not optimistic. A Lord-level being has appeared among the sea monsters. If they don't make a move, we can only waste time here, Yi Jixing said with a frown. Why would these sea monsters suddenly launch an attack on the human world? It's really hard to understand, Qin Hanxuan said. Wasn't this something I expected? Xiao Nanfeng said expressionlessly. Everyone fell silent. Indeed, it was true. Long ago, humanity predicted that as the influence of the Force on Earth grew stronger, one day the wild star beasts would become powerful enough to launch an attack on the human world. However, no one expected that day to come so quickly and so suddenly. Humans have tried various methods to stop wild star beasts, but it is impossible to completely exterminate them. If that were the case, the star beasts might rise up in rebellion before they even become strong, as no creature would willingly perish. Some things, even if you can see the future, you can never completely prevent them. Star beasts need time, and so do humans. If Wang Teng were here, that would be great. With his mastery of runes, he would be even more powerful than an ordinary warrior. Tantai Zan said regretfully, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. It's him. A glint flashed in Yi Jixing's eyes as he exclaimed with emotion. The young man he had high hopes for back then has grown up to this level in the blink of an eye. It's truly unbelievable. Fu Tiandao and Qin Hanxuan exchanged a glance, the image of that young figure flashing through their minds, their expressions becoming extremely complex. They had all heard about the battle in Xingfeng City. It can be said that Wang Teng has now surpassed them. Thinking back to the past, that kid was still a junior who needed their help, but now he stands in a much higher position. Major General. The military has already granted him this position. Once he returns, he will be the youngest general in the country. Ordinary people might not know this information, but given their status, they naturally already knew it. It's truly heartbreaking. Xiao Nanfeng's eyes flickered. Thinking of his past grievances with Wang Teng, and then of Wang Teng's current achievements, he felt a bitter taste in his mouth. I thought he was a junior like a disciple, but now he has caught up with me and can even talk to me as an equal. Anyone would find it hard to accept. In particular, the two had a history of conflict. Are other rune masters unable to construct powerful offensive formations? Xiao Nanfeng asked. They're already struggling to deal with defensive formations, so how can we expect them to build offensive formations? Tantai Zan shook her head. I heard that Wang Teng is trapped in the dark world and his fate is unknown. I'm afraid we can't count on him, Yi Jixing said regretfully. Sigh. Tantai Zan couldn't help but sigh, it's a miracle he came back alive. Ellipsis. Inside the underground air raid shelter in Donghai, Wang Shengguo, Li Shumei, and the rest of the Wang family stayed together. They watched the outside world through video, their faces filled with worry and solemnity. As old Master Wang gazed at the buildings reduced to ruins, his eyes filled with a sense of vicissitude, and sighed, Donghai is doomed. Dad, we must believe in our country. We will definitely overcome this difficulty and rebuild Donghai in the future, said Wang Teng's uncle, Wang Shenghong. Difficult. Old Master Wang glanced at him and shook his head. After this sea monster riot, the East China Sea is no longer safe. How many people would still be willing to stay here? Without people, how can we talk about rebuilding? Wang Shenghong was speechless. Grandpa Wang looked at Wang Shengguo and asked, slightly wearily, my dear grandson, is there still no news? No. Wang Shengguo and Li Shumei shook their heads, their eyes filled with deep worry. Major General. If my beloved grandson doesn't come back, what use is this major general to my Wang family? Old Master Wang slammed his cane heavily on the ground and roared angrily. Just as the East China Sea was in danger of destruction, Wang Teng flew through the air, pushing his speed to the limit. He did not rest halfway and arrived in Yangcheng in the shortest possible time. He had a vague sense of unease which grew stronger as he approached Yangcheng. This situation rarely happened to Wang Teng, but at this moment he truly felt uneasy. Before my eyes, that familiar city is in the distance. The spatial rift between the East Sea of Earth and the Star Martial continent is located within this city. Wang Teng first came to this place when he arrived in the other world, so the sense of familiarity was naturally extremely strong. He had been in the spatial rift for too long, and suddenly returning to a familiar place inevitably brought him some nostalgia. But this was not the time to reminisce about the past. Wang Teng descended from the city gate and was about to step into Yangcheng when he suddenly realized something was wrong. It's too quiet. Wang Teng frowned. As an important city connecting the two worlds, Yangcheng is a place where martial artists come and go frequently. There are also many merchants scattered throughout the streets and alleys, resulting in a huge flow of people. Even at night, it is brightly lit, like a city that never sleeps. But today it's eerily quiet. Wang Teng's eyes flashed, and he slowly closed them. A vast and profound spiritual power emanated from between his brows, sweeping across Yangcheng. A moment later, he suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within them. So something really happened? Even Yangcheng is in turmoil. Wang Teng murmured to himself as his figure slowly disappeared from the spot, as if he had never been there at all. Shadow technique. He blended into the shadows and swiftly sped towards Yangcheng. The city streets were deserted, with no one walking around. Instead, there were signs of fighting in many places, and all the buildings had been destroyed by the force, leaving behind traces of swords and knives. Clearly, a major battle had taken place here before he arrived. I don't know what happened. Wang Teng moved his feet and sped towards the force tower in the center of the city. The spatial rift was located within the force tower. Wang Teng knows nothing at the moment, but he is certain that he will find the answer there. Ellipsis. At this very moment, outside the force tower, a murderous aura permeated the air, and two opposing forces were locked in a standoff. There were signs of a battle all around, and the ground was stained with blood, making it look quite tragic. However, the battle was clearly not over yet, it had simply reached a stalemate. One of the groups consisted of Li He from the Polar Star Martial Arts Academy, and General Shen, the garrison commander of Yangcheng, and others. As for the other side, there was a group of unfamiliar martial artists. They were powerful, and the aura emanating from them was faintly above the 8-star warrior level, with most of them even being 9-star warrior level. Moreover, there were two auras that exceeded this range. They are warrior general level. Truth cult, how dare you spy on the spatial rift? Aren't you afraid of being purged? General Shen, sword in hand, glared at the unfamiliar martial artist opposite him and coldly shouted. Purge? A middle-aged man with a sinister face and wearing a black robe sneered, "Heh, they're too busy taking care of themselves on Earth right now. Do you think they can still worry about us? A sea monster uprising has occurred in the East China Sea, and you just happen to appear at this time. Is this related to you?" Li Hei's pupils shrank, and he suddenly asked. Hey, as expected of a once famous figure, your mind is quick enough to guess it already. Another man in a black robe with a scar on his left eyebrow said with a sinister smile. He and the other sinister man were the two warrior-level figures dispatched by the Truth Cult this time. What, it was you? General Shen was shocked upon hearing this, his eyes turning bloodshot. You beasts. You caused a riot of sea monsters. The East Sea will suffer immense losses and countless martial artists will die. How can you be so disregardful of human life? Do you even deserve to be called human? HMPH, what is a mere sacrifice for the great goal of the Truth Cult? The sinister man sneered. Besides, in this martial arts era, those ordinary people without talent are just dead. Only by pooling resources can we cultivate more martial arts experts. Madmen, you bunch of madmen. General Shen trembled with rage upon hearing the other party's twisted logic. Womanly compassion. The warrior-level expert with a scar on his left eyebrow said coldly, times have changed. In chaotic times, harsh measures are needed to usher in a new dawn. One day you will find that we are right. Liao Cha, stop wasting words with them. Since they refuse to submit, just kill them all. The sinister man said coldly. Kill. Liao Cha nodded, waved his hand, and the true cult warriors behind him charged towards General Shen and the others. General Shen's face was grim. He said in a solemn voice, "Gentlemen, the spatial rift cannot be lost. Even if we die, we cannot let these heretics of the truth cult succeed." General Shen, no need for further words. As guardians of this other world, we have the responsibility to protect the spatial rifts. These heretics of the truth cult who want to control the spatial rifts will first have to step over my dead body. Li He chuckled. That's right, what does it matter if I die? I'm not even afraid of the Dark Ones, so why would I be afraid of these lunatics from the Church of Truth? Kill. Ellipsis ellipsis. Without the slightest hesitation, the group bravely confronted the true cult warriors. The two forces collided, instantly unleashing a deafening roar of primal force, and the sounds of battle echoed throughout the air. Li He, the Overlord Blade, I've heard that you once defeated a general-level enemy general in battle. Today, I will meet you in person. The sinister man sneered, brandishing his battle blade and slashing at Li He. Then give it a try. Li He's face was cold, and a powerful aura burst forth from his body, which then rose steadily until it reached the peak of the 9-star warrior level. His hunched and old body gradually straightened up. He held a black battle blade in his hand and met his opponent's attack. The black battle blade unleashed an incomparably sharp blade light, sweeping and powerful with an air of dominance. Even when facing a warrior-level expert, it did not dodge or flinch but instead clashed head-on. Kill. The sinister man's expression changed slightly. He had long heard that Li He had been seriously injured on the battlefield years ago and had therefore retreated behind the scenes. Now, his strength was only a fraction of what it used to be, so killing him wouldn't be difficult. But now it seems that the opponent's strength is approaching that of his peak back then, and he does indeed have the ability to kill a general-level opponent. On the other side, General Shen clashed with the true god cult warrior-level expert known as Liao Cha. His force spread out, forcing the surrounding warriors to retreat repeatedly. Meanwhile, the other martial artists were also engaged in fierce fighting. The true cult martial artists were incredibly frenzied, charging forward as if their lives depended on it. The warriors guarding the spatial rift were also bloodthirsty, showing no sign of retreat. In an instant, many martial artists fell, their blood staining the ground red, a truly gruesome sight. Boom! Suddenly, a figure fell to the ground, creating a deep crater and raising dust. You are indeed at your last gasp, a crippled body, yet you dare to contend with me. The sinister man stood in midair, his face full of mockery, looking at Li He, who was vomiting blood on the ground as if he were a defeated dog. Cough cough. Li He propped himself up from the deep pit, coughing up blood from the corner of his mouth, his face looking somewhat gloomy and forlorn. He gazed at the sinister man in the sky, his eyes filled with resentment, but he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Well, he's gotten old after all. Old black. When General Shen saw the situation, his expression immediately changed. Where are you looking? Liao Cha's icy voice suddenly rang in his ears, and strands of golden sword light enveloped General Shen. General Shen's pupils contracted, and he immediately retreated swiftly. Pshaw. However, several sword beams still managed to slash through his clothes, leaving several bloody marks on his body. General Shen glanced at his injuries, his face grim, his heart heavy. Li He has already been defeated, and he doesn't have much of a chance of winning either. Is Yangcheng going to fall into the hands of the truth cult just like that? If that's really the outcome, then Shenin is a sinner. The next moment, General Shen's eyes hardened, his aura surged, and his strength increased by another level. However, his face turned red, his veins bulged, and wisps of heat rose from the top of his head, clearly indicating that he had used some kind of explosive technique. Liao Cha's expression immediately turned serious. I'll come to your aid after I kill Li He. The sinister man's eyes flashed as he rushed towards Li He on the ground. Old He, retreat quickly. General Shen shouted angrily, trying to rush over to the rescue. Take care of yourself first. Liao Cha instantly blocked his path, his sword flashing and completely sealing off his way. Die! A sinister-looking man appeared before Li He, his gaze icy, and slashed down with his sword. I never thought Li He, would die at the hands of humans. Li He did not close his eyes, staring straight at the blade light slashing down at him, showing no fear, only regret and resentment. It's a pity, I didn't die on the battlefield. Unwilling, I can no longer kill the Dark Ones. In an instant, the scenes of fighting on the battlefield in the past flashed through his mind. All his heroic ambitions and aspirations had turned to nothing now. Old Black. General Shen's eyes widened in fury. Boom! The force roared, and terrifying energy swept all around. Li He on the ground was not dead, but the sinister-looking man in front of him was sent flying backward. Who? The sinister-looking man's face was grim. He hadn't even seen who it was before he was blasted away by a tremendous force, leaving him in disbelief. The one who will kill you. A cold shout suddenly rang out above his head, and a dazzling blade of light erupted. Boom! The sinister-looking man's pupils contracted, and he was instantly engulfed by the terrifying flames of the blade. A scream rang out as the sinister man's body was severed in two, crashing to the ground and splattering blood. The sinister-looking man, though cut in half at the waist, did not die immediately. He stared wide-eyed at the young figure slowly emerging above him, his pale face filled with disbelief. How is that possible? Wang Teng, his face cold, held the divine weapon demon sword and thrust it into the opponent's heart without exchanging a single word. The sinister man was filled with resentment. He should have been the winner, but in the end, he was the one who died. Why? As darkness descended, he died with his eyes wide open. An eerie silence fell over everyone. Whether it was Li He, General Shen, or Liao Cha, they all stared wide-eyed at the young man who had suddenly appeared in the room. Who exactly is this kid? He's so strong. Liao Cha's eyes flickered, a hint of fear in his heart. Wang Teng. Li He called out somewhat uncertainly. Uncle He, this doesn't look like you at all, you're in such a sorry state. Wang Teng walked over to Li He and helped him up. It really is you. Li He's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he had many questions in his mind, but he couldn't say them out loud for a moment. Uncle He, let me deal with these truth cult rats first, Wang Teng said. A rat? Kid, you're too arrogant. Liao Cha's face was ugly, and he was furious. They, the truth cult, pride themselves on possessing the truth, considering themselves superior and looking down on ordinary people and martial artists. Yet, in Wang Teng's words, they have become rats. Wang Teng glanced at him, his demon sword pointing diagonally at the ground. General Shen recognized Wang Teng, and was somewhat shocked and puzzled, but mostly delighted. Although his strength was truly unexpected, killing a warrior-level member of the truth cult with a single move was extremely shocking, but for the current situation, it was a good thing. Now that only one warrior-level fighter remains in the truth cult, he and Wang Teng, working together, will surely be able to kill him here. Wang Teng, let's join forces, and we absolutely cannot let these heretics of the truth cult leave, General Shen said immediately. Wang Teng didn't speak but nodded. Liao Cha's expression changed drastically, and he turned around and fled into the sky. He might have a chance against one general-level opponent, but if he were to face two general-level opponents at the same time, would he stay and wait to die instead of leaving? Stop him! General Shen stomped his foot and transformed into a blur as he rushed toward Liao Cha. Unfortunately, Liao Cha's speed increased dramatically. He was only focused on escaping and had no regrets whatsoever. His speed was astonishing. Wang Teng sneered, and with a flash, he disappeared from the spot. Li He's eyes bulged. He hadn't even seen what happened before Wang Teng disappeared. Such speed and agility were terrifying. Liao Cha was extremely confident in his speed. Seeing that General Shen couldn't catch up, he breathed a sigh of relief. But when he looked around again, he couldn't find the young man anymore, and his heart skipped a beat. Damn it, where did this monster come from? Liao Cha cursed inwardly, and his escape speed increased even more. Just then, the space in front of him rippled, and Wang Teng's figure appeared out of thin air, unleashing a blade of light. Die! Get out of my way! Liao Cha's pupils shrank, and he roared angrily, swinging his sword to try to force Wang Teng away. Heavenly Flame Blade, Killing Blade Intent. Wang Teng showed no mercy, unleashing his heaven-rank combat skills and Killing Blade Intent. His strength is now vastly different from before. With his 9-star warrior level, he is capable of defeating 10-star warrior level opponents. A wave of murderous intent invaded the other party's mind. Liao Cha felt as if a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood were rushing towards him. His mind was shaken and his eyes were filled with horror. By the time he came to his senses, the fiery blade light had already landed on him. Ah! A scream rang out, and Liao Cha was killed on the spot, his body crashing to the ground. A deathly silence fell over the surroundings. General Shen stared at Wang Teng as if he had seen a ghost, as if he had seen a monster. What happened to the promised collaboration? As a result, you killed the opponent all by yourself. And he only used one move in total, instantly killing a war general level opponent. How could he possibly accept this? General Shen strongly suspects that this general level rank is fake. He had previously thought that Wang Teng had used a sneak attack to so easily kill the general level opponent. But now it's a head-on confrontation, and the result is still an easy kill. So just how strong is Wang Teng now? In front of the force tower, the crowd in the square fell into complete silence. You could hear a pin drop. Not only did General Shen find it unbelievable, but even Li He, who was quite familiar with Wang Teng, stared wide-eyed, unsure of what expression to make. Is this kid really the Wang Teng he knows? How did you become so strong after not seeing you for a while? He still remembered when Wang Teng and the members of the War Tiger Squad were being hunted down by the powerful members of the Crimson Tiger Legion. At that time, he was in a terrible state and was still a little kid who needed the protection of the older generation. In the blink of an eye, the little brat suddenly became strong and was even able to protect them, these old bones. It feels unreal to think about, but a strange sense of relief welled up inside me. They are getting old, but a new generation of martial artists has grown up. Perhaps other younger generations haven't reached Wang Teng's exaggerated level yet, but they are all growing and will eventually be able to stand on their own. But Wang Teng, standing in front of him, was the most dazzling. This child is destined to be the best of his generation. The two cardinals are dead. The true cult warriors were thrown into a panic, staring in terror at the young man in the arena. They may be crazy, but faced with such a huge gap in strength, even the craziest of them have to back down. Fear is an instinct of living beings, and they are no exception. Run! Run away! Someone shouted, and the true cult warriors scattered like birds and beasts, each fleeing for their lives in the face of disaster. These warriors were all at least 8-star warrior level, and their strength was considerable. However, when facing warriors at the general level, they couldn't muster any thought of resistance. Especially after witnessing Wang Teng instantly kill two powerful warriors who were usually arrogant and domineering in the truth cult, they became even more cowardly. What's the point of fighting a monster like that? General Shen and Li He were taken aback. These truth cult fighters ran away without a word. Paw! Shameless! General Shen's refined face twisted into a ferocious expression. You've killed so many people, and you think you can just come and go as you please? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Kill! In fact, even before General Shen spoke, the other Earthstar warriors rushed out almost instantly, chasing after the truth cult warriors who were scattering and fleeing. General Shen also soared into the sky, knocking down one truth cult warrior after another. For warriors of the general level, they were like giants compared to ants. The remaining true cult warriors were utterly powerless to fight back. Boom boom boom. One by one, figures crashed to the ground, shattering the bluestone slabs and creating deep pits. General Shen and the Earth Star warriors deeply abhorred these heretics of the truth cult and showed no mercy whatsoever. Wang Teng didn't make another move. He glanced around and picked up the scattered attribute bubbles. Gold type force * 760. Advanced gold type talent * 215. Spiritual realm comprehension 165. Spiritual realm spirit 180. Earth elemental force * 830. Advanced earth elemental talent * 220. Spiritual realm comprehension 155. Spiritual realm spirit 158. Ellipsis. The above are attribute bubbles from two powerful warriors of the truth cult. Wang Teng picked them up first, and then his brows furrowed. So little, he muttered to himself. You should know that during the Battle of Star Maple City, the general level attribute bubbles he picked up already had thousands of points of force attribute alone. While these two general level True Church warriors only provided him with a few hundred points of force attribute. Not to mention talent, spirit, and comprehension, these three attributes are also much less. Moreover, no combat skills or techniques were revealed, significantly reducing the overall gains. In short, it's garbage. Wang Teng felt a deep sense of contempt. If those two powerful warriors from the truth cult knew what Wang Teng was thinking, they would probably jump up and fight him to the death. It's one thing to be instantly defeated, but to call them trash is simply outrageous. They were probably the most pathetic-sounding generals to die in the world. Wang Teng wouldn't bother with the two dead men. Trash is trash, even their attribute drops were less than others. He shook his head, looked at the other attribute bubbles, and continued picking them up. Water-based force * 150. Wood type force *190. Spirit 120. Fire force *170. Comprehension 60. Earth elemental force *210. Ellipsis. One by one, attribute bubbles flowed into Wang Teng's body, causing his elemental forces to rise rapidly, and his mental and comprehension attributes to also increase slightly. Wang Teng's 5 elements force attribute has now reached the 9-star warrior level, and it is at a high level. He is not far from the 10-star general level, and it is believed that he will soon be able to fully enter that realm. At this moment, General Shen and his group descended from the sky. All the true cult warriors from before were captured, some dead, some wounded, and none escaped. General Shen, exuding a murderous aura, carried a truth cult warrior whose fate was unknown. He casually tossed the warrior to the ground and walked over. Wang Teng, we owe you a lot this time. He suppressed his murderous aura and said to Wang Teng, General Shen, you're too kind. It was nothing at all, Wang Teng said, shaking his head. I never expected that you would have grown to this extent in such a short time. General Shen looked Wang Teng over carefully and found that he could not see through him no matter what. So he couldn't help but sigh. Just lucky. Wang Teng smiled noncommittally, then looked at Li He and asked with concern, Uncle He, are you alright? I'm just an old man, I won't die anytime soon. Li He smiled and then asked curiously, I heard you were trapped in the dark world, how come you suddenly appeared here? It's a long story, but we managed to escape from there, Wang Teng said. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Li He heard him speak so casually, but he could guess that the process must have been extremely difficult. And the things he had gone through were probably unimaginable to ordinary people. After all, no one has ever gone to the dark world, let alone come back alive. Wang Teng's trip can be described as a great feat. More importantly, humanity has always been completely ignorant of the dark world, and Wang Teng's return may bring back some useful information, which would be a great boon to humanity. General Shen, who was standing nearby, heard the conversation between the two and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Wang Teng is truly an extraordinary person who does extraordinary things. He managed to return safely from the dark world, which is truly remarkable. No wonder he has such great strength. Otherwise, how could he have supported his return? Even if it were him, he wouldn't be confident of returning from the dark world. The most likely outcome would be that he would be buried there. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a whooshing sound came from afar. General Shen and Wang Teng immediately looked toward the source of the sound. One after another, figures quickly arrived and landed in front of Wang Teng and the others. General Shen, Uncle He. Upon seeing General Shen and his entourage, the man breathed a sigh of relief and immediately stepped forward to greet them respectfully. Wu Feiying, you must have received an emergency summons to rush back, right? Li He said, his eyes flashing. Wang Teng was slightly taken aback when he saw who had arrived. This group of people were the 2 martial arts teams he had rescued in the dark mist forest. Unexpectedly, after some delay, they caught up as well. Besides Wu Feiying and Guo Long's teams, other martial artists also arrived one after another, some still on their way and others already in Yangcheng. Upon hearing Li Hei's question, Wu Feiying nodded gravely and said, Yes, Uncle He, we rushed back immediately after receiving the emergency summons. What exactly happened? And this? As he spoke, his gaze swept around the surroundings. It was not hard to tell from the scene that a major battle must have just taken place. These were the work of the Truth Cult warriors, they wanted to control the spatial rift. Wu Feiying and the others were quite strong, and Li He also took it seriously, so he immediately explained. Fortunately, Wang Teng arrived in time and killed 2 of the Truth Cult's general-level beings. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Wang Teng. Wu Feiying and the others felt that the name seemed somewhat familiar, but they couldn't remember it for a moment. Following Li Hei's gaze, they saw the young man standing next to him and were immediately taken aback. It's him. Wu Feiying and the others immediately recognized Wang Teng. Wait, he killed 2 general-level warriors. Everyone suddenly realized what was happening, their faces filled with astonishment and their hearts with immense shock. This young man is actually a powerful expert capable of killing a warrior general. Although they had some suspicions before, they never expected that Wang Teng would be this powerful. You know each other? Li He asked in surprise when he saw their appearance. Wu Feiying and the others immediately recounted what had happened and once again cast grateful glances at Wang Teng. It seems you two have a deep connection. Speaking of which, Wang Teng is also a member of our Polar Star Martial Arts Academy, Li He said. Old He, let's save our reminiscing for later. The situation in the East China Sea is probably not optimistic. Now that all the martial arts teams are returning from various places, let's send them back to Earth to provide support immediately, General Shen interjected. That's right, the sea monsters in the East China Sea are rampaging, and that's exactly when we need martial artists. You should go back and provide support immediately, Li He said with a solemn expression after realizing what was happening. Sea monsters are rampaging. Wu Feiying and the others' expressions changed drastically, and they exclaimed in horror, how could this be? This is a conspiracy by the Truth Cult. General Shen shouted angrily. The Truth Cult. These evil cultists deserve to die. Wu Feiying and the others said through gritted teeth, their faces filled with anger. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng was immediately startled. Without saying a word, he turned around and rushed towards the spatial rift in the force tower. Sea monsters are rioting. Why did this have to happen in the East China Sea? His parents, his relatives, his friends, they are all there. How are they now? Please, no accidents. Wang Teng felt heavy-hearted, prayed silently, and quickened his pace, wishing he could reach the East China Sea immediately. Li He and the others only felt a blur before their eyes before Wang Teng disappeared. They exchanged a glance, their faces filled with horror. Wow, that's fast. There's no time to lose, you should all go quickly, General Shen said immediately. Wu Feiying and the others didn't delay and immediately rushed into the force tower. They were also locals of the East China Sea, and their relatives and friends were also in the East China Sea. At this moment, they were more anxious than anyone else. General Shen and Li He watched their departing figures, silently thinking to themselves. We must protect the East China Sea. Everyone, everything depends on you. East China Sea. The battle between humans and sea monsters grew increasingly fierce. One after another, ferocious sea monsters crawled out of the sea and rushed towards the shore, densely packed and extremely terrifying. Some sea monsters were enormous, and their aura was extremely terrifying. When they entered the East China Sea, the ground cracked, buildings collapsed, and chaos ensued wherever they went. Countless ordinary residents of the East China Sea hid in underground air raid shelters. They felt the ground shaking and occasionally saw rocks and stone chips falling down, plunging them into panic and despair. Even though the underground air raid shelter was very sturdy and even reinforced with stabilizing runes, cracks still appeared in the surrounding walls and even the ceiling under the impact of the sea monsters. Everyone was silently watching the situation on the ground through video. Only at this moment did ordinary people truly realize the significance of martial artists' existence. In the past, people only knew that martial artists were incredibly powerful, possessing the strength to split stone tablets and cleave rivers with their blades, and that they held a superior status and enjoyed various privileges. Ordinary people, besides feeling envious, inevitably feel some resentment. But now they all understand. Everyone was deeply shocked as they watched the scene on the ground displayed on the screen. Countless warriors, armed with weapons, were fighting against the terrifying sea beasts. Their bodies were covered in blood, their faces were resolute, and they formed a solid defensive line, blocking all ordinary people from view. These martial artists are also someone else's children, husbands, fathers. They have different identities, but at this moment, they only have one identity. They are martial artists. They protected this land and the families and friends behind it, even dying for it. One by one, the warriors fell, perishing in the jaws of the sea beasts. The people in the air raid shelter had tears in their eyes. The men clenched their fists, staring intently at the scenes on the screen, wishing they could rush out and fight the sea monsters. But they knew that their fragile bodies were no match for the sea monsters, and going would be futile. The women wept silently, suppressing their sobs and whimpering softly. Hold on, don't die. People were praying, even those who were unrelated to the cause, praying for themselves and for the heroes who were fighting bloody battles on the ground. This is the spirit of the Chinese nation. In times of great difficulty, we must unite as one and work together to overcome all obstacles. Ellipsis. Among all martial artists, there is a special group whose faces are young and even carry a hint of naivety, as if they have not yet entered society. But they were also fighting, their young faces stained with blood, giving them a touch of ruthlessness and sharpness. Under special circumstances, these young martial artists are growing rapidly. But the cost was too high. This growth is forged in blood. These young people were martial artists from various universities in the East China Sea. The sea monster riot was too sudden, and martial artists from other cities did not have time to provide support. Therefore, despite their youth and lack of experience, they stepped forward without hesitation. Led by their university professors, they fought fiercely at the rear to prevent the sea monsters from rushing into the air raid shelter. There are many familiar faces here. Among them were Han Zhu, Wan Baichu, Du Yu, and even Lu Shu, Baili Qingfeng, Hu Pinliang, and Song Shuhong, all from the Yellow Sea Naval Academy. There were also senior students from Tunghai University, led by Xiao Yunfan, as well as freshmen like Lin Chu Han, Xu Wan Tung, and Tian Xiao Xiao, who had only been enrolled for a little over a year. University of Science and Technology. Wait. Compared to true martial artists, their strength may not be very high, especially for many newbies who have only been enrolled for a little over a year, who are quite weak. But they are martial artists after all. Compared to ordinary people, they are stronger and should stand up. At this moment, Lin Chuan, dressed in battle armor, pale-faced, wielding a battle sword, was fighting a ferocious sea beast over a meter tall, covered in barbs. Judging from the aura emanating from her, she has actually advanced to the 2-star warrior level. Beside her stood a figure considerably shorter, but whose face bore a resemblance to hers, none other than Lin Chusha. She held a rune gun in each hand, firing a shot every now and then at the sea beast in front of her from tricky angles. If a powerful martial artist were here, they would surely be able to see that the bullets she fired were covered with wisps of black primal force. These bullets entered the vicinity of the sea beast, and soon the sea beast's body became sluggish. Lin Chuan, Xu Wantong, and Tian Xiaoxiao worked together to complete the final kill. The 4 girls formed a team and killed more sea monsters than some 3rd and 4th year students. Well done, Chusha. After killing the sea monster in front of her, Xu Wantong breathed a sigh of relief and gave Lin Chusha behind her a thumbs up. Lin Chuan smiled at her younger sister. She hadn't taken it seriously at first when she saw Lin Chusha practicing her marksmanship at home. It wasn't until this sea monster riot, when Lin Chusha was worried about her safety and insisted on coming along, that she discovered that this little girl's marksmanship had reached such a superb level. She also learned from Lin Chusha that this spear technique was taught by Wang Teng. I just don't know where that guy went. It's been half a year and there's been no news of him at all. In the sky, some ferocious sea monsters with fleshy wings raged everywhere. It was hard to imagine that such terrifying beings could have been born in the ocean. Fu Tiandao, Qin Hanxuan, Zhang Hong, and other high-level martial artists rushed into the sky and fought with them. The rune guns were also aimed at the sea monsters in the sky, hoping to shoot them down. However, these sea monsters are extremely fast, and their huge bodies are exceptionally agile, greatly reducing the effectiveness of guns and cannons. On the ground, martial artists are scattered throughout Donghai City, fighting hard to kill sea beasts and prevent them from entering the various air raid shelters. On the other side, Han Zhu, Wan Baichu, Baili Qingfeng, and others, led by Tong Hu and other deans of the Martial Arts Academy, fought against the sea monsters. Han Zhu, panting heavily after slaying a 4-star sea beast, asked Wan Baichu beside him, "Are you alright?" "I can still kill." Wan Baichu's face was filled with murderous intent. He swallowed a pill to restore his original strength and rallied his spirits. "Alright, kill." Han Zhu laughed loudly. If Wang Teng were here, he could kill even more sea beasts. It's a pity he's not here, so we have to rely on ourselves. HMPH, that kid must be having too much fun in the underworld to want to come back, right? He still can't bear to leave. Tong Hu's voice boomed from afar. Tong Hu, if he finds out you're badmouthing that kid like that, he'll definitely come after you. He's stronger than you now. Su Jing, the dean of the Command Academy, laughed from not far away. With a thunderous roar, Tong Hu killed a sea beast several meters tall with a single punch and proclaimed loudly, "I'd love for him to come and talk to me, but he hasn't shown up yet." The deans of the nearby Yellow Navy Academy fell silent. In fact, they knew that Wang Teng's fate in the dark world was probably grim. Tong Hu's words were simply a hope that he could return safely. This is Tunghai University. A 5-star sea beast suddenly noticed Lin Chuan and the others and swooped down from the sky. The 4 women's expressions changed slightly and they immediately dispersed. Boom! The enormous sea monster crashed down where the group had just stood, kicking up a cloud of dust. Immediately, a dark shadow burst out from the smoke and dust, opened its blood-red maw, and pounced straight at Lin Chuan. Careful, careful, sister, get out of the way." Several anxious shouts suddenly rang out. Lin Chuan's face paled slightly, and the sword in her hand emitted a sharp sword light. There was no time to dodge, so she could only face it head-on. Streaks of sword light erupted from her battle sword, slashing towards the sea beasts before her. Ding ding ding. However, what followed was a crisp, metallic clanging sound. Her attacks couldn't even break through the sea monster's scales, leaving only white marks on them. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out, and rune bullets struck the sea monster. Lin Chusha has made her move. Although the sea beast was not injured, it was enraged. It paused for a moment, then pounced on Lin Chuan even more fiercely. PFF'd. Just then, a bullet pierced the sea monster's eye. The intense pain drove it mad, its massive body thrashed wildly, and its scale-covered tail swept wildly in all directions. Bang! Lin Chuan was unable to dodge in time and was sent flying, a trace of blood appearing at the corner of her mouth. You beast, prepare to die. Just then, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Suddenly, a figure appeared from the side and, taking advantage of the sea beast's frenzy, swept across with a sword, piercing through the sea beast's scales and killing it. The figure landed, let out a long breath, and turned to Lin Chuan with a slight smile. Junior, are you alright? Lin Chuan bit her lip, shook her head, got up from the ground, and said, Thank you, Senior Xiao. When Xiao Yunfan saw Lin Chuan's deliberately distant manner, a trace of resentment flashed through his heart. Why was it that even though that person was gone, and it was said that he had not been seen for half a year and was likely dead on the battlefield, Lin Chuan still ignored him? Is he really inferior to that person? Sister. Lin Chusha ran over, looked Lin Chuan over carefully, and asked, Are you alright? Shu Wantong and Tian Xiaoxiao also came closer, their faces full of worry. It's nothing, just take a healing pill. Lin Chuan shook her head, took out a healing pill, and swallowed it. Junior, don't push yourself. You should find a place to rest for a while, Xiao Yunfan said with concern. Thank you for your concern, Senior, I'm fine. Lin Chuan shook her head stubbornly, a resolute glint in her eyes. She's already fallen far behind. How can she continue to back down? You. Xiao Yunfan seemed to see the figure of another person in her eyes, and a trace of jealousy flashed through his heart. He wanted to say something more. Boom! Suddenly, a loud roar rang out. A gigantic figure, twice the size of the previous sea beast, descended from the sky. Judging from its aura, this sea beast was at least a 7-star warrior. Damn it, how could such a powerful sea beast break through the defenses and reach the rear? Xiao Yunfan exclaimed in disbelief, his face pale. Lin Chuan and the others also changed their expressions drastically, looking at the huge sea beast in front of them as if facing a formidable enemy, a trace of despair emerging in their hearts. Junior, let's go, Xiao Yunfan said in horror, this sea beast is not something we can handle at all. If we leave, what will happen to the people behind us? Lin Chuan asked. This. Xiao Yunfan hesitated. Let's lead it forward, the high-level experts should arrive soon. After saying that, Lin Chuan rushed out first. Lin Chusha followed without hesitation, while Shu Wantong and Tian Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment before finally joining the group. The four attacked the sea monster, provoking its rage. Sure enough, the sea monster chased after them. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yunfan's expression changed repeatedly, but he eventually followed after them. However, the power of the 7-star sea beast exceeded their imagination. With their combined strength, they were like ants challenging an elephant in front of this sea beast. They're silly, but sometimes, people are just that silly. Roar! The sea beast roared, its massive body possessing unparalleled speed, as it pounced on the four from the sky, a blue sphere of primal force gathering in its mouth, about to be unleashed. Lin Chuan and the others felt the terrifying power of the primal force orb and their faces showed despair. Am I going to die? Lin Chuan muttered to herself, as if she saw a figure beckoning to her in the darkness, Wang Teng. No, Xiao Yunfan roared with his primal energy surging through his body, determined to make one last desperate attempt. Die! Just then, a cold shout rang out. A streak of light suddenly appeared from the sky, like a fiery red meteor, falling down and crashing into the sea monster's enormous body. Before the sea monster could even spit out the sphere of primal force, it was forcibly forced back into its stomach. The enormous body was slammed into the ground by a terrifying force, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lin Chuan and the others stared blankly at the sudden scene unfolding before them. Amidst the smoke and dust, a tall figure slowly rose from the top of the sea beast's head, and in his hand, a giant weapon was forcefully plunged into the sea beast's head. Once the smoke and dust had completely dissipated, Lin Chuan and the others were able to see the figure clearly. Wang Teng. Lin Chuan's eyes immediately reddened, and a hint of vulnerability suddenly appeared on her previously forced resolute face as she murmured that person's name. Xiao Yunfan opened his mouth, but all the words got stuck in his throat. He glanced at Lin Chuan, whose eyes were filled with only one person and could not hold anyone else. Suddenly, a sense of loneliness welled up in his heart. Ironically, Xiao Yunfan had never even caught her eye. Moreover, at this moment, he could no longer muster the slightest jealousy or even the urge to compare. This guy is even stronger than before, stronger than anyone else, and so strong that it inspires despair. He killed a 7-star sea monster with a single blow. What do I have to compare with him? Shu Wantong and Tian Xiaoxiao stared in utter shock at the figure before them, as if what they were seeing was not real but an illusion. How can this guy be so strong? That was a 7-star sea beast. How could it be killed so easily? Lin Chusha didn't think too much about it. When she saw Wang Teng, she exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Wang Teng." With a hiss, Wang Teng pulled the demon sword out of the sea monster's head, then looked back at Lin Chuan and the others. "Oh, you're all here." The next moment, his gaze met Lin Chuan's, and he said softly, "Sorry, am I late?" Upon hearing these words, Lin Chuan felt as if a string in her heart had been touched, causing ripples to spread through her. When did this guy become so eloquent? A slight smile appeared on her lips as she gently shook her head. Looking at her captivatingly beautiful face, Wang Teng felt as if the slight fragility he had felt earlier was just an illusion. She remained stubborn as ever. "It's good that you're all right." Wang Teng smiled slightly, hoisted the demon sword onto his shoulder, and joked, "Speaking of which, your strength isn't up to par. If you don't improve quickly, you won't even be able to catch up with Chu Sha." Lin Chuan couldn't help but roll her eyes. She decided to take back what she had said earlier. This bastard was as incompetent as ever. Is it really that hurtful? These words immediately brought him back to his true colors. He was still the same old guy, still with that annoying, irritating look. Lin Chusha was overjoyed, and raised her eyebrows triumphantly at Lin Chuan, chuckling to herself. "You're a girl, don't follow his example." Lin Chuan tapped her on the head when she saw her silly expression and said irritably. "Ouch, that hurts. My sister's getting angry." Lin Chusha hid behind Tian Xiaoxiao and stuck out her tongue at Lin Chuan. Since her health issues were resolved, this girl has become much more cheerful. Tian Xiaoxiao and Shu Wantong found it hilarious. Seeing the group talking, Xiao Yunfan suddenly felt like he was superfluous, as if he had been fed a pile of excrement, and he wanted to leave quietly. Just then, Wang Teng looked over. "Junior Wang Teng." Xiao Yunfan was immediately embarrassed, stopped and greeted him. "You are?" Wang Teng felt that they were somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember them. He had been drifting in the spatial rift for too long, and some insignificant people had long since become blurry. Xiao Yunfan. This bastard is insulting. But seeing the genuine look in the other person's eyes, he felt that this guy might really not remember him. Damn, this is even more discouraging. I once considered you my rival, but now you don't even remember me. Xiao Yunfan suddenly felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Why did he have to run into this bastard? He was a complete disaster. Tian Xiaoxiao and Shu Wantong looked at Xiao Yunfan's dark face, trying hard to suppress their laughter, and couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Wang Teng is really too mean. Senior Xiao was incredibly unlucky to have met him. Ahem, Wang Teng, this is Senior Xiao Yunfan. He fought against you in the National Martial Arts Competition. Lin Chuan coughed and introduced him. "Oh, I remember now, you're that Senior Xiao," Wang Teng said suddenly. "You're indeed late. If it weren't for Senior Xiao's help, Chu Han might have been devoured by the sea monsters," Shu Wantong said. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng's expression changed, and he solemnly said to Xiao Yunfan, "Then I really have to thank Senior Xiao for taking care of Lin Chuan and the others." These were clearly words of gratitude, but Xiao Yunfan found them unsettling, as if he were the only outsider. Heartbreaking. By the way, please don't mind that brick you threw at the martial arts competition, Senior. We're all on the same side. If you ever need anything in the future, feel free to ask me for help, Wang Teng said somewhat awkwardly, as if he had just remembered something. Back then, I was young and hot-blooded, and I thought this guy was too pretentious and had inappropriate thoughts about Lin Chuan, so I taught him a lesson during the martial arts competition. But now that he has saved Lin Chuan once, no matter what the reason, I owe him this favor. But Xiao Yunfan's face darkened even more after hearing his words. If we don't mention that brick, we can still have a proper conversation. There were so many people at the martial arts competition, yet he was knocked unconscious by a brick. He's lost face nationwide. Although no one said anything after the match, the way they looked at him was strange, a look that was sharper than a knife. All of this is thanks to Wang Teng. That bastard is utterly despicable. He wants me to go to him when I need something? He's trampling on my last shred of dignity. Paw! Even if he starves to death or dies in the mouth of a sea monster, he will never go to Wang Teng. Xiao Yunfan still has backbone. Then, without saying a word, Xiao Yunfan, with a dark face, rushed towards the nearby sea beasts and began to slaughter them, as if he wanted to vent all the frustration and resentment in his heart. What's wrong with him? Wang Teng asked, completely bewildered. I don't think I said anything offensive, did I? What do you think? Shu Wantong and Tian Xiaoxiao said in unison. Your mouth can kill someone. Lin Chuan rolled her eyes in annoyance. Xiao Yunfan had just saved her life, and she was still grateful to him. I'm innocent, Wang Teng said, looking utterly dejected. What did I say? Boom boom boom. A terrifying roar came from afar. In the sky, powerful humans clashed with sea beasts. In the explosion of the force, the corpses of sea beasts fell, as did the corpses of powerful human warriors, which were then submerged by the nearby sea beasts. Wang Teng looked up and his expression immediately turned serious. I'm not going to waste my breath on you guys. I'm going to help the others on the outside. Be careful, Lin Chuan said with concern. Wang Teng nodded, glanced at Lin Chuan, and with a stomp of his foot, he transformed into a long rainbow and shot into the sky. As he soared into the sky, a dark shadow separated from his body. Protect her. Wang Teng's voice immediately reached the ears of the dark figure. The shadowy figure nodded and vanished without a trace. Ellipsis ellipsis. As Shu Wantong and the others watched Wang Tengfei leave, they couldn't help but exclaim, Chuan, I'm so jealous of you. The way Wang Tengfei arrived just now was absolutely amazing. That's right, that's right. If I had a boyfriend like that, I would definitely repay him with my body immediately. Tian Xiaoxiao waved her fist and nodded seriously. You two are going to die. Lin Chuan's face flushed slightly as she glared at the two of them. What boyfriend? What offer of marriage? That guy is not my boyfriend. TCH, you're just saying one thing and meaning another. Shu Wantong curled her lips and said, you didn't see how worried he was about you just now. Although he hid it very well, for someone like him to do this for you is already quite an achievement. You'd better cherish it, or your pig will be seduced by other wild cabbages. Lin Chuan was both amused and exasperated. This analogy is truly both laughable and absurd. However, when she thought of Wang Teng's gaze earlier, a warm feeling washed over her, and she fell silent. Roar! A roar of sea monsters rang out, and a 3-star sea monster charged forward. Now is not the time to think about these things, it's time to fight. Lin Chuan's expression hardened, she raised her sword and thrust it at the sea beast coming from the opposite direction. Shu Wantong and the others immediately took a deep breath, their expressions becoming extremely serious, and cooperated with Lin Chuan to attack the sea monster. Wang Teng soared into the sky, his gaze sweeping across the area, and he immediately sensed the battlefield where Tong Hu and the others were located. The attack by several sea beasts of level 7 or higher left them exhausted and unable to defend themselves. His eyes flashed and he sped off in that direction. Damn it, there are so many of these sea monsters. I've never been so frustrated in a fight before. Tong Hu cursed as he was knocked away by a sea monster, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. During the battle, he seemed to have used some kind of body refining technique, making him even taller and stronger, like a raging bear. However, he was still blasted away by the enormous sea monster. Su Jing, Kui Heng, and other deans of the academies were preoccupied with their own problems and were forced to retreat under the frenzied attacks of the sea monsters. Hold on, Tiger, don't die before us, joked O Chongsong, dean of the Forging Academy of the Yellow Navy Military Academy. Although he was a blacksmith, his martial arts skills were also quite strong, reaching the level of a 7-star warrior. Pa, I'm not that easy to die. Tong Hu rolled his eyes in annoyance, then his expression turned serious, and he roared at the sea beast in front of him. Just because I'm not showing my power doesn't mean I'm a pushover. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from his body, and a huge phantom of a tiger condensed above his head, crouching as if it had encountered prey and was about to launch an attack. Roar! A terrifying roar resounded, shaking the air and rolling endlessly. The sea beast opposite him, upon hearing the roar, involuntarily took a step back, a hint of fear appearing in its eyes. Kill! Tong Hu unleashed his aura, crushing the sea beasts in front of him, and pounced like a fierce tiger. The force raged, sea monsters were torn apart, and blood splattered across the sky. The situation reversed in an instant. Su Jing, O Chongsong, and the others were greatly encouraged and each used their strongest techniques to kill the sea beasts that were attacking from all sides. Roar! A roar rang out. Perhaps enraged by the fact that the group had killed too many powerful sea beasts, the sea beasts beneath the surface of the sea leapt up from the water and pounced on Tong Hu and the others. Damn it, 8-star level. Is anyone going to come and take care of them? Tong Hu exclaimed. These sea beasts are extremely powerful, with tough scales and armor, making them very difficult to deal with. It's simply impossible to kill one that's above one's level. However, they could not retreat. If they retreated before other powerful figures arrived, the lower-level martial artists behind them would be crushed. Boom! Tong Hu and his companions instantly unleashed their primal force, colliding with the 3 8-star sea monsters. The force's light shone brightly in the sky, accompanied by bursts of explosions. People in the underground air raid shelter could only see clusters of primal energy colliding, but could not see the people inside. However, they could see that the force orbs representing Tong Hu and the others were always being knocked away, and then rushing towards the sea monsters again. Everyone held their breath in suspense, silently praying that they would be able to stop it. Boom! Several orbs of primal force collided and were once again blasted away by the massive sea beast. This time, they plummeted straight towards the ground. Roar! The sea beasts roared, some condensing orbs of primal force in their mouths, others forming primal force claws on their claws, all of them blasting towards the several orbs of primal force below. When people in the underground air raid shelter saw this scene, a look of despair appeared on their faces, and many people closed their eyes in unbearable sorrow. Mentor, Dean, Han Zhu and the others below, as well as the Yellow Navy Academy students around them, were filled with rage. But they were powerless to do anything but watch as the sea monster's force attack rushed towards Tong Hu and the others. Not good. Peng Yuanshan was fighting a 9-star sea beast when the commotion finally caught his attention. His pupils contracted, and he punched the sea beast away before rushing towards Tong Hu and the others. But there was no time to spare. The sea monster's attack was about to strike Tong Hu and his companions. Amidst the light of the force, Deans Tong Hu, Su Jing, and O Chongsong wore expressions of helplessness and despair, sighing, "It seems we can only go this far. Those brats, I hope they grow up soon." They looked down at the ground, their eyes filled with hope. Boom! A roaring sound rang out. However, it wasn't the explosion caused by the sea monster's force attack hitting Tong Hu and the others, but rather a fiery blade of light tens of meters long sweeping across from a distance. A surge of intense energy swept across the sky. Flames soared into the sky. The sea monster's force attack instantly crumbled, completely annihilated by the fiery blade. Everyone was stunned. Where did that blade of light come from? This means, a powerful warrior at the level of a general intervened in time? Han Zhu and the others didn't have time to think. With quick reflexes, they caught Tong Hu and the others who were falling from the sky. "Dean, are you all right?" Wan Baichu rushed over and asked with concern. Tong Hu and the others looked pale, but they were also stunned. They waved their hands and looked in the direction of the flameblade light. A long rainbow appeared rapidly approaching from afar, slowly revealing its form in the sky above everyone's heads. Wang Teng. Tong Hu and the others were stunned, but then a look of surprise appeared on their faces. Han Zhu, Wan Baichu, and the others rubbed their eyes in disbelief, finally confirming that the figure in the sky was indeed Wang Teng. "Ha ha ha, I knew you wouldn't die." Han Zhu didn't think much of it. He was overjoyed to see Wang Teng and laughed loudly. "Seniors, deans, it's been a long time." Wang Teng, holding the demon sword, stood in midair and smiled slightly at those below. "Good lad, you still have the heart to come back." Tong Hu laughed heartily. Meanwhile, seeing that Tong Hu and the others had been rescued, Peng Yuanshan quietly breathed a sigh of relief. However, he was truly shocked and deeply moved when he saw that it was Wang Teng who had saved the person. This kid actually came back from the underworld. The next moment, a hint of relief appeared on his lips. Wang Teng was his most valued student, and his return alive was the best news. He then stopped paying attention to that side and turned his attention to dealing with the 9-star sea monster in front of him. He knew that Wang Teng had killed a general-level dark creature in the Battle of Xingfeng City, so those 3 8-star sea beasts posed no threat to Wang Teng at all. Roar! Seeing that its prey had been rescued, the 3 8-star sea beasts roared in fury, their massive bodies sweeping across the sky as they pounced on Wang Teng. Be careful! Tong Hu and the others' expressions changed slightly, and they couldn't help but warn him. Wang Teng narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing within them. He showed no intention of dodging, and the demon sword in his hand erupted with intense primal force. 7 stars separating from water sword technique. Boom! He didn't even use his spiritual power. The sword light he condensed with a heaven-rank combat skill instantly killed the 3 8-star sea beasts on the spot. Its massive body sprayed out a large amount of blood before crashing to the ground with a thud. Tong Hu and the others looked at each other and then fell silent. So the powerful 8-star sea beast that had just been torturing them to the point of death was killed by this kid in one blow. As deans of the academy, they were actually outshone by their own students and were even thoroughly humiliated. Is there something wrong with this script? Not only were Tong Hu and the other deans incredulous, falling into self-doubt and almost becoming withdrawn, but Han Zu and the others also gaped. Their faces showing expressions as if they had seen a ghost. This, Han Zu stammered, unable to speak. Stop with the this, we all saw it. Judging from the power of that previous strike, I guessed he must have become much stronger. I just didn't expect this guy to have grown to this level, able to kill even an 8-star powerful sea beast so easily. Wan Baicho's eyes were still filled with shock as he said with a wry smile. Han Zu took a deep breath, finally regaining his composure, and said suspiciously, but this is too strong. Could this guy have advanced to the war general level? But when he voiced this guess, even he was shocked. General level? I dare not think about it. There are only a handful of warrior level experts in the country, and Wang Teng is so young, how could he possibly be a warrior level expert? Probably not. Wan Baichu was also startled and shook her head. Upon hearing this, Tong Hu and the others exchanged glances. Han Zu and Wan Baichu might not have witnessed the terror of a war general level expert, but they had. Wang Teng's sword and saber strike just now, even if he wasn't a war general level expert, were not far off. The fact that Wang Teng was able to kill 3 8-star sea beasts so casually shows that his strength is definitely more than what he just showed. This guy's talent is truly terrifying. In the distance, Song Shuhong, Baili Qingfeng and the others also noticed the situation. When they saw Wang Teng make his move, they were all shocked and their faces were full of disbelief. My goodness, is that really Brother Teng? Lu Shu exclaimed in amazement. It should be, I guess. Hu Pinliang and Wang Teng were very familiar with each other, but even they hesitated at this moment. Such a powerful being, who would believe he was a student in the same year as them? Strangers might think they're just bragging about Wang Teng's name. Brother Teng is too strong. He's already far ahead of us. Baili Qingfeng's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. He clenched his fist and said passionately, we have to work hard to catch up, or we'll fall far behind. Lu Shu, Song Shuhong and the others exchanged glances and nodded heavily. Those 4 are not people who give up easily. Not far away, Chen Yang, who was in the same class as several others, looked at Wang Teng in the sky and couldn't help but tremble. That's terrifying. How did this guy become so scary? He used to confidently declare that he would fight Wang Teng, but now he realizes he was recklessly flirting with death. Fortunately, Wang Teng simply ignored him, which was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Inside the underground air raid shelter, the Wang family members gathered together. Dozens of screens were hanging on the walls, showing the battle situation on the ground. Wang Hao, with his sharp eyes, spotted what was playing on one of the screens and shouted, Cousin Wang Teng. It's Cousin Wang Teng. Grandpa, second uncle, I see Cousin Wang Teng. What? Everyone was shocked and looked at Wang Hao. Grandpa Wang, Wang Shengguo, and Li Shumei all spoke almost simultaneously. Where is it? Look there, isn't that Wang Teng's cousin in the sky? Wang Hao said, pointing to a screen. Everyone immediately looked at the screen, and sure enough, a familiar figure stood in the air, wielding a giant weapon, fighting against sea beasts and was invincible. Good, 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 Old Master Wang shouted 3 times, a rosy glow appearing on his face. It's our son, it's our son. Li Shumei's eyes reddened with excitement as she gripped Wang Shengguo's hand tightly, even leaving red marks on his wrist. But Wang Shengguo was completely oblivious, his eyes fixed on the figure on the screen, nodding heavily. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back, old Master Wang murmured to himself, laughing heartily. Dad, please don't get too excited, please don't get too excited. Wang Shenghong worriedly supported the old man, patted his back, and tried to calm him down. Get lost, I'm perfectly fine. Old Master Wang pushed Wang Shenghong away impatiently. Wang Teng's return brought jubilation to the Wang family, and the previously tense atmosphere relaxed considerably. However, they also knew that the situation was still critical, with the East China Sea in danger of capsizing, and it was not yet time for them to reunite. Furthermore, Wang Teng is still fighting outside, constantly in danger, and they are all very worried about him. Just moments later, the Wang family members were astonished to find that the powerful sea beasts on the screen seemed to be no match for Wang Teng. Their enormous bodies were like rag dolls, easily sliced apart by Wang Teng's giant weapon, ending their lives. This situation seems to be somewhat different from what they expected. Amazing! Wang Hao, Fang Qianwen, and several other younger members of the Wang family stared at each other, their mouths agape in admiration. This was the first time they had witnessed Wang Teng's overwhelming power. Was this the true strength of Wang Teng's cousin? Wow, that's amazing! He was much, much stronger than other martial artists. Tian Xinyu, the daughter of Li Shumei's sister, is shy and gentle, but at this moment she was also clenching her fists tightly, staring at Wang Teng's figure on the screen, extremely excited. That's her cousin. Wang Teng's cousin, Wang Yaling, was deeply shocked. Only now did he realize the extent of Wang Teng's achievements. Although he was older, he was like a child in front of Wang Teng. That's the difference. Wang Teng's cousin is really too strong. No wonder the military made an exception and promoted him to Major General. Wang Teng's cousin, Wang Yanan, exclaimed. As soon as she mentioned it, the Wang family members immediately thought of the news that Huang Haijun had sent back earlier, that the military had promoted Wang Teng to Major General. Previously, they didn't feel anything because Wang Teng's fate was unknown, but now that Wang Teng has returned, it means that their Wang family will have another Major General. What an honor! Having such descendants is enough to comfort our ancestors. It's too early to be happy. I hope Donghai can overcome this difficulty, said Grandpa Wang. Everyone held their breath, and the atmosphere became tense again. Ellipsis. Outside, after rescuing Tong Hu and the others, Wang Teng joined the battle, and wherever he went, a large number of sea beasts fell to his blade. At this moment, Wang Teng was like a heartless slaughtering machine, killing the culprits who wanted to destroy the East China Sea. He hacked and slashed his way through the enemy ranks, collecting attribute bubbles along the way. The entire East China Sea has become a slaughterhouse, with numerous attribute bubbles floating around. Among them are attribute bubbles from human martial artists, but the majority undoubtedly belong to sea beasts. Wang Teng's mental power swept across the entire East Sea City, collecting all the attribute bubbles scattered throughout. Water-based force *30. Blank attribute *40. Water-based force *15. Fire force *68. Spirit 110. Blank attribute *50. Blank attribute *80. Ellipsis. The most common attribute bubbles from the sea beasts were water-based primal force and blank attributes. The integration of water-based primal force, in particular, caused Wang Teng's water-based primal force to surge instantly, and then boom! At one moment, Wang Teng's body trembled violently, and the water-based primal force completely filled the 9 primal cores in his body. Then, with unstoppable force, it instantly pierced through his entire spine. Boom! Wang Teng felt himself undergoing a transformation, a dramatic change that caused his strength to leap forward. What is this fluctuation? On the shore, the human warriors who were confronting the Lord-level sea beast seemed to sense something and look back in astonishment. Someone is about to be promoted to the rank of War General. Governor Zhang of the East China Sea's eyes flashed, and he exclaimed with delight, I wonder who it is. At this moment, their promotion to the level of a warrior general will greatly enhance our strength and increase our chances of victory. May God bless the East China Sea, said General Chen from the East China Sea Navy Department. At the same time, from the ocean, roars of beasts echoed through the heavens and the earth, rolling in with terrifying shockwaves that churned the waves and crashed toward the shore. The Lord-level sea beasts are about to get restless. The expressions of the warrior-level experts changed slightly, and they said solemnly, It seems it's time for us to make our move, Tantai Zan said, a glint of light flashing in her eyes. Humans, get out of this city and push the coastline back 300 miles, or we will slaughter this city. Just then, a thunderous roar came from the ocean, stirring up towering waves that shook the heavens and the earth. A terrifying roar came from the ocean, rumbling throughout the entire East Sea city. Its voice could be heard, but its form could not be seen. All that could be seen were the dense shadows of sea monsters on the surface of the sea, which highlighted the murderous words spoken just now, making it clear that this was no joke. But something that could indeed be done. Whether they were martial artists on the ground or ordinary people in underground air raid shelters, their expressions changed drastically, and an indescribable despair rose in their hearts. Is the East China Sea truly beyond our control? Arrogant. However, at that moment, a cold shout filled with anger rang out. Although the sound was not as loud and clear as the roar of the sea beasts, it reached everyone's ears and even overpowered the roar of all the sea beasts. Several figures stood in midair, coldly gazing at the sea beasts in the ocean, their powerful aura surging forth. That's a warrior-level expert. Their combined aura pressed down on the sea monsters in the ocean like a dark cloud covering the sky. Boom! The waves rolled and surged into the sky. Roar! The Lord-level sea monsters in the ocean also roared, their fierce aura thundering as they charged forward. Boom boom boom. The sheer force of their combined power was terrifying, generating tremendous roars and creating unfathomable whirlpools on the sea surface. Roar! 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 All the sea beasts roared, their aura merging with that of the Lord-level sea beasts. Suddenly, the sea monster's aura surged, instantly overwhelming the human's aura. Several warrior-level experts' expressions changed slightly, and they all took a step forward, desperately resisting. The atmosphere suddenly froze. On the human side, everyone tensed up, their eyes fixed on the warrior-level expert at the forefront. While ordinary people might not be able to see anything, they could sense the tense atmosphere ahead and even feel that the warrior-level experts were subtly falling into a disadvantageous position. Everyone knew that what followed would be a life-or-death battle. With Lord-level sea monsters deployed, the horror of the war will definitely escalate dramatically. If a human warrior-level expert loses in a contest of morale, it will inevitably affect morale, which would be adding insult to injury for the human side. Ellipsis. As early as when the sea monsters invaded, the Sha capital in the far north had already received the news. Summer capital. Located in the heart of the summer capital stands a magnificent and ancient building called Summer Palace. All the top leaders of Sha Kingdom, hereinafter referred to as Sha Kingdom, gathered here, including martial arts leaders, the Minister of Education, and military marshals, generals, and so on. They were all big shots. At this moment, a video of the Great Battle in the East China Sea is playing in front of them. Everyone looked extremely solemn, and then a meeting was held in full swing. Soon, messages flew out from the Summer Palace and were passed down layer by layer. The army set off, and a large number of warriors rushed to the aid of the East China Sea. At the same time, the top leadership made a shocking decision to broadcast the war in the East China Sea live nationwide. The state apparatus operated beyond imagination. Within a dozen minutes, warlike situations resembling those in the East China Sea appeared across the country. Jinlin, Guanghai, Longjiang, Shangdao, Beizhong, Nan'e. Every corner of Sha Kingdom, without exception. It was being broadcast on television, online, and even on huge projection screens in large shopping malls in various cities. Countless pedestrians stopped in their tracks, their faces filled with astonishment, staring at the screen beside them. On the screen, a once thriving city has been reduced to ruins, engulfed in war. In the ocean, towering waves crash against the shore, terrifying sea monsters ravage the city, blood stains the ground, and deafening roars shake the very ears of the people. These scenes created a horrific spectacle, shocking people's eyes. In an instant, a tremendous uproar erupted across the country. Oh my God, what happened? That's the East China Sea. I saw the East Pearl Tower, and that really is the East China Sea. A monster has invaded the East China Sea. What on earth is going on? That's terrifying. Is that a star beast from the ocean? It's so ferocious and enormous, it's terrifying. Haven't the star beasts always lived peacefully with us? Why are they suddenly rushing into human cities? Is the end of the world coming? Ellipsis. Panic gripped the entire Sha Kingdom. Women and children wept, and men turned pale. But at this moment, a martial artist stepped forward, and an even stronger figure stepped into the sky in front of everyone, shouting, Everyone, as you can see. The East Sea is in the midst of an unprecedented disaster. Sea monsters have taken to the ground, and cities have been reduced to ruins. But I want to tell you that this is the true face of the martial arts era. We are facing an opportunity to become stronger, but we are also constantly suffering from extremely terrible crises. In the past, martial artists protected the city, keeping all dangers out of the city and even cutting them off in unknown places, allowing you to enjoy peace and tranquility. But the truth will eventually come out, and now it is time for everyone to know the truth. What you are seeing is the cruelest truth. The warriors of the East Sea are fighting against sea monsters. This battle was the first clash between humans and sea monsters. If we win, the East Sea will remain. If we lose, the East Sea will perish. Gentlemen, it's time to open your eyes and see this true era of martial arts. Ellipsis. Throughout the Shah Kingdom, such situations were countless. The governors of various cities, the presidents of martial arts associations, the directors of education bureaus, the owners of martial arts schools, and other martial arts experts all stepped forward. After saying these words, they did not leave, but instead watched the live war situation in the East China Sea with everyone. Those who were supposed to go have gone, but they still have to guard their respective cities to prevent any unforeseen events. All the ordinary people fell silent. As everything from the past flashed through my mind, I suddenly felt a sense of realization. No wonder the country is vigorously promoting martial arts, no wonder the first martial arts tournament was suddenly broadcast nationwide. Actually, there were signs of it before, but that information didn't stay on the internet for long before it was completely deleted, so people thought it was just a rumor. Now that the harsh reality is before us, everyone has woken up. The images of the war in the East China Sea shocked and horrified them. They wished it were just a dream, but ultimately had no choice but to accept it. Many people wanted to complain that the martial arts masters had kept it a secret for so long, but as soon as this resentment arose, they felt powerless and even ashamed. Even if we knew, what could we do? Can an ordinary person stop all of this? Knowing the dangers involved, how many people would still be willing to become martial artists? Martial artists shielded ordinary people from all dangers, allowing everyone to enjoy peace and tranquility. What right do they have to criticize them? What grounds do they have to criticize them? At this moment, on the battlefield in the East China Sea, countless martial artists perished in the jaws of sea beasts. These scenes perfectly illustrate the saying, "Warriors protect the peace of their land." Just as the entire Shah Kingdom was watching this fierce battle, in the East Sea, the clash of power between the warrior-level experts and the sea beasts had reached its most crucial moment. The sheer number of sea creatures became an advantage, creating an immense and powerful aura. Tantai Zan, Governor Zhang, and several other generals looked rather grim, forced to retreat under the pressure of this imposing aura. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. They retreated 3 steps, a seemingly short distance, yet it revealed a stark difference in their abilities. Humans, die! The roar of the Lord-level sea monster echoed from afar, shaking the sky. Many low-level martial artists were forced to retreat, unable to withstand the crushing force of this fierce aura, and their faces suddenly turned pale. The despair in my heart grew stronger. Can humans really not stop sea monsters? Otherwise, we should run away, run far away, at least we can survive. As long as the green hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. As long as you live, there is hope. Besides, it's just retreating 300 miles. Human territory is still vast, and there are many martial arts experts in the inland areas. If we can save our lives, we can launch a counterattack in the future and reclaim the East China Sea. These thoughts involuntarily surfaced in everyone's minds. When faced with life and death, this is only human nature. Just then, a clear whistling sound rolled in from afar. At first it was unclear, but in an instant it approached the coast, as if it contained the power of thunder, and it roared down from the sky. A bunch of beasts, what's there to be afraid of? Humans, fight to the death, never retreat. Kill! A cold shout rang out in the sky. At the same time, an aura that had surpassed that of an ordinary warrior merged into the aura of the human side. Boom! The sea monster's imposing presence was pushed forward several meters. Tantai Zan, Governor Zhang, and the others were shocked, and a glint of light appeared in their eyes. Wang Teng. Several warrior-level experts looked at the newcomer, a hint of astonishment flashing in their eyes. That kid's back. Moreover, this aura. No wonder they felt it was familiar. It seems that the aura of advancing to the level of a war general just now came from him. So young, yet already at the level of a general. Even though the situation was urgent and there was no time to think, they were still filled with a sense of shock. Ha ha ha, good. It's good that you're not dead. Tantai Zan laughed happily. Teacher. Feeling a warmth in his heart from Tantai Zan's concern, Wang Teng called out to her. You've been promoted to the rank of general? Governor Zhang couldn't help but ask. Luckily, Wang Teng nodded. Quote. The corners of their mouths twitched. To be promoted to the rank of general at such a young age is beyond what can be described as mere luck. Otherwise, why didn't they take a chance when they were young? However, this is a good thing for humans. Having an extra warrior-level combatant is equivalent to having an extra squad of martial artists. The effect is enormous. At the same time, the other martial artists saw that with Wang Teng joining, the human side had a chance to turn things around again, and everyone's hearts were lifted. It's Wang Teng. The crowd gasped in surprise. Fu Tiandao, Qin Hanxuan and the others recognized Wang Teng, and were especially astonished and greatly shocked when they sensed the aura of a general-level warrior emanating from him. Good heavens, this kid has actually become a warrior-level expert. They've gone ahead of them. Back when they first met Wang Teng, he had only recently become a martial artist, but now he had surpassed them. Fu Tiandao and the others suddenly felt like they were getting old. The other martial artists were overjoyed to learn that Wang Teng had been promoted to the rank of general. Wang Teng has been promoted to the rank of general. We've gained another warrior-level expert, that's great. We still have hope. Wang Teng is right. What's there to be afraid of? A bunch of beasts. Human beings should not back down, but forge ahead bravely, even if it means death, without fear. As they gazed at the incredibly young figure in the sky, recalling his words, they were involuntarily infected by his unparalleled confidence. Fight to the death. Kill. Someone, I don't know who, was the first to roar out. Subsequently, more and more people were aroused and roared to the sky. Fight to the death. Kill. Fight to the death. Kill. Fight to the death. Kill. A soaring killing intent erupted from the human martial artist. This is the will of all martial artists, condensed and surging into the aura in the sky. A thought flashed through Wang Teng's mind, and his killing intent erupted instantly. Under the eruption of his killing intent, the killing intent of all the martial artists seemed to be attracted, surging together and gradually condensing into an invisible killing blade. Governor Zhang and the others couldn't help but turn their heads to look, and strange expressions appeared on their faces. What terrifying murderous intent! They were all extremely powerful warriors with extensive experience, and naturally they could see that Wang Teng had already condensed a killing intent. But this made them feel even more incredulous. How many people did he kill to create such a murderous atmosphere? It should be understood that even veterans who have fought on the battlefield for many years may not be able to muster the power to kill, let alone a more profound state of mind. And Wang Teng actually did it. Before the several warrior-level experts could think further, the killing blade above Wang Teng's head became increasingly solid and terrifying, radiating a dreadful aura. The killing blade seemed to be stained with countless lives, its murderous aura surging and its killing intent overwhelming, as if it carried a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Governor Zhang and his entourage were too close, and even though it wasn't directed at them, they immediately felt a terrifying killing intent descend upon them and were instantly affected. The men's expressions changed slightly, and they couldn't help but step back. Then they looked at each other and shouted, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" As the shout rang out, an equally murderous aura surged forth. Instead, they infused their own imposing aura into Wang Teng's murderous intent. Before long, Wang Teng felt that the killing blade above his head had reached its limit. His eyes snapped open, and a dazzling, sharp light shot into the distance. Slay! As his cold shout fell, the killing blade above his head slashed out in an instant. Boom boom boom. The sea monster's momentum instantly crumbled. The sea surface burst open, the seawater split apart, and countless sea creatures struggled and screamed within. Roar! Humans, you're asking for death. The Lord-level sea monster in the ocean was enraged and let out a deafening roar. Suddenly, enormous figures broke through the sea surface and appeared on the distant sea. Those enormous sea beast figures were varied in appearance. Some were covered in scales and barbs, resembling strange fish and extremely ferocious. Others had serpentine bodies, tens of meters long, and were deep-sea serpents. Still others had fish tails and crocodile bodies with bizarre shapes. If there's anything they have in common, it's that they both possess incredibly powerful auras. Kill! These lord-level sea beasts roared and charged towards the human warrior-level expert. The sea monsters went completely berserk, surging recklessly towards the shore, climbing onto the land, and charging towards the surrounding human warriors. Tantai Zan and the others' expressions changed drastically, and they shouted, "Stop them!" The next moment, the warrior-level experts split into two groups, some heading towards the Lord-level sea beast, while others rushed towards the sea beast below. Boom boom boom. A terrifying battle erupted instantly. Governor Zhang and Yi Jixing, the head of the Polar Star Martial Arts Academy, and others engaged the Lord-level sea beasts in a fierce battle. The sky was filled with deafening roars as the energy fluctuations of the force surged outwards, causing the sea to churn and ripple. Meanwhile, Wang Teng, Tantai Zan, and the others rushed towards the sea monsters below. A large number of sea monsters tried to land, but Tantai Zan, wielding her battle sword, unleashed a sword beam dozens of meters long, sweeping outwards. Wang Teng held the demon sword in his hand, flames raging, and the blade's light slashed out, splitting the seawater below in two and killing countless sea beasts. High-level martial artists from all around rushed to the shore to prevent the sea beasts from landing. The scene immediately became extremely chaotic and urgent. The sheer number of sea monsters was terrifying. Even a warrior-level expert seemed powerless to stop them. "Humans, your adversary is me." With a roar, a warrior-level sea beast pursued closely and attacked Tantai Zan, Wang Teng, and the others. This was a giant octopus-like sea monster, as large as a ship, with a dozen octopus tentacles with suckers sweeping towards the warriors. "Get out of the way." Tantai Zan's expression changed drastically, and she retreated. Boom! The octopus tentacles crashed onto the beach, leaving a crater more than 10 meters long in the ground. Some sea monsters that couldn't dodge in time were smashed into mincemeat, blood splattering everywhere, but the giant octopus sea monster didn't care at all. The blood-stained octopus tentacles swept towards Tantai Zan, Wang Teng, and the others once again. The giant octopus's enormous body coiled on the surface of the sea, its tentacles sweeping wildly, attacking indiscriminately. Wang Teng and Tantai Zan were within the attack range of the octopus's tentacles, but neither of them backed down. They each used their own methods to meet the giant octopus head-on. Bang! As the octopus claws swept in, Wang Teng raised his divine weapon, the demon sword, to block. This giant octopus is extremely powerful, already at the level of a lower-level lord. The lower-rank lord level is equivalent to the human 11-star lower-rank warrior level. Therefore, each strike of the giant octopus contains extremely terrifying power. When it sweeps across, the air explodes and crackles. Wang Teng's eyes flashed, and he snorted coldly. 8 Extremes Demonic Art, activate. Thunder Body, open. Countless black lines spread out from the skin beneath his clothes, but then a trace of lightning power also erupted from Wang Teng's body, wrapping around his body and giving him an aura of majesty. The black patterns were also covered by the lightning, and no one could see anything. Boom! A tremendous force erupted from Wang Teng's body. Although his physical form remained unchanged, his body suddenly seemed to become extremely powerful, containing terrifying strength. Tantai Zan looked at him with surprise, as if she could feel the fierce aura of a star beast emanating from him. "Get lost!" Wang Teng roared, unleashing a powerful strike that cleaved the thick octopus tentacles in two. On the other side, Tantai Zan was also attacked. 3 octopus tentacles with suction cups swept towards her, completely blocking her escape route. However, Tantai Zan was not afraid at all. Her strength was also at the 11-star lower-level warrior level, no less than the giant octopus. In fact, among warrior-level martial artists of the same realm, she was invincible. Facing the giant octopus before her, her eyes blazed with fighting spirit, and the sword in her hand unleashed an incomparably sharp golden sword intent. Accompanied by a metallic clang echoing in the sky, golden sword light erupted, emerging from the surrounding void and slashing towards the octopus tentacles opposite. Sword marks immediately appeared on the octopus's tentacles, blood splattered out, and the giant octopus let out a huge roar of pain. Tantai Zan's attack completely enraged it, and several more octopus tentacles swept towards Tantai Zan. The 8 octopus tentacles formed a large net, dancing so tightly that it enveloped Tantai Zan. Tantai Zan's expression remained unchanged. Strands of wind elemental energy appeared around her, making her seem like a gust of wind. Her figure was unpredictable, and she nimbly avoided the 8 octopus tentacles. Wang Teng raised an eyebrow. He already knew that Tantai Zan possessed wind-type primal force, so he wasn't surprised. However, her wind elemental skills were far superior to his, reaching the level of a warrior general, and her speed was incredibly fast. The octopus's tentacles flailing wildly, and suddenly, terrifying suction forces emanated from their suckers. My goodness, this tentacle monster's tentacle skills are practically maxed out. Wang Teng muttered to himself. Even in the midst of battle, Tantai Zan still heard these words, and her face immediately darkened. What the hell is this tentacle monster? This kid hadn't been behaving himself for long before his true colors were revealed. Go help the others, don't get in my way, Tantai Zan shouted angrily. Wang Teng looked a little embarrassed. Seeing that Tantai Zan was fully capable of dealing with the giant octopus in front of her all by herself, he didn't waste any words and rushed down. Several sea beasts pounced on him, and judging from their auras, they were all powerful star beasts of the 8th and 9th stars. Wang Teng's expression turned slightly cold. He held the demon sword in one hand and unleashed a blade of light. Several powerful sea beasts were no match for him and were instantly killed. At the same time, he clenched his other fist and unleashed a terrifying punch. Thud, 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 one punch and he was gone. Oops, one punch and he was gone, he blew up their bodies. That posture was absolutely violent. Fu Tiandao, Qin Hanxuan, and other high-level martial artists were dumbfounded. When facing high-level sea beasts, each of them had to fight one at a time, and it might take them half a day to kill them. But when it came to Wang Teng, it was incredibly easy. Killing high-level sea beasts was like harvesting leeks. Ellipsis ellipsis. One by one, sea beasts landed on the coast and rushed into Donghai City, attacking the surrounding warriors. Human martial artists are limited in number, while sea beasts are numerous, often 2 or 3, or even more, attacking a single human martial artist. In this situation, there simply aren't enough human martial artists. Ah! Screams rose and fell as human warriors were pounced on by sea beasts, which then swarmed forward and tore at them. Wang Teng's gaze swept across the area below, his expression grim. He then leapt forward, hurtling towards the sky above the center of Donghai City. Boom! In an instant, the Emperor's spiritual power swept out, radiating outwards and enveloping the entire East Sea City. Take control of the entire event. All the sea creatures froze, as if time had stopped for them. The surrounding martial artists were taken aback, wondering what had happened. The people in the underground air raid shelter were stunned by what they saw. Kill! Just then, a thunderous shout filled with murderous intent came from the sky. It's Wang Teng. What did he do? All the martial artists reacted, their hearts filled with doubt, but this was clearly not the time to delve into it. Especially seeing Wang Teng's solemn expression, they knew that it was no easy feat for him to do such a thing. Immediately, all the warriors rushed towards the sea beast before them, brandishing their swords and unleashing all their fury. Human warriors leapt onto the massive bodies of the sea monsters, thrusting their weapons into their flesh, causing blood to splatter. A large number of low-level sea beasts died at the hands of human warriors, and the situation on the human side seemed to have turned around for a moment. The high-level martial artists were overjoyed to see this. The people in the underground air raid shelter cheered and were greatly encouraged. There's hope. We still have hope. Wang Teng. Wang Teng. It was him. He just used some method to hold back all the sea monsters. Ellipsis ellipsis. Inside the underground air raid shelter, many people noticed Wang Teng's actions and began to discuss them loudly and excitedly. Across the country, many martial artists who witnessed this scene exchanged glances, as if they had discerned something. This young man is incredibly capable, he's able to control the entire situation. Even if it only works on low-level sea beasts, it's still quite remarkable. This capability is enough to completely turn the tide of battle. The summer capital, the premier university. Ji Shuming and his classmates were watching the situation in the East China Sea when he saw Wang Teng, that figure galloping across the battlefield, and his expression was extremely complicated. General level. That guy has already reached the level of a warrior general. This made him extremely frustrated. He was only an 8-star warrior at the moment, while Wang Teng had already crossed that huge threshold that could block countless martial artists. The gap is widening. He was not convinced when he lost to Wang Teng in the martial arts competition. Besides, everyone is about the same level, so what if you lose once? One match doesn't tell the whole story. He's confident he can catch up quickly and will definitely defeat Wang Teng in their next encounter, regaining his glory. But now, he no longer has that confidence. His opponent was too monstrous, he deserved to lose. The Ren family, including a haughty young man, were also paying attention to the East China Sea. He was Ren Qingkang. Beside him was the patriarch of the Ren family. They stared at Wang Teng's figure on the screen, their faces extremely grim. Ren Qingkang's face was gloomy. He slammed his fist into the wall, and cracks spread outwards, creating a deep pit. What incredible luck did the Wang family have to produce such a prodigy? The old master of the Ren family muttered to himself, his face grim, as if he had suffered a great blow. He initially sent martial artists to the East China Sea to destroy the Wang family, but Wang Teng unexpectedly rose to power, ruining his plans. Then came the martial arts competition, where Wang Teng, with his absolute prowess, defeated his grandson Ren Qingkang, whom he had always been proud of, shattering his greatest asset. No one could possibly understand how utterly devastated or utterly shattered he felt. During the martial arts competition, he vomited blood and fainted. He was barely saved. Now, seeing Wang Teng advance to the warrior level, he feels like he's about to vomit blood again. That little bastard is infuriating. Besides Ji Shuming and Ren Qingkang, Luo Cheng from the Sha Capital Military Academy, Zhao Yuanwu from the Qian Yuan sect, and even the most talented individuals from all over the country were paying attention, and their feelings were equally complex. Wang Teng was the first in his generation to reach the level of a warrior general. He had already stepped up to the top. Ellipsis. In the East China Sea, after Wang Teng ruthlessly harvested a crop of leeks with absolute mental control, another wave of sea monsters surged out from the seabed. Before people could even feel happy, their faces turned horrified again. Holy crap! Wang Teng couldn't help but swear when he saw the sea monsters surging out like a tidal wave. These sea monsters must be using cheat codes. How many have they reproduced over the years? How could their numbers be so high? How can we fight like this? There are so many sea monsters, it's impossible to kill them all. The other human warriors were once again filled with despair. The warriors at the front all looked extremely grim, feeling a wave of powerlessness. They were entangled by the Lord-level sea beasts and were extremely anxious, but they couldn't spare any hands to deal with the lower-level sea beasts below. Otherwise, with their strength, they could have held them off for a while. Wang Teng had no choice but to grit his teeth and unleash his Imperial Realm spiritual power once again, using the same method to assist the surrounding warriors in slaying the sea beasts. However, this method consumes too much mental energy, so he could only control the field while picking up the attribute bubbles around him to make up for his own energy consumption. Spirit 20. Earth Elemental Force *10. Gold Type Force *60. Blank Attribute *31. Wind Force *110. Spirit 35. Water-Based Force *40. Fire Force *52. Blank Attribute *23. Ellipsis. Various attribute bubbles flowed into Wang Teng's body, giving him a jolt as his primal force was replenished and his mental power was revived. His slightly pale complexion had also improved considerably. But he knew that this couldn't go on. The number of sea monsters was too large, and the method of controlling the field was only a temporary solution. When his mental energy was completely exhausted and the rate at which he could collect attributes couldn't keep up with the rate of consumption, that would be the beginning of a catastrophe for humanity. Perhaps before reinforcements arrive, the East China Sea and all its warriors will be completely swallowed up by the sea monsters. What can we do? Wang Teng's mind raced, and his gaze involuntarily swept across the attribute panel. Suddenly, his mind went blank, as if he had thought of something. He immediately looked up and his gaze fell on the coastline. Then he swept his gaze across the entire East Sea City, his eyes gleaming with intense light. Finally, his gaze extended outwards from the city walls. A whimsical idea popped into his head. Perhaps it's feasible. Wang Teng pondered in his heart, his eyes growing brighter and brighter, then turning into determination. He is a decisive person. Once he has made up his mind, he will not hesitate to carry it out, even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance. Besides, Donghai is already at its worst point. So what if he fails? It can't get much worse. However, before that, a large number of attribute bubbles are needed to improve strength. With his current strength, he is still far from being able to implement that method. Wang Teng gritted his teeth, withdrew his mental energy, and stopped controlling the field, instead focusing on collecting attribute bubbles. Blank Attribute *250. Spirit 50. Water-Based Force *35. Wood-Type Force *60. Blank Attribute *100. Spirit 46. Blank attribute asterisk 140. Ellipsis ellipsis. Without Wang Tang's help, the warriors below had to face the sea monster's counterattack, making the situation even more difficult. They were shocked and didn't know why Wang Tang had suddenly stopped helping them. Martial artists across the country were also puzzled. The battle in the East China Sea was on everyone's mind. Wang Tang's sudden withdrawal caused the situation in the East China Sea to deteriorate rapidly, and many people couldn't help but frown. What happened? Did he overexert himself? As expected, this method cannot be used indefinitely. The East China Sea is in grave danger. Ellipsis ellipsis. Many people sighed, clenched their fists nervously, and were sweating bullets for Donghai. Boom! Suddenly, Wang Tang shuddered and a powerful surge of primal force flashed across his body. Crimson-red primal force surged into the sky, and towering flames enveloped his body, making him appear as if he were the Lord of Flames. His fire elemental force broke through, reaching the level of a warrior general at this moment. Everyone turned to look in this direction, utterly shocked. Wang Tang has broken through again? Didn't he just break through to the warrior level? I know. Wang Tang is a multi-element martial artist. His second elemental force has broken through, someone exclaimed in realization. No sooner had he finished speaking than another roar resounded. Boom! The yellow force erupted, not much weaker than the fire force. The two primal forces formed two pillars of light that shot into the sky. Wang Tang has achieved another breakthrough. The idea had barely formed when two more booming sounds followed. Boom! Boom! Two beams of light, one gold and one blue, shot into the sky, forming a pillar that shone brightly alongside the two previous beams. Wang Tang has broken through yet another barrier. Wang Tang has broken through yet another barrier. Seemingly drawn by these four elemental forces, the water elemental force within Wang Tang's body, which had previously broken through to the warrior level, burst forth, forming a blue pillar of light. 5 beams of light pierced through the heavens and earth, surrounding Wang Tang as if protecting their emperor. At this moment, whether it was the martial artists of the East China Sea or people in front of screens across the country, they all stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the young figure in the sky surrounded by the 5 elemental forces. With all 5 elements gathered, they have all been promoted to the level of war general. This guy, is he cheating? 5 beams of light shot into the sky, encircling the young figure. Suddenly, he stood up, his feet treading on thin air, and walked step by step into the sky. At this moment, his aura grew increasingly powerful, rising steadily. One step at a time. Boom! 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 A deafening roar erupted. With each step he took, his aura rose higher, a surge of immense primal force erupted, and the chaotic energy rippled through his clothes and hair. His thick, black hair, which hadn't been trimmed in a long time, danced wildly in the wind. His young face, sharp as if carved by a knife, was cold and indifferent. His eyes, like stars, shone with a dazzling light that shot straight to the sky. Countless sea beasts were terrified, looking up at the figure with fear in their eyes. The lower-level sea beasts, in particular, trembled under that powerful aura. While some high-level sea beasts weren't quite as pathetic, they were still terrified and let out low roars at Wang Tang. Several lord-level sea beasts on the ocean felt a great threat. Their huge eyes flashed with a cold light, making no attempt to hide their intense killing intent. This human cannot be allowed to live. On the human side, countless people looked up, those in underground air raid shelters, martial artists fighting on the ground, and people watching from all over the world outside the screens. The warriors fighting on the ground felt it most clearly, their minds shaken, and they were deeply shocked. Deans Peng Yuanshan and Tong Hu of the Wanghai Naval Academy looked like they had seen a ghost. Although they knew this guy was very talented, they did not expect him to be this talented. Fu Tiandao, Qin Hanxuan, and the others were also stunned, looking at each other with expressions of shock. Even powerful warriors like Tantai Zan, Yi Jixing, and Governor Zhang were unable to remain calm, their hearts filled with turmoil. That's absolutely incredible. Speaking of the 5 elements force alone, an ordinary person who possesses 2 or 3 elements of the force is already a genius among geniuses. Yet Wang Tang actually possesses all 5 elements of the force. Furthermore, all 5 elements of primal force have simultaneously reached the level of war general. That's a general-level warrior. For ordinary people, reaching the level of a general is extremely difficult. Countless people struggle desperately outside that threshold. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few warrior-level experts. But for Wang Tang, it was as easy as eating and drinking. In the blink of an eye, one type of origin force reached the level of a war general, and in the blink of an eye, another type of origin force reached the level of a war general. And in the blink of an eye again, yet another type of origin force reached the level of a war general. It's going so fast, I'm almost blinded by blinking. Is this something an ordinary person could do? That kid is a monster, a prodigy. Such talent and such a feat are unprecedented, and perhaps, will never be surpassed. Wait, Wang Teng also has Ice-type primal force, Wind-type primal force, and Lightning-type primal force. Oh my god! Peng Yuanshan, Tong Hu, and Tantai Zan, who knew Wang Teng's background, were suddenly struck dumb, their eyes widening in disbelief. Oh my god! Is that kid perhaps a martial artist proficient in all martial arts? This idea stunned everyone. Tantai Zan, what kind of creature is your disciple? Yi Jixing couldn't help but shout at Tantai Zan during the battle. Get lost. How would I know? It's not like I gave birth to him. Tantai Zan retorted angrily, her face darkening. Ha ha ha. Yi Jixing laughed heartily. No matter what, it's a good thing. Although Wang Teng has just entered the 10-star quasi-war general level, his combat power is probably about to catch up with the 11-star lower war general level. Upon hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. Among the crowd, Lin Chuan, Xu Wantong, and the other girls stared at the figure in the sky, their mouths agape, unable to close. Chuan, is this really your dog? Xu Wantong asked blankly. I don't know. Lin Chuan was completely flustered and had no intention of correcting the relationship between the two. She shook her head absent-mindedly. She really didn't expect Wang Teng to have gone this far. 5 elements force warrior level, what does that even mean? It's simply unimaginable. Chu Han, I'm really envious and jealous, Tian Xiaoxiao suddenly said quietly. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan felt a surge of pride. Although the two had not officially established a relationship, she was still very happy. But the next moment, a strong sense of crisis surged into her heart. Wang Teng has moved too fast. The gap between her and Wang Teng is too big now. Can she still stand by his side? Lin Chusha, who was beside her, did not speak, but her gaze was fixed on Wang Teng in the sky, which contained the deepest light in the girl's heart. The summer capital, the premier university. Ji Shuming was shocked and his face turned pale. He felt as if a towering mountain had been erected in front of him, which was insurmountable. Beside him were Yu Dao, Mao Na, and other students from the top university. They glanced at Ji Shuming and understood his complex feelings at that moment. Since his defeat in the martial arts competition, Ji Shuming has been training relentlessly, hoping to defeat Wang Teng and reclaim his glory when they meet again. They saw all of this. But now Wang Teng, whom he has always regarded as his rival, has suddenly taken a commanding lead, and the gap is far, far away. The notion of an adversary has become utterly ridiculous. Wang Teng's gaze had already extended far beyond, while Ji Shuming was still following behind him, searching for his retreating figure. Xu Ming, you need to find your own place. You can take him as your goal, but don't compare yourself to him. That kid can no longer be judged by ordinary standards. The dean of the martial arts academy of the first academy put away his shocked gaze, sighed inwardly, patted Ji Xu Ming on the shoulder, and comforted him. Dean, I understand. Ji Shuming nodded with a bitter expression and a pale face. In the past, the dean had always told him that he was the strongest among the younger generation and that he would definitely reach the level of a general in the future, leading the way. But now even the dean has to admit that they can't keep up with Wang Teng's pace? Ji Shuming was somewhat unwilling and his spirits were greatly dampened. Ellipsis. Ren Qingkang was trembling all over. He tried his best to control his body, but he couldn't. The trembling wasn't from fear, but from a deep sense of powerlessness. It was as if an invisible pressure was pressing down on his head, making his whole body tense, and he could not break free from the restraint of this pressure no matter what. He gritted his teeth, trying to rekindle his desire to compete with Wang Teng, but that desire could no longer be rekindled. Frustration, helplessness, bitterness, gloom. Countless expressions flashed across his face. At this moment, Ren Qingkang's mentality was truly shattered, even more so than that of the Ren family patriarch. Suddenly, the old master of the Ren family turned red in the face, and with a poof, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his frail body collapsing weakly into his wheelchair. The old man has fainted. Quick, get her to the hospital for emergency treatment. The Ren family members around were shocked and in complete chaos. Sometimes the most painful thing for an enemy is not to kill them, but to break their spirit step by step and make them live in torment. Wang Teng knew nothing about the Ren family's situation. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. What right would a former loser have to catch his eye again? At this moment, Wang Teng arrived at a high altitude, stopped, and looked down at Donghai City below. His aura had reached its peak, and the 5 beams of primal force completely entered his body. Within his body, the 5 elements of primal force slowly circulated, flowing through his entire spine, causing a tremendous change in his strength. At this moment, his combat power has exceeded that of a 10-star quasi-warrior and is comparable to that of an 11-star lower-level war general. Even after all 5 elemental forces entered the war general level, those 5 elemental forces seemed to undergo some strange changes. But Wang Teng didn't have time to pay attention to them right now. After a moment of shock, the sea beasts below roared and pounced on the human warriors again, seemingly venting their shame and anger at having just shown fear. It's time. Wang Teng knew he couldn't delay any longer, so he pulled up the attribute panel. His gaze swept over all the attribute columns, finally settling on the last blank attribute column. Blank attribute, 35,600. Because of the large number of sea beasts hunted, countless blank attribute bubbles appeared throughout the entire East Sea City. So much so that Wang Teng's collected blank attribute points reached a terrifying 35,600 points at this moment. Wang Teng's plan cannot be separated from these blank attributes, they are key. Without hesitation, Wang Teng immediately allocated all the blank attributes. Upgrade the Heart of the Rock talent. Previously, his Heart of the Rock talent reached 35 points, which was still far from perfect. At this moment, he used up nearly 10,000 points of his blank attribute to completely max out the Heart of the Rock talent. Heart of the Rocks, completed. In an instant, Wang Teng felt his body undergo an extremely mysterious change, and his understanding of the Chang'an clan's talent instantly reached its peak. At this moment, even the most outstanding genius of the Chang'an clan probably couldn't catch up with him in terms of talent. Then Wang Teng added the remaining 20,000 plus blank attribute points to Ancient God Body. This is a special cultivation technique of unknown grade. Wang Teng had already deeply experienced its power when he obtained it from the Ancient God's corpse. Now, with these 20,000 plus blank attribute points added to the Ancient God Body. Boom! A terrifying sound, like stars exploding, suddenly emanated from within Wang Teng's body, vibrating incessantly, so loud that everyone could hear it. What happened? What happened? What is Wang Teng doing now? A series of questions arose in everyone's minds. Just when things had calmed down for a moment, Wang Teng's side exploded again. However, seeing Wang Teng's solemn expression, everyone felt that he might be about to unleash a powerful move. Yes, absolutely. Since Wang Teng returned and entered the battlefield, he has never disappointed everyone. He has been working hard to save lives for everyone. A genuine sense of trust arose from everyone's heart. Ancient God Body, Star. A strange golden symbol appeared between Wang Teng's eyebrows. The symbol consisted of only one stroke, yet it possessed an indescribable sense of mystery. Wang Teng couldn't see the symbol, but he sensed something unusual between his eyebrows. He couldn't help but recall the ancient god's corpse he had seen before, which had an extremely complex symbol between its eyebrows. At the same time, Wang Teng's body was also undergoing changes. His heart pounded rapidly, his muscles became tighter, his bones more solidified, and golden patterns appeared on them, making them indestructible and extremely mystical. His bone marrow was like molten mercury, flowing and gurgling, and a trace of gold appeared in his blood. A terrifying power was born within his physical body, a power that directly exceeded the limits achievable by the 8 extremes demonic art and the thunder body. Making Wang Teng feel an urge to speak out. Only 1 star? Wang Teng clenched his fist, looked at the attribute panel, and muttered to himself. Never mind. His gaze sharpened, and a glint of light flashed within him. By this point, it was too late for regrets, there was no choice but to go for it. Heavy rock heart. A roar of anger erupted in his heart. Suddenly, the surrounding rocks seemed to be attracted by some force, flying into the sky and converging towards Wang Teng. Inside Donghai City, the rubble formed after the building collapsed, mixed with steel bars, shot into the sky. The sea beasts that were stepping on the rubble were directly overturned, looking completely bewildered and unaware of what had happened. Donghai City was originally a huge and prosperous city with countless skyscrapers, but after being destroyed by sea monsters, countless stones were formed. After they flew toward Wang Teng, they immediately engulfed him, gradually forming a huge stone body. At the same time, the seawater churned on the surface, and the mud and sand on the seabed broke through the water, as if a torrent was surging towards the rock. Ellipsis. This sudden turn of events left everyone bewildered and filled with questions. Even the most experienced warriors couldn't discern his purpose and frowned deeply. What is he going to do? Outside the screen, martial artists from all over the country also witnessed this scene, but none of them understood it and were all puzzled. Even powerful figures like the martial arts leader, the military marshal, the minister of education, and the principal of the top academy, who reside in the capital city and possess astonishing martial arts skills, cannot see through or understand it. Who among you can figure out what he's trying to do? The military marshal asked. I've practiced martial arts for so many years, but I've never seen such a method before, the Minister of Education said with a wry smile, shaking his head. The hope of the East China Sea might just rest on this kid. The martial arts leader, with his gray hair, tall stature, and profound eyes, spoke with an expressionless face. Everyone was taken aback upon hearing this. These words, spoken by a martial arts leader, carry extraordinary significance. From a certain perspective, this is the martial arts leader's recognition and praise of Wang Teng. Ellipsis. In the East China Sea, as more and more rocks and silt accumulated, the rock formation centered on Wang Teng in the sky grew at a visible rate. The Lord-level sea beasts seemed to sense a strong threat and roared in unison. Roar! Stop him! Destroy that rock formation, don't let him succeed. I'll do it. A roar came from beneath the sea, and a sea beast broke through the water and charged towards the stone structure in the sky. It turned out to be a giant lobster, brightly colored, with a well-developed, thick, and spiny carapace, a pair of long antennae that could reach several meters in length, and huge, terrifying claws. Its aura had clearly reached the level of a lord. That's right, this is a lord-level delicious lobster. It leapt into the sky, its long whiskers like spears, and thrust them toward the stone in the sky. Tantai Zan and the others' expressions changed drastically. They wanted to intervene, but they were held back by the lord-level sea beasts in front of them and could not get away to help. Just as the long whiskers of the lord-level lobster were about to pierce through the stone in the sky, a terrifying blade of light suddenly swept across from afar. Boom! The force blade, several meters long, collided with the lobster's long whiskers, sparking a burst of sparks. The whiskers were directly deflected by the blade's light. Who is it? The lord-level lobster roared. Snort! A cold snort came from afar, and a man was seen walking step by step from a distance, step by step, with his feet on the ground and holding a battle sword. He exuded a powerful aura, and a strong presence swept over you. But when everyone looked over, their expressions suddenly turned strange. The middle-aged man who suddenly appeared had slicked back hair, wore beach shorts and flip-flops, and was also wearing a bathrobe that fluttered in the wind. He strode over with a cigarette burning almost to his buttocks dangling from his mouth, looking like he didn't recognize anyone. The aura of power that had just been built up by that stunning strike was instantly destroyed. Everyone gaped, unsure of what expression to make. When did our East Sea gain another warrior-level expert? Tantai Zan and the others were puzzled, and at the same time, they were stunned by the other party's attire. Their eyes filled with strange expressions. Are you sure this is a warrior-level expert, or just some weirdo? Yi Jixing said speechlessly. I've never seen this person before. He's probably a reclusive, powerful figure from the common people, Governor Zhang said. Ellipsis. The middle-aged man who suddenly appeared didn't care about the stares of the crowd. He took a deep breath of his cigarette, bit the butt, and slowly exhaled, saying, Wow, what a big lobster. Brother Wang, it's you. Wang Teng's surprised voice came from inside the stone. This burly man picking his toes was none other than Wang Dapao, the man who rented the house to Wang Teng and now owns 18 demolished houses. Inside the stone body, Wang Teng's face was blank. Is this man with the strength of a warrior general really the same brother Wang who rides a small electric stove to collect rent, is somewhat afraid of his wife, has to buy soy sauce when he goes out, and carries goji berry water with him wherever he goes in his middle age? However, upon seeing the other person's attire, Wang Teng was certain. Besides Wang Dapao, who else could have such a flamboyant style? Wang Dapao smiled, offered no explanation, and said, Brother Wang, I'll kill this lobster. After this battle, I'll have your sister-in-law prepare a whole lobster feast, and we brothers can have a good drink together. Great, Wang Teng exclaimed with a surge of pride. You bastard, the Lord-level lobster roared in fury. It's a dignified Lord-level star beast, and these two humans are actually discussing eating it without a care in the world? Crabs are tolerable, but lobsters are intolerable. Kill! The Lord-level lobster roared and swung its long whiskers as it attacked Wang Dapao. Brother Wang, keep holding back your ultimate move. Wang Dapao raised an eyebrow and slashed at the Lord-level lobster with his knife. Boom! The man and the shrimp collided instantly, unleashing a terrifying surge of primal force that swept across the surroundings. Inside the stone, Wang Teng couldn't help but shake his head. That's true, he's definitely holding back a big move. Then Wang Teng continued to unleash his ultimate move, sending stones flying in and merging into the stone body, making it grow stronger and stronger, gradually forming a huge stone sphere. In the East Sea, the fierce battle continued. Martial artists returned from other worlds one after another, and martial artists from nearby cities also rushed over to join the fight. However, the number of sea monsters was simply too great, and the human side remained at a disadvantage. Kill! One after another, warriors charged forward, battling the sea beasts, only to fall in pools of blood. Blood stains the blue sky. A somber atmosphere permeated the sky over the East China Sea, enveloping everyone's hearts, and everyone felt a sense of oppression. As people watched these scenes unfold on their screens, countless people clenched their fists and prayed for Donghai, hoping that the city could survive this disaster. Boom! Suddenly, a loud bang came from the sky, and a huge stone sphere, resembling a small planet, was finally formed. It blotted out the sky and blocked out the sun. A huge shadow was cast on the ground, and occasionally a broken stone would fall down. The ruins on the ground have been cleared away, leaving only a bare expanse of land and the foundations of buildings, making it impossible to tell that this place was once a bustling metropolis. Everyone looked up, their hearts filled with utter horror. Is this Wang Teng's ultimate move? He wants to use this boulder to crush the sea monster to death? When everyone saw this huge stone sphere, they couldn't help but think the same thing. This indiscriminate attack will accidentally injure human martial artists, Governor Zhang shouted, his expression changing slightly. The Lord-level sea beast stared at the enormous sphere, its eyes finally showing fear. Stop him! Stop him! Rumble! As soon as he finished speaking, a deafening roar erupted from inside the giant stone sphere. The giant stone sphere began to vibrate, and with a loud boom, a pair of stone arms emerged from it, clenching their fists and then stretching out to become a pair of enormous hands. Then came the legs, which stepped down, and the body began to change, taking shape according to human proportions. Finally, a rocky head burst forth, and two flame-like lights suddenly shone from the empty eye sockets. This was a towering, earth-shattering rock giant. Countless people witnessed the formation of the giant, which was 100 feet tall, standing in the sky with its head reaching into the clouds. The shock was indescribable. Everyone even forgot to breathe, staring dumbfounded at the rock giant. The Lord-level sea beast's pupils contracted, a storm raged in its heart, and its roar was stuck in its throat, completely losing its voice. Glug! Suddenly, a sound of swallowing saliva rang out in the silent air, sounding particularly abrupt. Someone murmured incredulously, "This is Wang Teng. Am I dreaming? When did this kid acquire such astonishing skills?" Tantai Zan took a deep breath and muttered to herself. Is this really something a martial artist can do? Yi Jixing rarely showed such shock and exclaimed in surprise. Ellipsis. In the summer capital, the martial arts leader, the military marshal, and others fell into silence. Then, a glint of light flashed in the martial arts leader's calm eyes, and he exclaimed, I seem to see the future of Earth martial arts in him. The future of Earth martial arts. The military marshal, the minister of education, and the president of the first university were all shaken and their expressions changed drastically. Click! Above the East China Sea, a colossal rock giant slowly lowered its head, looking down, and a rumbling voice boomed, Gentlemen, please hold on for a little longer. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his massive body, stepped off the rocky ground, and headed out of Donghai City. Rumble! The air vibrated. As the enormous body stomped down, the air emitted bursts of violent roars, terrifying beyond measure. What are you going to do? Tantai Zan and the others couldn't help but ask loudly. The colossal rock giant didn't turn its head, moving further and further away, its thunderous roar echoing endlessly. Move mountains, fill seas. Move mountains, fill seas. Everyone who heard this sentence was stunned, as if they were hallucinating. Wang Teng actually wants to move mountains and fill seas. What a crazy idea. Ordinary people wouldn't even dare to think about it, but Wang Teng has already put it into action. The crowd was filled with disbelief and horror, but when they saw the terrifying rock giant, they suddenly realized that this crazy idea might actually become a reality. Good. A loud shout suddenly rang out. Move mountains and fill seas. Governor Zhang laughed heartily, his voice echoing throughout the entire East China Sea. Gentlemen, with Wang Teng possessing such heroic spirit, what do we have to fear in a battle? A surge of pride welled up in everyone's hearts. Kill, kill, kill. Roars erupted from the human warriors, instantly boosting the morale of the human side. Such a terrifying improvement would have been almost impossible under such dire circumstances. However, Wang Teng's bold and reckless actions instantly ignited the fighting spirit in the hearts of every martial artist. When we first embarked on the path of martial arts, who didn't dream of standing tall and upright? Who didn't dream of burning mountains and boiling seas? Who didn't dream of plucking stars and seizing the moon? But as they delved deeper into the path of martial arts, they discovered that it was simply impossible. Even warriors at the general level could only do so much. Reaching for the stars and grasping the moon, that might just be an exaggeration. However, upon seeing that enormous rock giant, everyone seemed to see a glimmer of hope. That enormous rock giant may not be able to pluck stars from the sky or grasp the moon, but what he was about to do was beyond the realm of martial arts. People saw a broader path for martial arts practitioners in Wang Teng. Ellipsis. The Lord-level sea monsters roared, and they felt their hearts tremble, an uncontrollable sense of fear rising within them. Is this the source of human martial artists' power? Taking advantage of this, Governor Zhang and his men launched a fierce attack, repeatedly forcing the Lord-level sea monsters back into the ocean. Tantai Zan unleashed her sword, its light filling the sky, severing two giant octopus tentacles and causing them to roar in pain, their blood staining the sea crimson. Wang Dapao unleashed a furious slash with his battle blade, the blade's rays striking the hard shell of the Lord-level lobster, causing cracks to appear on its surface. One of its long whiskers was broken in half, and it was terrified, trying to escape back into the sea. Don't run away, you're indispensable to my all-shrimp feast. Wang Dapao roared, chasing after him relentlessly. I considered you a rival, but you wanted to devour me. You pervert. The Lord-level lobster turned green with fright and turned to run away, trying to escape into the sea. Ellipsis. In the distance, Wang Teng rode his rocky body to the outskirts of the city, his gaze sweeping across the landscape and locking onto two large mountains. The ground rumbled as I stepped on it. He strode to the foot of the mountain. These two mountains were uninhabited and desolate, with no trace of human habitation nearby, so there was no need to worry about harming ordinary people. Wang Teng's eyes were sharp. He took a deep breath, then harnessed his rocky body, stretched out his arms, each arm holding a mountain, forming an embrace, and forcefully hugged the two mountains in front of him. He actually wants to move two mountains at the same time. Ancient divine body. A roar of anger resounded in his heart, and the ancient god's body was fully activated. Boom! In an instant, the two mountains trembled and made a huge noise. Huge rocks rolled down and the trees on them collapsed. Rise! 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 This time, Wang Teng didn't roar in his heart, but instead let out a terrifying roar to the sky. He used this method to mobilize his power to the extreme, unleashing it completely. At this moment, even the people in Donghai City heard the earth-shattering roar and stared in shock at the enormous rock giant in the distance. Inside the underground air raid shelter, the Wang family members watched all of this through a screen, and when they saw the enormous rock giant, they all fell into a deathly silence. Is this really something that can be done by human power? But hearing that roar, they realized how desperately Wang Teng was fighting. For everyone, for all the lives in the East China Sea, he was truly giving it his all. Go for it. Wang Teng's cousin, Tian Xinyu, couldn't help but clench her fist and whispered. Hearing this, Wang Hao and Fang Qianwen, who were standing nearby, couldn't help but shout, Go, Wang Teng. Go for it. Wang Yanan whispered. Ellipsis. The emotions of the Wang family members stirred up the surrounding crowd, and some people joined in the shouting. Come on, come on. Ellipsis. Emotions are contagious. More and more people joined in, and their voices grew louder and louder, shaking the entire underground air raid shelter. In the end, the will of thousands converged into two words, go for it. The sound was so loud that it seemed to break through the underground air raid shelter and reach Wang Teng's ears outside. Perhaps it was this will that worked in the dark, but the two mountains beneath Wang Teng's arms suddenly trembled and began to loosen slightly. Wang Teng was overjoyed and mobilized his power even more frantically, as if he wanted to unleash the full potential deep within his body. Get up! The roar shook the heavens and earth. With a deafening crash, the two mountains finally detached themselves completely from the ground. Silence fell upon everyone as they gazed at the colossal figure that had completely moved the two mountains. Suddenly, an ancient saying surfaced in their minds. His strength could uproot mountains, and his spirit could cover the world. In the evening, there was an ancient man who could lift a tripod. He was exceptionally talented. Now, there is an unparalleled human hero who can move mountains and fill seas, his spirit surpassing all others. Then cheers erupted. Wang Teng did it. He really did it. Rumble. Wang Teng moved the two mountains, and with his massive rocky body, he walked step by step toward the coastline. He didn't step on the ground, but rather on the void. However, the force was so heavy that it caused the air to roar, and each step produced a huge sound. Everyone, stand back. As they drew closer, Wang Teng's voice boomed out. The surrounding human warriors were overjoyed and quickly scattered, while the warriors on the coastline also retreated. Stop him! The Lord-level sea beast roared, feeling its heart tremble and filled with horror as it watched the massive body approach. Ha ha ha, your arrogance is coming to an end. Governor Zhang laughed and charged towards the Lord-level sea beasts, keeping them outside the coastline. Tantai Zan and Yi Jixing, along with other generals, also took action, determined not to let the Lord-level sea beasts hinder Wang Teng's progress. Rumble. As the enormous rocky body approached, everyone looked up and was awestruck by its imposing form. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Teng smashed two mountains beyond the coastline, killing countless sea creatures. Seawater surged back, creating towering waves, a scene resembling an approaching tsunami, terrifying beyond measure. A colossal rock giant stood beside two great mountains. With a deafening roar, its rocky body slowly curled up, transforming into a third great mountain before everyone's eyes. Moments later, the waves subsided, and two mountains stood on the coastline, separating the land from the sea. Wang Teng's figure appeared above the three mountains, panting heavily, his face pale, but his gaze was extremely piercing, fixed on the countless sea beasts in the ocean. And his cold voice boomed out. Those who cross this mountain will die. In an instant, countless sea creatures fell silent. Three towering mountains stretch across the East China Sea coastline, suppressing countless sea monsters to the bottom of the sea, their crimson blood staining the surface of the ocean. A rich and lingering stain. Many more sea creatures were kept out of the mountains. If they wanted to invade the East China Sea again, they would have to climb over three mountains. In other words, in a short period of time, Wang Teng created a situation in the East China Sea that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. As for the Lord-level sea beast wanting to smash these three mountains, it's not impossible, but that would depend on whether the human warrior-level powerhouse agrees. More importantly, at this moment, many sea beasts were shocked and terrified by Wang Teng. Every living being has fear. These sea beasts were incredibly ferocious, but at this moment they were terrified of Wang Teng. Even the Lord-level sea beasts trembled slightly as they looked at Wang Teng, for they saw something in this young human that did not exist in other human martial artists. It's something that's hard to explain, but they definitely feel a tremor in their hearts. This young human is too much of a threat to the sea creatures. Ellipsis ellipsis. Meanwhile, humanity fell silent, utterly shocked. Good, so strong, a martial artist murmured to himself. Three mountains guard the sea. Wang Teng actually accomplished this incredible feat, which is unbelievable. But soon, everyone cheered. Inside the underground air raid shelter in the East China Sea, the Wang family members were extremely excited, especially the younger generation, who hugged each other, jumped up and down, and cheered in unison. Great! Old Master Wang slammed his cane on the ground, his face glowing with excitement and pride. He truly is worthy of being my grandson. Old Master Li, who was also present, said happily, holding Wang Teng's grandmother's hand. Wang Shengguo and Li Shumei could not hide their pride. That young man, who displayed unparalleled talent, was their son. They never imagined that one day their child would come to this point. Which parent doesn't want their child to be successful and outstanding? Now, Wang Teng has shed his naivety and truly transformed into a dragon. He stands at the very top of the younger generation, more outstanding than any other young person. As parents, they have plenty to be proud of. But when they saw Wang Teng's pale and tired face, they felt heartbroken. That child had really suffered. Wang Teng's uncle, aunt, and cousins were all incredibly shocked, which quickly turned into deep envy. The second child really gave birth to a good son. Undeniably, they were jealous. If possible, please give them a son who is just as outstanding. Summer capital. Inside the summer palace, even the martial arts leader, known for his composure, couldn't help but show a tremor in his expression. He let out a soft breath and exclaimed, "What a magnificent 3 mountains guarding the sea. This Wang Teng, among the younger generation, is unmatched." The Minister of Education said confidently. "It is a great fortune that our Sha kingdom has produced such a prodigy." The military marshal said, taking a deep breath. The group nodded, clearly agreeing with each other's words. At this moment, their evaluation of Wang Teng was at its highest. You must know that they are all top-level figures in the Sha kingdom. If their evaluations were to reach the outside world, they would probably shock the world. Of course, even without these embellishments, Wang Teng's reputation had already spread throughout the country after the Battle of Donghai. People all over the country are now watching the live broadcast of the East China Sea, and the level of attention is unprecedented. Regardless of age or gender, there is probably no one who doesn't know his name. A peerless genius. That's all there is to it. I truly regret not personally recruiting him to our first academy back then, the former headmaster of the first academy said with a wry smile, shaking his head. It's too late to regret it now, the military marshal chuckled gloatingly. He wasn't worried at all, because Wang Teng belonged to their military faction, and there was no way he could escape that connection. Moreover, the military has taken good care of Wang Teng. Even though he was deeply involved in the dark world, the military still awarded him the rank of Major General. This honor can only be described as the military's high regard for Wang Teng. The military marshal was actually somewhat glad that he had made that decision back then. If he had hesitated even slightly, the decision might have been suppressed. After all, Wang Teng was too young, and his sudden promotion to Major General was against the rules. Fortunately, he is not so old that his eyesight is failing. After this battle, let him come to Shadu. I want to see him. The martial arts leader finally said. The military marshal, the Minister of Education, and others were all shocked. The martial arts leader actually wanted to meet Wang Teng in person. But thinking about it, it's not surprising. After this battle, Wang Teng's reputation must have reached an extremely high level, enough to make martial arts leaders take notice. It's time to meet them. The marshal of the army also thought the same thing. Ellipsis. At the first academy, Ji Shuming, Mao Na, and the others fell into a deathly silence, their hearts filled with profound shock. Ji Shuming had been completely demoralized and lost all confidence. His face was pale, and any pride or resentment he had felt had been shattered. How tragic it is that we were born in the same era as that guy. Yu Dao muttered to himself, his face full of bitterness. Ji Shuming was deeply shocked. If it were before, he would have definitely scoffed at it. After all, he was different from Yu Dao and the others, his talent was far superior to theirs. But now, he couldn't help but look at the figure on the screen, a bitter feeling welling up inside him. Yes, how tragic it is to be born in the same era as him. Ellipsis. Ren Qingkang had gone completely mad, smashing everything in his path like a wounded wild beast. The Ren family patriarch was admitted to the intensive care unit after vomiting blood, and the Ren family was thrown into chaos. All of this was caused by that person, who had not even actually shown his face. He was utterly defeated. For some reason, I also thought of that sentence, how tragic it is to be born in the same era as him. In fact, it's not just Ji Shuming and Ren Qingkang. All young people across the country feel the same way. Those 3 mountains not only stood in the way of the sea beasts, but also stood in the way of all the younger generation, and were insurmountable. In the East China Sea, Tantai Zan and the others came to their senses and came to Wang Teng's side, confronting the Lord-level sea beast. Are you alright? Tantai Zan asked with concern, looking at Wang Teng's pale face. It's nothing. Wang Teng shook his head. He was just overexerted. He would recover quickly after collecting a few more attribute boosts. However, the sea beasts had clearly noticed Wang Teng's weakness as well. One after another, the Lord-level sea beasts gleamed with ferocity, eager to eliminate him. We must kill him. The leader of the Lord-level sea beasts was a giant deep-sea serpent, reaching the mid-level of the 12-star Lord level. Its massive body coiled up in the sky, watching Wang Teng from afar, and its cold and murderous voice resounded. Kill. These sea creatures have not given up. They have been accumulating strength for many years and have only now decided to launch a great war, wanting to take over this human city in one fell swoop and expand their sea tribe's territory. How could they be willing to retreat now? Kill! The Lord-level sea beast roared, its massive body slamming against the sea surface, whipping up a giant wolf as it charged forward. Kill! Yi Jixing and the others sharpened their gazes, equally unwilling to be outdone, and charged towards the several Lord-level sea beasts. You should rest for a while, Tantai Zan said to Wang Teng, and rushed out without waiting for his reply. At this time, with 3 mountains blocking the coastline, the situation in Donghai City was greatly alleviated, and human warriors only needed to clear out the remaining sea beasts. Then some ordinary soldiers flew directly up the mountain in aircraft, and many people held heavy guns and cannons, set them up on the mountaintop, and bombarded the sea. As early as when the 3 mountains were erected, the staff headquarters in the East China Sea rear immediately made arrangements to form a firepower coverage with heavy guns and cannons to prevent the sea monsters from landing. Boom boom boom. The sound of artillery fire immediately rang out, and a dense rain of bullets, inscribed with runes, possessed extremely strong armor-piercing effects, instantly annihilating a large number of sea beasts. Not only were there rune bullets, but also large rune cannonballs, whose power was no less than that of an ordinary high-level martial artist's strike. Some sea beasts of 5 stars or above were hit by the rune cannonballs and their bodies exploded on the spot, dying beyond any hope of survival. Roar! Some high-level sea beasts capable of flight attempted to leap over the mountain to destroy the fire support array on it. However, the high-level human martial artists were no ordinary people either. They intercepted them outside the mountain and instantly engaged in battle. Wang Teng frowned as he looked at the dark, surging sea beasts. Although he had built 3 great mountains for the people of the East Sea, the number of sea beasts was still large and showed no signs of retreating. It seemed that a tough battle was yet to come. Hey, you shrimp, don't run away. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, and Wang Teng's expression immediately turned strange. In the distance, Wang Dapao was chasing the Lord-level lobster, making it dart around like a goose. The Lord-level lobster had long since lost all its power and was now running away in fear. This is outrageous. This is outrageous. It cried out loudly, wanting to turn around and fight back, but it was no match for the human behind it. If I don't escape, I'll be made into a whole shrimp feast. Terrifying. Terrifying. That's terrifying. Suddenly, the Lord-level lobster spotted Wang Teng in the distance, who was grinning mockingly, and its 2 small eyes lit up. This human looks weak, he must have just exerted a lot of energy and is definitely at his last gasp. If we capture it, it will not only be a great achievement, but with this hostage in hand, the humans behind it will naturally not dare to continue chasing it. Its heart gradually hardened, and its eyes blazed with ferocity. Watch out! Wang Dapao immediately realized the Lord-level lobster's intentions and shouted. Too late. The Lord-level lobster laughed triumphantly, instantly appearing above Wang Teng's head, its 2 long whiskers wrapping around him. The strange look in Wang Teng's eyes intensified, but he didn't make any move, simply gazing at the giant lobster with admiration. Such a big head, it must be delicious. He felt a little hungry. Gotcha! Ha ha ha! Gah! The Lord-level lobster swooped down, its long whiskers wrapping around Wang Teng, but its laughter abruptly stopped the next moment. Because the long beard passed straight through Wang Teng's body, the body was not a solid entity at all, but just a phantom. It wasn't you who caught me, it was me who caught you. A calm voice suddenly rang in the ears of the Lord-level lobster. It was terrified and was about to turn and run away when it felt a tremendous force on its body. Boom! The Lord-level lobster's eyes bulged out, and it suddenly plummeted towards the ground. It finally understood why this young human was able to move 2 mountains. Such terrifying power, who could stop it? The thought flashed through its mind, filling it with immense regret. It shouldn't have provoked this human. The hole at the end of its rope thing is a lie, a complete fabrication. Boom! The Lord-level lobster's massive body crashed onto the mountain, and the surrounding human warriors scattered in all directions. Ha ha ha, Brother Wang, you really know how to do things. This lobster is incredibly cunning. I chased it for ages and couldn't catch it, but you took it down in one go. Wang Dapao laughed loudly. Brother Wang, this lobster looks very plump. Wang Teng said with a smile. Of course, I could tell at a glance that this lobster would be delicious. Wang Dapao slurped his saliva and exclaimed loudly. The surrounding crowd. How can these two be so careless as to discuss whether Lord-level lobsters are delicious? That's a Lord-level lobster. If I could just have a taste, I'd have something to brag about for the rest of my life. Slurp. Many people couldn't help but swallow. Ah, the Lord-level lobster cried out, trembling with rage upon hearing the conversation between the two. It struggled desperately, its two huge pincers pounding wildly on the ground, but it couldn't break free from the immense force on its body. Behave yourself. Wang Teng stood on the back of the giant lobster and stomped down hard. Bang! The Lord-level lobster's massive body immediately sank into the rock, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared beneath it, spreading outwards. Let me go. If you have the guts, fight me fair and square. What kind of skill is this sneak attack? I refuse to accept it. The Lord-level lobster's eyes darted around as it shouted incessantly. This lobster doesn't seem very bright. We should probably just boil it and eat it, Wang Teng said. Yes, that's right. Wang Dapao stroked his chin, looked it over, and wholeheartedly agreed. The Lord-level lobster turned green with rage. Are these two humans devils? Besides food, can you talk about anything else meaningful? Why do we keep threatening to eat it? What did it do wrong? Boom! Wang Teng didn't waste any more words with it. He slapped the lobster on the head, knocking it unconscious, and then said to the soldier next to him, "Tie it up and keep an eye on it for me. Don't kill it. It's not fresh when it's dead." The nearby soldiers were speechless. But they knew that the young man in front of them was a powerful martial artist who could move mountains and fill seas and had made great contributions to the East China Sea. They had to grant him this small request. The two soldiers responded and rushed forward to tie up the lobster. Wang Teng nodded, flew into the air, glanced around, and picked up attribute bubbles to restore his own energy. Wang Dapao clicked his tongue and said, "Brother Wang, your strength is not only solid, but also very enduring." Wang Teng. It seems like nice things, but why does it always sound a little strange? Brother Wang, I think that octopus is pretty good too. Its legs are so big, they'd be delicious grilled. He coughed and gestured towards the giant octopus battling Tantai Zan in the distance. Wow, it really is. Wang Dapao swallowed hard, his eyes shining. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and get it down. We won't have a full shrimp feast, let's have a seafood feast, with some wine, that would be wonderful. You go first, I'll be right there. Wang Teng said. Alright, hurry up. Wang Dapao didn't ask any more questions and immediately pounced on the giant octopus. Wang Teng shook his head with amusement. How come he never noticed before that this brother Wang was such an interesting person? He then focused his mind, unleashing his spiritual power, and countless attribute bubbles flew in from afar, merging into his body. Blank attribute *210. Water-based force *150. Spirit 45. Fire force *120. Gold type force *80. Blank attribute *145. A moment later, Wang Teng stood up and stretched. Ah, that feels so good. A large number of attribute bubbles merged into his body, sweeping away the feeling of fatigue and emptiness, and his body was once again filled with the force. Instantly, he became a handsome and energetic young man again. Wang Teng looked into the distance. With Wang Dapao joining in, Tantai Zan's pressure was greatly reduced. The two of them worked together to completely suppress the giant octopus. Without hesitation, Wang Teng stomped his foot and vanished in a blur. He's absolutely serious when it comes to food. We absolutely cannot let this giant octopus go, after all, it looks delicious. The next moment, he arrived in front of the giant octopus. The other party also noticed Wang Teng's arrival, his pupils contracted, and an octopus tentacle swept across. Bang! Wang Teng neither dodged nor avoided, but instead reached out and grabbed it, then suddenly exerted force and swung it around. Go! Wang Teng roared, swinging the giant octopus's massive body down towards the sea below. Boom boom boom. This giant octopus seemed to become a weapon in Wang Teng's hands, smashing all the sea beasts beneath the surface into meat patties. Some were sent flying to who knows where, turning into black dots and disappearing on the distant sea surface. The giant octopus itself was so disoriented by the impact that its vision blurred. Tantai Zan and Wang Dapao stared wide-eyed. This guy is too violent. This was the first time they had ever seen such a simple and brutal method, and for some reason, they felt, it was really cool. Humans. The giant octopus roared in fury. What are you yelling about? Wang Teng snorted coldly, and the terrifying power contained in his ancient divine body suddenly erupted. Boom! The giant octopus was slammed heavily onto the sea surface, creating huge waves and making a terrifying sound. In an instant, the giant octopus's vision went black, and it completely lost consciousness. It was knocked unconscious. The remaining few Lord-level sea beasts couldn't help but look this way, and immediately lost control of their expressions, their eyes almost bulging out. A Lord-level sea monster was knocked unconscious just like that. This human is really a pervert. Tantai Zan came up to finish her off, but this was a giant octopus of Lord-level quality. Teacher, please don't, but Wang Tang stopped him. Tantai Zan looked at him with a puzzled expression. Ahem, seafood really does taste better when it's fresh. Wang Tang felt a sense of pressure under her gaze, so he coughed and said. That's right, little sister, seafood doesn't taste good when it's dead, Wang Dapao chimed in from the side. Quote. Tantai Zan's brow twitched and she almost lost her composure. I'm fighting tooth and nail here, and you two are thinking about eating seafood? You're inhuman. Tantai Zan took a deep breath and said, remember to count me in. Upon hearing Tantai Zan's words, Wang Tang and Wang Dapao were stunned for a moment and looked at Tantai Zan in astonishment. But they saw that the other party had already gone far away, and was now fighting with the remaining Lord-level sea beasts along with Yi Jixing and the others. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Brother Wang, are we still going to take those few over there? Wang Dapao asked with a cigarette still dangling from his mouth. Go for it. Wang Tang glanced over and teased, that deep-sea python could be used to make soup, it should be very nourishing, right? Brother Wang, you're middle-aged, you should nourish yourself more, Sister Han will definitely be happy. Wang Dapao was slightly taken aback, then realized what he meant, and his old face immediately turned red. Get lost, what's going on in your head at such a young age? I'm strong and healthy, I can wield a knife and kill sea monsters, do I need to replenish my strength? He stood up straight, his chest puffed out, to prove he wasn't bluffing, but his eyes subtly glanced at the giant deep-sea serpent in the distance, his eyes gleaming and his throat bobbed slightly. Wang Tang's lips twitched as he glanced sideways at the hypocritical middle-aged man. Ha, hypocrisy. Without another word, he flashed forward and rushed ahead. Hey, wait for me. Wang Dapao shouted, shouldering his broadsword, and chased after him. Boom boom boom. Ahead, the battle between human warrior-level experts and Lord-level sea beasts is extremely fierce, especially since there is a 12-star mid-level Lord-level sea beast among them, whose strength is truly terrifying. On the human side, Yi Jixing, the headmaster of the Polar Star Martial Arts Academy, is a legendary figure. He grasped the pulse of the times at the beginning of the Force invasion, rose to prominence in the world, and even established the Polar Star Martial Arts Academy, one of the 3 major martial arts academies in the Xia Kingdom, suppressing the region. His strength also reached the level of a 12-star warrior. If it weren't for him holding things up, the human side probably wouldn't have been able to stop that giant sea serpent so easily. Boom! He wielded a silver spear, its thrusts as swift as a dragon, the silver light flashing and the cold glint like stars, carrying an unstoppable momentum as it pierced towards the giant sea serpent coiled in the sky. Roar! The giant sea serpent roared, its deep blue, cold vertical pupils reflecting the gleam of the gun, and its tail swept outwards. A series of spear beams struck the snake's tail, and a series of clanging metallic sounds rang out from the palm-sized scales. The scales of this deep-sea serpent were so hard that Yi Jixing's attacks could hardly break through its defenses. Although star beasts are known for their strong physical bodies, especially some star beasts with scales, their defense is even more amazing. But this deep-sea serpent's defenses are truly terrifying. Yi Jixing's expression was solemn, somewhat helpless against this giant sea serpent. This giant deep-sea serpent was extremely cunning, protecting all its vital points tightly, except for its hardest scales, which made it difficult for him to attack. At this moment, a hint of mockery appeared in the eyes of the deep-sea serpent. It suddenly opened its mouth wide, and a burst of icy blue light shot out from it, enveloping Yi Jixing like a dense drizzle. Yi Jixing's expression changed, and he immediately retreated. Boom! A dense barrage of icy blue light bombarded the sea surface, instantly forming a thick layer of ice. Although Yi Jixing narrowly avoided the attack, his arm was struck by several cold beams, and a layer of ice spread out and quickly enveloped his arm. Yi Jixing shuddered, his internal primal force surging as he tried to shake the ice apart. But he found the ice to be exceptionally persistent, like a bone-deep infection, able to adhere to his force and invade his body. The chill penetrated deep into his bones, causing him to shiver involuntarily. I've been hit. Yi Jixing's face was grim. He tried various methods but could only temporarily slow the spread of the chill. However, his hand was useless and could not be moved at all. Ha ha ha, the giant sea serpent's laughter boomed. Human, let's see how long you can hold them off. As soon as it finished speaking, killing intent erupted in its eyes, and its huge body suddenly moved, darting out as fast as lightning, and coiling towards Yi Jixing. With that terrifying power, even a warrior-level expert would likely be in grave danger if entangled with it. Yi Jixing was shaken. He pushed off with his feet and his body suddenly shot into the sky. Roar! The giant sea serpent roared, coiled its body, and chased after Yi Jixing's back as it charged upwards. Boom! However, at that moment, a massive net of force suddenly descended from the sky. The giant sea serpent looked on in horror, unable to dodge in time, and plunged headfirst into the net. Spider web. This was none other than the force web woven by Wang Tang using the spider silk skills he obtained from the six-eyed poison spider. What's the best tool for catching snakes? Of course, it's the internet. When Wang Tang saw the giant sea serpent, he already had this idea in mind. So before joining the battle, he sent a telepathic message to Yi Jixing, explaining the plan and asking him to cooperate. Meanwhile, Wang Tang and Wang Dapao took advantage of the deep-sea serpent's inattention to reach high altitudes, concealed their figures, and silently wove the force web. With his mental strength, controlling the force to precisely weave a large net was incredibly easy for him, requiring very little time. Roar! The giant deep-sea serpent roared furiously. It thought it was a sure victory and that it could kill a powerful human immediately. However, it never expected that it would fall into a human trap. It twisted and turned wildly, crashing into the force net, struggling to break free. However, this net of primal force was extremely tough, and it was covered with wisps of blue flames. As soon as its body touched the blue flames, it immediately emitted a series of hissing sounds, causing it to suffer excruciating pain all over its body. And fear was involuntarily revealed in its cold eyes. Damn it, what kind of flame is that? To use for your fire. A soft laugh came from behind. The giant sea serpent turned its massive head sharply in response to the sound, its vertical pupils fixed on Wang Tang with murderous intent, and roared, "It's you. Ha ha ha, how about this trick of luring the snake into the net? No matter how cunning you are, you can't beat my little tricks, brother Wang." Wang Dapao laughed triumphantly. Wang Tang nodded in agreement. She knows how to talk. He's a professional when it comes to underhanded tactics, Wang Dapao added. Wang Tang. Damn it, I'm breaking off all ties. What is meant by yin person? Is Wang Tang that kind of person? This is called a scheme, okay? What does it mean to be cunning? Can the actions of a clever person be called cunning? This is absolutely incomprehensible. Wang Tang glanced at Wang Dapao, his gaze suddenly turning dangerous. Wang Dapao was completely unaware, but suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as if a malicious force was enveloping him. When he turned around, Wang Tang had already nonchalantly looked away. Yi Jixing had a strange expression on his face, feeling that what Wang Dapao said actually made a lot of sense. That kid's pretty cunning. Despicable, the deep-sea serpent roared. Unwilling to accept its fate, it endured the excruciating pain and rammed into the net, attempting to break free of its restraints. Brother Wang, Master Yi, tighten the net, we're pulling it in. Wang Tang shouted at Wang Dapao and the other man as he watched the giant sea serpent struggle more and more fiercely. Alright, Wang Dapao chuckled in response, tightening his grip on the net. Yi Jixing didn't waste any words. Although one of his hands was frozen, the other hand was unharmed. He suddenly exerted force and tightened the net. The three corners of the force web were now in their hands, and as they exerted force together, the entire web tightened inward. The giant sea serpent was unwilling to give up and struggled frantically. Its enormous strength caused the force net to bulge on all sides. It tried to squeeze its huge head through the gaps in the net, but the strength of Wang Tang and the other two was not to be underestimated. Wang Tang, in particular, possessed power far exceeding that of a 12-star warrior, thanks to the strength of his ancient divine body. He let out a loud shout, and his internal power erupted instantly. The force web instantly contracted to its maximum. The giant sea serpent roared in pain, its entire body twisted into a pretzel, tightly bound in the large net, unable to move at all. Its head, stuck in the grid, looked even more comical. Azure flames, clinging to the web of primal force, coiled around the giant sea serpent, constantly scorching its body and primal force, causing it to scream in agony. Yi Jixing and Wang Dapao were dumbfounded. That's it? The two found it hard to believe that such a powerful 12-star mid-level Lord-class sea beast was like an ordinary python in Wang Teng's hands. Yi Jixing took a deep breath. He had been fighting this giant sea serpent for who knows how long, but he couldn't do anything to it. However, Wang Teng made a move and ended the battle immediately. Is it really true that the more sinister the act, the stronger it becomes? He suddenly realized that a brain is a wonderful thing, but some people don't have one, like the person in front of him. Thinking this, Yi Jixing glanced at Wang Dapao. At this moment, Wang Dapao was also staring blankly at Wang Teng with his mouth wide open, looking just like a fool. Tantai Zan and Governor Zhang, among others, also witnessed the scene and stared wide-eyed, feeling as if they were in a dream. They fought for a long time, but no one actually managed to take down a Lord-level sea monster. When it came to Wang Teng, capturing Lord-level sea monsters was as easy as catching seafood. This is so discouraging. Wang Teng ignored everyone, dragged the large net to the back, stunned the deep-sea python, and threw it together with the Lord-level lobster and Lord-level octopus. Keep an eye on them. After uttering these words to the soldiers around him, he returned to the battlefield. The surrounding soldiers. This is the third one. Are you really going to throw a seafood feast? People across the country who saw this scene on the screen immediately had extremely strange expressions. The fierce battlefield has turned into a massive seafood catching event. It feels like the art style suddenly changed for no reason. In Shadu, even the martial arts leaders and military marshals couldn't keep their composure. They shook their heads as they watched the figure diligently carrying seafood. Bah, where did you get seafood from? That's a Lord-level sea beast. Wang Teng was unaware of what everyone was thinking. He quickly finished moving the seafood and returned to the sea. Tantai Zan and the others were currently surrounding the remaining Lord-level sea beasts. He. The few Lord-level sea beasts were horrified. In the blink of an eye, only 3 Lord-level beasts remained. Looking around, they suddenly felt isolated and helpless. What should I do? I'm so panicked. As they looked at the human warriors surrounding them, they couldn't help but tremble, a sense of despair welling up in their hearts. Boom! Just then, the sea surface in the distance suddenly exploded, and a huge black shadow emerged from the seawater. Its enormous body stood on the sea surface, emanating a terrifying aura. Useless. A thunderous roar erupted from its mouth, shaking the sea and the sky. Tantai Zan, Yi Jixing, Governor Zhang and others all had drastic changes in expression. The momentum of their recent great victory suddenly froze. Everyone's pupils contracted as they looked at the enormous figure that had suddenly appeared in the distance. Wang Teng's expression also changed as he looked in that direction. A colossal ape, towering high with purplish-blue fur, emerged from the water amidst rolling waves. Its eyes were deep purple, its face ferocious yet exuding an unapproachable majesty. Suddenly, thunder roared in the sky, and streaks of purple lightning descended from the heavens, accompanying the giant ape on both sides. Meanwhile, gusts of wind swept across the sea, swirling above the giant ape's head and making it appear as if it were the darling of heaven and earth. Strange phenomenon. The appearance of this giant ape triggered extraordinary phenomena in the heavens and earth. Everyone's expressions were extremely solemn, their eyes flashing rapidly, clearly indicating that they were not at peace. The mood that people across the country had gradually relaxed was suddenly gripped with trepidation again by the appearance of this giant ape. In Shadu, the martial arts leaders and others were shocked, their eyes fixed on the terrifying figure that appeared in the video. How is this possible? The Minister of Education exclaimed in shock. How could such a powerful being exist among the star beasts? Variables indeed. The martial arts leader sighed deeply and muttered to himself. What should we do? Such a powerful being has appeared in the East China Sea. The marshal of the military headquarters did not continue speaking. But everyone was thinking the same thing. This time, the East Sea might really be beyond saving. East China Sea. Inside the underground air raid shelter, everyone stared at the suddenly appearing enormous figure, speechless. A sense of despair permeated everyone's hearts. There had been a turning point, and everyone thought the war was about to end, but then this unexpected turn of events occurred. Who could bear it? Even if ordinary people can't tell just how powerful that giant ape is, when they see human warriors at the general level acting as if facing a formidable enemy, they know that this giant ape must be incredibly terrifying. The human warriors on the ground felt it most deeply. The terrifying aura swept in from the sea, making them tremble with fear even from afar. This giant ape is far more terrifying than the previous Lord-level sea beasts combined. Who on the human side can stop it? Everyone was in despair. If heaven intends to destroy the East Sea, then the East Sea will have no choice but to perish. It's like a cruel joke played by fate. It watches them struggle, gives them a glimmer of hope, and then plunges them into an abyss of despair from which they can never climb out again. King of the storms, my king! Suddenly a voice broke the silence. The three remaining Lord-level sea beasts prostrated themselves before the giant ape in the distance, respectful and humble. Countless sea beasts knelt down, emitting low roars. They could not speak, but they expressed their respect and submission in a beastly manner. King of storms, on the sea, all beasts submit. A terrifying giant ape stood in the distance, accompanied by thunder and storms, like a primordial beast that had crossed over from ancient times. The atmosphere suddenly froze. The warrior-level experts looked extremely solemn and unconsciously gathered together, staring at the giant ape in the distance as if facing a formidable enemy. What should we do? This sea monster is beyond our imagination, Governor Zhang said in a low voice with a grim expression. Everyone shook their heads, speechless. How about we just back down? At that moment, a sly voice rang out. Quote. Everyone turned to look at Wang Dapao, who had spoken. Wang Dapao shuddered, feeling a chill run down his spine as he was stared at by several people. He immediately looked embarrassed and coughed, saying, just kidding, just kidding. In this situation, they didn't really have any good options, either surrender or fight to the death. But no one would willingly surrender to the sea monsters. This is a contest between humans and star beasts, and also the first large-scale clash between the two sides. Countless eyes across the country are watching this. If they choose to surrender, the consequences will be enormous. This is not only a humiliation for the East China Sea, but also a humiliation for the entire Xia Kingdom. Just then, the giant ape's gaze swept over them, and an unprecedented pressure seemed to press down from above, causing everyone to stiffen involuntarily. Mental pressure. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. This storm giant ape is indeed incredibly powerful. With just a glance, it has plunged the group of warrior-level experts into such a difficult situation. Even in a fight to the death, the chances of humanity winning are pitifully low, unless they get incredibly lucky. Boom! Wang Teng's eyes flashed, and his Emperor Realm spiritual power surged out, instantly shattering the spiritual pressure. A hint of surprise flashed in the storm giant ape's huge eyes as its gaze fixed on Wang Teng. Wang Teng was not afraid at all, his gaze meeting the cold, aloof eyes of the superior. When it comes to mental strength, he never backs down. Boom! A burst of light suddenly flashed in the storm giant ape's eyes, piercing towards Wang Teng's eyes. HMPH. Wang Teng snorted coldly, unleashing his full power of imperial spiritual energy from between his brows. Roar! It was as if a sleeping dragon had suddenly awakened, letting out a terrifying roar as it crashed headlong into the oncoming mental pressure. Boom boom boom. The clash of mental forces stirred up an invisible wind, and the vibrations only echoed within the mental forces of both parties. To outsiders, it just felt like the atmosphere had completely frozen, and an extremely oppressive aura permeated the air, making it hard to breathe. Only a few people with stronger mental strength seemed to have noticed something amiss. This is Tantai Zan, Yi Jixing, and other warrior-level experts naturally possessed strong mental power and immediately sensed something, their gazes involuntarily falling on Wang Teng. A clash of mental strength. Wang Dapao's eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but exclaim. What? Tantai Zan, Yi Jixing and the others' expressions changed slightly. Before they even realized it, Wang Teng had already engaged in a mental battle with the storm giant ape. Moreover, judging from this, Wang Teng's mental strength is in no way weaker than that of the storm giant ape. Tantai Zan and the others couldn't help but exchange glances, each seeing a hint of shock in the other's eyes. Among these people, Tantai Zan knew that Wang Teng's mental talent was not weak, but she did not expect that Wang Teng could actually contend with that unfathomable storm giant ape. This kid's mental talent is probably on par with his martial arts talent. Yi Jixing, Governor Zhang, and the others were unaware that Wang Teng not only possessed exceptional martial arts talent but also extraordinary mental talent, leaving them all somewhat incredulous. What kind of monster is this guy? They had never seen anyone with such outstanding talent. Just think of all the trump cards Wang Teng had shown before. An ordinary martial artist would be considered a genius if he possessed even one of them, but Wang Teng had them all. Does he have some unknown connection with God? Like a godmother or godson or something? Just then, the mental battle between Wang Teng and the storm giant ape came to an end. The storm giant ape's mental strength had clearly reached the emperor realm as well, so the two were roughly equal, but Wang Teng had an advantage in one aspect. He's cheating. By collecting attribute bubbles, Wang Teng's mental energy was constantly replenished. Despite the storm giant ape's size, he was still superior in terms of endurance. Boom! Amidst the roar, the spiritual energy of both sides receded like a tide into their respective seas of consciousness. It's over. Tantai Zan and the others' eyes flashed, and their hearts jumped. Who won? A flash of annoyance crossed the storm giant ape's eyes. It was simply unacceptable that his mental strength had been defeated by the small human in front of him. Roar! A roar erupted from its mouth, and the storm giant ape's massive body suddenly moved, stirring up towering waves as it rode the waves towards the East China Sea. Everyone's expression changed drastically, their bodies tensed up, and they all became on guard. Brother Wang, what did you do to provoke him like this? Wang Dapao shouted. Damn it, this stupid ape can't accept defeat. He can't beat me in mental strength, so he wants to fight me head-on. Wang Teng's face turned green, and he really wanted to run away. His mental strength is indeed no less than that of the storm giant ape, and he can even slightly surpass it by using cheat codes, but when it comes to martial arts cultivation, he can only be beaten. Now that he has angered the other party, this storm giant ape will definitely not let him off easily. Wang Dapao, Tantai Zan, and the others were all stunned. Wang Teng had actually won the mental power battle just now. Just how high had this guy's mental power attained? However, this was not the time to think about such trivial matters. The group looked at the charging storm giant ape with extremely solemn expressions, their primal force surging forth, ready to fight to the death. They knew how terrifying the storm giant ape was, but they were helpless. As warrior-level experts, everyone else could retreat, but they couldn't. Roar! The storm giant ape roared, revealing its ferocious fangs. Lightning struck, a storm descended, and a terrifying force swept over everyone. With a single slap, the palm lines on its massive, rough hand were clearly visible, casting a shadow that covered the sky and enveloped everyone. Everyone's pupils contracted, filled with horror, feeling incredibly vulnerable in the face of this enormous hand. However, they would not sit idly by and wait to die. They each used their strongest methods to bombard the giant hand overhead. Bang bang bang. All the attacks landed on his palm, but were instantly crushed, producing a series of booming sounds. The hand then pressed down even faster, and everyone was in imminent danger. Snort. Just then, a cold snort suddenly rang out, like thunder, rolling in from afar. Clang! As if a weapon were being drawn, a dazzling sword beam streaked across the sky, carrying an unparalleled force, and instantly arrived before the storm giant ape, striking its body. The terrifying sword light did not dissipate immediately, but instead pushed the storm giant ape's body backward several steps. Boom! The storm giant ape's massive body immediately lost its balance and fell backward, crashing heavily into the seawater. You've crossed the line. The voice sounded extremely old and not loud, but its gentle tone carried a firm and powerful will. Everyone turned to look, and saw an old, hunched figure slowly walking towards them from a distance. He had no weapon in his hand, his hands were behind his back, he was hunched over, and his face was full of wrinkles, just like an ordinary old man. But now he was walking in the sky, passing over the 3 mountains and the heads of countless sea beasts, and finally arrived before him. Under such circumstances, no one would dare to easily treat this old man as an ordinary person. Especially that amazing/before. When Wang Teng saw the old man, he was slightly taken aback, and a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. This old man was none other than the gatekeeper of the Yellow Sea Naval Academy. Wang Teng was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that the ordinary gatekeeper was a peerless expert who could repel the storm giant ape. It was too unbelievable. But in the past, whenever Wang Teng left the gate of Wanghai Naval Academy, the gatekeeper would always patiently remind him to be careful and pay attention to safety. Even when he mentioned it to others, Wanghai students said that this old man gave the same advice to every student. He seemed like a kind old grandfather, always worried about every child who left school. Therefore, Wang Teng would never admit his mistake. When the old man saw his appearance, he nodded at him and gave him a kind smile. Old Han, you. Tantai Zan was also surprised to see the old man and quickly greeted him with a slightly respectful tone. However, just as she was about to say something more, the old man raised his hand to stop her. Yi Jixing, Wang Dapao, and Governor Zhang seemed not to recognize the old man. They were puzzled and wondered when such a peerless expert had appeared in the East China Sea. Then Yi Jixing and Governor Zhang glanced at Wang Dapao again. This guy was also a powerful figure hiding his identity. A powerful warrior at the level of a general, who had never shown his face before. Do people nowadays like this kind of thing? The truly wise live in seclusion in the city. These thoughts only flashed through their minds before they immediately looked towards the sea ahead. Amidst the rolling waves, a dark shadow burst forth from beneath the water's surface. Roar! With a roar, the seawater surged into the sky, then poured down like a torrential rain. In the midst of that rain, the storm giant ape's enormous body reappeared before everyone. You all step back. Old Han raised his head, his slightly cloudy eyes looking at the storm giant ape, and said in a calm voice. Tantai Zan and the others exchanged glances, hesitated slightly, but ultimately retreated behind him. Old man, who are you? The storm giant ape lowered its massive head and its majestic voice boomed out. The rain finally fell, and everyone could finally see that a knife wound had appeared on the storm giant ape's huge body, with blood flowing down. Humans. Compared to that, Old Han's voice sounded extremely calm, and his answer was simple and clear. Humans. Old Han is right, at this moment he represents all of humanity. Neither of them spoke again. The storm giant ape stared coldly at Elder Han, and the atmosphere fell into a deathly silence. Old Han's weathered eyes remained unchanged as he calmly met its gaze. After a moment, he finally spoke, Go back. You shouldn't have left the deep sea and entered the human world. What if I don't retreat? The storm giant ape said coldly. Humans have never feared death. Old Han's eyes suddenly sharpened, and a fierce aura erupted from him. His hunched body suddenly seemed to grow as tall as the storm giant ape. He said coldly, Or would you like to try my blade again? Is it still sharp? A hint of apprehension flashed in the storm giant ape's eyes. It felt the wound in its chest begin to ache, but it could not show the slightest weakness or retreat, otherwise, where would its dignity be? Snort. The storm giant ape surveyed its surroundings, snorted coldly, and fixed its gaze on the distant mountains, saying, Release them, and I may consider retreating. Otherwise, let's fight to the death. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng and the others' expressions immediately changed. The creatures the storm giant ape was referring to were naturally the 3 captured Lord-level sea beasts. Wang Teng was furious. Damn it, that was the seafood feast he had prepared for himself, and this stupid ape actually tried to snatch it from his mouth. This is simply unbearable. Wang Dapao was also filled with resentment. The top-quality seafood he was about to eat was about to fly away. He swallowed his saliva, feeling regretful and sighing. However, Tantai Zan, Yi Jixing, and the others looked grim. Demanding that they hand over those 3 Lord-level sea beasts is tantamount to forcing humanity to compromise. This is a blatant threat. The people behind silently watched the situation ahead. Some felt helpless, some were unwilling and felt extremely humiliated, but others hoped to send the 3 Lord-class sea monsters out to quell this long-running war. For ordinary people, peace and tranquility are their greatest desires. But in the end, what choices will the warrior-level powerhouses make? You, and these sea beasts, retreat 10 miles away first. Old Han said. Without further ado, the storm giant ape waved its hand, and the sea beasts dived into the sea and swam away into the distance. At the same time, it itself is gradually moving away into the distance. Old Han, are we really going to give them the Lord-class sea monster? We finally managed to capture it with great difficulty, Wang Dapao said unwillingly. Otherwise, you go and hold off that storm giant ape. Old Han glanced at him and said calmly. Wang Dapao immediately gave an embarrassed smile and dared not say another word. Old Han sighed silently, glanced at Wang Teng, and said, Go and bring them over. Wang Teng hesitated for a moment, then without saying a word, he flashed back to the rear and lifted the 3 enormous Lord-level sea beasts up. With his strength, even if the 3-headed sea monster was extremely large and heavy, it would be nothing to him. The 3 enormous sea beasts were trapped in the force net, while Wang Teng held the net in one hand, swaying the 3 Lord-level sea beasts in midair. Release them. The storm giant ape's eyes flashed in the distance, and its voice boomed. Wang Teng remained unmoved and glanced at Old Han. Old Han nodded at him. Wang Dapao, Tantai Zan, and the others opened their mouths, but ultimately said nothing. Wang Teng didn't speak, but carried the 3 sea beasts forward. Human boy, what's your name? The storm giant ape's icy gaze fixed on Wang Teng, and its voice rang out again. Wang Teng ignored him and suddenly activated the azure jade flame on the force net. Sizzle. The 3-headed Lord-level sea beast was immediately awakened by the burning pain of the azure jade glazed flame, and cried out loudly. They quickly noticed the storm giant ape ahead and cried out with ecstatic joy, "My king! Save us! Save us! You seem quite pleased?" Just then, a voice that they found extremely annoying rang in their ears. The cold, mocking voice sent a shiver down the spines of the 3 Lord-level sea monsters. They looked up and saw the utterly despicable human above them. It was this human who caught them and even cooked them into seafood to eat. She's a monster. Seeing that Wang Teng had awakened the 3 Lord-level sea beasts but was still unwilling to let go, the storm giant ape frowned and its rumbling voice came again. Humans, do you want to break the agreement? Release them. This time, its tone was even more forceful than before, seemingly carrying immense pressure. Han Lao and the others behind him all looked at Wang Teng. What exactly is Wang Teng trying to do? Governor Zhang frowned and asked. Is this kid up to something again? Tantai Zan raised an eyebrow, muttering to herself. However, she ultimately didn't say these words. Hearing the storm giant ape's words, the 3-headed Lord-level sea beast gained even more confidence and roared, "Humans, release us. Release us, or our king will raze your city to the ground." The giant lobster roared. "My tongue is dry." Wang Teng's gaze turned cold, and clusters of azure jade like flames surged forth. Boom! The force net was instantly enveloped in blue flames, scorching the 3 Lord-level sea beasts and causing them to roar in pain. Ah! Roar! The 3 Lord-level sea monsters struggled frantically, trying to break through the force net and escape the scorching blue flames. However, they had already witnessed the resilience of the force web, and no matter how much they struggled now, it would be in vain. The storm giant ape's gaze turned utterly icy. "You're courting death. Didn't you want them?" Wang Teng said calmly, "If you want them, I'll give them back to you." The storm giant ape was taken aback for a moment, then said, "Release that net." Wang Teng nodded, his gaze fixed on the storm giant ape, and slowly lifted the large net, bringing the 3 Lord-level sea beasts closer and closer to him. The 3 Lord-level sea beasts stopped screaming, their eyes turned cold, and a frenzied killing intent surged within them. As Lord-level beings, they had never been treated like this before. This human must die. Once they escape from the net, it will be the end for this human. Wang Teng quickly pulled the 3 sea beasts to his feet, looked down at them, and suddenly smiled slightly, saying in a gentle voice, "Come, I will free you now." The 3-headed sea monsters were overjoyed, their escape seemingly within reach. They could soon kill the human before them and avenge this humiliation. Wang Teng reached out his hand, approaching the giant sea serpent. Everyone was watching, and a strange tension rose within them. Tantai Zan and the others were prepared for the sea monsters to retaliate, since no one dared to entrust the safety of humanity to the sea monsters' trust. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. A cold light suddenly shot out from Wang Teng's sleeve and instantly disappeared into the eyes of the giant sea serpent. Roar! The ecstasy in the deep sea serpent's eyes didn't even have time to fade before its pupils contracted to the size of pinpoints. But it was clearly too late. Intense pain struck in an instant, causing it to let out a tremendous roar of agony. Then it abruptly stopped. The giant sea serpent writhed for a moment, then stiffened. It is dead. He was killed by Wang Teng in an instant, and was beyond dead. You, how dare you? The lobster and the giant octopus stared wide-eyed at the human in front of them in disbelief. The storm giant apes were right in front of him, and this human still dared to kill them? He must be insane. It's your turn. Wang Teng suddenly turned his head and looked at them with a smile. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the same cold light shot out from the other eye of the deep-sea serpent, hurtling towards the giant octopus's eye. No! The giant octopus roared in frustration, but to no avail. PFF'd. A cold glint pierced its eyes, and all was lost. At the same time, Wang Teng instantly appeared in front of the giant lobster and, amidst its horrified gaze, slapped it down with his palm. Boom! The palm struck its head directly, unleashing terrifying force. The giant lobster shuddered, its body stiffened, and it died on the spot. In an instant, following the deep-sea serpent, 2 more Lord-level sea beasts died at Wang Teng's hands. All of this is a long story, but it actually happened in just 3 breaths. Tantai Zan and the others behind were all stunned. Damn, Brother Wang has gone mad. Wang Dapao's eyes bulged out, and he couldn't help but swear. The people behind were also extremely shocked, and were so frightened by Wang Teng's sudden action that they almost bit off their own tongues. Too brutal. Roar. You're asking for death. The storm giant ape realized it had been tricked and was furious. While fresh food is the best, chilled food is also quite good. Wang Teng muttered to himself, but his voice was not quiet. Upon hearing this, everyone nearly fainted on the spot. What time is it? You're still thinking about food? Can't you be a little more reliable, you jerk? And what exactly are you doing this for? Eating, or something else? Killing 3 Lord-level sea beasts is tantamount to stirring up a huge mess. This is a huge problem. Who can quell the storm giant ape's rage? Wang Teng's words completely ignited the storm giant ape's fury. It rode the huge waves, carrying storms and thunder as it charged towards him. Wang Teng picked up the attribute bubbles left after the 3 Lord-level sea beasts died, without even looking closely at what they were. He turned around and rushed back, shouting, "Old Han, help me." Everyone. Old Han. Everyone assumed that Wang Teng had some powerful move that could deal with the storm giant ape. Otherwise, where would he get the confidence to kill 3 Lord-level sea beasts? In the end, he actually had to ask Old Han for help. At this moment, Old Han's face turned completely black, and he almost coughed up blood in frustration. That bastard, he's screwed me over. Wang Teng's escape speed was absolutely top-notch. In a flash, he hid behind Elder Han and hurriedly said, "Elder Han, I have taken down the 3 Lord-level sea beasts as you instructed. Now we can only rely on you. When did I tell you to kill those 3 Lord-level sea beasts?" Old Han was stunned, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. "Didn't you just give me that wink?" Wang Teng said, "I completely understand what you mean. These sea beasts are not trustworthy at all, so it's better to kill those 3 Lord-level sea beasts to avoid letting them go back to the mountains." "What you said makes perfect sense." Old Han was speechless. "Besides, it's already been killed, so there's no point in saying anything now. You should just go up and fight it head-on. With your strength, you definitely won't back down." Wang Teng noticed that Old Han's expression seemed a bit off, so he quickly offered a compliment. Old Han took a deep breath. "Get out." "Hey," Wang Teng replied, then happily ran to the back. Old Han, Tantai Zan and the others had extremely strange expressions, looking at Wang Teng as if he were a jinx. "How did your head get twisted like that?" Yi Jixing said speechlessly. "Master, although I respect you, I'm not happy about your slander." Wang Teng rolled his eyes and said, "I'm doing this for everyone's sake. If the sea beasts were trustworthy, we wouldn't be in this war today. Are we just going to leave those 3 Lord-level sea beasts alive to invade again?" Yi Jixing, Tantai Zan, and the others had to admit that Wang Teng's words made sense, but they still felt that something was off. Wang Dapao breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that this seafood feast was definitely in the bag. His admiration for him was like a surging river. Brother Wang was truly ruthless. "Then tell me what to do now." Elder Han has been injured in his early years and has been suppressing it all these years. "I'm afraid he can't stop the storm giant ape." Tantai Zan took a deep breath and said with a solemn expression. "Old Han is injured." Wang Teng's expression changed. He really hadn't expected this. They originally thought that with Elder Han's strength, they would definitely be able to contend with the storm giant ape, and if they could also hold off the other sea beasts, it would be a 50-50 situation, not a hopeless one. But now that we know Old Han is injured, it seems that Wu Wukai is out of the question. "Why didn't you say so sooner?" Wang Teng said helplessly. "I only meant to fool the storm giant ape, but who knew you'd be so reckless and kill 3 Lord-level sea beasts in one go?" Tantai Zan was also helpless, knowing she couldn't blame Wang Teng. But she still felt a surge of anger. Boom! As the group quickly exchanged words, Elder Han and the storm giant ape clashed, producing a terrifying roar. Old Han seemed to transform into a sharp, silvery white blade. He became one with the sword intent. He was the sword, and the sword was him. His body was surrounded by sword energy, and his momentum was like a rainbow as he slashed at the storm giant ape with unparalleled force. Roar! The storm giant ape roared, and a huge long staff, seemingly forged from rock, appeared in its hand, crackling with the power of lightning and storm, and collided violently with the blade's edge. Wang Teng's expression turned solemn as he glanced at the attribute panel and muttered to himself, "Looks like I have no choice but to use that move." He just picked up several more attribute bubbles, and his blank attribute has surged again, now reaching 15,800 points. Without hesitation, Wang Teng clicked the attribute bubble on Spatial Storm. Now, this is the only skill that offers a chance to turn things around. With 15,800 blank attribute points added, the proficiency of the Spatial Storm skill instantly skyrocketed, skipping the beginner level, entering the minor proficiency level, then the major proficiency level, and finally directly reaching perfection. The required blank attribute points for each stage of the Spatial Storm skill proficiency increase exponentially. 100 points for beginner, 1,000 points for minor proficiency, 5,000 points for major proficiency, and a full 1,000 points for perfection. Space Storm, 9,776 1,000ths, perfect. After a flurry of skill point allocation, the Spatial Storm skill was almost at its peak. Wang Teng's understanding of Spatial Storm was now quite complete, and casting it was no longer difficult. Furthermore, combined with his increasingly perfect space talent, it will likely produce an unpredictable chemical reaction. Thinking of the Spatial Storm he had seen in the Spatial Rift, a glint of light flashed in Wang Teng's eyes. His eyes then became extremely deep, his black pupils like empty space, with vortexes seemingly swirling within them. He stretched out his hands, and the space in front of him suddenly rippled. The space suddenly trembled, and strange fluctuations spread outwards. Tantai Zan, Yi Jixing, and several other warrior-level experts immediately noticed the abnormality, and their expressions changed instantly. How could there be spatial fluctuations? Everyone was startled, their hearts filled with doubt and uncertainty. Could it be that the Dark Ones have invaded at this time? A bad feeling crept into their hearts. After all, they had only seen similar large-scale spatial fluctuations when spatial rifts appeared. Now, spatial rifts are appearing on Earth, which can only be caused by the invasion of the Dark Race. If that's the case, wouldn't it be adding insult to injury? The sea monster uprising hasn't been resolved yet, and now the Dark species are invading. What's going on? Are they taking turns attacking? The faces of the several warrior-level experts immediately turned extremely ugly, their hearts filled with gloom, and they immediately showed a look of being ready to die. Ahem. Just then, a dry cough sounded in their ears. Don't overthink it, I did this. The speaker was naturally Wang Teng. Seeing the expressions on Tantai Zan's and the others' faces, he knew they must have imagined something. Everyone. The group was somewhat bewildered. Looking at Wang Teng, they suddenly realized that the spatial fluctuations seemed to be spreading outwards from Wang Teng as the center. So they just misinterpreted each other's feelings? You possess spatial talent? Governor Zhang asked in surprise. Tantai Zan's eyes flashed, and she suddenly remembered that during the Battle of Xingfeng City, Wang Teng seemed to have used spatial techniques to kill the 8-armed demon general. Therefore, it is not surprising. When asked by Governor Zhang, Wang Teng remained non-committal, saying, "It would be best if you all stepped back a bit, as the situation might become difficult to control." "What do you want to do?" Tantai Zan's expression changed slightly, and she immediately asked. "It's nothing, just trying out a new technique I've developed," Wang Teng said calmly, shamelessly claiming the spatial storm as his own achievement. Tantai Zan and the others were naturally unaware of the intricacies involved. Hearing Wang Teng's words, they were somewhat taken aback, especially looking at his calm face, and suddenly had a feeling. This kid might be up to something big again. No, we should be more confident and eliminate the possibility. This kid is definitely going to cause trouble. Are you sure? Tantai Zan frowned and asked. Even though Wang Teng possesses spatial talent, the gap in strength between him and the storm giant ape is enormous. Even if he uses spatial techniques, he might not be able to contend with it. It's 50-50, Wang Teng said without changing his expression. Everyone, what the hell is this 50-50? You can tell this isn't a serious answer. At a time like this, can you please stop being so cheeky? Wang Teng remained silent, his expression gradually growing solemn. Centered on him, the spatial tremors intensified, and the ripples almost formed visible waves that spread outwards. Tantai Zan and the others were too close to feel the vibrations in the space, which made them feel unstable, and a strong sense of crisis arose in their hearts. Space is not a realm that ordinary martial artists can access. Even among warrior-level experts, those who can touch the existence of the spatial realm are extremely rare. Now, with the spatial turbulence intensifying, if the surroundings suddenly collapse, even with their warrior-level physical bodies, they will inevitably be torn apart by the spatial rifts. Even if they don't die, they will be severely injured. The group exchanged glances and ultimately had no choice but to retreat to the back. Ironically, despite being powerful warriors, they were unable to offer any assistance at this moment and could only retreat to the rear. The Yangtze River's waves keep pushing the previous waves forward, while the previous waves perish on the beach. Boom! The storm giant ape clashed with Elder Han, and the force waves swept around, creating a terrifying energy explosion. The seawater in the central area churned, forming a huge whirlpool with a rapid current, but it could not shake the storm giant ape's enormous body in the slightest. The storm giant ape wielded its long rock club and smashed it towards Elder Han. A storm and thunder descended simultaneously, creating a terrifying display of power. A trace of blood appeared at the corner of Old Han's mouth. His old injury had flared up again, and the fierce battle had left him unable to hold back any longer. But he held on tightly, his body radiating a burst of sword light, his sword intent sweeping across the sky. However, the next moment, the blade light receded, and all the blade intent returned to his body, restrained to the extreme, yet even sharper and more terrifying than before. Old Han's back suddenly straightened up, and his whole body seemed to transform into a peerless battle blade. Slash! A loud shout came from his mouth, echoing throughout the land. In an instant, his body vanished from the spot, transforming into a blade of light that shot into the sky and slashed towards the storm giant ape. The blade struck the rocky staff, and everything seemed to fall silent. The waves froze, no longer churning, the whirlpools stopped, no longer turning, and the sea creatures and humans in the distance seemed to freeze in that moment. Clang! Just then, a metallic tremor suddenly rang out. In the entire world, only this metallic sound existed, constantly vibrating the sky and the sea, echoing endlessly. Boom! Immediately afterwards, a terrifying roar finally erupted. The shockwave from the collision of energy blasted the seawater into the sky, and the terrifying force swept outwards in all directions. Tantai Zan and the others' expressions changed slightly, and they involuntarily took a step back. Only Wang Teng stood in front, the terrifying shockwave bombarding his body, the strong wind making his clothes flutter and his long black hair dance wildly. Wang Teng's entire body surged with primal force, blocking the shockwave from reaching his body. Before him, the space was trembling to its extreme, and a series of crackling sounds suddenly came from the surrounding air. At a certain moment, the space around Wang Teng suddenly cracked open with dark and deep fissures, behind which lay an unfathomable void. A wisp of wind swept out from behind the crack, seemingly drawn by some force, swirling around Wang Teng. The speed of the ethereal wind was initially very slow, but it gradually increased, forming a fierce gust of wind at a speed visible to the naked eye. It spun rapidly, causing the surrounding space to completely collapse, forming a terrifying void. A storm is brewing. Wang Teng's figure finally disappeared completely into the swirling storm. Tantai Zan and the others immediately felt a terrifying suction force coming from the front. Not only were their bodies unable to stop floating forward, but the blood and primal force within their bodies were also restless, as if they were about to burst out of their bodies. The group was horrified and quickly retreated. They had already retreated some distance, but now it clearly felt insufficient. Retreat quickly. At the same time, they shouted loudly to the human soldiers behind them. On the three mountains, there were still many soldiers. They too felt an extremely strong suction force. All the trees around them were falling forward, and countless rocks were rolling around. What a terrifying feeling. The nearby human martial artists felt the increasingly terrifying suction force and a strong sense of crisis. What is Wang Teng doing? Everyone across the country saw this scene on their screens. The chilling void and the gradually forming terrifying storm shocked everyone. Many people raised questions, but the martial artists around them were also completely unaware, having never seen such terrifying combat skills before. Especially that emptiness, it seemed to be formed by a spatial rift. What kind of combat technique can shake space itself? Countless martial artists stared intently at the storm, unable to remain calm. Summer capital. The martial arts leader suddenly took a step forward, as if only in this way could he see the situation on the screen more clearly. His eyes flashed with a sharp light, and after a moment he exhaled a long breath and said, "This is a spatial combat technique. The military marshal, the principal of the first academy, and others clearly saw something, and their faces were full of amazement. Even they could no longer remain calm at this moment. That kid Wang Teng has actually mastered spatial combat techniques, the military marshal said in disbelief. How did he do that? The Minister of Education asked, his eyes gleaming. As far as I know, to unleash spatial combat techniques, one must possess spatial talent, so, the martial arts leader said slowly. As for the reason, there is no need to explain it, everyone understands. That's someone's talent, you can't be envious of it. Ellipsis. On the surface of the East China Sea, while everyone was still in a daze, the storm centered on Wang Teng had already spun at an extremely terrifying speed. A series of sharp whistling sounds came from the air, and a terrifying suction force swept outwards. The waves were swept into the sky, and the trees and rocks on the mountain were swirled up and swept into the storm. The crowd was horrified, but they stopped hesitating and rushed down the mountain. Tantai Zan and the others also crossed the mountain, their faces solemn, and watched from afar behind the mountain. Fortunately, the mountains provided a barrier, otherwise the human warriors behind them would have had to retreat an unknown distance to avoid being affected by the storm's suction. Rumble. The collision between Elder Han and the storm giant ape finally subsided, and the seawater returned to the surface, revealing what lay behind it. A figure suddenly flew backward from the middle. PFF'd. Old Han coughed up a mouthful of blood, his aged body falling from the sky like a tattered sack. The storm giant ape's eyes burned with murderous intent, and it was about to strike again with its long staff. Old Han's body seemed to be suddenly pulled by an invisible force, and he was suddenly thrown backward at an even faster speed. Upon seeing this, Tantai Zan and the others immediately rushed out and helped Elder Han down. Cough cough. Old Han's face turned pale, and he coughed up blood again. Mr. Han, are you alright? Tantai Zan asked worriedly. Old Han's aged hands trembled slightly, but he still waved them and said, "Put me down." Your injuries? Governor Zhang couldn't help but ask. He won't die for now. Old Han's face grew paler, but his stubbornness left everyone helpless, and they had no choice but to put him down. He stood in midair, his body like a rootless duckweed, as if a gust of wind would blow him over, causing everyone great concern. At this moment, Old Han looked ahead, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, and asked, "Was that something that kid Wang Teng did?" "Yes." Tantai Zan nodded. "Good lad, no wonder you dared to kill 3 Lord-level sea beasts right in front of the storm giant ape." Old Han couldn't help but laugh. Ellipsis. As the group was talking, the storm giant ape looked at the spatial storm ahead and immediately became alert, sensing an extremely strong threat. Just then, the spatial storm suddenly stirred and began to move slowly forward. An even stronger suction force emanated from the storm, sweeping towards the sea monsters ahead. One by one, the sea beasts roared in fear and fled in all directions, but under the enormous suction force, their bodies were uncontrollably lifted into the sky and flew towards the spatial storm. Roar! With a desperate roar, countless sea monsters were finally swallowed up by the spatial storm. Puff puff puff. Before they could even scream, they were torn to pieces by the wildly spinning storm, their blood splattering like rain. The remaining sea creatures fled in even greater panic, desperately swimming towards the seabed and into the distance, trying to avoid the suction of the spatial storm. However, the spatial storm continued its relentless advance, and any sea creature that got too close was doomed to die. Roar! The storm giant ape roared angrily upon seeing this. "Human, stop." HMPH. A cold snort rang out, and Wang Teng's voice came from within the spatial storm. "Too late. Do you think we humans are made of clay? Intruders will pay the price. Today, you will not leave alive." His voice grew louder and louder until it finally boomed and echoed all around. The people behind them were thrilled and looked ahead. Even though they couldn't see Wang Teng, a hint of excitement welled up in their eyes. Well said. We must show these sea monsters that humans are not to be trifled with. Roar! The storm giant ape was enraged, watching as sea beasts were sucked into the spatial storm and crushed into pieces. Its enormous eyes gradually turned blood red. "Then go die." It roared, and the storm and lightning on its body suddenly surged, eventually forming an equally terrifying thunderstorm that enveloped its enormous body. At this moment, the storm giant ape seemed to have truly transformed into a thunderstorm. It is the Lord of Storms. It is the controller of thunder. With terrifying power, it roared to the sky and crashed fiercely into the spatial storm in front of it. Boom! One is a void spatial storm and the other is a mighty thunderstorm. They are colliding on the sea surface at this moment. This scene was terrifying, as if a natural disaster had struck and human power was powerless to stop it. The sea was churning, the sky was pitch black, and dark clouds blocked out all light, making the area extremely gloomy and oppressive. Two storms are spinning at high speed, eroding and destroying each other. Boom, boom, boom. The roar resounded, and everyone behind was stunned, speechless with shock. Suddenly, towering waves surged into the sky, obscuring people's view, with only occasional bursts of explosions audible. The storm giant ape's advantage lies in its formidable strength, while Wang Tang's strength lies in the terror of his spatial storms. The two sides were locked in a stalemate for a time, but they were already mortal enemies, and neither was willing to be defeated. They were determined to fight to the death. Roar! Die! One ape and one human roared furiously, pressing their attacks forward. Boom! A terrifying roar suddenly erupted from the center of the two storms, plunging the world into utter silence. Who's winning? The people behind stared blankly ahead, incredibly tense, their hearts pounding in their throats, waiting for the final result. As the waves receded, two figures appeared faintly in everyone's sight. One was clearly the enormous body of the storm giant ape, while the other appeared incredibly small, but its entire body stood upright in midair, not far from the storm giant ape. The crowd gasped in disbelief. The storm giant ape's body was covered in blood, with countless large and small wounds all over its body, making it look extremely miserable and terrifying. It was panting heavily, its eyes fixed on Wang Tang as if it wanted to devour him alive. Wang Tang's body was covered in countless wounds, and blood stained his clothes, soaking through his entire body, dripping down drop by drop. However, his expression remained unchanged, his eyes were completely calm as he stared at the storm giant ape. The human warriors behind them, the ordinary people in the underground air raid shelter, and even people all over the country watching on the screen. Everyone was watching them, their hearts pounding. At this moment, Wang Tang will decide the final outcome of this war. Retreat. At this moment, a firm voice slowly came from Wang Tang's mouth. Silence. A deathly silence. The storm giant ape stared intently at Wang Tang before it, and after a moment, it finally spoke. Human, tell me, what is your name? Its voice was still majestic and loud, but it carried a hint of weariness and weakness. Wang Tang. Wang Tang paused for a moment before speaking. I'll remember you. The storm giant ape gave Wang Tang a deep look, then turned and headed into the deep sea. Its enormous body sank into the seabed step by step until it disappeared from sight. The remaining surviving sea creatures followed closely behind, disappearing completely from the surface of the sea. We won! Everyone was slightly taken aback, but then they reacted and suddenly burst into a thunderous cheer. Ha ha ha, we won! We really won! Wang Tang, Wang Tang, Wang Tang. Someone, it was unknown, started calling out Wang Tang's name, and the sound echoed for a long time above the ruins of Donghai City. At that moment, the dark clouds dispersed, and a ray of sunlight shone down, illuminating the young figure ahead with dazzling brilliance. On the sea, as the last sea monster disappeared into the deep sea, everything returned to calm. Cheers echoed over the ruins of the East China Sea. Wang Tang's figure stood on the sea, reflecting the brilliance of the sky. His slightly thin body appeared majestic at this moment, and even had a touch of holiness. A deep sense of reverence appeared in everyone's eyes. This brutal sea monster uprising was finally quelled by Wang Tang. Without him, how many martial artists, or even ordinary people, from the East Sea could survive the rampage of sea monsters? He helped human warriors kill a large number of sea monsters. He also shouldered the burden of two mountains, building an impenetrable defense along the coastline, blocking the invasion of a large number of sea beasts, and giving human warriors a chance to survive. It was he who defeated the terrifying storm giant ape, forcing it to retreat and protecting the homeland of the people of the East Sea. Who else could do all this? Ellipsis. Inside the underground air raid shelter, the Wang family members listened to the cheers and shouts calling Wang Tang's name from all around them, and felt incredibly proud. They stared at the young figure projected on the screen, their hearts filled with deep amazement. Having such a son is truly a blessing for the Wang family. Old Master Wang said in a trembling voice, gripping his cane tightly. Wang Tang's uncle, aunt, and other family members all deeply agreed, believing that it was a great blessing for a family to have such a martial arts expert. Many families exhaust all their efforts but fail to cultivate a single martial arts expert, while the Wang family did nothing, Yet Wang Teng rose to prominence at an astonishing speed. Almost as if he had been given away for free. Whenever other families mentioned it, they were filled with envy, their eyes practically red with jealousy. Meanwhile, people across the country finally breathed a sigh of relief. The East China Sea has been saved. This is already the best possible outcome. Although the East China Sea has been reduced to ruins, it can be rebuilt as long as people are alive. Then everyone's eyes turned to Wang Teng, their faces showing undisguised amazement. This young man is truly amazing. This sea monster riot showed everyone what true unparalleled beauty was. Indeed, in everyone's eyes, Wang Teng deserves these 4 words. A peerless genius. He was an unparalleled genius who surpassed all other geniuses. No one specifically mentioned this honor, but everyone unanimously bestowed this title upon him. Summer capital, Summer Palace. The martial arts leader solemnly ordered, immediately dispatch medical personnel and alchemists to the East Sea. We must save every life that can be saved. Prepare all necessary supplies and provide full support for the reconstruction of the East China Sea. All departments must cooperate fully. Anyone who slacks off or seeks personal gain will be severely punished. Furthermore, dispatch rune masters to the East Sea to construct the strongest defenses along its coastline to prevent sea monsters from invading again. After saying that, he left, but stopped at the door and said, order all parts of the country to strengthen surveillance in all directions, especially in the grasslands, forests, mountains and oceans. I don't want to see this happen again. As the voice faded, the martial arts leader's figure completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Yes, the Minister of Education and other ministry leaders quickly responded in unison. The impact of this sea monster uprising is so enormous that it has clearly attracted the attention of the highest levels of government. The East China Sea suffered heavy losses, and the Xia Kingdom could not withstand such turmoil. Orders were issued from the Summer Palace, mobilizing all sectors of the nation, and the situation immediately became tense. East China Sea. Wang Teng stood on the sea until the sea monster completely disappeared before he finally breathed a sigh of relief, a wave of exhaustion washing over him. His body and mind had both reached their limits. He had never felt so weak and powerless, as if his body no longer belonged to him. He wasn't standing there to show off, he was simply unable to move. Even the slightest movement caused excruciating pain throughout his body, and he could only use the last of his primal force to keep his body floating in midair. Fortunately, the storm giant ape did not realize that he was already at his limit, or rather, even if it had, it wouldn't have mattered much. Because the storm giant ape was not in much better shape either, and Wang Teng was still confident in the power of the spatial storm. The storm giant ape wasn't stupid, it knew that continuing the fight wouldn't bring any benefit. Because of Wang Teng's appearance, the human warrior-level powerhouse had been preserved remarkably well, posing a significant threat to the sea beasts, who had no chance of winning. At this moment, Tantai Zan and the others finally noticed Wang Teng's abnormality and quickly flew over. Are you alright? Tantai Zan asked worriedly. Help me up, I can't move. Wang Teng said in a hoarse voice, a smile spreading across his face. Tantai Zan's expression changed slightly, and she quickly helped him up. When everyone returned to the rear, a group of people surrounded them, including Peng Yuanshan and Tong Hu from the Yellow Navy Academy, as well as Fu Tiandao, Qin Hanxuan, and others who were familiar with Wang Teng and some unfamiliar martial artists. Their faces were weary, their bodies covered in blood, but at this moment everyone was filled with worry, and they all chimed in with their own opinions. How's it going? Are you alright? How badly are you injured? Although Wang Teng felt a little strange being surrounded by a group of men showing concern for him, he still felt a warmth in his heart. At the same time, I'm somewhat relieved that everyone survived. This all-out effort wasn't in vain. Get out of the way, you're blocking the road. Tantai Zan, supporting Wang Teng, frowned and shouted angrily. The crowd felt embarrassed and quickly made way for him. Tantai Zan gave a cold snort, then helped Wang Teng walk toward an open space not far away. Large areas of the East China Sea have been reduced to ruins. Because Wang Teng had previously shoveled the ground 3 feet deep in order to condense his body of heavy rocks, everything around him was barren. So they could only find a flat place for Wang Teng to rest for a while. Tantai Zan put Wang Teng down and took out a healing pill for him to take. Without wasting any words, Wang Teng swallowed the pill and immediately closed his eyes to heal his injuries. However, he still managed to spare a bit of attention to collect the remaining attribute bubbles around him. No matter how badly you're injured, you can't let any attribute bubbles slip. Soon, Wang Tang collected all the attribute bubbles without missing a single one, and he finally regained his composure and focused on healing. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Tang opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath. The sky was already dusk and night was about to fall. Suddenly, Wang Tang noticed a crowd gathered around him and was taken aback. Dad, Mom, Grandpa, what are you all doing here? The people in front of them were none other than the Wang family. They had come out of the underground air raid shelter and, having heard that Wang Tang was injured, had stayed here without leaving for a moment. Son, you're finally awake. Li Shumei breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but burst into tears of joy. As a mother, Li Shumei was more worried about Wang Tang than anyone else. When she saw Wang Tang wake up, she was overjoyed. She hugged Wang Tang tightly, as if she was afraid that he would suddenly disappear. Mom, I'm fine, I'm perfectly alright. Touched, Wang Tang patted Li Shumei on the back and comforted her. Li Shumei wiped her eyes and said, "Don't work so hard next time. If anything happens to you, how am I supposed to live?" Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll definitely stay far away next time, Wang Tang coaxed without thinking. You're just trying to fool me. Li Shumei rolled her eyes in annoyance. She agreed so quickly, it must be a lie. Alright, our son did it all for everyone in Donghai. He's a hero. Wang Shengguo's eyes reddened, but he didn't shed a tear. He patted Li Shumei's shoulder and said proudly, "What kind of hero is this? I only want my son, not any hero." Li Shumei glared at Wang Shengguo and said angrily. Wang Shengguo was embarrassed and speechless. The surrounding crowd was at a loss for words. Some of the passing martial artists opened their mouths, wanting to argue, but then decided against it, remembering that the other party was Wang Tang's mother. For a mother, no hero is more important than her son. Ahem. Old Master Wang coughed lightly and said, "Shumei, it's best that she's all right now. Let's not talk about these things anymore." Since Grandpa Wang had spoken, Li Shumei naturally couldn't say anything more. Besides, she also knew that there was a saying that goes, with great power comes great responsibility. If a strong person like Wang Tang didn't step forward, perhaps no one in humanity would be able to stand up and fight against the sea monsters. With a sigh, Li Shumei asked Wang Tang softly, "Are you hungry? Mom will get you something to eat." Upon hearing this, everyone's stomachs began to rumble. They hadn't eaten all day. After coming out of the underground air raid shelter, they were given some dry rations, but they had no appetite. They drank some water and didn't eat anything else. Seeing that Wang Tang was alright, everyone's worries disappeared, and they naturally felt hungry. "We've lost our home, and now there's nowhere to cook anything. We can only make do with some dry food," said Zhao Huili, Wang Tang's aunt, somewhat dejectedly. Li Shumei then realized what was happening, and her brows furrowed. "My son is injured, and we should be making sure he gets some nutrition, but now everyone is sleeping outdoors. It's true what they say, even the most skilled cook can't cook without rice." Wang Tang is awake. Just then, a group of people walked over from a distance. They were none other than Tantai Zan, Peng Yuanshan, Fu Tiandao, and others. Accompanying him was a team of medical workers. They looked at Wang Tang with fervent admiration in their eyes. One of the female doctors, a woman in her early 30s with a charming demeanor, said, "Hello, Mr. Wang Tang. I am your personal physician, assigned by the higher-ups. I will be fully responsible for your health issues over the next few days." Wang Tang was somewhat surprised by the female doctor's beautiful face. Normally, he wouldn't mind telling a story about a patient and a female doctor, but his parents were here, and the situation didn't allow it. Cough cough, no need, I'm fine. So, Wang Tang coughed and said insincerely, "No, your health is very important and we can't take it lightly. We need to check your various health indicators now, so please cooperate," the female doctor said. "Son, listen to the doctor and be a good boy for the examination," Li Shumei immediately chimed in. Helpless, Wang Tang closed his eyes, nodded, and said, "Come on, I'll hand over my 100+ pounds to you." With a wave of her hand, the female doctor quickly set up a makeshift tent around Wang Tang and then conducted a full-body examination. This full-body checkup is completely unambiguous and goes exactly as it sounds. A moment later, the examination was completed, and the female doctor came out of the tent. Li Shumei and others immediately surrounded him and asked, "Doctor, how is my son's health?" The female doctor, who had been somewhat stunned, immediately reacted upon hearing this. Oh, Mr. Wang Tang's body has almost fully recovered and is fine. It's truly astonishing. This is the first time I've ever seen such an amazing recovery. As she spoke, she saw Wang Tang come out, her eyes flashed, and she said somewhat embarrassedly, if possible, Mr. Wang Tang, could you give me some blood so I can study it carefully? Wang Tang stumbled, looking at the other person with a strange expression. That's not all. They just saw him naked, and now they want to study his body in more detail. That's going too far. Doctor, the blood of martial artists cannot be studied casually, said Tantai Zan from the side. All right, the female doctor shook her head dejectedly and left with her entourage. Although they were Wang Tang's personal doctors, Wang Tang had just told them to go and treat other people and not waste their time with him. After all, he knew his own body well. With his recovery ability, his injuries would heal completely in no time, so there was no need to waste medical resources. Others needed them more than he did. You get some rest. We'll go see if the others need any help. Seeing that Wang Tang was indeed all right, Tantai Zan and the others turned and left. There was a lot of work waiting for them to do. Once everyone left, only the Wang family and Lin Chuan's family remained. They had been resting close to the Wang family members the whole time, and only came over when they saw Wang Tang wake up. Wang Tang's eyes met Lin Chuan's, and he saw extremely complex emotions in her eyes: worry, relief, admiration, and a deep affection. The two fell silent. Seeing this, Li Shumei's face immediately lit up with a motherly smile. She silently waved her hand to send the crowd away, then stepped forward, took Lin's mother's hand, and went to chat with her warmly. Anyone who didn't know them would think they had known each other for decades. This was the first time Wang Tang's family and Lin Chuan's family had met, and they never expected it to be under such circumstances. I'm strong enough, I'll definitely be fine, Wang Tang said with a grin, breaking the ice. Next time, be careful not to overexert yourself. We're all worried about you, Lin Chuan said, her throat dry and her voice hoarse. How worried are you? Wang Tang looked at her pretty face and suddenly felt like teasing her. His smug expression made Lin Chuan take a deep breath, her eyes widening as she stubbornly replied, I'm not that worried, just a lot of stray cats and dogs. Wang Tang was speechless, lamenting his miserable state, having been reduced to the status of a stray cat or dog. After Wang Tang spoke with Lin Chuan for a while, Lin Chusha couldn't help but come over. Lin Chuan couldn't help but roll her eyes. Lin Chusha, completely oblivious to being a third wheel, asked with a grin, Brother Wang Tang, where have you been all this time? Lin Chusha started the conversation, and Shu Wantong, Tian Xiaoxiao, Wang Tang's classmate, Lu Shu, Hu Pinliang and others who were not far away also came over. Wang Tangchong and the others smiled. Since they were all martial arts students, there was no need to hide anything. He said, we accidentally ended up in the dark world. The dark world, the group exclaimed in surprise. Are you sure you went to the dark world? Hu Pinliang asked suspiciously. What, would I lie to you? Wang Tang rolled his eyes in annoyance. Hee, no, it's just that I find it a bit unbelievable. Hu Pinliang chuckled awkwardly, then asked curiously, what's it like over there? They are all advanced dark species. What do you think they are? Wang Tang asked. Hu Pinliang and the others felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing this. Just imagining the scene, a person trapped in a dark world, surrounded by countless dark creatures. My God, I got goosebumps all over my body, it's terrifying. Everyone immediately looked at Wang Tang, their gazes filled with shock, yet also with a strange feeling. How exactly did Wang Tang escape from that situation? Then how did you escape back? Shu Wantong asked, directly voicing everyone's questions. Escape? Wang Tang said with a look of disdain, I fought my way back. You don't know what it was like. I just kept slashing and hacking all the way from the south to the north of the Darkseed Holy City. It was incredibly heroic. So, you're clearly using the word escape poorly. Show me what you're capable of. Lin Chuan rolled her eyes at him. He was being too exaggerated. If you're going to fool people, at least do it properly. Do you think we're stupid? I never knew you were such a braggart. Shu Wantong exclaimed speechlessly, then turned to Lin Chuan and said, Chuan, you'd better watch out in the future. This guy talks a lot of nonsense, he might just be a scumbag. Damn it, you're slandering me. Wang Tang was furious, glaring at her as he said, don't you believe me? Before I left, I blew up the Dark Race's holy city and took all the treasures they had accumulated over the years. Cough cough cough. As Wang Tang finished speaking, he suddenly realized that he had almost let something slip. What did you do to the dark race's treasures? At that moment, a soft laugh came from afar. Governor Zhang, Yi Jixing, and others accompanied Tantai Zan over. They hadn't been there earlier, but upon hearing that Wang Teng had woken up, they came to check on him. The one who spoke was Governor Zhang, his eyes shining like a hungry wolf spotting its prey. Nothing, nothing, what treasure? Governor, you must have misheard. Wang Teng shook his head in denial, looking utterly unconvinced, then looked innocently at Tantai Zan and asked, Teacher, didn't you just leave? Why are you back? What, can't I come back yet? Tantai Zan asked him calmly. Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly chuckled and said, No, who would dare to stop you, teacher? Tantai Zan breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Teng's strength was now greater than hers. If she couldn't control him, it would be embarrassing. Fortunately, this kid is respectful of his teacher. Governor Zhang asked impatiently, Wang Teng, did you take all the treasures of the dark race? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Wang Teng with strange expressions. Did this guy really do it? How could that be? I don't have that kind of ability. I was just bragging to them. Wang Teng shook his head repeatedly. Hey, I don't believe you for a second. Tantai Zan thought to herself with contempt, but she didn't say it out loud. After all, Wang Teng is her apprentice, so she can't possibly side with someone else. Governor Zhang said, given your personality, you're definitely capable of doing something like this. The treasure you obtained is a testament to your ability. No one is trying to steal it from you. There's no need for you to hide it. Hey, I don't believe you for a second. Wang Teng sneered inwardly. His reaction was the same as Tantai Zan's, only the person he was talking to was different. Governor Zhang really thinks he's a 3-year-old child who's easy to fool. If he were to show off all the treasures he's acquired, they'd be amazed. With so many treasures, it wouldn't be right not to provide some financial assistance. No, I saw it, but I didn't have time to take it. Wang Teng said with a regretful expression, putting on a dramatic act. Governor Zhang stopped dwelling on whether he had taken it or not, and instead pointed around and said, Look at the state of Donghai now, a wasteland, countless people displaced. The elderly starving, children unable to go to school. Don't you feel anything when you see this? Wang Teng's face turned black. This was like shrimp meat and pig's heart. He had expected this to happen. Now that a righteous cause had been placed on his head, should he help or not? Governor, don't talk nonsense. My Wang family is also in the East China Sea. Do you think we haven't suffered any losses? Look at our whole family, we won't even have a place to live in the future. Wang Teng didn't take the bait and started playing the victim. Anyway, he won't contribute the money. He's just an ordinary person, not a saint. He's already selflessly standing up and turning the tide of battle during wartime. We can't expect him to contribute both effort and money for nothing. Besides, he's not the Governor General of the East China Sea, so it's not his place to pay for this. Moreover, given the current situation, he also needs to think about the Wang family's future and how to rebuild it. Putting everything else aside, money is definitely a must, and the treasures he acquired can come in handy. In any case, apart from a few special items, most of the treasures were not very useful to him, so it would be better to use them to develop the royal family. The Wang family's power is also beneficial to him. After hearing the conversation between the two, Grandpa Wang, Wang Shengguo, and the others got a general idea of what was going on. At first, they were worried that Wang Teng wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure of righteousness, so they agreed immediately. Now it seems that Wang Teng was not so naive. His ability to play dumb was in no way inferior to those seasoned veterans who had spent half their lives in the business world. Governor Zhang was somewhat embarrassed by Wang Teng's words, as if he were a villain who had forcibly taken someone's treasure. He avoided Wang Teng's gaze and looked at Old Master Wang, saying, Old Master Wang, what do you say? This old man greets the governor. Old Master Wang was very polite, first bowing before slowly speaking. To be honest, Governor, our Wang family has suffered heavy losses this time. With a large number of our businesses destroyed. We don't even know if we can recover. We really can't help you much. Besides, with the East China Sea suffering such a calamity, I'm sure the summer capital won't stand idly by. Some aid should be coming soon, so there's no need for the governor to be in a hurry. Old Master Wang spoke much more tactfully than Wang Teng, unlike Wang Teng who was so reckless. Moreover, he directly invoked the nation's name, because no matter what, this matter should definitely be led by the nation. The government hasn't even taken action yet, and Wang Teng is already making a move? That's not how it works. Governor Zhang was suddenly cornered by Old Master Wang and said with a wry smile, that makes sense, but if we want the East China Sea to recover quickly, the country alone is obviously not enough. We also need the assistance of people from all walks of life. This is negotiable. Governor Zhang, you can organize people from all walks of life in Donghai and have a meeting to discuss it. I think everyone will be happy to contribute to Donghai, Old Master Wang said calmly and evasively. Governor Zhang was extremely troubled. The old and young members of the Wang family were not easy to deal with. He used to hate arguing with merchants. If he couldn't win the argument, he would just use his power to intimidate them. He was not afraid that they would not comply. But the Wang family is obviously different. Wang Teng is now part of the military faction. Not only does he hold the rank of Major General, but his strength is so great that he feels he definitely can't beat him. He's too monstrous. This is a tough rock to crack. No, it's a diamond. It's a treasure, but it's just too hard. Seeing Governor Yang's helpless expression, Wang Teng chuckled inwardly and secretly gave Old Master Wang a thumbs up. Old Ginger is indeed spicier. Old Master Wang raised an eyebrow, his expression unchanged, showing no sign of faltering. Very well, let's put this matter aside for now and discuss it properly later. Governor Zhang gave Wang Teng a meaningful look. This kid must have plundered countless treasures from the underworld. We'll have to squeeze some out of him somehow. Governor Zhang left with resentment. He will come back again. You, Tantai Zan pointed at Wang Teng with her finger, shaking her head and laughing. She didn't say anything just now, but that was enough to show her attitude. If possible, she still hoped that Wang Teng could lend a hand. Wang Teng just chuckled and didn't say anything more. This money won't be wasted on you. You can also gain a lot from it. How you handle it is up to you, Tantai Zan said. Wang Teng's heart stirred, and he nodded thoughtfully. He hadn't considered this possibility, but if it were in exchange, he might accept it. I wonder how many people will be willing to stay in the East China Sea after this riot, Yi Jixing sighed. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. This sea monster rampage had devastated the entire East China Sea, and the consequences were truly terrifying. Everyone must still be shaken by the experience, and many ordinary people might move their entire families away from the East China Sea. The inland areas aren't necessarily safe either. There are sea beasts along the coast, and there are other land-based star beasts inland, Tantai Zan said. We need to strengthen the defenses of the East China Sea. Those 3 mountains can be inscribed with runes and formations to form the first line of defense, which ordinary sea beasts will find difficult to break through, Wang Teng said. His eyes flashing. I forgot you're a rune master. Tantai Zan glanced at him and nodded. Rune masters will be coming to help soon. You can discuss things with them then. These are your areas of expertise. Wang Teng nodded. Shu Wantong, Hu Pinliang, and the others standing nearby were completely dumbfounded when they saw Wang Teng talking to the big shots, looking as if they had seen a ghost. We both received 9 years of compulsory education, so why can you chat and laugh with big shots while we tremble in fear on the sidelines? The difference is far too great. By this time, night had completely fallen, and everyone sat down on the ground and took out bread, biscuits, and other food to eat. The night sky was dotted with stars, and everyone looked at the ruins in front of them with heavy hearts. They are all still alive, but many have lost family and friends. In the end, many will never return from this sea monster riot. Wang Teng's eyes lit up, and he said, "Stop eating dry rations, it's such a waste to leave so much seafood uneaten." As soon as he finished speaking, a loud boom echoed as 3 enormous sea monster corpses appeared in the open space in front of him. Everyone was stunned. This is a lord-level sea monster. Are you really going to eat it? Isn't that a bit too extravagant? Upon hearing the news, Wang Dapao, Tantai Zan, and the others gathered around, sitting in front of Wang Teng and staring at him expectantly, as if to say, "Quick, serve, dinner." Lin Chuan, Shu Wantong, Hu Pinliang, and the others were speechless at the sight. You guys are warrior-level powerhouses, okay? Can't you at least be a little more mindful of your image? However, they finally realized that this was indeed a plan to eat a lord-level sea beast, and their hearts trembled, their eyes shining brightly. These sea monsters are so big, a few more pairs of chopsticks won't make a difference, right? They don't eat much anyway, just a little bit is enough. That's a Lord-level sea monster after all. If we miss this opportunity, we don't know if we'll ever have another chance to taste it. The Wong family members looked at each other, then couldn't help but swallow. Wong Tang smiled slightly, and without saying a word, he waved his hand, and blue flames immediately appeared. The three-headed sea beast was instantly enveloped in flames and floated in midair, where it was roasted from all angles under Wong Tang's mental control. The master chef is back. Wong Tang's actions were as fierce as a tiger. He had to be fierce because the sea monster was so big that he would have to fly up and down to sprinkle all the seasonings on it. Moreover, a large amount of seasonings were needed, which Wong Tang clearly didn't have enough of. Fortunately, he managed to gather quite a bit from other martial artists. Before long, a rich aroma wafted through the air. The three Lord-level sea monsters were roasted to a golden brown, instantly whetting the appetite at first glance. This outcome was something even the storm giant ape probably couldn't have predicted. People even from afar noticed the situation and looked over, unable to help but swallow hard. Alright, everyone help yourselves, eat as much as you can. With a wave of his hand, Wong Tang cut off several large pieces of meat for himself and distributed them to the Wong family members and Lin Chuan's family. This was clearly special treatment, and everyone watching couldn't help but roll their eyes. But since Wong Tang captured them, that's what matters. At that time, everyone thought he was going to send the three Lord-level sea monsters away, but he actually killed them right in front of the storm giant ape. It was a bit of a tiger, but at least it managed to leave behind three Lord-level sea monsters. If it were anyone else, they probably would have handed it over immediately. They wouldn't even have considered taking Lord-level seafood. Lin Chuan blushed slightly when she saw everyone's gaze. This guy was making her feel embarrassed by giving her special treatment in front of so many people. Shu Wantong and Tian Xiaoxiao winked at her, teasing her silently, but they were probably a little envious in their hearts. Hu Pinliang, Lu Shu, and the others chuckled, their eyes filled with a rather ambiguous exchange. They all had some injuries, but they were all fine and would fully recover after a period of rest. Wong Tang, with his thick skin, didn't care at all and didn't feel embarrassed in the slightest. Lin's mother glanced at the two of them and smiled slightly. In particular, the way she looked at Wong Tang was so pleasing to the eye. Lin Chusha didn't care about any of that. She took the seafood and started eating it in big bites. However, because it was freshly grilled, the temperature was very high, and it burned her so much that she cried out. The others were already impatient and rushed forward one by one, as if they hadn't eaten for days. Holy crap, no wonder it's a Lord-level sea beast. The lobster meat is so tender and delicious, it's really tasty. Wang Dapao exclaimed. What a disgrace. Sister Han next to him slapped him, feeling that this guy was embarrassing her. Wang Dapao shrank his neck and chuckled. He was notoriously afraid of his wife, and it seemed he had no chance of ever turning his life around. Sister Han ignored him and couldn't resist taking a bite herself. Her eyes lit up immediately. This tastes really good. Isn't it delicious, honey? You can't go wrong with me, Wang Dapao said smugly. Get lost. Is this your doing? If it weren't for Brother Wang, we wouldn't have this to eat. Sister Han glanced at him sideways. Same here, I also contributed, Wang Dapao said sheepishly. Everyone who saw the couple arguing regularly was amused and burst into laughter. The Wang family members didn't receive much, since ordinary people couldn't withstand the energy contained within. Even if it was just a small piece, they ate it with relish, afraid that they would finish it all at once. At my age, it's worth it to have the chance to eat a Lord-level star beast's meat, Old Master Wang said with a smile. Grandpa, what are you saying? With me here, I guarantee you'll still be able to eat this in the future, Wang Tang said. Ha ha ha, good, Old Master Wang laughed heartily. The members of the Wang family glanced at Wang Tang and couldn't help but smile. Brother Wang, have some wine. Wang Dapao tossed a bottle of strong liquor over and said, how can you eat seafood without wine? You can drink mine instead. Wang Tang took out the fine wine he got from the dwarves, poured out the old baijiu, filled it with dwarf wine, and threw it back to Wang Dapao. Wang Dapao took it, immediately took a big gulp, burped, his eyes lit up, and sighed, good wine. Why didn't you bring it out sooner? Wang Tang ignored him. Yi Jixing twitched his nose slightly, as if he had smelled the aroma of wine, and said with a smile, give me some too. Tantai Zan glanced over, but didn't speak, only gesturing with her eyes. Wang Tang didn't hesitate at all, he gave everyone a share but not much. He didn't have much wine left either, so he had to drink it sparingly. He was thinking that next time he went to another world, he would have to go to the dwarf's place and get some more, because it wasn't enough to drink at all. Great, you guys are having a good time, eating good food here. Governor Zhang and General Chen of the East Sea Navy walked over from a distance. They had been busy all day and were exhausted. Without being invited, they immediately joined in. Subsequently, Peng Yuanshan, Tong Hu, Fu Tiandao and others also rushed over, none of them able to resist the temptation of the food. With more people joining in, and the addition of alcohol and food, the atmosphere became much more lively. Wang Teng didn't intend to eat it all himself. He had the soldiers next to him divide the 3 lord-level seafood pieces among themselves. They were so large that they were enough for many people to eat. Governor Zhang also ordered the chefs of the East China Sea to cook some edible sea creatures and distribute them to everyone. In an instant, a rich aroma filled the entire East China Sea, and under the stimulation of this delicious food, everyone couldn't help but smile. The night was deep and the stars twinkled. The seafood feast has ended, and many people are exhausted, not only physically but also mentally, and are now fast asleep. But many people are frowning, and they probably won't be able to sleep peacefully even in their dreams. I just hope that time can wash away the pain I feel right now. Wang Teng gazed at the night sky and sighed. However, when he turned his head and saw the peacefully sleeping faces of the people around him, he felt inexplicably calm. At least his family and friends don't have to suffer those hardships. At this moment, he finally understood the benefits of being powerful. It was not only for himself but also for those around him. Why aren't you asleep yet? A soft voice woke him from his thoughts. Wang Teng glanced at Lin Chuan, who was lying not far away with Lin's mother and the others, smiled slightly, and said softly, I'll cultivate for a while longer. You should go to sleep. Lin Chuan looked at his face, her heart filled with emotion. Others only saw his unparalleled talent, but they didn't see that he was still cultivating late at night. No wonder he has such strength at such a young age, he deserves it. If Wang Teng knew what she was thinking, I wonder if he would be so ashamed that he would want to crawl into a hole and hide. Probably not, he's too shameless. Lin Chuan was somewhat lost in thought, feeling that his face had a unique charm. This guy is strangely good looking. Ah, what a damn beautiful misunderstanding. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Wang Teng asked suspiciously. It's nothing, you should go to sleep early too. Lin Chuan's face was slightly flushed and she was a little flustered. She wrapped her sleeping bag tighter around herself and quickly closed her eyes. Wang Teng chuckled and shook his head, then sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. A moment later, Lin Chuan secretly opened her eyes, glanced at Wang Teng, and breathed a slight sigh of relief when she saw that he had already entered a meditative state. A slight smile appeared on her lips. She closed her eyes and soon her even breathing could be heard. Wang Teng focused his attention on the attribute panel. He gained a lot from this sea monster riot. First, the attributes of spirit and comprehension have been improved slightly. Spirit, 1,033,000, Royal Realm. Comprehension, 1,253,000, Royal Realm. Unlike the dark beasts, which suffer from mental chaos, the sea beasts don't lose as much mental attribute, so their mental attribute didn't actually increase much this time. The same goes for comprehension. Those sea beasts don't seem very smart, so naturally they won't lose much comprehension attribute. This time, the comprehension attribute mainly comes from the human side. Next is battlefield awareness. It had already been upgraded to 9 stars in the last Star Maple City battle, and now it has been upgraded again by more than 2,000 points, but it is still 9 stars. Battlefield awareness, 35,309,000, 9 stars. However, his current level alone is enough to crush ordinary warriors at the general level. Next is the talents section. Wang Teng's gaze swept over them one by one, and he noticed the changes in several talent attributes. His water-based talent improved significantly, since water-based talent is the most common among sea beasts. Not to mention that he later killed 3 Lord-level sea beasts and obtained a large number of high-level water-based talent attributes from them. Exceptional water-type talent, 5,605,000. Without a doubt, the water-type talent has been completely upgraded to a new level, from the original advanced level to the current top level. Absolutely top-notch. Wang Teng felt the changes within himself. His affinity for water-based primal forces had more than doubled. He could sense the abundant water elemental energy in the ocean from afar, as if he could draw it out from the deep sea and absorb it for his own use with just a thought. In addition, there are 2 other attribute talents that have also reached the absolute top level. Peerless Lightning Talent, 10,505,000. Peerless Wind Type Talent, 3,055,000. These 2 innate attributes clearly come from the storm giant ape, a terrifying star beast with water, wind, and lightning attributes. Wang Teng clicked his tongue in amazement. This was the first time he had ever seen such extraordinary talent, yet 3 of them appeared on the storm giant ape at once. No wonder it was able to reach such a powerful level. Even now, Wang Teng still feels lingering fear when he thinks about it. The talents in the other categories have also improved, but ultimately they are not as good as these 3 talents. Then Wang Teng looked at the force section, and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. With all 5 elements reaching the level of a 10-star warrior, there is probably no one in the world who can compare to him. Gold type force, 32,001,000, 10 stars. Wood type force, 25,601,000, 10 stars. Water-based force, 76,301,000, 10 stars. Fire force, 15,301,000, 10 stars. Earth elemental force, 17,101,000, 10 stars. Ellipsis. Among them, the water elemental force is undoubtedly the most abundant, reaching the high level of 10 stars, and is not far from breaking through. This is mainly because there are so many sea monsters, and the amount of water-based elemental power they provide is astonishing. In fact, many water-type force attribute bubbles disappeared automatically. If Wang Teng hadn't been unable to pick them up all the time, his water-type force would probably have already broken through to the 11-star lower-level warrior level. I feel a strange sense of regret. That's a huge mistake. Wang Teng shook his head, not daring to think any further, afraid that if he did, he would be beaten to death. He looked down at the other elemental forces and became happy again. This time, even the ice, wind, and lightning elemental forces have been significantly enhanced. Ice type force, 3,204,000, 6 star. Wind force, 11,504,000, 6 stars. Lightning force, 53,509,000, 9 stars. Among the sea monsters, there were quite a few ice-type beasts, and even the giant deep-sea serpent was ice-type. As a result, Wang Teng's ice-type primal force was greatly enhanced, directly reaching the level of a 6-star warrior. His wind elemental force came from the storm giant ape, which also significantly boosted his stats, bringing him to the level of a 6-star warrior. The lightning type force also comes from the storm giant ape. Although it is still a 9-star warrior level weapon, it has at least increased several thousand attribute points. That said, that storm giant ape really did provide him with a lot of stat boosts. Thank you. If given the chance, Wang Teng would like to kill it, the gains would certainly be greater. Unfortunately, that storm giant ape was too strong, possibly reaching the level of a 13-star upper-level lord. This time, it was only by using a spatial storm that it became extremely wary and ultimately chose to retreat. Moreover, the presence of a large number of powerful humans in the rear is also a factor that the storm giant ape is wary of. Otherwise, if Wang Teng were to fight the storm giant ape alone, he would definitely be able to withstand it head-on. Therefore, before his strength reaches the level of a 12-star mid-level warrior, Wang Teng would absolutely not dare to cause trouble for it. He hadn't lived enough yet. Putting all that aside, Wang Teng looked again at the cultivation techniques and combat skills section below. Unfortunately, there weren't any high-level cultivation techniques or combat skills, since no fallen general level experts were present this time. Cough cough. This is a good thing. Wang Teng suppressed the wicked thought in his mind. Such a thought was absolutely wrong. Suddenly, Wang Teng's gaze stopped as he saw a special skill, deep sea breathing. This skill must have come from some kind of sea monster. Wang Teng was certain of his abilities, and when he looked at the skill, the relevant information immediately came to mind. This is a skill that allows him to breathe in the deep sea. It may not seem like a powerful skill, but it is very practical. It's amazing that it can breathe through its pores, Wang Teng thought to himself, quite intrigued. While warrior-level experts can hold their breath underwater, the time is limited and it consumes primal energy, making it inferior to deep-sea breathing. Wang Teng really wanted to go into the water and try it out right now, but in the end he gave up. In this situation, it's best not to wander around. If someone gets up in the middle of the night and can't find the other person, they'll be worried. Finally, there are blank attributes. This time, Wang Teng picked up the most blank attributes, but he had previously added them to Heart of the Rock, ancient god body, and spatial storm, so there are very few left. Fortunately, all three skills are extremely powerful, so the massive amount of blank attributes were not wasted. Blank attribute, 4,600. At this point, he still had 4,600 blank attribute points left, which seemed like a lot, but as his strength increased, these blank attribute points would naturally not be enough. Good steel should be used where it's most needed. Wang Teng decided to leave it for now and wait until he had collected more blank attributes before considering where to use them. After taking stock of his gains, Wang Teng let out a long breath. Each battle had brought him huge rewards, greatly increasing his strength, which should have made him happy. However, he felt somewhat heavy-hearted. In every great war, there is bound to be death. These attributes of his were obtained at the cost of the deaths of numerous martial artists. Wang Teng shook his head. It wasn't that he was sentimental, but he felt that the attributes seemed to be stained with blood. If it were only stained with the blood of dark species and star beasts, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, there was also a large amount of human blood on it, making the attribute bubble extremely heavy. He suddenly felt that God had given him this attribute system with ill intentions. Yes, that must be it. He didn't understand before, but the more he thought about it, the more he realized it was true. He couldn't help but feel angry and gave the sky the middle finger. When they woke up the next day, everyone's mood had improved considerably, and their physical fatigue had also eased slightly. At dawn, sunlight shone on the earth, and a light mist floated over the ruins of the East China Sea. Many people are already busy at work. Governor Zhang and other high-ranking officials in the East China Sea region woke up at 4 or 5 in the morning and rushed around organizing various tasks. General Chen and other military personnel also patrolled various parts of the East China Sea to maintain discipline. In the current situation, people's hearts are fickle, and no one can guarantee that some people will not be unable to withstand the pressure and collapse, ultimately doing something irrational. By midnight last night, support from all over had arrived, with medical workers, alchemists, rune masters, and others all throwing themselves into the work. In addition, there are architects, urban planners, designers, railway engineers and other highly skilled talents drawn from all over the country. It's unimaginable that so many people have gathered on the ruins of Donghai overnight, and more talents will continue to arrive to contribute to the reconstruction of Donghai. Wang Teng had noticed these movements last night, but they were none of his business, so he focused on his cultivation and ignored everything else. At this moment, the people around him gradually woke up. The first thing Lin Chuan did when she opened her eyes was to look in Wang Teng's direction. She saw him sitting cross-legged on a large rock, absorbing the primal energy between heaven and earth to cultivate. A dense aura of primal force surrounded him, appearing and disappearing in the morning light, ethereal and otherworldly. The Wang family members also woke up, and soon they noticed the situation on Wang Teng's side, all showing surprise. Is this how martial arts masters cultivate? That's amazing. Suddenly, everyone's hearts stirred. Judging from this, Wang Teng had been cultivating all night. He's really diligent. Li Shumei felt a pang of heartache. After all, he was her son, and she couldn't bear to see him suffer. What should I do if my legs go numb after sitting all night? Grandpa Wang, Wang Shengguo, and others felt gratified. Despite such achievements, he remained humble and focused on his cultivation. Truly worthy of being my grandson, son. At the same time, Wang Teng sensed that everyone had woken up and completed the final cycle of the origin force. He slowly opened his eyes, and a ray of light shot out from them, disappearing in an instant. Everyone was horrified and quickly avoided his gaze. It wasn't that Wang Teng's eyes were too terrifying, but rather that the sharp light he exuded due to his cultivation made it impossible to look directly at him. Everyone is awake. Wang Teng smiled slightly. I woke up a while ago and have been waiting for you, Lin Chuan said. Wang Teng was immediately embarrassed. He didn't sleep all night, but ended up being the last one to get up. Who can he complain to? I couldn't help but sigh. Women and petty men are the hardest to deal with. Then a look of helplessness appeared on his face, which was taken as an admission. He wasn't that stupid to reason with a woman. After everyone had breakfast, Wang Teng gathered with Old Master Wang and others to discuss the future development and settlement of the Wang family. Everyone, please share your thoughts, said Old Master Wang, looking around before speaking first. Wang Shenghong, Wang Shengjun, and the others glanced at Wang Teng subconsciously. In my opinion, given how dangerous the East China Sea is right now, why don't we move our whole family? We can bring my family along too, since they're definitely following the Wang family's lead now, Zhao Huili, Wang Teng's aunt, suddenly suggested. Everyone immediately looked at her, their faces showing a hint of helplessness. Zhao Huili didn't have any bad intentions, but her vision was a bit shallow. If it were really that simple, there would be no need for everyone to gather together to discuss it. Shut your mouth. If you don't understand anything, don't talk nonsense. Wang Shenghong glared at his wife. Zhao Huili immediately felt wronged and wanted to retort. However, Old Master Wang spoke first, waving his hand and saying, "It's all right, it's all right." Isn't what Huili said also the choice we ultimately had no other option to make? See what Dad said? I was right. Zhao Huili immediately became smug. All right, shut up, Wang Shenghong said impatiently. Zhao Huili was unconvinced and wanted to say something more. Mom, let's hear what my cousin Wang Teng has to say first, Wang Yanan said, pulling her aside. Zhao Huili glanced at Wang Teng and immediately fell silent. When she was taking refuge in the underground air raid shelter, she witnessed Wang Teng's strength firsthand. It can be said that, in the entire Wang family, she now has more awe for Wang Teng than for Old Master Wang. Wang Teng smiled slightly and said, "Actually, what my aunt said is right." Upon hearing that Wang Teng actually agreed with her point of view, Zhao Huili immediately puffed out her chest and gave Wang Shenghong a light snort. The crowd was somewhat surprised. "Xiao Teng, this?" Wang Shenghong asked suspiciously. "Uncle, don't rush. I haven't finished speaking yet. Moving the whole family is indeed a good choice, but that's for other people. For our Wang family, I think staying in Donghai is the wisest choice," Wang Teng said confidently. "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Old Master Wang asked with a slight smile. "Grandpa, are you testing me?" Wang Teng chuckled, not bothering to argue, and continued, "You're not martial artists, so you don't know some inside stories." These words stirred something within everyone, and they exchanged glances. In reality, no place in the world is as safe as everyone imagines. The Star Beast riot is one aspect, but there are other reasons that are even more terrifying than the Star Beast riot. Wang Teng said. "What?" Everyone was shocked, their faces turning slightly pale. What reason could Wang Teng claim was even more terrifying than a sea monster uprising? "Son, what is it? Can't you tell me?" Wang Shengguo couldn't help but ask. "It's not that I can't talk about it, it's just that there are many taboos." "Never mind." Wang Teng hesitated for a moment, but in the end, his selfishness prevailed, and he gave a rough account of the situation of the dark race. However, he used a method of sound transmission, so his voice rang directly in everyone's ears. The Wang family members were horrified after hearing this. Although Wang Teng did not elaborate, the glimpse he revealed was enough to make them feel incredibly terrified. How did the world become like this? For those living in a peaceful environment, such a disaster is truly unimaginable. Therefore, staying in Donghai is actually the best choice, because my roots are here. Only here can I provide you with the best protection. Moreover, if something happens in Donghai and I am not there, the higher-ups in Donghai will provide protection for the Wang family immediately. In other cities, the Wang family probably wouldn't receive such treatment, Wang Teng said slowly. Everyone fell silent. After a moment, Old Master Wang let out a long breath and said, "Xiao Teng is right. This is what I wanted to tell you. Rather than going to a strange place and entrusting your safety to strangers, it is better to stay in your homeland and live and die with this city." After hearing what Grandpa Wang had said, Wang Teng added, "There's one more thing. The sea monsters have just been driven back, so they probably won't dare to attack again for a long time, unless they've really gone mad." That makes sense. In other cities, no one can guarantee when a Star Beast uprising will occur. The world is not peaceful after all. Wang Shengjun sighed. After listening to everyone's conversation, Zhao Huili turned pale. Then let's stay in the East China Sea." Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Even a composed man like Wang Shenghong couldn't help but roll his eyes, speechless at his wife's antics. Wang Yanan looked a little embarrassed and wanted to cover her face, but after all, she was her mother. A son doesn't despise his mother for being ugly, and a daughter can't despise her mother for being shameful. "I agree with Xiao Teng's decision to stay in Donghai," said Fang Junming, Xiao Teng's uncle, who had been silent until now. Wang Shenghong and Wang Shengjun had no doubts, they still had great faith in Wang Teng. This family was saved thanks to Wang Teng. Wang Shengguo naturally had nothing to say, that was his son, and if he didn't support him, who would? Actually, everyone doesn't need to worry too much. After this riot, the reconstruction of the East Sea will inevitably require strengthened defenses, and the safety will definitely be greatly improved. Furthermore, when the Wang family is rebuilt in the future, I suggest that our families live together in one place. I will set up a rune defense formation around us, which ordinary martial artists or star beasts will absolutely not be able to break through, ensuring everyone's safety, Wang Teng comforted. The Wang family members breathed a sigh of relief and felt much more at ease. Since everyone agrees, then it's settled. Just as Grandpa Wang finished speaking, a group of people walked over from a distance. Oh, it's them. Old Master Wang couldn't help but smile. I was wondering when they would come, but I didn't expect them to be so impatient the very next day. The others turned to look and recognized the person who had come. Given the current situation, every family is in a terrible predicament. It's not surprising that they've come to us, given that we've been friends with the Wang family for generations, Wang Shenghong said with a smile. There are a few families that are indeed closely related to my Wang family. If possible, we can lend them a hand. As for the others, before my Wang family rose to prominence, we looked down on them. Now they're all clinging to us. Old Master Wang sneered. Everyone knew the situation perfectly well. None of the Wang family's leaders were easily fooled. As they were speaking, the members of those families approached. Wang Teng, Your Excellency. The heads of several families greeted Wang Teng, but the way they addressed him left them somewhat conflicted. Wang Teng is much younger than them. In the past, he was considered their nephew or niece, but now no one dares to treat him as an ordinary junior. Without blood ties, they wouldn't be so arrogant as to dare to be the elder of a warrior-level expert. Grandpa Wang, the group then called out to him. Wang Shengguo, Wang Shenghong, and the others were equally meticulous, demonstrating the style of a family leader to the fullest extent. When Wang Teng saw Xu Jia, Bai Wei, and the others beside them, he shook his head and smiled to himself. They were using his friends as a favor. However, he didn't mind and greeted them. Xu Jia, Bai Wei, Yu Hao, and sister Xu Wei. Brother Wang Teng, Xu Jia and the other two called out awkwardly. They were, after all, too young, and their families were using their connections to their advantage, which made them feel somewhat embarrassed. Wang Teng, Xu Wei, being older, nodded to Wang Teng with a hint of reserve. At this moment, she felt quite complicated. Wang Teng and she had a very good relationship when they were young, so why did he seem so indifferent to her after they met at the auction last time? She really couldn't understand it. Now that Wang Teng's strength has increased, she feels that her relationship with him is becoming increasingly distant. She wants to find an opportunity to restore it, but Wang Teng is nowhere to be seen all day, leaving her at a loss. Now, only a trace of sadness remains in her heart. Wang Teng, unaware of Xu Hui's complex thoughts, looked at the leaders of each family but remained silent. Seeing this, old Master Wang understood and laughed. Why are you all here at the Wang family's place instead of dealing with your own family matters? The heads of the several families exchanged glances and gave awkward smiles. The head of the Xu family was Xu Jia's eldest uncle, a middle-aged man with a refined and scholarly demeanor. He glanced at Wang Teng before turning to Old Master Wang and saying directly, Old Master Wang, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. I've come here today with a request. Before he could finish speaking, a whooshing sound came from the sky, and a figure appeared in mid-air. It was Fu Tiandao. He didn't waste any words and said directly, Wang Teng, Governor Zhang, the master and the others are looking for you. Come with me right away. Wang Teng knew perfectly well what was going on, nodded, and said to everyone, Excuse me, everyone. With a light step, he transformed into a streak of light and followed Fu Tiandao into the distance. The heads of each family looked up and watched him leave, their eyes filled with envy. The Wang family's victory was due to this young man. Ellipsis. Wang Teng followed Fu Tiandao to the center of the East China Sea. Some of the buildings here were well defended and had not been completely destroyed. Governor Zhang, Yi Jixing, and others were holding a meeting here. When Wang Teng entered the conference room, Governor Zhang smiled and said, Gentlemen, the person you wanted to see has arrived. Everyone in the conference room turned to look, and sure enough, they saw a young man walk in, their eyes filled with surprise. They had seen Wang Teng in the broadcast videos and knew that this young man was no ordinary person and was extremely powerful, but seeing him in person now gave them a different feeling. At first glance, he seems ordinary, no different from any other young man. But upon closer inspection, one will find that he has a restrained aura and deep eyes, with the potential of a hidden dragon. Major General Wang, I've long admired your name. These people exuded a strong aura, clearly indicating that they were all powerful individuals and likely held high positions, otherwise they wouldn't have appeared in this setting. Yet, they greeted him with extreme politeness. Major General? Wang Teng was stunned when he heard this title. When did he become a Major General? The military rank awarded by the military headquarters during the last battle of Xingfeng City, Tan Tai Zan said casually, as if she had just remembered. Quote. Wang Teng was speechless. He was only told this now because it was so important, and he didn't even know when he would have found out if no one else had mentioned it. That's absolutely outrageous. This made him miss so many opportunities to show off. Damn it, Wang Teng was filled with resentment. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat eerie. Everyone noticed the anomaly and their expressions became somewhat strange. It was truly unbelievable that the person involved only realized their own identity now. Ahem, now that everyone is here, let's discuss the East China Sea Defense Formation, Governor Zhang said with a cough. Getting back to the main topic, everyone immediately became serious. After Wang Teng took his seat, he did not speak immediately. He could tell that everyone present was a rune master, and they must all have their own insights into rune formations. Since he had just arrived, it was not appropriate for him to interrupt. As expected, no one asked for his opinion, they all started expressing their own views without asking. In my opinion, the 3 mountains that Major General Wang moved here are perfect for setting up the 3 mountains giant spirit formation. There is no formation more suitable than it. The one who spoke was a rune master in his 40s who looked rather thin. After hearing his suggestion, many people looked thoughtful. The advanced rune master continued, once this formation is complete, the 3 mountains will be like 3 giant gods guarding the coastline of the East China Sea. Able to withstand the invasion of sea beasts again, and their defensive power will definitely not be weak. No good, no good. The 3 mountains giant spirit formation has a very limited protective range, only covering the area where the 3 mountains are located. Sea beasts can still break through from both sides of the 3 mountains. The reason they failed this time is because Major General Wang's move of moving mountains and filling seas was too unexpected. Those sea beasts were completely unprepared to deal with it, another rune master said, shaking his head. Even with the intelligence of sea beasts, they might not be able to come up with any roundabout tactics, so I think it's enough to guard the area around the 3 mountains. For other areas, we just need to send more people to keep an eye on them at all times, said the senior rune master. Relying on human monitoring is bound to lead to oversights. Chu Yongnian, your thinking is too naive. Haven't we learned enough lessons from this sea monster riot? Situ Jun retorted mercilessly. As the dean of the Rune Academy of the Yellow Navy Military Academy, his expertise in runes was naturally quite high, hence his presence at this moment. According to you, we would need to set up a runic array that can cover the entire East China Sea to be safe, but the question is, can we do that? Chu Yongnian sneered. He paused for a moment, and seeing that everyone had fallen silent, he continued, ordinary magic arrays cannot withstand the attacks of Lord-level sea beasts. Even if they are set up, they are useless. And if it is a higher-level magic array, we are powerless to deal with it. So why not concentrate all our manpower to set up an array that can withstand the impact of Lord-level sea beasts? The crowd hesitated. They had to admit that what Chu Yongnian said made perfect sense. The coastline was the most critical point of defense in the East China Sea. Defending that point meant defending most of the East China Sea. The problem now isn't which is better, but whether they can actually do it. It's frustrating, but it's an undeniable fact. In the art of runes, Earthstar's foundation is still somewhat weak. They can set up an array that covers the entire city, and there are indeed a few rune masters here. However, the arrays vary in strength, and they may not be able to master the overly powerful arrays. How about we ask a rune master from another world for help? Someone suggested hesitantly. Everyone was startled, then seemed to understand something. This is not a bad idea. Earth's relationship with the other world is becoming increasingly close. If we ask them for some assistance, they probably won't refuse. That's hard to say. Top-tier formations are kept very secret in the other world. Unless they are direct descendants of a rune master, it's almost impossible to obtain them, and they won't easily show them to us. We've helped them so much, yet these otherworldly beings are still so wary of us, someone said angrily. Hey, if it were us, we'd be the same. After another discussion, nothing came of it. Wang Teng's expression was somewhat strange. If these people were making it so difficult, then what about the rune inheritance he received from Goran? He felt it wasn't that difficult. Isn't what they mean by rune inheritance the same thing? Besides, he doesn't actually need help from people from other worlds, he can handle the rune formations in the East Sea on his own. After all, his mastery of runes had reached a very high level. However, since he said it himself, it inevitably sounds a bit pretentious, and they might not even believe it. Wang Teng fell into deep thought, wondering how to start the conversation in a way that would make him sound convincing. You've been discussing this for ages without any results. Why don't you ask the person involved? Those 3 mountains were moved by Wang Teng, he must have a plan in mind by now. At this moment, Tantai Zan's impatient voice rang out. She had thought these rune masters would come up with something, but in the end, they just fired a blank, which was utterly speechless. The rune masters present were immediately embarrassed, thinking about how shameful it was. However, they quickly looked at Wang Teng again. Did Tantai Zan mean that Wang Teng had a solution? Situ Jun's expression shifted slightly. He did know that Wang Teng's talent in runes was quite good, but that was all. After all, Wang Teng spent too little time at school. In the blink of an eye, Wang Teng's rune skills had surpassed his own. He probably couldn't believe it if he told him. But he also knew that Tantai Zan wouldn't speak without reason, so it seemed that Wang Teng was up to something. The other rune masters were unaware of Wang Teng's rune prowess, or even that he was a rune master, and all seemed very hesitant. However, someone eventually asked, Major General Wang, do you have any ideas? Could you please provide me with a topographical map of the area surrounding the East China Sea? Wang Teng said to Governor Zhang without immediately explaining. Governor Zhang was taken aback, but without hesitation, he immediately ordered someone to bring the map and spread it out in front of everyone. What are they doing? Everyone was curious and gathered around to watch. Wang Teng first drew the positions of 3 large mountains on the coastline, then crossed out their original positions, and finally sketched around the area of the East China Sea. Have you all noticed anything? Wang Teng finished drawing, casually tossed his brush on the table, and smiled confidently. Everyone was stunned, staring at Wang Teng with a blank expression. So what exactly is being drawn? Forgive their limited eyesight, but they really can't figure it out. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Wang Teng's smile gradually froze. He looked down at the map and asked cautiously, is it drawn badly? Hee, ha ha ha. Everyone chuckled awkwardly. If Wang Teng were just a junior, they would definitely have punched him in the head and given him a good scolding for drawing such rubbish. Unfortunately, it's not possible. Wang Teng is too strong, he could crush them with one hand. We can't afford to mess with him. Tantai Zan, however, had no qualms and directly scoffed, what kind of rubbish is this? Don't you know your own level of skill? Quote. Wang Teng. Why don't you explain it to us, Major General Wang? Chu Yangnian said, don't you think this pattern looks like a lifelike black tortoise? Wang Teng took a deep breath and said helplessly. Everyone stared at the pattern on the map, their hearts breaking instantly. You call this lifelike? They glanced at Wang Teng with a strange look in their eyes, which held a lot of hidden meaning. Where does his confidence come from? If I had to describe it, this pattern might look more like a pig, an elephant, or something like that. You probably studied abstract painting techniques, Tantai Zan mocked without any politeness. It is quite abstract. Yi Jixing, who had initially seemed indifferent, couldn't help but come over for a look and nodded while stroking his chin. Wang Teng felt a wave of exasperation as he watched them laugh at him with such seriousness. That's enough. He grabbed the map, crumpled it into a ball, threw it into the trash can, and yelled, give me another map. Governor Zhang suppressed a laugh and gestured for his men to bring another map. Wang Teng picked up his brush, took a deep breath, and began to paint. A moment later, under his confident gaze, a black tortoise leapt onto the paper. Wang Teng looked at the crowd with hopeful eyes, but what he got in return were faces that were trying to suppress their laughter. That's so hurtful. Wang Teng looked at his drawing again and despaired. Laugh all you want, I'm not going to talk about this formation anymore. In a fit of anger, he decided to ignore how abstract the design was, and, in a fit of despair, leaned back in his chair, looking like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. Ahem, this painting is actually quite good. Governor Zhang coughed lightly, putting his fist to his mouth, and said, why don't we talk about its meaning? I'm not in the mood to talk about it, Wang Teng said, pouting. They laughed at him, and even wanted him to come up with ideas? What kind of good deal is that? Doesn't Wang Teng have any pride? Hurry up, everyone's time is precious, who has time to chatter with you here? Tantai Zan kicked him and glared at him. Wang Teng dared not speak his anger, looking somewhat embarrassed. He was still a little intimidated when Tantai Zan was truly angry. Actually, I was just joking with everyone to lighten the mood. My drawing skills are definitely more than that, Wang Teng said with a straight face, spouting nonsense. Everyone glanced at him sideways. Guess whether we believe it or not. Wang Teng didn't care about the gazes of the crowd. Who cared whether they believed it or not? He believed it himself, that was enough. His expression immediately turned serious, and he said, I know a formation called the Xuanwu Locking Heaven Formation. The Xuanwu Locking Heaven Formation. Everyone was stunned, filled with doubt. They had never even heard of this formation before. Are you sure this isn't just some random name you came up with to fool people? Major General Wang, this formation. Before Chu Yongnian could finish speaking, Wang Teng interrupted him, saying, I know your questions, but I don't want to explain anything. You just need to know that I understand the Xuanwu Locking Heaven Formation and can set it up. That's enough. Really? Situ Jun glanced at everyone and confirmed again. Why would I lie to you? My family and friends are in Donghai. Would I joke about their lives? Wang Teng said. What's so special about this formation? The other rune masters nodded, acknowledging Wang Teng's statement, and asked. The Xuanwu Locking Heaven Formation is no ordinary formation. Its defensive power ranks among the top in the many formations of this other world. It is said to be able to lock the sky, so locking up a city would be more than enough, Wang Teng said. Locking the heavens. What a boastful tone. I wonder if it's really that powerful, Chu Yongnian questioned. It's not that I'm targeting Wang Teng, I just think it's a bit exaggerated and I don't know if it's true. Major General Wang, are you also a rune master? Someone suddenly realized and asked. Wang Teng has become an apprentice of a rune master from another world, and his own skills have already reached the master level, Tantai Zan said when she saw that no one believed her. Master level. Everyone was stunned and stared at Wang Teng in shock. So young, yet already at the master level. Principal Tantai, are you sure you're not lying to us? Chu Yongnian asked suspiciously. During the last battle in Xingfeng City, Wang Teng commanded a group of genius rune masters from other worlds to complete an offensive rune array. Later, he even assisted the rune master in setting up another, more advanced rune array. Do you think I would lie to you about something like this? Tantai Zan said irritably. This is unbelievable. Everyone believed it. Tantai Zan had no reason to lie to them about this. Besides, there were quite a few people who participated in the Xingfeng City battle. They could easily find out the information. Tantai Zan wouldn't be so stupid as to lie to them about something that could be investigated. Situ Jun's expression was extremely astonished. This kid was truly too monstrous. It was one thing to have strong martial arts talent, but his rune skills were also so strong. It was simply unimaginable. How confident is Major General Wang in the success of this formation? Chu Yongnian took a deep breath and asked. More than 80%, Wang Teng said confidently. 80%. Everyone was surprised again. This level of certainty was far too high. That's a large-scale rune array with extremely complex rune structures. Normally, having a 40% or 50% chance of success is considered quite good, let alone 80%. What are your thoughts on this Xuanwu Locking Heaven formation? Governor Zhang was also secretly alarmed, but since he didn't understand runes, he could only look to the other rune masters. If it's really as Major General Wang says, that there's an 80% chance of success, and the defensive power of that formation is indeed astonishing, then we have no reason to reject it, Chu Yongnian said, glancing at everyone. Then Wang Teng will take the lead in this matter, and we shall begin setting up the formation immediately, Governor Zhang said decisively. I'm fine. Wang Teng nodded. Since he has made the East China Sea his base, he naturally wouldn't dare to entrust the defensive formations to others, he would have to personally oversee them to feel at ease. Other rune masters have no objections for the time being. Without wasting any words, Wang Teng immediately explained the structure of the Xuanwu Locking Heaven formation to everyone. So many laborers might as well use them. Besides, although this formation is precious, he really has no intention of keeping it to himself. Spreading it out can be considered a contribution to humanity. Anyway, he has plenty of these formations, and they come to him effortlessly, so he feels no pressure at all. He wouldn't be so generous if it had been bought at a high price. Wang Teng's rune skills were far superior to theirs. He could easily benefit everyone by saying just a few words. The rune masters listened with rapt attention, sometimes in a daze, sometimes in amazement, just like students listening to a teacher's lecture. After a long while, Wang Teng's mouth became dry from talking, so he stopped and took a sip of water. The crowd, still savoring the moment, looked at him expectantly. Suddenly, Chu Yongnian stood up, bowed to Wang Teng, and solemnly said, "Thank you, Master Wang, for clearing up our doubts." At this moment, he even changed how he addressed Wang Teng. Before, he called him Major General Wang, which was an acknowledgement of his martial arts prowess. Now, however, he admired Wang Teng's mastery of runes, which was truly unfathomable. "Thank you so much, Master Wang, for clearing up our doubts." The other rune masters immediately reacted to Ali's words, rising to their feet and bowing deeply in gratitude. Wang Teng didn't really care about these so-called masters. He was already a rune master and didn't need their recognition. Moreover, his spiritual realm has reached the Emperor realm, far surpassing the rune masters. It is likely that he will soon be able to advance to become the only Grandmaster realm on Earth. Even on the Star Martial continent, there are only a handful of Grandmasters, and those are the result of countless accumulated resources. Earth's development time is too short to compare with that of the other side. Once Wang Teng takes that step, he can become the world's top rune master. After some discussion, everyone was finally convinced by Wang Teng and began to set up the Xuanwu locking heaven formation. The various materials required for the array are transformed by the blacksmith into containers that hold the runes. Wang Teng was still in charge of the grand formation. He took the lead without hesitation, commanding rune masters and senior rune engineers from all over the country without any mercy. He himself was the most idle, serving as the wicked overseer. Boom! Just as everyone was busily setting up the formation, a loud explosion suddenly came from afar. Wang Teng looked out over the sky and frowned slightly. "Master Chu, go take a look over there. I've told these people so many times, it's definitely a problem with the rune structure again, they just don't have any comprehension," Wang Teng said. "Okay, I'll go right away." Chu Yongnian was busy arranging the runes in his hands, but after hearing Wang Teng's words, he still agreed, put down his own business, and rushed over there. Wang Teng looked at his work and nodded in approval. Among these rune masters, Chu Yongnian had the highest comprehension. He understood things immediately and was meticulous in his work. It had to be said that he was indeed much better than the others. Whether it's martial arts or the path of runes, talent is essential. Hard work can certainly make up for it, but without talent, it can be really exhausting. Ellipsis. Chu Yongnian brought 2 disciples with him this time. They followed him around to assist him, and they were somewhat indignant to see a young man like Wang Teng ordering his teacher around like this. One of them said, "Teacher, Wang Teng's martial arts strength is indeed very strong, but in terms of runes, he may not be able to surpass you. He does nothing but dump all the hard and tiring work on you. It's really going too far." "Yes, that guy is just a young man, he doesn't know how to respect his elders at all," another of Chu Yongnian's apprentices chimed in. Chu Yongnian didn't stop walking. He glanced at the 2 of them and said coldly, "We have all witnessed Wang Teng's mastery of runes and are convinced of it. In any field, the expert is the best, and those who are inferior should humbly accept and learn from others. Besides, you don't understand the value of this formation at all. It has taken decades for our Earthstar Rune Dao to develop to its current state, but some top-level formations are still sealed in other worlds, and we have never been able to master them. Now, Wang Teng has not taken any benefits and has taught you this formation in its entirety. You actually think he is just putting on airs?" Chu Yongnian glanced at the 2 of them again, asked a question that left them speechless, and continued, "He is more familiar with this formation than anyone else. If he were to do it himself, he could complete it in less than 5 days. How much can we learn? The best way to learn is to combine theory with practice. Do you think he is instructing me? Instead of thinking about random things, you 2 should focus your attention on this formation. It will benefit you immensely." His tone was somewhat disappointed. After speaking, he ignored the 2 of them and quickly walked to the place where the explosion had occurred. Chu Yongnian's 2 disciples' faces turned pale and then red, filled with shame and worry, fearing that Chu Yongnian would label them as incapable of being molded, which would ruin their future. At this moment, a rune master sat on the ground, looking dazed and confused, with a deep crater blasted out in front of him. "Old Fang, what's going on?" Chu Yongnian didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. "That's not right. I did exactly what he said, so how did it explode?" The rune master, known as Old Fang, muttered to himself, completely ignoring Chu Yongnian. Old Fang, Old Fang. Chu Yongnian shook him helplessly. Huh? What? Lao Chu, aren't you in charge of the central area? Why are you here? Lao Fang came to his senses, looking completely bewildered. You've already caused this explosion, how could I not come and check it out? Chu Yongnian said irritably, alright, hurry up and tell me what happened, I don't have time to waste here with you. Old Fang gave a wry smile and then recounted the process of inscribing the runes. After listening, Chu Yongnian frowned deeply. According to you, there shouldn't be any problem. How could it have exploded? He moved closer to examine the runes that Lao Fang had just inscribed, trying to deduce the problem from the remaining traces of the runes. However, since it is only a remnant and incomplete, it is difficult to discern anything further. Old Fang, you're not feeling embarrassed and hiding some details, are you? Chu Yongnian asked suspiciously. Rune masters are very concerned about their reputation, and when they make mistakes, they would rather figure them out themselves than talk about them and ask others to help them solve them. That's why Chu Yongnian had this suspicion. Bullshit, wrong is wrong. What's there to hide? Do you think I'd go that far? Old Fang roared. Chu Yongnian chuckled awkwardly. The two had known each other for over a decade, and this Old Fang was indeed not that kind of person. The two could only re-inscribe the runes in this area. Half an hour later, boom! Another explosion rang out, and this time even Chu Yongnian was covered in dust. Fortunately, they were strong enough that the small-scale rune explosion couldn't harm them. So, what do you say now? Old Fang said with a smug smile, feeling somewhat relieved. See, it wasn't just me who made a mistake, you made one too. I really don't understand what's going on. Chu Yongnian scratched his head, completely bewildered, and frowned as he pondered deeply. Old Fang stopped laughing at him and joined in the discussion, exchanging a few words every now and then, just like two researchers. Chu Yongnian's two apprentices and Lao Fang's apprentice could only watch helplessly, unable to get a word in edgewise. Ultimately, the two couldn't figure it out, and Lao Fang said helplessly, why don't we ask Wang Teng to come and take a look? Alright, that's the only way. Chu Yongnian gave up struggling and nodded. Let's go then, let's go together. Old Fang stood up. No need to look anymore, I've been waiting for you for ages. At that moment, a voice came from above their heads. It was Wang Teng. Master Wang, can you take a look and tell us what's wrong? Chu Yongnian asked hurriedly, his face lighting up with joy. Wang Teng floated in midair and, with just a glance, saw the problem with the two. He said calmly, you've fallen into a misconception. Those runes weren't inscribed in sequence, but rather formed a closed ring structure from the outside in, before completing the core rune and connecting with each other. The two of them were suddenly enlightened, their eyes shining as they exclaimed, so that's how it is. That's how it is. Alright, you guys get back to work, Wang Teng said, then left. Chu Yongnian and his companion exclaimed in admiration, Master Wang's mastery of runes truly surpasses ours by a great margin. This should be the rune construction method from the Star Martial continent. We've never seen it here before, Old Fang said. This structure is their core. It's not a big deal to talk about it, but if we were to study it, it might take us years to get any results. The art of runes is too profound and complex, Chu Yongnian said. Old Fang nodded in agreement. The two men's apprentices stood by, mouths agape, watching the direction Wang Teng had left in. They had to admit that even though they were of similar age, some people were simply incomparable to them. Wang Teng may seem to have a lot of free time, but he actually does. The problems encountered by Chu Yongnian and others are not uncommon among others. They are all secrets kept secret in this other world, which they have never encountered before. Leaving them completely baffled, what Wang Teng did was to explain things to them one by one, allowing them to understand on their own. These people are among the top rune masters on Earth. In terms of understanding the art of runes, they are second to none. They can grasp some things instantly, saving Wang Teng a lot of trouble. As time goes by, the Xuanwu Locking Heaven array is nearing completion and will be finished soon. That day, Wang Teng had just finished breakfast with his family and was teaching Dodo how to box in an open space. The little guy performed a set of basic boxing techniques quite well, making humps and ha sounds as if it would make him look more imposing. However, to outsiders, no matter how loudly she shouted, her voice and appearance still carried a hint of childishness. Old Master Wang and everyone in the Wang family wore smiles, doting on the little girl and not disliking her just because she didn't have Wang family blood. During this time, the little girl has gradually integrated into the Wang family. Ellipsis ellipsis. The Shu family, the Bai family, and several other families have reached some cooperation agreements with the Wang family. In general, they depend on the Wang family for survival, and the Wang family will provide them with some protection. Wang Teng had no objection to this. He would offer them some help simply out of consideration for Shu Jia, Bai Wei, and the others. Later, Shu Jia, Bai Wei, Yu Hao and others also came to see him. Wang Teng knew what they were thinking, so he didn't say much. He just told them to go back and cultivate properly and not to overthink things. He wasn't that petty. He did not object to these social niceties. Shu Jia and the others were relieved to know that he wasn't really angry. After joking and playing around for a while, they said goodbye and left. Nowadays, their family elders have very high expectations for them, hoping that they can achieve something in martial arts. I can't compare to Wang Teng, but I must at least become a martial artist and contribute to the family. Not only them, but the other family members are the same. As long as they have talent, their families will spare no effort to help the younger generation learn martial arts. This sea monster riot has aroused everyone's agitation. They finally understood that this era ultimately belonged to martial artists. Without becoming strong, one was no different from an ant, and one's life and death were not in one's own hands. Not only these few families, but all the other families are doing the same thing, trying every means to let their family members walk the path of martial arts. Unfortunately, they didn't have the luck of the Shu and Bai families. Shu Jia and his family weren't considered top tier in the East China Sea, but because of their good relationship with the Wang family, they've already surpassed many of the top families in many matters. Many top families know that the Wang family has a Wang Teng, and they all want to get on board this big ship, but unfortunately they don't have the connections. The Wang family were not benevolent people. They refused to meet with any families they didn't know. The Zhou family is one of the most prestigious families in the East China Sea. They were holding a family meeting at the moment, with the Zhou family's top leaders and some promising young members also present. Zhou Beiyun, the third princess of the Zhou family, whom I met at the gathering at Baoan Mountain that day, was sitting in the first seat to the right of the head of the Zhou family. The atmosphere was very serious. The Zhou family suffered a lot of losses in this sea monster riot, with various fixed assets destroyed. Fortunately, they had many businesses all over the country, so their foundation was not damaged. However, the Zhou family's assets still shrank by nearly a third, which was a devastating blow to them. At this moment, the Zhou family patriarch sat at the head of the table, his face solemn. He said, "In the martial arts era, martial artists are the foundation. Our Zhou family has indeed cultivated some martial artists over the years, but they are no match for this sea beast rampage. These family disciples are simply too used to being pampered." Everyone was extremely embarrassed and helpless. They had never encountered such a terrifying sea monster rampage before. Moreover, the family members practiced martial arts to gain status and privileges, not to actually risk their lives. It wouldn't have been a big deal originally. In peacetime, it wouldn't be the family's martial artists' turn to risk their lives. Who knew that something like this would suddenly happen? The current head of the Zhou family is Zhou Beiyun's father, Zhou Weiqiang, while the old master Zhou had already retired behind the scenes several years ago. At this moment, he spoke up. The martial artists trained in the family have hardly ever seen blood. It is normal for them to be overwhelmed when they encounter such a terrifying sea beast. HMPH, don't make excuses for your incompetence. If you hadn't lacked vision, our Zhou family wouldn't be in such an embarrassing situation, old master Zhou said with a cold snort. Zhou Weiqiang, didn't you yourself not expect this? Zhou Weiqiang felt miserable. He glanced at old master Zhou but didn't dare to say anything. Look at the Wang family. They've cultivated a top-tier martial artist, a war general level. How many war general level warriors are there in the country? How many are there in the world? You can't tell normally, but this sea monster riot has shown their capabilities. The Wang family is about to soar to the top, old master Zhou said with no small amount of envy. That's not because the Wang family nurtured him, it's simply because Wang Teng himself is too talented that he has achieved what he has today. The Wang family just got lucky. Even a chicken coop can produce a phoenix. Zhou Weiqiang thought to himself, but he still didn't dare to say it. Grandpa Zhou was clearly angry. At this point, it would be enough to nag him a bit. If he dared to argue back, he would be scolded even more severely. Zhou Weiqiang has experienced this deeply over the years. Grandpa, please don't talk about my dad. Wang Tang's talent is too strong. There's only one like him in the whole country. No, there might only be one in the whole world. Other countries may not have such a genius who has reached the war general level at such a young age. I heard that the youngest war general level in the world was 30 years old. He can't compare to him. Zhou Beiyun said at this time. When Grandpa Zhou saw his most beloved granddaughter speak, his expression finally softened. He sighed and nodded, saying, I know what you're saying, but the Wang family is too close to us. It's just that I feel uncomfortable seeing them like this. These days, all the big families in Donghai are green with envy when they mention the Wang family. He paused for a moment, as if to calm himself down, and then, as if suddenly remembering something, asked, by the way, Xiao Jun. I remember you had some dealings with Wang Tang from the Wang family before. How much do you know about him? Before Zhou Beiyun could speak, a young man sitting opposite her said, Grandpa, how could Xiao Yun know them? She just came back from abroad and had a get-together with some younger people in the industry, and Wang Tang just happened to be there. Oh, is that so? Old Master Zhou looked at Zhou Beiyun and asked. Zhou Beiyun glanced at the young man opposite her and said, Second brother is right, we are not very familiar with each other. However, after the gathering that day, I had someone check, so I do know a little about Wang Tang. Tell me about it, Old Master Zhou urged. Zhou Xiaohui pursed his lips. Zhou Beiyun nodded and said, Do you remember the explosion at Baoan Mountain that led to the involvement of the City Guard Bureau? You mean? A glint flashed in Zhou Weijang's eyes. That's right, I suspect that he was involved in that incident, Zhou Beiyun said. What does it matter? Grandpa asked you to talk about what you know about Wang Tang, and you're just talking nonsense, Zhou Xiaohui said dismissively. Zhou Beiyun ignored him and continued, From some clues at the time, we can tell that there were martial artists on Baoan Mountain and they fought. Wang Tang was involved, so I think he must have been a martial artist at that time. He hadn't even taken the college entrance exam yet back then, Zhou Weiqiang exclaimed in surprise. That's right, so his talent is truly exceptional, Zhou Beiyun said. Isn't that obvious? No one could reach the war general level at such a young age without being strong, Zhou Xiaohui said again. Zhou Beiyun glanced at him, feeling contemptuous. This second brother was still so brainless. Shut up, Old Master Zhou glared at him fiercely. Everyone looked at him as if he were an idiot. Zhou Xiaohui felt extremely wronged. He felt he hadn't said anything wrong, so why did everyone have this expression? This not only shows that he is talented, but also that he is good at hiding his talents and acting skillfully. The city guards couldn't find any evidence to prove that he did it. It would be hard for a person like him not to succeed. I just didn't expect him to rise so quickly. A strange light flashed in Zhou Beiyun's eyes as he sighed. Grandpa Zhou nodded thoughtfully. There's one more thing, Zhou Beiyun said again, drawing everyone's attention. Back then, a group of robbers robbed a bank. But were later killed by a mysterious martial artist who happened to be passing by. You're not trying to say that he did this too, are you? Zhou Xiaohui scoffed. That's right, it's him. Zhou Beiyun nodded firmly. I had someone go to the police station to inquire. Do you know how those robbers died? She kept it a secret. How did he die? Zhou Xiaohui frowned and asked impatiently. Grandpa Zhou and the others also looked at Zhou Beiyun, their eyes filled with intense curiosity. Their heads were blown off by human hands, Zhou Beiyun said, making a startling statement. Shoot! Smash his head! A collective gasp filled the hall. So, he's an extremely ruthless guy, so don't mess with him if you don't want to, Zhou Beiyun said, glancing at Zhou Xiaohui and chuckling. Zhou Xiaohui shrank back, quickly saying, Why are you looking at me like that? He's a war general level expert. I wouldn't provoke him if I thought I didn't live long enough. I'm not that stupid. It's truly unbelievable. How old was he back then? 17 or 18, I suppose. I'm completely impressed. Without that kind of determination, he wouldn't have reached where he is today. Old Master Zhou shook his head in amazement, then suddenly a glint flashed in his eyes, and he smiled, Xiao Jun. Are you satisfied with him? Huh? Zhou Beiyun looked surprised. Satisfied? Satisfied with what? Zhou Beiyun was completely stunned. Old Master Zhou's sudden question left her somewhat speechless. With her intelligence, she naturally understood what Old Master Zhou meant. It would be a lie to say that I'm not satisfied with Wang Tang. That guy has achieved so much at such a young age, and he's also quite good looking. Any girl would probably be interested in him. However, Zhou Beiyun never intended to use marriage as a link between families. She aspires to be the head of the family, wants to take charge of the Zhou family, and then lead the Zhou family to a wider world. This was her original idea. That's right, originally. Now, she sees a wider sky. If it were the Zhou family of the past, no matter how smart she was, she would only be confined to a small world and could not get out of that well. So when Grandpa Zhou asked this question, she wavered. Wang Teng can help her step into a wider world. The other members of the Zhou family present understood what old Master Zhou meant and were all taken aback. Some of them even had girls of marriageable age in their hearts. If they could marry into the Wang family, it would be like rising to the top in one step. But after glancing at Zhou Beiyun, they suddenly felt a little insecure. Compared to her, their family's girls of marriageable age were not only far inferior in intelligence, but also in appearance. It would be difficult for them to compete with her. Zhou Beiyun is indeed the most outstanding member of the Zhou family in this generation. Even her two older brothers who are vying for the position of family head are not as good as her. If she weren't a girl, her two brothers wouldn't have had any chance at all. However, some people wanted to try their luck. As the saying goes, everyone has their own preferences, and if Wang Teng didn't like someone like Zhou Beiyun, they would still have a chance. As long as they get on that connection, they can instantly surpass the head of the family line. It couldn't be more wonderful. Although they all belong to the Zhou family, everyone has their own selfish motives. Who doesn't dream of making a comeback? Zhou Weijang's eyes lit up. He felt that his daughter still had a great chance. Becoming the father-in-law of a warrior-level expert would be awesome. He immediately glanced at Zhou Beiyun and kept giving her meaningful looks. Daughter, hurry up and go. Zhou Xiaohui and Zhou Shaoan, Zhou Beiyun's older brother who hadn't spoken yet, frowned. If Zhou Beiyun got involved with Wang Teng and had powerful allies, wouldn't they have even less of a chance? No, the two weren't stupid. After a moment's thought, they understood some of the key points. If Zhou Beiyun were to marry Wang Teng, she would likely no longer care about the Zhou family's small plot of land, and the position of family head would inevitably fall into their hands. Moreover, Zhou Beiyun is ultimately a member of the Zhou family, and the Zhou family will benefit greatly from her connection in the future. Zhou Xiaohui laughed. Little sister, you should seriously consider this. That Wang Teng is already a warrior-level expert at such a young age, and he has close relationships with various powerful figures, such as Governor Zhang and the owner of the Polar Star Martial Arts Hall. Ordinary people would find it difficult to even meet them, let alone know them. This shows how extensive his network is and how much potential he has. Second brother, you seem to really want me to get married soon. Zhou Beiyun glanced at him and said indifferently. I'm doing this for your sake, it's such an important part of your life. You can't find another young talent like him in the whole country. If you don't hurry, you'll regret it, Zhou Xiaohui said with a shrug. Xiaohui is right, little sister. Once you miss Wang Teng, he's truly gone forever, Zhou Shaoan said with a faint smile. Alright, let Xiaoyun think about this herself. No one is allowed to interfere, or don't blame this old man for being impolite. Old Master Zhou waved his hand and said. Everyone rolled their eyes. Wasn't this something you, sir, brought up yourself? Now you're blaming us for being nosy. However, they didn't say anything more, but everyone's eyes were on Zhou Beiyun, wanting to see what she would choose. Zhou Beiyun pondered for a moment, her eyes flickering, and finally took a deep breath and shook her head, saying, he has a girlfriend. You have a girlfriend? Old Master Zhou frowned and asked, do you know who it is? He was his high school classmate and they are said to be very close. Zhou Beiyun had indeed investigated Wang Teng and knew his background very well. She had also investigated Lin Chuan's background and revealed it at this moment. Young man, you're not married yet, so you can't be sure. With your charm, how could you possibly lose to someone else? Old Master Zhou said with a smile. Besides, that girl doesn't have any background. With a little effort, we can surely make her back down. If you are willing, then go ahead and do it. The Zhou family is your strongest support. Zhou Beiyun nodded thoughtfully, without saying anything more. Ellipsis. The Xuanwu locking heaven formation has reached its final stage. At this moment, Wang Teng and other rune masters, including Chu Yongnian, gathered in the center of the East Sea to complete the final rune core. This core is a foundation, now inscribed with the core runes of the Xuanwu locking heaven array, becoming the central hub of the array. In the future, a force tower will be built to continuously provide energy, thus forming a defensive array that covers the entire East Sea city at all times. This step is naturally the most crucial. The slightest mistake could trigger a chain reaction, and all the efforts of the past few days would be ruined. Therefore, everyone's expressions were very serious. Ultimately, Wang Teng personally took charge of the core task, as Chu Yongnian and others lacked experience and were not very confident in their ability to succeed. Governor Zhang, Tantai Zan, Yi Jixing and other powerful figures also arrived, standing around the foundation and looking at Wang Teng. Wang Teng walked around the foundation and finally stopped in the center. "How is it?" Governor Zhang asked anxiously. "No problem, I will now begin inscribing the final core runes." After Wang Teng finished speaking, he ignored everyone, took out a talisman brush, and began to inscribe it on the foundation. Chu Yongnian and the others stared wide-eyed, afraid of missing even the slightest detail. Such speed! Everyone was astonished. They watched as Wang Teng produced runes almost without pause, flowing smoothly and flawlessly. They were filled with deep respect. That's incredible. Is this his true strength? They felt that they had probably wasted their lives learning runes, and compared to Wang Teng, they were truly ashamed to face anyone. They inscribed runes with utmost care, fearing any mistake, as if they were elementary school students struggling with arithmetic problems. But Wang Teng had already transcended the student level. He had directly reached the level of a teacher, a complete subversion of expectations. It's true what they say, comparisons are odious. Governor Zhang and Yi Jixing, these warrior-level experts, were laymen and couldn't see anything special. However, judging from the expressions on Chu Yongnian and the others' faces, they knew that Wang Teng's rune skills were absolutely amazing. Did this guy start cultivating from the womb? His martial arts are powerful, his runes are profound, and he has reached a level in any field that others would need most of their lives, or even their entire lifetime, to achieve. The group exchanged glances, all filled with astonishment. At the same time, she was determined to deepen her relationship with Wang Teng. Their relationship was already good, and with that foundation, many things would become easier. With this guy's talent, it won't be easy to win him over, especially now that he's grown up. It seems we have to offer him some benefits. Raw stones? Weapons? Or pills? He doesn't seem to lack any of these. Governor Zhang thought to himself. This guy just made a fortune from the underworld. It's an incredible stroke of luck, even I'm envious. But it's all thanks to his skill. Anyone else would have been doomed if they fell into the underworld, but he not only escaped but also plundered its treasures. Who would dare to do that? With those treasures, he definitely won't lack resources. This is a real headache. Governor Zhang glanced at Wang Teng, a hint of helplessness on his face. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, his eyes lit up. We can start with the Wang family. As long as we bind the Wang family, we won't have to worry about him escaping. Not only was he thinking about it, but Yi Jixing was also thinking about it. Wang Teng was also a member of the Jixing Martial Arts Academy, so he naturally couldn't give up such a good opportunity. If he could keep Wang Teng, the Jixing Martial Arts Academy would have one more warrior-level warrior, and this warrior-level warrior would also be a rune master. It was like killing two birds with one stone. Everyone says that Polar Star Martial Arts School is one of the three giants, but in fact everyone wants to crush the other two martial arts schools. Who doesn't want to be the leader? Now, Wang Teng's reputation is growing louder and louder. The whole country has witnessed his amazing strength during the Sea Monster riot. After these days of fermentation, his name has spread far and wide, and everyone regards him as a hero. If Polar Star Martial Arts Academy can bind him, there will be many benefits. At the very least, many people who want to learn martial arts will flock to Polar Star Martial Arts Academy. The Sea Monster riots have sparked a nationwide craze for martial arts. In recent days, he has received reports from his subordinates that the number of people signing up for martial arts schools has increased significantly compared to the past. This is an opportunity. Tantai Zan's eyes flickered. She had thought about many things. Wang Teng's rise made her feel a strong sense of crisis. It would be a loss of face to be overtaken by her apprentice. She considered resigning from her position as commander of the Black Sparrow army and prepared to go into seclusion. She absolutely refused to appear in front of Wang Teng again until she had improved her strength to a level that satisfied her. How embarrassing. Ellipsis. As time passed, half an hour later, the entire foundation suddenly shook. Boom! Everyone's spirits lifted. At this moment, Wang Teng was floating in midair, and the runes on the foundation seemed to come alive, flashing with light and wriggling instantly. Then, the light spread outwards from the foundation, reaching all directions. It seemed as if an invisible force swept by, stirring up a gentle breeze. No one noticed anything, but in the eyes of the rune masters, the runes engraved all around the East Sea came alive at this moment. Almost instantly, an invisible light curtain rose up, like an inverted bowl, enveloping the entire East China Sea. The Xuanwu Heaven Locking Formation is complete. This grand formation will protect the East Sea and can even withstand attacks from warrior-level experts. In the future, the people of the East Sea will live within it without having to live in constant fear. Looking at his masterpiece, or rather, everyone's masterpiece, Wang Teng couldn't help but let out a slight sigh of relief. Wang Teng, this is a matter that benefits all the people. I thank you on behalf of everyone. Governor Yang's expression was solemn, and he actually bowed to Wang Teng. Wang Teng was somewhat surprised. The other party was, after all, the governor of a city, and this gesture of respect carried considerable weight. He immediately replied, Governor Zhang, you are too kind. My Wang family is also located in the East China Sea. The purpose of setting up this formation was not entirely for official business, there were also some personal motives involved. I cannot accept this gesture of respect. Everyone has selfish desires in life, and it's already quite remarkable that you've done this much, Governor Zhang said. Even though Wang Teng is thick-skinned, he was still a little embarrassed by what he said. Is he really that great? He himself had no idea. Master Wang, you're being too modest. We've all known your character after spending so many days together. Although you seem to do nothing most of the time, we all know you're doing it to train us. In fact, you've been keeping a close eye on the formation the whole time. The fact that it was completed so quickly is definitely all thanks to you. We've seen everything you've done, Chu Yangnian said. Wang Teng was a little confused. Was he sure this was talking about him? Is it actually a way to train them by giving them trivial tasks? These people are so understanding. Wang Teng didn't say anything. Since it was a beautiful misunderstanding, let everyone continue to misunderstand. It's just a little embarrassing. Ahem, I suddenly remembered I have something to do, so I'll be going now. He coughed, took off, and flew away. The group exchanged glances, then couldn't help but chuckle. After all, he was still just a young man. The following day, Governor Zhang arrived at the Wang family's temporary residence. I'm here mainly because of the issue that didn't yield any results last time, he said bluntly to Wang Teng. Wang Teng was taken aback, then immediately realized what was going on, rolled his eyes and said, Governor Zhang, if it's about me producing treasures, then let's not talk about it. I said I don't have them, and that means I don't. How can I produce something that I don't have? Don't rush, listen to my conditions before making a decision, Governor Zhang said. Wang Teng glanced at him, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, but still gave him a chance to continue. The funding from above has been allocated, but it's still not enough for the reconstruction of the entire East China Sea, so I need your help. Governor Zhang stared into Wang Teng's eyes and said, I won't say anything vague, let's get down to business. Wang Teng's heart stirred, but he remained silent, waiting for him to continue. Governor Zhang couldn't help but curse inwardly as a little fox. This stubbornness of not acting until he saw the benefits was utterly exasperating. He could only continue, here's the deal, however much money you offer, I'll give you the land use rights for that amount. If you're willing, your Wang family will become the biggest real estate developer in Donghai. Governor Zhang, you're trying to fool me again. The land in the East China Sea all belongs to different people. How can you just give it away like that? Wang Teng shook his head and said. The sea monsters rioted, and everything was destroyed. Many real estate developers withdrew from the East China Sea, and now those lands have all been reclaimed, Governor Zhang said. After pondering all this, Wang Teng stroked his chin and said, in that case, my Wang family will have to bear the risks. If you want to make money, there's no way you can do it without taking risks, Governor Zhang said. However much I offer, you'll give me that much land in return? Wang Teng confirmed. That's right, as long as you can provide it, I will agree to anything you ask, Governor Zhang said. Permanent usage rights? Wang Teng pressed. Permanently. Governor Zhang raised an eyebrow. This kid really dared to ask. He hesitated and said, I can't make that decision. Besides, the price for permanent use is not small. I can wait, Wang Teng said. Alright then, I'll go ask and get back to you later. After saying that, Governor Zhang laughed. I knew you weren't being honest, you were just pretending with me. Hee hee. Wang Teng chuckled without saying a word, but his mind was racing. Being the biggest landlord in the East China Sea didn't seem so bad. Even if his descendants didn't amount to anything outstanding, at least they wouldn't starve and he could still collect rent. After Governor Zhang left, Wang Teng directly told Old Master Wang and others about his intentions. Did Governor Zhang really say that? Wang Shenghong asked, somewhat incredulously. Yes. Wang Teng nodded. It seems the funding from above is indeed not much, otherwise he wouldn't be keeping such a close eye on you, Wang Shengguo said, frowning. That's for sure. This sea monster uprising has a huge impact. It's clear that the whole country will be mobilized, and it will take an unknown amount of manpower and resources. All of this requires a lot of financial support. It's impossible for the higher-ups to be able to handle everything. I estimate that a large part of the situation in the East China Sea will have to be resolved by Governor Zhang himself. Old Master Wang said slowly, sitting in his chair and taking a sip of tea. Those sea beast corpses must contain a lot of star cores and star bones. Selling them would bring in a considerable income. We've already been quite generous by not touching them, Wang Teng said. The Wang family members couldn't help but glance at Wang Teng with strange looks in their eyes. If someone else had said this, they would have believed it. However, when these words came from Wang Teng's mouth, even the Wang family members felt that he was somewhat shady. Those 3 Lord-level sea beasts were the bulk of this harvest, and Wang Teng has already taken them. How dare he say such a thing? What else could it be but a sham? Tell me the truth, how much stuff did you actually loot this time? Wang Shengguo couldn't help but ask. He was quite helpless. His son was indeed outstanding, but he also had a lot of ulterior motives. How come I never noticed how greedy he was before? I wonder who he took after? Not much, Wang Teng said with a smile. Not much is not much? Wang Shengguo rolled his eyes. I haven't calculated the exact value, but it's probably around several trillion to a few hundred billion, Wang Teng said casually after a brief estimate. How much? Wang Shengguo's eyes widened, wondering if he had misheard. Old Master Wang nearly pulled his beard off, staring blankly at Wang Teng. The other members of the Wang family had the same expression, as if they had seen a ghost. Hundreds of billions. Is it true or false? I already said I haven't calculated it specifically, it's roughly that much, Wang Teng said cautiously, not daring to say the exact number again, afraid of scaring everyone. Especially for Old Master Wang, who is quite old. If he were to be frightened into the hospital, he would be in serious trouble. Trillions or trillions? Wang Shengguo was naturally unwilling to accept such a vague answer and pressed for more details. Almost, Wang Teng said. Seeing that he showed no intention of changing his mind, the crowd realized he hadn't made a mistake and exchanged bewildered glances, each seeing shock in their eyes. This is too much. Wang Shengguo took a deep breath and said with a wry smile, let me catch my breath, otherwise my heart can't take it. So our Wang family has become the richest family in the country? Old Master Wang was in a daze. Even though he was old and usually calm in the face of a collapsing mountain, he was still moved at this moment. The world's top companies are only worth hundreds of billions, yet the Wang family has suddenly reached that level. How can this not be shocking? Let alone Old Master Wang, even a martial arts leader would be taken aback. Well, he probably isn't the richest man. There are definitely many hidden families who keep a low profile, but their family wealth must exceed 1 trillion. Wang Teng shook his head and said. He didn't become arrogant. The stronger he became, the broader his vision became, while the Wang family members were ultimately just ordinary people who couldn't see those things. That's true. We live in the age of martial arts now, and there are many things beyond our imagination. Old Master Wang chuckled self-deprecatingly. So, are you prepared to invest? Wang Shengguo asked. Money is definitely going to be spent. As I said last time, although this is helping Governor Zhang solve his troubles, it is also an opportunity for our Wang family. However, it depends on what conditions he can provide for us. I want to use this opportunity to open up channels at the top and create an industrial chain for my Wang family that integrates pills, weapons, rune artifacts and so on. And to achieve this, we naturally cannot do without Governor Yang's support. A glint of light flashed in Wang Teng's eyes as he spoke slowly. Moreover, the East China Sea has an excellent geographical location, with ports leading to all parts of the world and transportation hubs connecting the whole country. It is a distribution center of resources. If it weren't for the sea monster riot, it wouldn't have fallen into the hands of our Wang family so easily. Wang Teng paused for a moment, noticing that everyone was pondering his words, then smiled slightly and continued. It is true that many families and companies are withdrawing from Donghai now. Many people may still be hesitant. Right now, they are just watching and waiting. But once this period is over and others realize it, many real business tycoons will likely move into Donghai. By then, our advantage will be completely gone. It's better to be decisive now and strike first. The first person to dare to try will always get a bigger slice of the pie. After listening, everyone finally understood what Wang Teng was going to do, and their eyes were filled with deep surprise. Unexpectedly, Wang Teng's ambitions were so great. The old man Wang Shenghong and others present were all veterans of the business world, and they could naturally see Wang Teng's intentions. He intends to leverage the East China Sea to build the Wang family into a commercial empire that can radiate across the entire country and even the world. Wang Shenghong, Wang Shengguo, and the others seemed to see that amazing prospect, and they all became excited. Grandpa Wang looked at Wang Teng with great satisfaction. His grandson was indeed too extraordinary, but after all, he was his grandson, and being extraordinary was a good thing. He said, "Since you have this plan, then go ahead and do it. I, your father, your uncle, your aunt, and your father-in-law will all help you." Wang Shenghong, Wang Shengguo, Wang Shengjun, and Fang Junming are all the backbone of the Wang family. At this moment, they felt their blood boiling and looked at Wang Teng with burning eyes. As if they couldn't wait for him to agree to Governor Yang's request so that they would have a chance to show their skills. Wang Teng was both amused and exasperated. He was just talking big, putting his words into action would take a long time. He hadn't expected that even old Master Wang couldn't wait. "Don't worry, everyone. What's meant to come will come eventually. If Governor Zhang wants to obtain a large amount of funds, no one is more suitable than me. Other families are large and powerful, but they can't come up with as much liquid capital as I do," Wang Teng said confidently with a smile. Grandpa Wang nodded, and after a moment's thought, he knew exactly what was going on. The matter was practically a sure thing. After they finished talking about this, just as everyone was about to leave, Tantai Zan came looking for them again. Wang Teng asked in surprise, "Why are you looking for me at this time?" "Go quickly, don't keep her waiting," old Master Wang urged. "Okay." Wang Teng nodded and went out the door. Ellipsis. As Wang Teng stepped outside, he spotted Tantai Zan standing not far away and immediately called out, "Teacher. Come with me, someone wants to see you." Tantai Zan turned around, nodded to him, and said directly, "See me? Who is it?" Wang Teng asked curiously. "You'll find out when you get there," Tantai Zan said, before taking to the air. Wang Teng shook his head helplessly and immediately followed. The two quickly arrived at the Yellow Sea Naval Academy and went straight to the faculty and staff dormitory area. No one knew Huang Haijun better than him, but at this moment, Tantai Zan took him to an extremely unfamiliar place. A rather simple wooden house is located at the deepest part of the faculty and staff dormitory, surrounded by trees, making it appear secluded and quiet. "Where is this?" Wang Teng looked at Tantai Zan with a puzzled expression. Tantai Zan didn't say anything, but led him to the door and gently knocked. Cough. "Come in." A coughing sound came from inside the door, followed by a familiar voice. "Old Han." Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat, and he finally realized who Tantai Zan had asked him to meet here. That said, this guy was a real big shot. He single-handedly withstood the storm giant ape that day. Although he was defeated in the end, it was because he was already injured. Otherwise, it would have been uncertain who would have won or lost. Upon hearing his cough, Wang Teng couldn't help but frown. This old man seems to be quite badly injured. Tantai Zan pushed open the door and entered. Wang Teng followed closely behind and entered the wooden house. It was rather dark inside. As he scanned his surroundings, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. The house was so simple that it had almost nothing except for basic household appliances. It was hard to imagine that this was the residence of a supreme being. However, Wang Teng didn't pay much attention to these things. His gaze quickly fell on the old man on the bed in the corner. The other person's appearance made Wang Teng's pupils shrink. After a few days apart, old Han's appearance had changed drastically. His hair was completely white, his face was full of wrinkles, and his body seemed even thinner and more hunched than before. Moreover, Wang Teng saw through his spiritual vision that there was an extremely dense death aura on his body. How could it have turned out like this? Wang Teng was taken aback. Seeing a supreme expert turn into an ordinary old man on the verge of decay was something even he found hard to accept. "You've arrived." Old Han's cloudy eyes lit up slightly, and he said in a hoarse voice. Tantai Zan and Wang Teng remained silent as they approached the old man on the bed, unsure of what to say. You guys, think positively. I'm old enough to be buried, there's nothing I can't let go of. Old Han smiled slightly, his eyes filled with reminiscence. 30 years ago, I was among the first to become a martial artist. I guess you could call it lucky. I entered the martial arts world at 43, many people didn't have high hopes for me, but I've made it this far, hee hee, while many old guys have long since passed away. They probably never expected that I would be the one who went the furthest. What about being too old? What about talent determining success? I shattered all of that. My life has been worth it. Old Han may not have been speaking to Wang Teng and the other person. His gaze had drifted into the depths of his memory. He was speaking these words more to himself and to those of his deceased contemporaries. Wang Teng never expected that this old man had such a legendary life. Times create heroes, and he was a hero of that era, a pioneer of the first generation. With his abilities, he should have been able to enjoy his later years in peace, working as an ordinary gatekeeper at the Yellow Sea Naval Academy, watching the students grow up. And then slowly passing away. Instead of lying in bed waiting to die, lamenting past tragedies, we shouldn't be like this. But at the most critical moment in the East China Sea, he still stepped forward without hesitation. Even though he knew that he would not be able to suppress his old injuries if he used all his strength, and that he would eventually end up in this situation, he did not hesitate at all. Wang Teng felt admiration. However, he also sensed a hint of regret in old Han's tone. Although he kept saying that his life had been worthwhile, he had paid too high a price to get to this point, and to fall here would be something no one would be willing to accept. Wang Teng didn't want the old man to die like this either. He didn't say anything, but sat down on the edge of the bed and put his hand on old Han's wrist. Tantai Zan and Elder Han were both slightly taken aback. Don't waste your energy. Many doctors and alchemists have already come to see me. My time has come, and there's nothing I can do to save me. Old Han shook his head and smiled faintly. His tone was calm, as if he were not discussing his own life or death. It wouldn't hurt to take a look, Wang Teng said noncommittally. He probed Han Lao's body with his spiritual power and slowly examined him. Old Han did not stop him. At this point, he was powerless to stop him, for he was truly at his last gasp. Wang Teng also noticed his situation and frowned deeply. At this moment, old Han was like a candle flickering in the wind, about to burn out. All the hidden injuries that had accumulated in his body over the years had erupted at this moment. His body was like a sieve full of holes, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was riddled with holes. Seeing his expression, old Han laughed again. You don't need to be sad. Many alchemy masters have seen this and are helpless, let alone you, cough cough. Before he could finish speaking, he coughed violently again, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Stop talking. I haven't said anything yet, why are you in such a hurry? Wang Teng said irritably, without any politeness. Wang Teng. Tantai Zan couldn't help but exclaim when she saw him speaking to Elder Han in such a manner. It's alright, I really like this kid's personality. Geniuses and prodigies should have this kind of temperament. Old Han didn't seem to care at all. Wang Teng rolled his eyes. Who told you to like me? You old geezer, why do you like me? It's creepy. He hesitated for a moment, then finally said, actually, your condition isn't incurable. What? Tantai Zan exclaimed in surprise, frowning as she said, Wang Teng, this is no laughing matter. Don't talk nonsense. When have you ever seen me boast? Wang Teng glanced at her and asked in return. Tantai Zan was taken aback. After a moment's thought, she realized it was true. Although this guy was usually a bit unreliable, he never disappointed her when it mattered. So, does that mean he really has a solution? Do you really have a way? After a moment of stunned silence upon hearing Wang Teng's confident tone, old Han couldn't help but ask. For now, we can only help control your injuries. It will take some time before you can be completely healed, Wang Teng nodded. Have you studied medicine? Old Han asked hesitantly. No, I am a master alchemist. Wang Teng glanced at him and smiled slightly. A master alchemist? Not only Tantai Zan, but even Elder Han was stunned. Wang Teng was actually an alchemist, and a master at that. Alchemy master. It can be said that this is the most outstanding alchemist on Earth so far, equivalent to a master in the medical field. Those highly skilled physicians all spent their entire lives studying medicine before gradually reaching a state of perfection and becoming top-tier practitioners. By then, he would already be over 50 years old. The same principle applies to alchemists. Although the invasion of the Force has only lasted for 30 years, Earth has gathered countless resources to create more than a dozen alchemy masters in those 30 years. However, these people are now quite old. No alchemists who followed have been heard of advancing to the master level. Even some geniuses who were famous throughout the country in their early years are only advanced alchemists now. They need to accumulate more experience to advance to the master level. Even a master alchemist like him is probably still far inferior to the master alchemists in the other world. Like rune masters, this is a difference in the foundation of two different worlds. But now Wang Teng claims to be a master alchemist who is not even 20 years old. Can you believe it? However, Tantai Zan and the other woman knew that Wang Teng would not joke at this time. Even if he's completely out of touch, he wouldn't be so reckless. A variety of complex thoughts flashed through Tantai Zan's mind. Wasn't this guy a rune master? How did he become an alchemy master? Who taught him? She finally couldn't help but ask, you wouldn't have taken some alchemy master as your apprentice back in the Star Martial continent, would you? How could you have such a thought? Wang Teng looked at her strangely and asked. Otherwise, how did you reach the master level? Don't tell me you trained it yourself. Tantai Zan said with an expression that said, I don't believe you're such a genius. You know what, I taught myself alchemy? Wang Teng said, looking at her. Tantai Zan immediately gave her a, are you kidding me? Look. Hearing the conversation between the two, old Han felt a little anxious. Couldn't these two young people consider his feelings? Is now the time to discuss how Wang Teng became a master alchemist? His life or death is the most important thing now, okay? He coughed lightly and asked weakly, Wang Teng, do you really have a way to heal internal injuries? Old Han, weren't you reminiscing about the past and preparing to die? Wang Teng said with amusement when he saw old Han's appearance. Go away, what do you young people know? If you can live, who wants to die? I haven't lived enough yet. Old Han's pale face flushed red as he said irritably. Wang Teng immediately burst into laughter. This old man Han is quite a character. He has none of the baggage of a supreme expert and is extremely carefree. Tantai Zan found it somewhat amusing, but she didn't actually laugh. She still needed to show the proper respect, as she and Wang Teng were different after all. At this moment, Wang Teng's expression turned serious, and he nodded, saying, absolutely no exaggeration. Alright, then I'll entrust my old life to you. Old Han was decisive. He didn't ask whether Wang Teng had really reached the level of a master. As long as there was a way, he would let Wang Teng try. After all, at his level, it was a last resort. Wang Teng glanced at his attribute panel, his expression calm. Alchemist, 888 1000ths, advanced. Without a doubt, his skill level has not reached the master level, he is still a little short. However, he was not intimidated at all and remained as calm as a rock. He knew of some rare healing pills, which, when used together, had excellent effects and could temporarily stabilize old Han's injuries. As for truly resolving Elder Han's problem, we need to wait until he reaches the Grandmaster realm so that he can refine more advanced healing medicines and peerless elixirs that can restore life force. Even in the other world, few people know about such peerless elixirs. They are probably only in the hands of a handful of people. These pills are certainly unavailable to alchemists on Earth, but he can obtain them by picking up attribute bubbles. At worst, once he advances to the Grandmaster level, he can go to another world under the guise of exchange and have a good sparring session with those alchemy Grandmasters there. And squeeze some money out of them. Therefore, Wang Teng is really not a coward. These thoughts only flashed through his mind briefly, and he calmly said, I need some materials. Tell me, and I'll have someone prepare, Tantai Zan said with a serious expression. Purple ginseng, silver leaf grass, 9-jointed insect fetus. Black gastrodia. Wang Teng didn't stand on ceremony and silently recited the medicinal materials required for the two kinds of elixirs and ointments. 1 yuan blood restoration pill, and purple jade spirit marrow ointment. These two approaches, one external and one internal, working in tandem, will at least control old Han's current situation, if not immediately effective. Tantai Zan silently noted it down, remaining outwardly calm. She knew nothing about these medicinal herbs, but that didn't matter. She could simply send someone to purchase them when she got back. The two did not linger and took their leave. Before leaving, Wang Teng glanced back at old Han's residence and sighed deeply. He truly deserves to be called a reclusive master. Ellipsis. Back at the Wang family's temporary residence, Wang Teng thought for a moment and decided to go find Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan's family home was also destroyed by the sea monster, and they are now living in temporary accommodations, right next to the Wang family's house. Li Shumei truly treated Lin Chuan as her daughter-in-law, and knowing that their family situation wasn't very good, she took good care of her. Nowadays, many people know that the Wang family is the same family as Wang Teng. They are very accommodating in small matters, and Wang Teng doesn't even need to take action himself. High-level officials from all sides will give the Wang family the greatest convenience. So, arranging for Lin Chuan's family to live next to the Wang family was actually just a matter of a single sentence. Of course, it's different for others. If they want better treatment, they have to beg and plead, and even then, they might not succeed. As soon as Wang Teng arrived near the Lin family's door, he saw Lin Chuan seeing a woman off, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Why does it look somewhat familiar? The woman also saw Wang Teng, turned her head to look at him, then said something to Lin Chuan and left. Wang Teng couldn't remember who the other person was. He never bothered to remember people he didn't care about. However, seeing that a somewhat unfamiliar person had suddenly appeared next to Lin Chuan, he still stepped forward and asked, "Who is that?" "A new friend helped me a lot," Lin Chuan explained. Wang Teng didn't press the matter. If it were a boy, he might have cared, but if it was a girl, he didn't care. "How come you, such a busy person, have time to come today?" Lin Chuan asked. "I think I hear quite a bit of resentment," Wang Teng said with a chuckle. "Who has a grudge? I don't." Lin Chuan rolled her eyes, her pretty face still showing a cold expression, and turned to walk into the house. Wang Teng smiled slightly and said, "Actually, seeing people is secondary. The main reason for coming is to check on someone's cultivation progress and give them some pointers, since that person is really too weak." Lin Chuan's face immediately darkened. What does it mean to be too weak? It's clearly because you're too exceptional, leaving everyone else far behind. You have only yourself to blame. She abruptly stopped and turned to glare at Wang Teng. However, the next moment, Wang Teng's face was close to hers, his breath blowing directly on her face. The heat made her pretty face heat up rapidly, and she instantly turned red. At this moment, Lin Chuan resembled a frightened little rabbit, suddenly backing away. But she was in too much of a hurry and tripped over herself, stumbling and falling backward. How familiar this scene is. Back in high school, in the hallway outside the classroom, it was Wang Teng who almost made her fall. No, back then, she did fall eventually. It's like this again now. That bastard. These thoughts flashed through Lin Chuan's mind in an instant. However, she was no longer the ignorant girl she once was, and her skills were much better than before. This little accident was no challenge for her at all. She reacted quickly, tapping her feet to steady herself. But someone was faster than her. How could Wang Teng let such a good opportunity pass by? The next moment, he suddenly took a step forward, put an arm around Lin Chuan's waist, and then leaned close to her, smiling as he said, "How could you be so careless? Luckily I was here, otherwise you would have fallen. Of course, no need for thanks. We're like family, right?" Lin Chuan couldn't stand this guy's shamelessness. She pushed him away, glared at him with embarrassment and anger, and said, "You have no sense of propriety." Wang Teng chuckled, stopped teasing her, and said solemnly, "Let's go to your room." "What are you going to do?" Lin Chuan stared at him, her face full of vigilance. Wang Teng. He can guarantee that he really didn't think about anything this time. "I'll guide you in your cultivation," Wang Teng said irritably, then walked past her and headed into the house. Lin Chuan was somewhat suspicious, but she still followed. When Lin's mother saw him arrive, she greeted him warmly. "Wang Teng is here. Have lunch here? Auntie will make you something delicious." "Great, Auntie, it's been a long time since I've had your cooking," Wang Teng said with a smile. The temporary accommodation wasn't large. Hearing the noise, Lin Chusha ran out of the room. "Brother Wang Teng." "Chusha, how's your cultivation going lately?" Wang Teng asked, ruffling her long black hair. "I'm already a 3-star warrior, even better than my sister, hee. Lin Chusha said proudly, "And my marksmanship has also improved a lot. I heard from my sister's school teacher that I've reached the minor mastery level. I saw your performance on the battlefield before, it was indeed a minor mastery level of gunfighting." Wang Teng nodded and praised with a smile, "It seems you have quite a bit of talent." "Isn't she even more amazing than my sister?" Lin Chusha asked happily. "That's right, she's much better than your sister," Wang Teng said. "You too, that's enough. You're taking turns mocking me, aren't you?" Lin Chuan was exasperated. It was one thing for Wang Teng to constantly tease her, but now even her own sister was putting her down. Who could stand this humiliation? Seeing the three of them laughing and joking, Lin's mother was very happy and said with a smile, "You young people chat, I'll go cook." After saying that, he went into the kitchen, leaving the three of them alone. "Let's go, I'll tell you about cultivation." "Chu Sha, you can come too," Wang Teng said. "Great, I have so many questions." Lin Chusha happily pulled Wang Teng's arm and walked towards her room. "Let's go to my room, let's go to my room." Lin Chuan couldn't be as composed as Lin Chusha, but seeing that the two had already entered the room, she gritted her teeth and followed them. Inside the room, Wang Teng sat cross-legged on the floor, with Lin Chuan and her sister sitting in front of him. Wang Teng pondered for a moment before speaking. "You two are in different situations, so I'll explain one by one. Chu Han, you have a wood-type physique and cultivate wood-type primal force. What kind of cultivation technique are you currently practicing?" "It's a high-level yellow rank cultivation technique called Azure Spirit Technique, which I exchanged from the school using my credits," Lin Chuan said directly without hiding anything. High-level yellow rank. Wang Teng was somewhat surprised. Ordinary students would be quite good if they could exchange for a mid-level yellow rank technique. But you actually exchanged for a high-level yellow rank technique. Lin Chuan raised her snow-white neck and snorted softly. "I have some talent in alchemy, plus I have a good memory. I usually take on tasks to help the instructors of the Pill Cauldron Academy sort medicinal herbs, and I have earned a lot of credits. Those teachers of the Pill Cauldron Academy are very wealthy and generous. You've really found a way to make money." Wang Teng couldn't help but laugh, but at the same time he was a little surprised that Lin Chuan actually had a talent for alchemy, which was beyond his expectations. Having talent is a good thing. We'll see how talented Lin Chuan is later before deciding how to nurture her. "I'm not stupid. It's actually quite easy to earn credits in school. It's a kind of benefit that the country provides to martial arts students. Once you leave school, you won't have this kind of opportunity anymore, so of course I have to seize it," Lin Chuan said. Wang Teng deeply agreed. What he said made perfect sense, but few people could actually see it. Some students bury themselves in their studies at school and rarely look into ways to earn credits. They only think about earning credits when they need them, which is very passive. Compared to students who are trying every means to earn credits, they are far behind in terms of resources, and they probably don't even realize it themselves. Although the yellow rank advanced cultivation technique is quite good, much better than many ordinary students, there are also people who cultivate profound rank and earth rank cultivation techniques, Wang Teng said. "You make it sound so easy. Profound rank cultivation techniques, earth rank cultivation techniques. I might not even be able to accumulate enough credits to exchange for them in 4 years of university," Lin Chuan said irritably. "This is what I'm going to tell you next." Wang Teng smiled mysteriously and beckoned, "Come a little closer." "What?" Lin Chuan looked at him with a puzzled expression. "You'll see when you get here," Wang Teng said. Lin Chuan rolled her eyes at him, then moved closer. Wang Teng extended his index finger and touched the center of her forehead. "What is this?" Lin Chuan was startled. "Concentrate and receive," Wang Teng shouted softly. Lin Chuan's heart tightened, and she quickly did as he said, not daring to be negligent in the slightest. Immediately, she felt a surge of memories flooding into her mind. A moment later, Wang Teng withdrew his finger, and Lin Chuan opened her eyes. "A heavenly rank cultivation technique?" She stared at Wang Teng in shock, stunned. "That's right, what I just passed on to you is a wood-type heaven rank cultivation technique," Wang Teng said calmly. "This is too valuable." Lin Chuan took a deep breath. She never expected that Wang Teng would give her a priceless heaven rank cultivation technique. "It's very valuable to you, but to me it's something I can easily obtain, so you can keep it without worry," Wang Teng said with a faint smile. Lin Chuan didn't believe this at all. "Are heavenly rank cultivation techniques something you can just get anytime?" Wang Teng is just bragging again. However, she understood that Wang Teng probably said that to reassure her that he would accept it. Suddenly, Lin Chuan felt a surge of emotion. Such a precious thing was given to him like this. Who else could do that? At this moment, her gaze towards Wang Teng softened considerably. "Ahem, don't look at me like that, it's creepy." Wang Teng felt a little uneasy under her gaze. Why did she suddenly give him such a gentle yet deadly look? The tenderness in Lin Chuan's eyes vanished instantly. She took a deep breath and immediately felt like she was giving a flirtatious look to a blind man. Pisha, Pshaw. Who would want to flirt with him? Seeing that she had returned to her usual cold demeanor, Wang Teng breathed a sigh of relief and nodded, saying, "That's more like it." Lin Chuan rolled her eyes. "Don't overthink it, just consider it a gift from me. It shouldn't be stingy for my first gift, right?" Wang Teng smiled. Lin Chuan gritted her teeth and didn't say anything more to refuse. "Practice that technique diligently and improve your strength as soon as possible," Wang Teng said solemnly. "Also, don't leak it out, or it will be very dangerous. You should understand the saying, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime." Lin Chuan nodded solemnly. She knew that if others found out that she possessed a heaven-rank cultivation technique, it would probably cause some unnecessary trouble. "Brother Wang Teng, my sister has a gift, where is mine?" Lin Chusha asked, not to be outdone. "Alright, you have one too." Wang Teng pondered for a moment, then took out an item from his spatial ring. This black serpent venom ginseng is a relatively rare poisonous spiritual herb. After refining it, it can enhance your cultivation and greatly help your poisonous primal force. However, it's better to refine it into a poison pill. I'll give it to you after I finish refining it, how about that? Lin Chusha naturally had no objections. All she wanted was a gift, she didn't care what it was. She smiled and nodded, okay. Wang Teng then gave Lin Chuan and her sister some pointers on their combat skills and cultivation. It must be said that both of them are geniuses with considerable talent. Wang Teng only needs to explain it once and they can understand it. There is no need to spend too much time explaining it. As for your talent in alchemy, I think there's no need to rush. Take it one step at a time, build a solid foundation, and you'll naturally unleash your potential later, Wang Teng said to Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan nodded. These were words that the instructors from the Dan Ding Academy at the school often said, but hearing them from Wang Teng's mouth made her feel a little strange. Wang Teng did offer some guidance to Lin Chuan on alchemy learning methods, but she was still in the knowledge accumulation stage, so there wasn't much else to say. Strength is the key. These are turbulent times, so you must improve your strength as soon as possible. After all, I can't always be by your side, Wang Teng said with emotion. Don't treat us like children. Lin Chuan glanced at him, feeling a little unconvinced. We may not be as freakish as you, but we're not bad either. Yes, you're not bad at all. Wang Teng chuckled. At noon, Lin's mother prepared lunch and called them over. Wang Teng ate at Lin's house before leaving. After leaving the Lin family, Wang Teng returned to the Wang family's temporary residence. He didn't eat lunch at home, but Li Shumei wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, she was very happy because he didn't hide his whereabouts. Li Shumei knew that he had gone to Lin Chuan's house. Son, work hard. Li Shumei gave him a meaningful look and then walked away. Wang Teng couldn't help but shake his head. Since last year, Li Shumei had been trying to get him to get married as soon as possible. When he didn't have a girlfriend, she was eager for him to find one. Now that he has a girlfriend, she's probably going to urge him to get married and have children. However, he only needed to deal with this superficially. He didn't plan to get married so early, and he didn't want to become a heartless tool for making children. These adults are going too far. HMPH, if he wants to level up a new account, he should wait until his main account reaches the maximum level first. Wang Teng tilted his head back, straightened his chest, and walked into the room to cultivate by himself. Governor Zhang finally came to visit again, of course, about the same thing. When the two met, the rest of the Wang family also arrived. After tea was served, Wang Teng gestured for him to continue, and said with a smile, Governor Zhang, if you had come a few days later, I might have had to go to another world. How is it now? Is there any result? Governor Yang's heart tightened, and he cursed Wang Teng inwardly for being cunning. He didn't know if Wang Teng was telling the truth, but since he needed Wang Teng's help, he didn't dare to leave Wang Teng out of the loop. If Wang Teng ran away, he would have nowhere to turn for help. He glanced at Wang Teng and said indifferently, I can grant you the permanent usage rights you want on behalf of the higher-ups. These words brought joy to the Wang family members. Permanent use rights, and the higher-ups had even agreed, were essentially a fiefdom. With such a foundation, the Wang family was sure to prosper. However, Governor Zhang glanced at the expressions of the Wang family members and raised an eyebrow when he saw Wang Teng's calm expression. This guy really knows how to keep his composure. But whatever it is, Governor Zhang, just say it directly. Our cooperation is all about sincerity. There's no point in beating around the bush and testing each other's bottom line, Wang Teng said calmly. Grandpa Wang and the others immediately came to their senses, their expressions turned serious, and they cursed themselves for being so blinded by this tremendous surprise. According to the Donghai New City Plan, the area has been streamlined and divided into 9 districts, 3 central districts, 3 inner ring districts, and 3 outer ring districts. According to the higher-ups, your Wang family can obtain permanent usage rights to a maximum of 50 square kilometers, but it cannot be concentrated in the central district. The central district cannot exceed 10 square kilometers. Of course, it also depends on whether you can handle it, Governor Zhang said slowly. The Wang family members, who had just calmed down, became agitated again. 50 square kilometers, and the East China Sea has a total area of over 600 square kilometers. In the past, this was equivalent to the size of a small administrative region. It's amazing that the authorities are so generous. However, the final decision rested with Wang Teng. All eyes of the Wang family fell on him, but they were quickly taken aback. At this moment, Wang Teng remained calm, his eyes unwavering. The Wang family couldn't help but smile wryly. Indeed, strength determines one's perspective. At Wang Teng's level, he was no longer confined to the small area of the East China Sea. No wonder he could deal with it so calmly. Governor Zhang clearly saw this as well. While secretly alarmed, he also abandoned any attempt to deceive him. This guy was not easy to fool, and if he continued to try to fool him, he would probably end up losing everything and suffering more losses than gains. Wang Teng took a sip of tea and slowly smiled. Not enough, I want 80 square kilometers and 20 square kilometers in the central area. The Wang family members gasped, all taken aback by Wang Teng's tone. It's a full 30 square kilometers more than before. Wang Teng really dares to ask for that much. They certainly wouldn't dare. That's impossible. Governor Yang's expression changed, and he shook his head, saying, "You're asking for an exorbitant price. It's already extremely difficult to grant you permanent usage rights, and you still want a bargain. You can't say that. You're the one asking me to buy it, not the other way around," Wang Teng said calmly. Governor Zhang was speechless, feeling extremely aggrieved. He was the one begging for help, and he, the governor of a city, was completely at the mercy of this kid. Who could he complain to? Fine. Seeing Wang Teng's expression, he knew that he had no choice but to compromise. He sighed inwardly and said, 80 is absolutely impossible. At most, 65, 15 in the central area. No more than that. Deal. Wang Teng's expression changed, and he smiled as he extended his hand to Governor Zhang. Governor Zhang felt deceived. He agreed so readily. Was that calm expression just a lie? Damn, this kid is a shrewd one. He should have held back a little longer. Now that the words are out, it's too late to say anything. Can you even come up with that much money? Governor Zhang asked irritably, without even reaching out his hand. There's no need for the governor to worry about that. I'll just give you the land use rights for whatever amount of money I pay, Wang Teng said. In addition, the contract should be signed as soon as possible. I will have the Wang family take full responsibility for this matter in the future. Governor Zhang was extremely frustrated and said he didn't want to talk to Wang Teng anymore. He took out the contract, wrote down the promised land area on it, and pushed it in front of Wang Teng. Sign it. Wang Teng picked up the contract, looked at it, and signed his name on it without hesitation. The contract was made in duplicate, with each party keeping one copy. Governor Zhang put away one copy and said, "Get the money ready as soon as possible, I need it urgently." Wang Teng nodded and asked, "Can the government handle all these treasures and raw stones?" "Eat as much as there is," Governor Zhang said confidently, glancing at him. "Let's go then. I need to liquidate those things, otherwise I won't have the money," Wang Teng said. "Where to go? Where in Donghai can you still get money? If you want to cash out, you have to go to other cities. If you really have a lot, I suggest going to Shadu. They might be able to take it all on their own there," Governor Zhang said. "That's true, then I'll make time to go to Shadu." Wang Teng pondered for a moment and said, "You handle this yourself. I just want to see the money as soon as possible." Governor Zhang paused for a moment, then added, "There are rumors that the one in Shadu might summon you. You'd better decide what to do." "That guy from Shadu wants to see me?" Wang Teng was shocked. This news was truly a bombshell. Even he found it somewhat unbelievable. He asked, "Why does he want to see me?" "How would I know?" Governor Zhang said, then drifted away. The Wang family members were shocked. They looked at Wang Teng, hesitant to speak, as this news had greatly shaken them. "Who is that? You don't even need to guess." They found it extremely unbelievable that Wang Teng had actually reached that level. If that person really wants to summon you, you'd better be careful and not say anything carelessly, Old Master Wang said with a wry smile. Wang Tang was speechless. Is that the kind of person everyone thinks he is? Looking around, he saw that everyone had the same expression, and he felt that his mature and composed persona had completely collapsed. Ellipsis. If Wang Tang couldn't confirm it before, he had no choice but to believe it when Tantai Zan brought the news. You'll be coming with me to Shadu tomorrow. The martial arts leader wants to see you, Tantai Zan said. He really wants to see me? Why? Wang Tang asked. I don't know. Tantai Zan shook her head. In any case, it won't be anything bad. With that person's magnanimity, would he possibly harm you? It's probably because your performance this time was so outstanding that it caught the eye of the martial arts leader. It's not surprising that he wants to see you. Wang Tang nodded and didn't say anything more. I brought all the elixirs you requested. Now, please refine the healing medicine that Elder Han needs, Tantai Zan said, changing the subject. Okay, Wang Tang replied. The two then headed straight for the alchemy room of the Yellow Navy Academy. Dan Ding Academy is Kui Heng's territory, and the fact that the two of them came here together has already alerted him. Principal, Wang Tang, what brings you here? Kui Heng quickly stepped forward and asked. Old Kui, prepare a pill refining room. Wang Tangyao will refine healing medicine for Elder Han, Tantai Zan said directly. Recently, many alchemists have gathered in the East China Sea to refine elixirs for martial artists injured during the sea monster rampage. The buildings in the East China Sea were mostly destroyed, with only a few martial arts academies having relatively good defenses and many intact buildings remaining. However, alchemy rooms were very limited, and the alchemists transferred from various places occupied almost all of them. Hasn't everyone already seen it? Old Han can't do anything about it. Kui Heng suddenly paused, then exclaimed, Wait, didn't you just say that Wang Tang wanted to refine pills? As he spoke, he looked at Wang Tang with a suspicious expression. Wang Tang has already reached the level of a master. Tantai Zan glanced at Wang Tang and said, Master level? Kui Heng was shocked and forced a dry laugh. Principal, are you kidding me? I'm not lying to you. He said he's already reached the master level, unless he's lying to me, Tantai Zan said, as if it were none of my business. Wang Tang was speechless and gave her a blank look. Wang Tang, this is no joke. I know you have a good talent for alchemy, but Kui Heng didn't say it explicitly, but he clearly didn't believe that Wang Tang could be an alchemy master. This is incredible. He had already learned from Situ Jun that Wang Tang's rune skills were extremely high, reaching the master level. But precisely because of this, he was even less convinced that Wang Tang's alchemy skills had also reached the master level. No human could be this monstrous. Dean Kui, we should at least give it a try. No matter what, Wang Tang said with a nonchalant smile. Why can't you understand? Kui Heng said impatiently. Wang Tang is now famous and young, so many people envy him, and there are probably many who are jealous of him as well. Many alchemy masters had examined Elder Han's injuries and felt there was nothing they could do. Then Wang Tang came out and said he could cure him. Doesn't this just show their incompetence? If it's truly cured, it's not a big deal, at least it can shut those people up. But if it's not cured, wouldn't that just give them something to talk about, saying they overestimated themselves? Wang Tang seemed to read his mind and said, Don't worry, Dean Kui, I'm confident. Oh, you're confident you can cure old Han? A voice suddenly came from over. Everyone turned to look and saw a group of people walking towards them. One of the old men had just come out of an alchemy room and had obviously overheard their conversation. His gaze fell on Wang Tang. Master Chen. Kui Heng glanced at the man, identified him, and said, Young people are always more confident, and Wang Tang was just trying to be helpful. You mean well, but don't treat him haphazardly. Old Master Han's condition is not optimistic. If you're not careful, it could worsen his injuries and even shorten his remaining lifespan, Master Chen said. Besides, we haven't given up. We've been searching through medical texts, trying to find a way to cure old Master Han. If he interferes now, he'll only make things worse. Upon hearing this, Kui Heng's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Chen Ruofan's words were far too harsh. What did he mean by causing trouble? He hadn't even figured out whether Wang Tang could be treated yet, and he was already condemning him outright. He was practically pointing his finger at him and cursing him. Wang Tang scoffed, Master Chen, you're making it sound like I'm definitely not capable of curing old Han. You're so young, how can you remember all those medicinal herbs? What level have you reached in alchemy? How dare you say you can cure old man Han? Didn't your teacher tell you that alchemy requires extreme caution? Master Chen frowned and said coldly. Since when has the art of alchemy been judged by age? Wang Teng looked at him and said calmly. Looking at all the alchemists in the country, without 10 or 20 years of accumulation, who can reach the advanced alchemist stage, let alone the master level? You're not that old, but you've got quite the nerve, Master Chen rebuked. You people haven't mastered your skills, yet you blame others for being too outstanding. I think you've wasted your 10 or 20 years of alchemy learning. If you can't cure it, you can't cure it. Don't make up a bunch of excuses. When others say they can cure it, you obstruct them in every way. What are you up to? Wang Teng retorted directly. It wasn't that he looked down on Earth alchemists, the difference in their backgrounds was obvious. But this Master Chen was acting like he was old and condescending. If he didn't say anything, everyone would think he was made of clay and easy to bully. You! Chen Ruofan's face turned ashen with anger. A young man beside him hesitated for a moment when he saw his teacher being insulted, but still stepped forward and said, Wang Teng. I know that your strength has reached the level of a warrior general, which is unmatched by any of the younger generation. But in the art of alchemy, my teacher reached the level of a master many years ago, which is already top-notch on Earth. He is a senior no matter what. It's a bit much for you to insult him like this. Your teacher came over and scolded me for no reason. Is that what you call a senior? Wang Teng glanced at him and said disdainfully. No need for further words, I want to see what kind of pills you can concoct. Chen Ruofan said with a grim expression and an angry snort. Nonsense. Wang Teng glanced at him indifferently, then ignored him and asked Kui Heng, may I use Dean Kui's alchemy room? Seeing that things had come to this point, Kui Heng knew that saying anything more would be useless, so he sighed and nodded. Wang Teng then walked straight into the alchemy room. Chen Ruofan and the others did not leave but waited on the side. Kui Heng then leaned close to Tantai Zan and asked in a low voice, Principal, is Wang Teng really confident in achieving his goal? Do you think he's the kind of person who makes baseless accusations? Tantai Zan asked calmly, glancing at him. Kui Heng understood what Tantai Zan meant, but he still found it unbelievable, and his gaze involuntarily turned to the alchemy room whose door was already closed. Ellipsis. Inside the alchemy room, Wang Teng didn't take that Master Chen seriously at all. He glanced at him and silently muttered, pick up in his mind. As he swept his mental energy across the room, several attribute bubbles scattered throughout the alchemy room immediately flew towards him. These attribute bubbles were clearly dropped by Master Chen when he was refining pills and now they've benefited him. Alchemy skill *30. Spirit realm spirit x10. Alchemy skill *50. Alchemy skill *20. Ellipsis. After collecting the attribute bubbles in the alchemy room, a glint flashed in Wang Teng's eyes, and he swept his mental energy across the surrounding alchemy rooms once more. Sure enough, a bunch of attribute bubbles passed through the wall and all converged in the alchemy room where Wang Teng was at the moment. Alchemy skill *50. Alchemy skill *60. Spirit 85. Alchemy skill *45. Spirit realm spirit x10. Alchemy skill *15. King's spirit *16. Alchemy skill *60. Alchemy skill *45. Ellipsis. Wang Teng beamed with joy. This wave of attribute bubbles was quite large. Fortunately, he didn't rush to use the blank attributes to increase his alchemy skills. As the wave of attribute bubbles merged into his body, many related memories surfaced in Wang Teng's mind, filling in his knowledge of alchemy and making up for his experience. In the end, his alchemy skills advanced. Alchemist, 363,000th Master. At this moment, his alchemy skills truly reached the master level. In just a short while, he went from a senior alchemist to a master alchemist. If Master Chen knew this, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood. This is why Wang Teng, even though he was only a senior alchemist, dared to confront a master alchemist. He's young, but he's got some cheat codes. If you're not happy, come and fight me. Wang Teng sneered, then stepped forward, picked up the middle alchemy furnace, threw it aside, and took out the black meteor alchemy furnace to prepare for alchemy. With a thought, he unleashed a surge of azure jade flames, enveloping the black meteorite furnace, and the temperature inside the alchemy room slowly rose. He took out the medicinal herbs that Tantai Zan had prepared one by one, and under the control of his mental power, they floated into the alchemy furnace. Some turned into liquid, some into powder, and so on. Outside the alchemy room, Kui Heng, Chen Ruofan, and the others suddenly felt a scorching heat emanating from the alchemy room where Wang Teng was, and they all showed expressions of surprise. How can the temperature be so high? The materials and runes in the alchemy room should be able to withstand the temperature of the earth fire. Kui Heng muttered, then suddenly shuddered and exclaimed in shock. Could it be the fire of creation of heaven and earth? Chen Ruofan had obviously considered this possibility as well, and his expression immediately became extremely interesting. Could it be that Wang Teng had really obtained that kind of flame? Just then, many alchemists emerged from their respective alchemy rooms, cursing and swearing. Damn it, what happened? I was refining pills at the crucial moment when the temperature suddenly rose, and now all my efforts have been wasted. What, you guys too? Yeah, me too. What happened? I don't know either. Ellipsis. Master Shu, Master Ji. As the host, Kui Heng naturally had to step forward to explain, and hurriedly said, Masters, please calm down. It must have been caused by one of my alchemists from the East Sea refining pills. I didn't mean to disturb your alchemy. Please forgive me. Oh, what kind of alchemist could possibly disturb us while refining pills? The two alchemy masters asked with curiosity. Yes, Kui Heng suddenly didn't know how to introduce Wang Teng, and said with a wry smile, Masters, you should wait for him to come out and see for yourselves. His words piqued the curiosity of the two alchemy masters even more, but they didn't ask any further questions and simply waited outside. This temperature doesn't seem to be from ordinary flames, Master Shu couldn't help but say. If I'm not mistaken, it should be some kind of peculiar flame, said another Master Ji, who was quite old, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Master Shu noticed Chen Ruofan standing to the side and asked, Master Chen, you came out first. Do you know which master from the East China Sea was refining pills inside? Chen Ruofan's face darkened, a bad premonition rising in his heart. Hearing Master Shu's question, he showed no kindness, coldly replying, I don't know. Master Shu looked completely bewildered, pursed his lips and didn't ask any more questions. As a result, Chen Ruofan couldn't help himself and said, the one inside said he can cure old Han. Oh, Master Shu and Master Ji were both taken aback. Are you sure? I don't know anything about what he said, Chen Ruofan said, looking unconvinced. Let's wait and see, Master Ji said with a slight smile, neither confirming nor denying. Time passed slowly, and half an hour passed as everyone waited. A strange scene unfolded outside the alchemy room. A group of people guarding a tightly closed alchemy room, as if a peerless beauty were locked inside. It's over, Master Ji suddenly said. Oh, Master Shu's heart skipped a beat, and he smiled, I can smell a faint fragrance of elixir. It seems this master has succeeded. Wang Teng successfully refined the 1 yuan blood restoration pill and the purple jade spirit marrow ointment in one go. A satisfied smile appeared on his lips. He put away the black meteor furnace, opened the door of the alchemy room, and walked out. The next moment, he was stunned. Why are so many people gathered outside the alchemy room? What are these people doing? Are they just watching at the market? Master Shu, Master Ji, and the others were also stunned, staring at Wang Teng's incredibly youthful face for a long time, as if trying to see something amazing in it. They were extremely puzzled, wondering if this master was some old fellow with the secret to preserving youth. They had long heard that there was a kind of elixir in another world that could maintain a youthful appearance and even reverse aging. Today, they actually came across it. If there's a chance, we could ask him if it's convenient for us to trade. They'd also like to refine 1 or 2 to eat. What's going on? Wang Teng looked around and saw Kui Heng's figure, so he couldn't help but ask. You were refining pills just now, and the temperature was too high, which affected everyone, Kui Heng explained. I see. I'm so sorry everyone, it was my oversight. Wang Teng realized what was going on, cupped his hands in apology to the crowd, and said with a slight hint of regret. It's alright. Being affected from such a distance only shows that our alchemy skills are not up to par. We can't blame anyone else, Master Ji said with a smile. That's right, we can only blame our lack of skill, Master Shu said with a smile, showing no sign of blaming Wang Teng. Chen Ruofan couldn't help but purse his lips, his expression turning somewhat unpleasant. Hearing that the two masters had said this, the other alchemists naturally didn't know what to say. Fortunately, they decided to let the matter drop, which would win the favor of the master in front of them. Wait a minute, why does this master look so familiar? Master Shu suddenly said hesitantly. Let me introduce you all, Kui Heng said with a smirk, stepping forward. These two are Master Shu Heu and Master Ji Xinshui. And this one, his name is Wang Teng, is a student of my Yellow Navy Academy, but he is now a warrior level expert. General level. Shu Heu and Ji Xinshui were both shocked, then, as if remembering something, they exclaimed, "You're that Wang Teng." Clearly, they knew Wang Teng, but they had never seen him in person, which is why they didn't recognize him at first glance. If there isn't a second Wang Teng, then I should be the Wang Teng that the two masters were thinking of, Wang Teng said with a smile. What a promising young man. Ji Xinshui exclaimed after carefully examining Wang Teng. May I ask what level your alchemy skills have reached? Shu Heu couldn't help but ask. Master level. Wang Teng didn't hide anything and said calmly. Ji Xinshui and Shu Heu couldn't help but take a deep breath. I knew I wasn't mistaken. That fragrance must have come from a high-grade pill that only a master could refine, Shu Heu said. Kui Heng, who was standing to the side, was also shocked. Wang Teng had actually reached the master level. How did this guy cultivate? HMPH. A cold snort came from the side, and someone said sarcastically, the pill has been refined, but it's not certain whether it can cure Elder Han's injuries. Don't let it be all show and no substance, or you'll make a fool of yourself. Shu Heu and Ji Xinshui immediately sensed something was wrong. Master Chen and the young Master Wang in front of them didn't get along. The two exchanged a glance but didn't say much, each harboring the thought of watching a good show. Chen Ruofan isn't well liked, so they wanted to see if this Master Wang could make him suffer. Wang Teng ignored his incompetent barking and said to Tantai Zan, "Go to Elder Han's place now." Did you succeed? Tantai Zan asked. Wang Teng nodded. The two immediately headed to Old Han's residence. Ji Xinshui and Shu Heu exchanged a glance and quickly followed. I'd like to see what you're capable of, Chen Ruofan sneered, and followed after him. You all stay here and keep watch, I'll go check it out, Kui Heng instructed the surrounding alchemists before following closely behind. As the group left, the alchemists present began to discuss amongst themselves and gradually dispersed. The faculty and staff dormitory is located in a small wooden cabin. Wang Teng and Tantai Zan knocked on the door and entered the room. You've arrived. Old Han's eyes lit up. Grandpa, your magic pills have arrived. Wang Teng waved the two jade bottles in his hand and smiled at Old Han. Hurry up, old man, I haven't lived enough yet. This state is suffocating me, Old Han urged. Wang Teng smiled and handed the two jade bottles to Old Han. One is for internal use and the other is for external application. Try them yourself, sir. After saying that, Tantai Zan walked out of the house. After waiting outside for more than an hour, the door creaked open and Old Han slowly walked out. His body was still crippled, but his face had regained a lot of color and was no longer as lifeless as before, as if he had one foot in the coffin. Old Han, how are you feeling? Wang Teng asked with a smile. Ha ha ha, this old man has finally caught his breath, Old Han laughed. He was cured. Chen Ruofan was greatly shocked and muttered to himself. When Old Han appeared before everyone, his injuries had clearly improved. At this point, not only did Chen Ruofan not believe it, but even the two alchemy masters, Ji Xinshui and Shu Heu, found it somewhat unbelievable. The injuries that none of the three of them could heal were actually cured by Wang Teng. Wang Teng is indeed exceptional. They now believed the so-called master's reputation to a great extent. With such skills, one could be considered a master. Kui Heng believed it too, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had been trying so hard to persuade Wang Teng, but in the end, it turned out he had been presumptuous. Wang Teng was already a master alchemist, and his skills might even surpass his own. What did he have to worry about? However, considering that Wang Teng was still a student of the Yellow Sea Naval Academy, this relationship was a great thing. With him included, the Yellow Sea Naval Academy now has two alchemy masters. Wang Teng, thank you so much this time. Old Han said solemnly to Wang Teng, his smile fading. He truly thought he was doomed, but unexpectedly, Wang Teng pulled him back from the brink of death. This was a life-saving grace. If you want to thank me, wait until I've completely healed your injuries. Right now, it's just under control, Wang Teng said. It would be good if I could live for another 2 years, Old Han said with a nonchalant smile. Wang Teng smiled but didn't say anything. Old Han probably knew that only a Grandmaster could save him, but he thought it was nothing short of a pipe dream for Wang Teng to reach the Grandmaster level within 2 years. He knew very well that even in the other world, there were very few alchemists at the Grand Master level, and they were all ancient relics over 100 years old. It was already very difficult for Wang Teng to reach the master level at this age. He felt that Wang Teng could reach the next level, but definitely not in 2 years. Chen Ruofan felt ashamed to stay any longer and turned to leave with his apprentice. Even though he had already discerned from Wang Teng's conversation with Old Han that Wang Teng had not completely cured Old Han, Wang Teng had at least given Old Han 2 years to live. You have to understand that they were completely helpless before. Under those circumstances, it would have been good if Old Han had lived for 5 days. If he were to say anything more now, he would only make a fool of himself. He had already lost face, and there was no need to further humiliate himself. Ji Xinshui and Xu Heiyu noticed Chen Ruofan's departure but didn't care. Seeing him humiliated, they felt a little smug. At this moment, they came up and started talking to Wang Teng. To reach the level of a master at such a young age, wouldn't it be foolish not to befriend such a person? Moreover, Wang Teng clearly possesses methods they are unaware of, which is a good opportunity to exchange ideas and make progress together. The two men stepped forward, addressing Wang Teng as Master Wang repeatedly, treating him as an equal and showing him great enthusiasm. By the way, was the Fire Master Wang used just now the fire of heaven and earth? Ji Xinshui couldn't help but ask after a moment's hesitation. Wang Teng was slightly taken aback, then nodded and said, "That's right, it's a kind of heaven and earth fire called azure jade glazed flame." As he spoke, he raised his hand, and a cluster of blue flames rose up, like a beautiful blue flower, and the intense heat instantly spread out. With his current strength, he naturally has no worries about anyone coveting his possessions. Tantai Zan and Han Leoben were talking to each other when they felt the intense heat emanating from the azure jade glazed flame and couldn't help but come over. "When the sea beasts were rampaging before, I sensed that you seemed to have used some kind of fire-based divine power. So it was this." Old Han looked at the cyan flame in Wang Teng's hand with a strange gaze and said thoughtfully. "It was just good luck, a stroke of luck," Wang Teng said. "We wish we had your luck too." Ji Xinshui and Xu Heiyu exclaimed with envy. "It's already difficult enough to see the fire of heaven and earth, let alone subdue it." Ji Xinshui then shook her head again. Xu Heiyu nodded in strong agreement. "While I admire them, they are, after all, masters and their minds are still intact enough not to lose their rationality." After exchanging a few more words, the two masters invited Wang Teng to exchange alchemy experiences more often when they had time, and then took their leave. ellipsis. The next day, Wang Teng told his family what was going on, and then he and Tantai Zan boarded a military fighter jet bound for Shadu. The skies are becoming increasingly dangerous, especially after the East China Sea monster riots, which have raised the level of vigilance across the country. The military aircraft they were on was equipped with extremely powerful runic weapons, capable of shooting down even flying quasars. Of course, ordinary people are not qualified to ride in these military aircraft. The military aircraft were extremely fast, and within half an hour they had flown over most of the Xia Kingdom's territory and arrived over a mountain range. Cry! Suddenly, the cries of birds echoed through the sky, their sonic booms piercing through metal and splitting rocks, creating a rolling wave of sound. The military aircraft suddenly shuddered, as if it had abruptly changed direction. The two sensed something was wrong. Tantai Zan remained calm and asked, "What's going on?" "Report, it's an ice feather vulture," the soldier in front replied. "Shoot it down," Tantai Zan ordered, her expression slightly cold. "Yes." Ellipsis. In the sky, a snow-white vulture spread its wings. Its body was a third the size of a military fighter jet, incredibly majestic, with a hooked, sharp beak and eyes that emitted a cold light. Wang Teng's spiritual power emanated from between his eyebrows, hovering in the sky to perceive the situation outside. 6 stars. He immediately sensed the level of this ice feather vulture, but his expression remained unchanged. "It's only a 6-star unit, it can be easily killed." However, the attributes of the ice feather vulture piqued his interest. Ice type. His ice type primal force is currently only at the 7-star warrior level. If a large number of ice type star beasts were to exploit him, it would not be difficult for him to upgrade to the warrior level. I wonder how many ice feather vultures there are. Wang Teng stroked his chin as he thought. The ice feather vulture outside suddenly shivered inexplicably, feeling a strong sense of malice enveloping it. A hint of doubt flashed in its eyes. What's going on? But the malice came quickly and went quickly, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Ice Feather Vulture's gaze turned cold again as it looked at the military fighter jet in front of it. Military fighter jets circled in the sky, their outer shells glowing with runic light, which condensed into a golden beam of light before suddenly shooting out. Boom! Ice Feather Vulture was startled and dodged to the side, a hint of disdain flashing in its eyes. That's all? Boom boom boom. The next moment, several golden beams shot out, piercing through the Ice Feather Vulture's wings and body. The Ice Feather Vulture let out a painful cry and its body plummeted towards the ground. Compared to military fighter jets, the Ice Feather Vulture was utterly vulnerable. Several attribute bubbles fell out, but Wang Teng used his mental power to pull them back. Ice-type Force *50. Ice-type Force *65. Ice-type Force *48. As expected, Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately asked, "Could you open the cargo hold door?" The soldier in front looked at Tantai Zan, who nodded. The cargo hold door at the rear of the fighter jet slowly opened, letting in a gust of wind. Fortunately, there were no other items inside, otherwise they would have been swept away by the wind. The ice-feathered vulture, which was not yet dead, flew in from a distance under the control of an invisible force and entered the cargo hold. The hatch is closed. Wang Teng walked into the cargo hold, looked at the ice feather vulture in front of him who was bound by mental power, and whose eyes were no longer cold but only filled with fear. He stroked his chin and began to think. "Why did you catch this ice feather vulture?" Tantai Zan asked. "My ice-type primal force level is a bit too low. This ice-type primal core of the ice feather vulture should be of some help to me," Wang Teng said casually. "What level is your ice-type primal force at now?" Tantai Zan asked curiously. Wang Teng's 5 elements force was so dazzling that she had long overlooked the ice-type force that Wang Teng had first displayed. 7-star combat soldier level, Wang Teng said. Tantai Zan, is this even human language? A 7-star warrior level is something that others would spend countless hours to achieve, yet Wang Teng still thought it was too low. "What's wrong?" Wang Teng asked, noticing her strange expression. "It's nothing." Tantai Zan coughed lightly and said, "If you want an ice-type primordial core, you can go to the northern frontier. There are many ice-type star beasts on the snowy mountains there. This ice feather vulture probably came from there, but I don't know how it got here." The northern frontier. Wang Teng seemed to be deep in thought, then suddenly remembered something and asked, "I heard that a spatial rift appeared there. What's the situation now?" "The situation is not good." Tantai Zan shook her head, her expression somewhat grave. Seeing that she didn't say anything more, Wang Teng didn't ask any more questions. A glint flashed in his eyes, and he used his mental power to invade the ice feather vulture's body, causing an ice-blue primordial core to burst out. The ice-feathered vulture died instantly. Wang Teng grasped the 6-star ice-type primordial core and scanned it. Ice-type force *120. Advanced ice-type force *45. Ice-type force *105. Ellipsis. Wang Teng already possessed advanced ice-type talent. This was merely icing on the cake, slightly enhancing his advanced ice-type talent. However, the ice-type force did increase slightly. Ice force, 708 4/1000, 7 stars. Wang Teng looked at the changes in the ice-type primal force and nodded slightly. Although it wasn't much, it was still an improvement. Northern Xinjiang. His gaze was fixed on the northwest direction, indicating that he was heading in that direction. Ellipsis. Nothing unexpected happened on the rest of the journey, and the two soon arrived at a military airfield located in the suburbs of Shadu. Lieutenant General Tantai, Major General Wang. It's been a long time. The two were greeted by a middle-aged man in military uniform with 2 red stars on his shoulders. Lieutenant General Tang. Tantai Zan nodded to the other party, then said to Wang Teng, "This is Lieutenant General Tang Qilu of the Sha Capital Military Headquarters." "Hello, Lieutenant General Tang," Wang Teng said. "He is indeed young and promising." Tang Qi glanced at Wang Teng and remarked with admiration, "General Tang, you flatter me." Wang Teng said modestly, "Let's go, the 3 marshals are waiting for you." Tang Qilu didn't say much, leading the two into a military pickup truck and driving towards the military region. A soldier was driving the car, and Tang Qilu was quite considerate of Wang Teng's feelings. Knowing that it was his first time here, he gave him a brief introduction to the situation of the Shadu military headquarters along the way. As Wang Teng listened to his introduction, he looked around. The Shadu military headquarters covered a vast area, with various buildings and heavy firearms everywhere. A large number of soldiers patrolled the area, making it a heavily guarded place. Wang Teng had visited military regions several times, but this was the first time he had seen one of the scale of the Sha capital military region. It truly lived up to its reputation as the largest military region in the Sha kingdom. The military truck passed through layers of guard posts and finally arrived at the center of the military region, stopping in front of a building. Please go in, both of you. I'll leave you here. Tang Qi smiled slightly and turned to leave. The two watched as Lieutenant General Tang departed. Let's go. Tan Taizan was familiar with this place and led Wang Teng into the building. Inside the building, a sergeant on duty led the way, and they took the elevator all the way to the top floor. Wang Teng sighed with emotion. Coming to this place was really not easy. If Tang Qi hadn't led the way, it would have been several times more troublesome. In other words, they know everything about the military headquarters. If anyone else came here, they would have no chance of getting into the central military building without going through layers of checks. The three marshals are inside. Please come in. The sergeant's voice pulled Wang Teng back to reality. A large gate appeared before them, but the soldier who had led the way had already left without lingering. Just as Tan Taizan was about to knock on the door, a faint, aged voice came from inside, "Come in." Tan Taizan wasn't surprised. Given the level of those three, they probably noticed her when they arrived at the bottom of the building, so she simply pushed open the door. Wang Teng looked into the gate and saw three elderly figures of different shapes. The three marshals. These three individuals possessed distinct temperaments, yet each harbored an extremely powerful aura. When Wang Teng used his spiritual vision to observe them, his eyes were nearly blinded by the light. The light emanating from the three elders was extremely dazzling. Although it was not as dazzling as the storm giant ape from the East Sea, it should have reached the level of a high-ranking general. While Wang Teng was sizing up the three old men, they were also sizing up Wang Teng. Although they were familiar with Wang Teng, this was the first time they had seen him in person. Their eyes gleamed as they realized they couldn't see through Wang Teng's true nature, which surprised them greatly. Come in. The three exchanged a knowing glance and the thin, elderly man spoke first. Tan Taizan and Wang Teng walked into the hall. Wang Teng. Suddenly a voice came from the side, and Wang Teng was startled, looking to the side. Not far from the three marshals, in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, stood a tall, imposing man with short, graying hair, his back to them, his hands clasped behind his back. How is this possible? Wang Teng thought incredulously. He hadn't even noticed that there was another person in the hall. Martial arts leader. Tan Taizan was shocked when she saw this person. She thought they were only coming to see the three marshals first, and would only go to the summer palace to pay homage to this person at the end. Who knew he would actually appear here? Did he come to see Wang Teng in person? Tan Taizan was incredulous and bowed slightly in greeting. This person is the strongest martial artist in the entire Sha kingdom, and even globally, his strength is among the top. If it weren't for his existence, the Sha kingdom would never have the peaceful and tranquil situation it enjoys today. His existence is the pillar of stability for the Sha kingdom. Upon seeing this scene, Wang Teng immediately realized the identity of the person in front of him, and a look of shock flashed in his eyes. Do you know why I called you here? The martial arts leader turned around, looked at Wang Teng, and smiled slightly. I don't know, Wang Teng replied straightforwardly. After the initial shock, he calmed down. While martial arts leaders are certainly worthy of respect, there is no need to be overly awe-inspiring. In the past, Wang Teng might not have been able to be so composed. But now that his strength has reached the level of a general, and he is confident that he will soon reach the level of one of the three marshals, or even a leader in martial arts, his sense of awe is not so strong. This may be what is called the heart of a strong person. The martial arts leader didn't care about his tone. Instead, a hint of appreciation appeared in his eyes as he smiled and said, "Let's go, I'll take you somewhere." As they spoke, they headed towards the gate. The three marshals exchanged a glance and followed them out of the hall. Some things can't be explained clearly at once, they always have to beat around the bush. Wang Teng rolled his eyes, inwardly grumbling. The group took the elevator down, but it wasn't the same elevator Wang Teng had just come up in. Soon, the elevator stopped, the doors opened, and a bright underground space appeared before us. Before them was a long corridor. The martial arts leader strode forward, surrounded by many figures in white coats hurrying about. When they saw the martial arts leader and the three marshals, they quickly bowed respectfully and straightened up only after the leaders had gone far away. When Wang Teng saw these white coats, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Holy crap, are they planning to dissect him for research? So, should he run or not? The problem is, he can't beat the martial arts leaders yet. Wang Tang struggled internally as he followed the martial arts leader and others forward until they arrived at a huge room that resembled a science fiction laboratory. The room door was incredibly thick, and through the window you could see that the staff inside were all wrapped up very tightly, their white work clothes resembling spacesuits. The window offers a limited field of view. Aside from the staff, only some high-end, advanced instruments are visible, and nothing else. Use the force to form a protective barrier on the body's exterior, the martial arts leader said. Then the door was opened. Inside the main entrance is a sterilization scanning area. Only after undergoing a comprehensive scanning and sterilization process can people pass through an inner door to enter the room. Wang Tang was secretly surprised. What exactly was this place for? It was just a matter of entering, yet the rules were so strict. He hesitated for a moment but ultimately followed the martial arts leader's instructions, covering his entire body with the force before entering the room. There's no way to escape now. Since he can't resist, he might as well see what they want to do with him here. All of them were warrior-level experts, so they didn't need to wear full protective gear like the staff inside. As soon as Wang Tang entered, his eyes swept around. His gaze quickly settled on a huge enclosed cabin to his right front, and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. Inside the sealed chamber was a humanoid creature about 3 meters tall, covered in scales all over its body, even its face. It had a single horn on its head that gleamed with a metallic sheen, making it look somewhat ferocious. What is this? Wang Tang asked in astonishment. He also noticed that the creature's limbs were handcuffed with rune handcuffs and its body was bound with thick iron chains, some of which even pierced straight through its body, completely locking it up. At the same time, many tubes were inserted into the creature's body, seemingly extracting something from it. He's still alive. This scene gave Wang Tang a sudden jolt. This place is indeed a biological research laboratory, terrifying indeed. However, not slicing it is quite merciful. Suddenly, Wang Tang's eyes lit up as he saw 2 attribute bubbles emerge from the creature's body as the tube was being drawn out. Huh? Wang Tang glanced at the martial arts leaders and others without leaving a trace. If he used his mental power at this moment, he would definitely be detected. But without using his mental powers, he couldn't even touch it. What to do? Should we pick it up or not? Wang Tang was conflicted. If this were anywhere else and he were facing other people, it wouldn't be a problem. But this place was an extremely important research site, and the people in front of him were martial arts leaders and big shots like the 3 marshals. If he rashly uses his mental power, it might cause quite a bit of trouble. Wang Tang hesitated for a moment, then decided to give up for now and wait for another opportunity. Immediately, a thought struck him, and he activated his spiritual vision to look at the creature. Wang Tang was shocked. He saw a very unique color of primal force in the creature's body, unlike any primal force he had ever seen before. What kind of primal force is this? Wang Tang's curiosity about the scaled creature grew, and when he looked at the 2 attribute bubbles, he couldn't wait to pick them up. This creature is clearly neither a star beast nor a dark race, otherwise it wouldn't possess this force. He couldn't help but look at the martial arts leaders and others, presumably they had brought him here to see this creature. Sure enough, the martial arts leader exchanged a few words with the head of the research lab, then turned to Wang Tang and asked, "Do you know what this is?" "I don't know." Wang Tang shook his head, waiting for the other party's answer. "This is an alien creature." The martial arts leader paused for a moment before speaking slowly. An alien creature? Wang Tang was shocked. He never expected that the creature in front of him came from outside Earth. "This world is more vast than we imagined," the martial arts leader exclaimed. Wang Tang paused for a moment. Another world, a dark world, the cosmos. He felt that the world was becoming increasingly incomprehensible. Even though he had once captured the remains of an ancient god from the stars in a spatial rift, he always thought they were creatures from another world. And now someone is telling him that there are also powerful species in the starry sky of their world. How could this creature? Wang Tang paused, unsure whether he should ask. "You want to know how we managed to capture you for research, right?" The martial arts leader chuckled. Wang Tang nodded. About 18 years ago, an alien spaceship crashed on an island in the ocean of Earth. The spaceship had an accident and caused quite a commotion when it crashed. Various countries mobilized, found it, and captured several severely injured creatures inside the spaceship. After some debate, some major powers obtained ownership of these creatures, and our Sha Kingdom was one of them, Wu Daling explained briefly. Wang Teng clicked his tongue in amazement, glanced at the martial arts leader's expression, and hesitated before asking, and then we took them to study? Ahem, we hadn't originally planned to study them, but these creatures were incooperative and extremely powerful. If I hadn't been seriously injured at the time, it would have been a disaster for Earth, the martial arts leader said with a dry cough. Wang Teng glanced at him but didn't say anything. Is that really the case? The martial arts leader remained calm, his expression unchanged. Wang Teng shrugged. Whether it was true or not, he had already done the research, so what else could he do? Should we release the creature and say, it's all a misunderstanding, let's be friends from now on? Bullshit. Looking at the creature before him, Wang Teng's heart stirred, and he asked, you just said it, is very strong? Yes, stronger than any Earth-based powerhouse. The martial arts leader's expression was unusually solemn. Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat, and a flash of inspiration struck him. He blurted out, so, the nations on Earth all hope to decipher a stronger path to martial arts from them? The martial arts leader glanced at him, his eyes once again showing appreciation. You are indeed very smart. That's right, we all want to obtain a stronger path to martial arts from them. Our path only goes up to the warrior level. If we don't seek a breakthrough, we will be at a disadvantage when facing star beasts, dark species, and unknown alien life forms. Have other countries on Earth made any progress in their research? Wang Teng asked again. I don't know. The martial arts leader shook his head, then added, that's why I called you here. It's probably not just about seeing these alien creatures, Wang Teng said, his eyes flashing. The global exchange event will be held soon at the Sacred Mountain in Northern Europe. It is usually only open to young people under the age of 25. I would like you to represent Sha Kingdom and go to the Sacred Mountain, the martial arts leader said directly without hiding anything. A global exchange event? Wang Teng asked suspiciously, as he had never even heard of such an event. It has always existed, but ordinary people are unaware of it, the martial arts leader said. You want me to investigate the strengths and weaknesses of various countries? Wang Teng asked, a thought stirring in his mind. That's one aspect. On the other hand, it's also about putting pressure on the younger generation of other countries and showing the strength of our Sha Kingdom. The martial arts leader said, in previous sessions. Our performance was mediocre, but now the world is changing, and star beasts and dark species are stirring. Only by showing more strength can we gain a greater initiative. Wang Teng finally understood, they were making him do hard labor. They summoned him from the East China Sea, going through all this trouble, only to find out it was all for this. Now that he has reached the level of a quasi-warrior, his combat power is approaching that of a lower-level war general. Among the younger generation, he may truly be able to sweep away all the geniuses in the world. What benefits would I get if I agreed? Wang Teng asked with a smile, not immediately agreeing. You really are as rumored, you won't act until you see the benefit. The martial arts leader smiled and asked, what do you want? Wang Teng pondered for a moment and said, I obtained quite a few treasures from the underworld and want to convert them into cash. Could you help me with that? You've plundered treasures from the dark world. The martial arts leader's expression was strange, and he was genuinely surprised. How much? Probably several trillion to several hundred trillion, Wang Teng said shyly. PFF'd. Even the three marshals who had been silent all the way to the side widened their eyes and looked at Wang Teng as if he were a monster. The martial arts leader was also taken aback. After a moment of silence, he said, I will have someone take care of these things for you. You can give them to me later. Wang Teng nodded and then asked, and what about these alien creatures? May I take a look at them? Wang Teng, we've gathered all the top geniuses in the country and still haven't figured out anything about these alien creatures. Don't waste your energy, the thin old man among the three marshals couldn't help but say. I'll just take a look, Wang Teng chuckled. Okay, I'll have someone open the sealed chamber, the martial arts leader said. No need, I can use my mental powers, Wang Teng said. The martial arts leader nodded. Among the information he had received was a record that Wang Teng was a mentalist, so it wasn't surprising at this point. Seeing that the two attribute bubbles were about to disappear, Wang Teng didn't waste any words and immediately swept them out with his mental power. Pick it up, open black lens bracket star force. Fire, *10 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket star force. Fire, *12 close black lens bracket. What is this? Wang Teng was shocked. Stellar force. Moreover, it's the power of fire-type stars. As the stellar primal force merged into his body, Wang Teng immediately sensed some changes. He pulled up the attribute panel and saw that in the force section, there was a new star force, Fire 22. This stellar force is different from his original fire force, it seems to be more strange and powerful. But this was not the time to study these things. He pretended to scan the alien creature back and forth with his mental power a few times before intending to withdraw. Suddenly, the alien creature abruptly opened its eyes. Percent and asterisk hash. It struggled desperately, uttering strange syllables that were incomprehensible to anyone. Quick, 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 inject it with a large dose of anesthetic, and don't let it move around. The lab director who had been talking to the martial arts leader earlier shouted. The staff around were busy at work. After a series of procedures, the anesthetic was injected into the alien creature's body through tubes. The alien creature let out a furious roar of resentment, its eyes bulging, before falling back into slumber. The martial arts leaders and others seemed unsurprised, shaking their heads as if somewhat helpless. Wang Teng glanced at the martial arts leaders and the others, then at the alien creature, and suddenly felt sorry for it. Having been imprisoned for a full 18 years and treated as a research subject by humans, its life was utterly bleak. So, have you found anything? The martial arts leader asked. Its force seems very strong. Wang Teng thought for a moment, initially wanting to say nothing, but that didn't seem right either, so he gave an ambiguous answer. This is our research direction, but unfortunately we have never been able to figure out the transformation process of this force, said the martial arts leader. Do you think this force is the force we have today that has evolved? Wang Teng asked, sensing something in his words. That's very likely, the martial arts leader said. Wang Teng nodded thoughtfully. All right, you've seen it all. Do you have any other requests? The martial arts leader asked. That's settled then. I agree to that global exchange event. Wang Teng didn't make any further demands, agreeing to what he had previously proposed. Let's go then. The martial arts leader walked out of the laboratory. Wang Teng glanced regretfully at the alien creature inside the sealed cabin. If he could, he would like to fleece the alien creature again, but unfortunately, this place is not one that can be visited casually. He didn't make such a request just now, partly because it would be too abrupt, and partly because it would seem too presumptuous. After they came out of the basement, the three marshals had someone arrange accommodations for Wang Teng and Tantai Zan and told them to go and rest first. 3 days later, Wang Teng will board a fighter jet bound for the Sacred Mountain in northern Europe. Watching Wang Teng leave, the burly old man among the three marshals couldn't help but ask, why didn't you ask him about his rocky body? He seems to have found his way forward. He will eventually know what he needs to know. If one day he feels he can speak, he will speak, the martial arts leader said with a smile. The three marshals remained silent. That evening, Wang Teng and Tantai Zan stayed at the Shadu military region. Wang Teng is now a major general, and by all accounts, he belongs to the military faction. It is perfectly reasonable for him to live in the military region. The military region has designated accommodations for outsiders and the benefits are quite good. Guided by a sergeant, we walked along a cobblestone path and came into view a row of simple yet exquisitely beautiful lofts. It was hard to believe that such residences existed within a military region known for its austerity. Seemingly noticing Wang Teng's surprise, Tantai Zan said, this place is mainly used to receive foreign guests, so it can't be too shabby. Wang Teng then realized what was happening and nodded. Looking at Tantai Zan's familiar manner, it was clear that this wasn't her first time here. The attics numbered 03, 05, and 08 are all empty. Major General Wang may choose one, the sergeant leading the way said. Then let's go with 08. I've come to Shadu this time to make a fortune, so this number is auspicious. Wang Teng stroked his chin and said seriously. Guide soldier. Tantai Zan rolled her eyes speechlessly. All right, you can go about your business. We don't need to worry about this place, Tantai Zan said to the soldier who was leading the way. Good. After the soldier who had led the way left, Wang Teng asked Tantai Zan in surprise, Teacher, where do you live? Tantai Zan frowned and said, Don't call me teacher anymore. Your strength is no weaker than mine now. In the martial arts world, seniority is determined by strength. You can now be my peer. Wang Teng was surprised that she would suddenly bring this up, then said seriously, a teacher for a day is a mother for life. Tantai Zan was immediately speechless. Once a teacher, always a mother, is a load of rubbish. That kid really can't say anything nice. Ahem, I misspoke. That's not the point. The point is that I've always considered you my teacher. Wang Teng coughed and said, you taught me a lot before, and even stood up for me without hesitation during the Red Tiger Legion incident. I remember all of that. Tantai Zan glanced at Wang Teng, thinking to herself that this kid still had some conscience, but her face remained unchanged. She stretched and said lazily, all right, let's not talk about the past. If you really remember my kindness, just call me sister from now on. All right, from now on I'll call you Sister Zan. Wang Teng knew that as his own strength changed, it would be awkward for Tantai Zan to insist on the master-disciple relationship, so he agreed. Tantai Zan nodded and pointed to a pavilion next to her, saying, this is my residence. Call me if you need anything. Only then did Wang Teng notice the character, Zan, on the doorplate of the pavilion, meaning that Tantai Zan had her own private pavilion here. Why don't I get this treatment? He said, somewhat indignantly. He's a major general now, and he's about to fight for his country, yet he doesn't even get this treatment. That's outrageous. It seems I'll have to talk to the 3 marshals about this next time. Let's talk about it when you reach the rank of Lieutenant General. Tantai Zan chuckled and walked towards the pavilion, leaving Wang Teng with a heartless back view. Wang Teng was stunned for a moment, then realized that he had been mocked. Tantai Zan is still the same Tantai Zan with a terrible personality. Once we're no longer master and disciple, I won't give in to you anymore, HMPH. Wang Teng glared at Tantai Zan's curvaceous figure and muttered. As if sensing that arrogant gaze, Tantai Zan stiffened, turned her head abruptly, and her murderous eyes fell on Wang Teng. However, she was greeted by a pair of innocent and pure eyes. If you look at me like that again, I'll gouge your eyes out. Tantai Zan uttered a harsh threat, slammed the door shut, and disappeared from Wang Teng's sight. Ha, all bark and no bite. Wang Teng shook his head with a laugh, as if he had discovered something amusing. Ellipsis. In attic number 08, Wang Teng sat cross-legged on the bed, his mind focused on the attribute panel. Stellar Force, Fire 22. His mind was focused on the Star Force, and as he carefully sensed it, he discovered that the original Fire Force seemed to be mixed with a trace of a more peculiar Fire Force. The next moment, Wang Teng opened his eyes, stretched out his hand, and fire elemental energy surged from his body, forming a ball of flame in his palm. At this moment, within those crimson flames, there were even more intense flames. Wang Teng carefully peeled it off, eventually forming a small, deep red flame. This flame was darker in color, hotter, and obviously more lethal. According to the martial arts leader, this stellar force is converted from ordinary force. Wang Teng stared at the deep red flame in his hand, lost in thought. If that's the case, there needs to be a medium between the two, and this medium is very likely to be a more advanced origin force technique. The reason why Earth's humans are stuck at the warrior level and make no further progress is because they lack cultivation methods to advance to the next level. Wang Teng frowned in thought, then suddenly an idea struck him. The ancient god body is clearly a more powerful and profound cultivation technique, but this technique focuses solely on cultivating the physical body and does not cultivate primal force. That's not right either. I remember when I upgraded my ancient god body, some kind of energy seemed to have been integrated into my body, which is somewhat similar to this stellar primal force. But that energy is purer and doesn't belong to any particular attribute. While recalling his feelings at the time, Wang Teng activated the ancient god body to comprehend its mysteries. Boom! His heart pounded powerfully, and his blood surged through his body, nourishing his flesh and bones, giving rise to powerful surges of energy within him. A mysterious golden mark appeared between his eyebrows. Following the cultivation method of the ancient god body, Wang Teng suddenly experienced a loud rumble within his body, and a massive suction force surged out from within him. It was nighttime, and the stars were high in the sky. Suddenly, all the stars seemed to flash brightly at once, and then the primal force of heaven and earth rushed toward him. These primal forces are not limited to one type. The primal forces of all attributes, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice, converge and are transformed into an extremely pure energy according to the operating root of the ancient god body, ultimately merging into his physical body. As expected, Wang Teng only circulated his energy once before sensing the drastic changes in the outside world, and immediately stopped cultivating the ancient god body. A look of deep shock appeared in his eyes. This ancient god body was truly domineering and extraordinary, actually able to absorb the primal force of all attributes and integrate it all for its own use. No wonder the ancient gods ascended to power by absorbing countless stars. The path they took was truly incredibly powerful. If I'm not mistaken, that primal force was just transformed into stellar primal force. Wang Teng took a deep breath, calmed down, and had already guessed what was going on. Just as Wang Teng was cultivating the ancient god body, the three marshals simultaneously walked out of their residences and looked up at the sky. Did you feel it? The burly dragon commander asked in a deep voice. A very intense fluctuation, but unfortunately it disappeared too quickly, and we can't find the location. Hong Shuai was thin, but his eyes were extremely bright as he spoke. The remaining refined old man was Commander Yang. His eyes flickered as he asked, who could cause such a commotion? Do you think it might be old Wu? Long Shuai was interrupted before he could finish speaking. Old Long, watch your words. Commander Yang and Commander Hong said in unison. I know. Long Shuai muttered, looking frustrated. If you figure it out, you figure it out. If you don't, you don't. Hiding like this is so pointless. Commander Yang and Commander Hong completely ignored him. The three searched again but found nothing, so they had to return to their respective homes dejectedly. Ellipsis. Wang Teng was unaware that the commotion caused by cultivating the ancient god body had attracted the attention of the three marshals. To be honest, what he had just witnessed was truly unexpected. Previously, the ancient god body was enhanced with blank attributes, so it naturally did not require external primal force, and others could not detect anything unusual. But now he is seriously cultivating the ancient god body, following a proper cultivation path. The amount of primal force he needs is too enormous, which will inevitably attract the attention of others, who will then discover that his cultivation method is unusual. He wouldn't mind revealing higher-level cultivation techniques when the time is right, but now is clearly not the time. Why should others walk the path he himself hasn't even walked? Besides, he also had his own selfish motives. How could he casually tell others about such a powerful technique as the ancient god body? Once he actually obtains a common star force cultivation technique, Wang Teng won't feel bad even if he tells others. Ellipsis. It seems the martial arts leaders were right in their guess, Wang Teng thought to himself. Stellar force is indeed transformed from ordinary force. The next stage of the human cultivation system will likely be to transform force into stellar force, thereby advancing to a higher realm. Wang Teng pondered silently, various thoughts flashing through his mind. He had already grasped the transformation process of the stellar primal force and had gained some insights into it. If he could integrate that transformation method into the several heaven-rank cultivation techniques he currently possesses, could he create a new method for cultivating stellar origin force? Wang Teng's eyes lit up at this thought. He acted on his ideas immediately, and not only mastered many high-level techniques, but also many low-level techniques, ranging from yellow rank to heaven rank. In terms of the reserves of martial arts techniques, probably no one can compare to him. From now on, we can call him Wang Encyclopedia Teng. A slight smile appeared on Wang Teng's lips. He closed his eyes, focused his mind, and deduced the Star Force technique in his mind. The night passed quickly. The next morning, Tantai Zan came to call Wang Teng to go out for breakfast. Wang Teng opened the door with two black eyes. He had underestimated the difficulty of creating a cultivation technique. It was simply not something a human could do. After a whole night of this, he felt like his head was about to explode. However, it was of little use. Although he did gain some insights, he was still a long way from creating a true Star Force technique. What's wrong with you? Tantai Zan asked in surprise. It's nothing, I just didn't sleep well last night, Wang Teng said casually. Didn't sleep well? Tantai Zan looked at him suspiciously, then her expression suddenly turned strange as if she had thought of something. Young man, you need to be more moderate. PFF'd. Wang Teng almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Restraint my ass. What are you thinking? Isn't that right? Tantai Zan glanced at him sideways. Definitely not, okay? I'm so handsome, would I do something like that? Wang Teng said speechlessly. What do you mean by that kind of thing? I don't understand. I just told you not to stay up late, Tantai Zan said. Quote. Wang Teng. Seeing his frustrated expression, Tantai Zan smiled smugly to herself. Little brat, you dare to play tricks on me. Clearly, she was retaliating for what happened last night. After having breakfast, the two prepared to go back. What are your plans for the next few days? Tantai Zan asked. I don't have any plans. I'm going back to cultivate. Wang Teng hadn't actually given up yet and decided to go back and work on his cultivation techniques again. Since you're already here, I'll take you to a nice place, Tantai Zan said with a mysterious smile. Oh, where is it? Wang Teng asked, a hint of interest in her expression. You'll find out when you get there, Tantai Zan said. But that place requires contribution points. Contribution points. Wang Teng naturally knew what contribution points were. Those who perform missions or make significant contributions will receive contribution points as a reward from the military, which can be exchanged for various desired resources from the military or government departments. In fact, he made quite a few contributions. Unbeknownst to him, he had already made many contributions to humanity, including capturing dark spies, the Battle of Star Maple City, and the East China Sea Beast Uprising. He had done a great deal of work in all of these, and the higher-ups had accumulated contribution points for him. Wang Teng has never lacked resources, so he didn't use them. The two walked deep into the military area and stopped in front of a heavily guarded building. Gentlemen, please show your identification. The guard at the door stepped forward and stopped the two. Wang Teng and Tantai Zan showed their identification. The three guards saluted and said neither arrogantly nor humbly, Lieutenant General Tantai, Major General Wang, please come in. The two then entered the building and took the elevator straight to the basement. Extremely similar to the underground space they had seen yesterday, a long, silver-white corridor appeared before them, and the two walked forward. Tantai Zan said, the place I'm taking you to is called virtual reality. Virtual reality? Wang Teng exclaimed, isn't this just like those virtual combat pods in our school? If it were the same, why would I have brought you here? Tantai Zan said with a smile. Oh? Wang Teng looked at her curiously. This virtual reality is something far more advanced than a virtual combat pod. You'll find out the details in a bit, Tantai Zan said mysteriously. As they talked, the two arrived at a huge underground hall. Around the hall were sealed capsules that looked like coffins, and many people were lying inside. Just collect contribution points and then lie down inside, Tantai Zan said, then collected contribution points on her own and lay down in an empty, enclosed cabin. Wang Teng looked around and couldn't help but shake his head. It's such a small matter, why does it have to be kept secret? He followed Tantai Zan's steps, collected contribution points, and suddenly a clear voice echoed inside the sealed cabin. Respected Major General Wang Teng, welcome to the virtual reality system. 10 hours of virtual reality requires 1,000 contribution points. Would you like to enter? 1,000 contribution points. Wang Teng was taken aback. 10 hours and 1,000 contribution points, that was quite a lot. He glanced at his identity watch. Given his current status, this watch is no longer the one given to him by the Polar Star Martial Arts Academy. Instead, it is a new watch given to him by the military, with more complete functions. It is also the most advanced new generation of runic artifacts in the world. The record above shows Wang Teng's contribution points, totaling 56,000 points. After seeing his contribution points, Wang Teng was stunned for a moment again. This is quite a lot of contribution points. On the contrary, it's a bit too much. If he hadn't made many contributions, he definitely wouldn't have been able to accumulate so many contribution points. That's fine too, these contribution points are enough for him to squander for a while now. So he made his choice immediately. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, the hatch in front of him slowly opened. Please enter the virtual reality pod, put on the virtual reality helmet, and connect to the virtual reality. The ethereal voice rang out again. Wang Teng glanced at the interior of the virtual pod in front of him, smiled slightly, and followed instructions to enter the pod and put on the virtual reality helmet. Virtual reality connection in progress, please concentrate. Wang Teng closed his eyes and focused his mind on one point. Suddenly, a point of light appeared in his mind, and his spirit was instantly drawn into it. The next moment, Wang Teng felt a bright light before his eyes, then everything turned white and he could see nothing. However, his mental perception still remained. The mental power of a royal realm cultivator was beyond the reach of ordinary people. As his mental energy slowly extended, Wang Teng was extremely surprised. He found that the surrounding environment seemed to be real. Wherever his mental energy passed, all the sensations were substantial, completely different from his previous experience in the virtual combat cabin. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked around. The view is of a relatively quiet street, with rows of steel high-rise buildings on both sides, their metal surfaces reflecting a dazzling light. How is it? Tantai Zan's voice came from the side at this moment. This is virtual reality. Wang Teng exclaimed in astonishment. If he hadn't known where he was beforehand, he would have almost thought he was in reality. Not bad, don't you think those 1,000 contribution points weren't wasted? Tantai Zan said with a smile. Just based on this realism, it was definitely worth the money. Wang Teng clicked his tongue in amazement, nodded, then frowned slightly and asked suspiciously. Did we develop this virtual reality? You're overthinking it. With our current technology, it would take at least several hundred years to develop it, Tantai Zan said. Where did this come from? A thought flashed through Wang Teng's mind, and he exclaimed, could it be technology brought by those alien creatures? Huh, you actually guessed it. Tantai Zan looked at him in surprise, then nodded as she walked forward, saying, let's go out first and talk as we walk. When the alien beings landed on Earth, most of their spaceship was destroyed, but some of their technology and equipment were saved, and this virtual reality pod is one of them. A spaceship. Wang Teng was captivated by Tantai Zan's words, his eyes gleaming as he asked curiously, what kind? I'll take you to see it after we get out. With our access levels, we can get into that place, Tantai Zan said. Wang Teng nodded and didn't ask any more questions, remarking with a sigh, it seems that the technology of alien beings is far more advanced than ours. Yes, that's why all countries are worried, even panicked. Tantai Zan frowned and said, the universe is too vast. Earth is just a drop in the ocean. It may just be a life-bearing planet in the corner. Nobody knows what it is like outside the solar system. Now that extraterrestrial creatures covered in scales have appeared, there is a high probability that other life forms exist that are stronger and more technologically advanced than us. Earth is as fragile as a newborn child. Everyone is worried about what will happen if one day other extraterrestrial life sets off Earth and descends again. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng's expression turned somewhat solemn. In fact, it was obvious without even thinking that if that day were to come, Earth would likely face a tremendous change. When the nest is overturned, no egg remains unbroken. Earth is the home of all humankind. All other extraterrestrial life forms are aliens. Those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts. This statement is not an unfounded worry. Besides, the weak are bound to be bullied, and no one will be kind to you for no reason. Earth is too weak right now. Judging from the current situation, those alien races have not discovered the existence of Earth, Wang Teng said. The universe is too vast, it's normal that we haven't discovered anything yet. Tantai Zan nodded. Perhaps the alien creatures we captured were just unlucky and accidentally wandered onto Earth. It was all just an accident. Is it possible that they sent out signals before they fell? Wang Teng wasn't so optimistic and thought of a possibility, so he said. We can't rule out that possibility, but there's nothing we can do about it, isn't there? Tantai Zan said helplessly. All we can do now is improve ourselves to prepare for any powerful enemies that may come at any time. Hey Tilda, this world is getting more and more interesting. Wang Teng took a deep breath and laughed. You can still laugh? Tantai Zan rolled her eyes. Even with her strong heart, she felt heavy-hearted. Wang Teng could still laugh. She even thought that Wang Teng's thought process might really be different from ordinary people. I don't know if he's missing a screw or has an extra screw. Wang Teng suddenly noticed that Tantai Zan's gaze had become somewhat strange, and said speechlessly, are you thinking about something bad again? No, Tantai Zan denied immediately, then realized, why did you say, Agan? What kind of image do you have of me? You'll have to ask yourself that, Wang Teng shrugged. As they were talking, the two turned a corner at the street ahead and came to another street, where some figures appeared. And there are all sorts of shops. Some people are even opening shops in virtual reality. Aren't you surprised? Tantai Zan asked with a smile. What's the point of opening a store in the virtual world? Wang Teng couldn't help but ask. Only things produced in virtual reality can be used in virtual reality. If you don't believe me, look at your wristwatch, Tantai Zan explained. Wang Teng looked down and fiddled with the watch for a while, and sure enough, he found that the watch had become a complete decoration and could not be used at all, only the time was still ticking. Now you know why, right? Tantai Zan smiled. This virtual reality is very vast. Although there are no other humanoid races, there are countless strange star beasts. Strong people can train in it and quickly improve themselves. And battles always require weapons, and the materials of the weapons come from the virtual reality. It's a bit complicated to explain, but anyway, a self-contained trading system has been formed here. Wang Teng seemed to be deep in thought, then suddenly said, wait a minute, why are there only star beasts here, but no humanoid races? Also, did we build these buildings or were they already there? It seems you've found the problem again. Tantai Zan was surprised by Wang Teng's keen insight and said, some people suspect that we are missing a technology. A technology is missing? Wang Teng vaguely grasped something in his mind, but he couldn't figure it out for the time being. It felt like thousands of ants were crawling in his heart, making him extremely uncomfortable. Have you seen any science fiction movies? Do you know anything about Skynet? Tantai Zan asked. You mean? Wang Teng's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he stared at Tantai Zan in shock. Many people speculate that we, who have only mastered the virtual pod, are actually just empty shells. Therefore, the virtual reality we enter only contains the most basic elements. However, if we can connect to the Skynet of extraterrestrial life, perhaps unexpected situations will arise, Tantai Zan said slowly. Skynet, Wang Teng muttered to himself. Skynet is just a name we've given it. It could be anything else, Tantai Zan said. But it's definitely something more advanced than Earth's network. Unbelievable, Wang Teng said with a wry smile. What's so hard to imagine? The creators of those science fiction movies have already thought of it for us. Nobody had ever seen it before, so naturally it seemed too far away. But now, do you still think it doesn't exist? Tantai Zan said. Maybe, Wang Teng said non-committally. Let's go, let's kill a couple of star beasts outside the city and get a feel for it. Just as Tantai Zan was about to take off, she suddenly stopped. Do you want to buy a weapon first? I've saved up some virtual currency, so buying a weapon shouldn't be a problem. No need, we can kill star beasts even without weapons, Wang Teng shook his head. Tantai Zan said nothing more, rose into the sky, and sped away outside the city. Wang Teng stomped his foot, transforming into a blur as he followed closely behind, disappearing from the spot. The two flew directly out of the city, and no one stopped them at the city gate. This city is clearly a ghost town. Although some humans have moved in, virtual reality has not been widely adopted, so there are not many people in it, not enough to make the whole city function. Tantai Zan and Wang Teng ventured deep into a mountain range in search of prey. At their level, killing prey that isn't strong enough doesn't feel like a challenge, let alone serve as a training exercise. After searching for a while, they finally found a huge ice python dozing off beside a cold pool. Didn't you want to hunt ice-type star beasts? There just happens to be an ice-type python-like star beast here. Let's practice first. Tantai Zan and Wang Teng hid in a big tree, looking at the ice python coiled above the cold pool from afar, and whispered. Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Tantai Zan knew he was going to hunt ice-type star beasts and specially found this ice-type star beast for him to practice on? He glanced at Tantai Zan without trying to detect her presence and found that her expression remained unchanged, as if she had only discovered the giant ice python by chance, rather than having specifically sought it out. Maybe I'm just being presumptuous. Wang Teng thought to himself with a self-deprecating smile, then his gaze sharpened as he looked at the giant python in front of him. Its enormous body coiled around the icy pool, protecting it. Its body was covered in ice blue scales, emanating a dense chill. Two protruding horns were on its head, and a wisp of icy mist drifted faintly above them. Amazing. This was Wang Teng's first thought. He then realized that this giant python was different from the pythons on Earth. It seemed to be a different species. Even if animals on Earth mutate into star beasts, they will still retain their original characteristics, but this star beast is fundamentally different. Just like two races, black people and white people can be recognized at a glance. The next moment, he made his move. His figure vanished from his original spot and instantly appeared above the ice-blue giant python's head. He clenched his fist and slammed it down like a cannonball. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as the terrifying force of the fist pressed down on the air, and the phantom of an ape king appeared. A truly serious punch. In his spiritual vision, this ice python was clearly a lower-level lord, so Wang Teng made his move without hesitation. The huge commotion instantly awakened the giant python. It raised its head and hissed. When it saw Wang Teng's attack coming down, a glimmer of humanity flashed in its cold vertical pupils. Then, instead of dodging, it charged straight at the attack. A thick layer of ice instantly condensed on its two horns, forming an arc shape that looked very solid. A real iron headbutt. It sounds like a long story, but in reality, it only took a few short breaths before Wang Teng's fist landed on the head of the ice blue giant python. Boom! There seemed to be a brief pause between the two sides. A hint of mockery appeared in the giant python's eyes, as if it were laughing at the human's overestimation of his abilities. That's it. Click. Just then, cracks suddenly appeared on the ice above the giant python's head and quickly spread outwards. A hint of surprise was clearly visible in the giant python's eyes. Bang! Suddenly, the ice shattered completely, and Wang Teng's fist, carrying immense power, slammed down. The giant python's massive body was blasted away by a terrifying force, crashing to the ground and rolling violently several times. The entire python was completely stunned by that punch. Tantai Zan, who was standing some distance away, almost dropped her jaw. How could this guy be so strong? With a single punch, he sent the lower-level Lord-class star beast flying. Wang Teng was also a little dazed. Looking at the several attribute bubbles that suddenly fell from the ground, he couldn't help but want to rub his eyes. Is it true or false? How do attribute bubbles appear in virtual reality? He was truly dumbfounded. What exactly was this virtual reality? This wasn't martial arts. With a mix of trepidation and excitement, Wang Teng picked up several attribute bubbles. Ice-type force *130. Ice-type force *99. 58 blank attributes. Ellipsis. After confirming several times that the attribute panel had changed, Wang Teng began to believe that he could actually pick up attribute bubbles in this virtual reality environment. It's impossible for this virtual reality to be more advanced than the system, to have virtualized the system itself. This is clearly impossible. Wang Teng had an inexplicable confidence in his own system. Therefore, it is only possible that there are some special circumstances in this virtual reality. Anyway, this is a good thing. I was just worried about where to improve my ice-type primal force, and this has come to me by chance. It's like a godsend. Wang Teng's eyes lit up as he looked at the giant python, as if he were looking at an ice attribute baby waiting to be plucked. The giant ice blue python shook its head, its bewildered eyes regaining their coldness as it stared intently at the human before it. Come on, that's the look in your eyes. Come and kill me, use every means to kill me, come on. Wang Teng said excitedly. Could this human be a masochist? Exclaimed the ice blue giant python. Tantai Zan, who was in the distance, was wondering whether she should lend a hand, but after seeing Wang Teng's suddenly excited expression, she realized that her worries might be unnecessary. That's right. Wang Teng was able to send this lower-level Lord-level python like Starbeast flying with a single punch, which shows that even without using his ultimate moves, he might not be able to defeat this Starbeast. Fighting a 12-star lower-level Lord-level Starbeast with an 11-star quasi-warrior level is a battle beyond its level. This guy is going further and further down the road to invincibility. No, as his former teacher, how can I fall behind? Tantai Zan gritted her teeth inwardly, and the belief in becoming stronger in her heart instantly surged. She was already a top-tier martial arts genius. Otherwise, she wouldn't have reached the war general level at the age of 27 or 28. Now that Wang Teng, a newcomer, has overtaken her, she is naturally unwilling to accept it. Tantai Zan glanced at Wang Teng, who was confronting the ice python in front of her, and her lips twitched slightly. What is this guy so excited about? Ellipsis. The giant, ice blue python slithered slowly, warily watching Wang Teng in front of it. This human makes it feel dangerous. Especially his eyes, they seemed a bit too. Hiss. It let out a tentative roar at Wang Teng and suddenly stretched out its head. Wang Teng remained motionless. Then the ice python retreated again without launching an attack. What is this silly python doing? Wang Teng was stunned for a moment, completely bewildered. So that last move was a feint? A dignified Lord-level star beast actually resorting to feints? Do you think this is a ball game? Feints, indeed. This ice python doesn't seem very bright. Could it be that its head was damaged by him earlier? Wang Teng's gaze towards the ice python suddenly turned to pity. It's so pitiful. It's not easy for a Lord-level starbeast to grow up, and it's just gone stupid like this. Forget it, this starbeast is stupid, we can't keep it, let's just kill and eat it. I wonder if the meat of ice-type starbeasts tastes good? He hasn't eaten it yet. Wang Teng's mind wandered uncontrollably, and his figure suddenly vanished from the spot, turning into a blur as he strode towards the ice python. As he raised his fist, the metal elemental force surged forth, forming a powerful aura that condensed on his fist. Heavenly rank combat skill, Golden Fist. The profound meaning of power. A super seriously serious punch. In that instant, the ice python sensed an extremely terrifying power emanating from Wang Tang's fist. The fist seemed to grow larger and larger in its pupils, as if a mountain was pressing down. What is this? Tantai Zan seemed to sense something, her eyes widened suddenly, and she was deeply shocked. Hiss! The ice python roared, rapidly gathering icy blue light in its mouth before spitting it out with a bang. Boom! An icy blue light suddenly met Wang Tang's fist. The force burst forth, and the attacks from both sides surged with terrifying energy, impacting all directions. A burst of light erupted from the center. Tantai Zan narrowed her eyes and stared at the center of the light. Roar! The ice python roared from ahead, its voice filled with pain. Tantai Zan's expression shifted. It seemed that the ice python had suffered a great loss in the previous exchange. The dust and smoke whipped up by the strong wind slowly dissipated, finally revealing the scene within. A deep crater appeared in the ground as the ice python's massive head crashed into the earth, embedding itself in the ground. Many of its hard scales shattered and scattered around. Large amounts of blood flowed from its head, making it look extremely gruesome. And on its head stood a figure, none other than Wang Tang. Is it dead? Tantai Zan raised an eyebrow. This result was somewhat unexpected. There was a difference in their cultivation levels, yet the ice python was still defeated so easily by Wang Tang. Could this ice python be all show and no substance? Roar! Just then, the ice python suddenly opened its eyes, roared, and twisted its body wildly. Wang Tang stood atop the ice python's head, not thrown off, but instead grabbed one of its sharp horns. His gaze turned cold, a last-ditch resistance. The ice python shook its head violently, trying to shake Wang Tang off its head. At the same time, a chill surged from its sharp corner, instantly spreading to Wang Tang's arm. A thick layer of ice froze Wang Tang's arm. Trying to freeze me, Wang Tang sneered, as the azure jade flame surged forth, enveloping his arm from the inside out. Flames naturally counteract ice, and the azure jade glazed flame is a fire of heaven and earth. There are very few ices in the world that can withstand it. The ice python's ice was clearly not cold enough to reach that level. The thick layer of ice was immediately and completely melted. Wang Tang did not retract the azure jade glazed flame, but instead allowed it to spread out and land on the ice python's sharp horn. Roar! The ice python's eyes bulged out, and it let out a painful roar. Hot! It's so hot! What did this human do? Ice attribute star beasts could hardly withstand the scorching heat of the azure jade glazed flame. For them, such intense heat was the ultimate punishment. Wang Tang's eyes were icy cold. With his other hand, he grabbed the other horn of the ice python, and the azure jade glazed flame surged from that arm, enveloping it. The ice python's two icy blue horns turned fiery red at a visible speed, as if they were about to be roasted. Ah! The ice python let out a huge roar, its voice changed, as if it were enduring great pain. Watching this scene from afar, Tantai Zan suddenly felt a pang of sorrow for the ice python. That's terrible. Encountering Wang Tang, who possesses the fire of heaven and earth, this giant python was extremely unlucky, and its fate was almost certainly to be tortured. Azure flames enveloped the ice python's two sharp horns, and the intense heat flowed into its body through the horns, evaporating the icy mist and releasing wisps of smoke. No matter how much the ice python struggled, it could not get rid of Wang Tang. It experienced what despair truly meant. Boom! At one point, the ice python stopped struggling, its massive body crashing to the ground, and it remained motionless. Smoke billowed from its head, as if it were being roasted. Only then did Wang Tang calmly leap down from the top of the ice python's head, glance at the attribute bubbles falling around him, and unleash his mental power. Pick it up. Ice-type force *230. Ice-type force *560. Ice-type force *360. Ice-type force *420. Advanced ice talents *156. Blank attribute *640. Ellipsis. Wang Tang silently savored this wave of attribute gains, secretly delighted. The ice force has reached 1570 points, plus the previous 229 points, for a total of 1799 points, which is quite a lot. Ice-type force, star. Wang Tang looked at his ice-type primal force. This gain had raised his ice-type primal force to the middle level of the 7-star warrior level, and he was only about 1,500 points away from breaking through. What does this mean? It's simple, just kill one more Lord-level Ice-type star beast, and that'll be enough. At this moment, Wang Teng was full of motivation and couldn't wait to find another Lord-level Star Beast and harvest another wave of Ice-type Force attributes so that his Ice-type Force could break through to the 8-Star Warrior level. In addition to Ice-type Primal Force, Wang Teng also gained 156 points of Advanced Ice-type Talent and 640 blank attribute points, a rather good harvest. This virtual reality is such a great place. The fact that attributes can be manipulated in this virtual reality environment suggests that its existence is anything but simple. Wang Teng pondered to himself, eager to give it a try. Tantai Zan walked over, her expression extremely strange. You cooked it? Cough cough, no, not fully cooked, at most half cooked. Wang Teng kicked the ice python's corpse and coughed. Does it matter? Tantai Zan rolled her eyes at him. Of course, half cooked makes me seem less cruel, Wang Teng said righteously. Quote. Tantai Zan. She was truly shocked by someone's shamelessness. Don't worry about the details. I learned a lot from that battle, and I plan to find other ice-type star beasts to fight, Wang Teng said. Well, seeing how well you're doing, I don't need to follow you anymore. We'll split up later and meet up back in the city when the time comes, Tantai Zan said. Wang Teng had no doubts. He had already found his own unique training method in this virtual reality, and now he couldn't wait to speed up the process, find ice-type star beasts, and continue hunting them. While others might only improve their combat strength by training in virtual reality, he can boost his attributes. If others knew about this benefit, they would probably be green with envy. Tantai Zan turned to leave, but suddenly stopped and turned back to ask, did your punch just now contain some profound meaning? You noticed, Wang Teng said in surprise. It's true, you've mastered the profound secrets. Tantai Zan was shocked and looked at Wang Teng as if he were a monster. Just lucky, Wang Teng said calmly. Get out of here, I don't want to see you again. Tantai Zan felt a sharp pain in her heart. This guy's only purpose in life was to hurt people. Ellipsis. After parting ways with Tantai Zan, Wang Teng began searching the mountains for ice-type star beasts. Little darlings, where are you? Come out quickly and come into my bowl. Wang Teng muttered, searching inch by inch for the ice-type star beasts. Wherever he went, the nearby star beasts seemed to have seen something terrifying and all fled in fear. Huh! Wang Teng saw a tall mountain in the distance, its peak covered in snow, naturally forming a world of ice and snow. His eyes suddenly lit up, there was definitely an ice-type star beast there. The next moment, Wang Teng soared into the air, transforming into a long rainbow, and headed straight for the mountaintop. He hovered high in the sky, ignoring the wind pressure, and activated his spiritual vision to scan the mountains below. His eyes were like a scanner, scanning the force fluctuations below. Suddenly, a ball of ice blue light came into view. Finally found it. Wang Teng was overjoyed and rushed towards the direction of the ball of light without hesitation. Although the size of this ball of light doesn't reach the level of a lord, even a mosquito is still meat. There are far too few ice-type martial artists, so we can only rely on these ice-type star beasts to exploit the ice attribute, therefore we cannot let any ice-type star beast go. Wang Teng quickly saw what the ice-type star beast looked like. It was actually a giant ice ant, entirely white, its body like an ice sculpture, crystal clear. Its body has a snow-white shell, as if it were wearing a layer of ice and snow armor, which makes it look extremely strange. At this moment, the ice ant was carrying a star beast corpse and crawling forward. Wang Teng was about to make a move, but upon seeing this scene, he suddenly stopped. The habits and living conditions of ants came to mind. Although these ice ants are star beasts, they should have something in common with ordinary ants, and they are very likely from the same nest. This ice ant might be carrying its prey back to its nest, perhaps we should follow it and take a look. Wang Teng made up his mind, completely concealed his presence, and followed behind the ice ant. Ants are actually quite fast, it's just that ordinary ants are so small that they naturally take much longer to move the same distance compared to humans. However, the ice ant in front of them was quite large, about the size of a small Volkswagen Beetle, and it quickly crawled over 100 meters away. A moment later, a cave hidden under the rocks appeared in front of Wang Teng. The ice ant came to the entrance of the cave, and another ice ant crawled out of the cave, touched antennae with the first ice ant, and then the two ice ants crawled into the cave. Wang Teng fell from the sky. The opening was quite large, enough for him to stand upright. He used his dark talent, unleashing dark primal force, and employed the shadow concealment technique to hide himself in the darkness as he moved into the cave. As he went deeper, Wang Teng discovered that the cave was interconnected, with winding passages and a large space. Soon, he spotted an ice ant. Wang Teng didn't rush to take action. He wanted to figure out the situation first. He slowly made his way deeper into the cave, encountering more and more ice ants along the way, which made the corners of his mouth turn up in a wild grin. With so many ice ants, there must be a lot of attribute bubbles. This trip is going to be a success. Wang Teng suppressed his inner elation, turned a corner ahead, and finally arrived at a huge underground space, where a giant queen ant lay horizontally in front of him. It's pure white with a huge and bulky body. If you take a bite, it'll probably squirt juice. Wang Teng used his spiritual vision to see that the primal force emanating from the queen ant's body had actually reached the level of a mid-level lord. This queen ant is even more powerful than the ice python he encountered before. Only, looking at the queen ant's bloated body, Wang Teng had good reason to doubt whether it could actually fight. Could it be that it's just a reproductive tool, like those used by ordinary ants or queen ants? If that's the case, that would be fantastic. A mid-level Lord-class star beast is within easy reach, how wonderful. Of course, Wang Teng was just thinking about it. Star beasts were all kinds of strange and wonderful, and he dared not treat this ant queen as an easy target. Moreover, he also saw several soldier ants around the queen ant. The primal force emanating from the soldier ants ranged from a mere 9-star level to a near lord level. This ant nest is incredible. Wang Teng was thrilled but also somewhat apprehensive. Ants are known for their sheer numbers, and if all these ice ants were to swarm out, he would feel a chill run down his spine. Looks like I need to come up with a solution that will solve the problem once and for all. Wang Teng thought to himself, stroking his chin as he lurked in the darkness. Although this nest of ice ants is a bit tough to eat, he will never let it go. If he manages to get through this, he'll definitely get a huge wave of ice-type bubbles. And maybe he can use that to directly break through to the 9-star warrior level with his ice-type primal force. Wang Teng thought of the benefits and felt a jolt of excitement. His mind raced. I've got it. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. A wicked smile appeared on Wang Teng's lips as he retreated towards the cave entrance without hesitation. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Wang Teng's eyes flashed, and the poison-type primal force within his body surged forth, followed by the azure jade glazed flame. The moment the poisonous primal force encountered the azure jade glazed flame, it immediately erupted into a thick cloud of black smoke. Wang Teng channeled his primal force, creating a powerful gust of wind that blasted the black smoke into the cave. What a brilliant plan to wipe out their lineage. While Wang Teng was releasing poisonous smoke outside the cave, his expression remained completely calm. Being a heartless reproductive tool is worse than dying and being reborn sooner. Wang Teng felt like he was doing a good deed. Ding! A good guy card has been awarded. Spontaneous success. Just then, a rustling crawling sound came from inside the cave. Judging from the sound, it wasn't just 1 or 2, but 4 or 5 ice ants crawling out. A glint of light flashed in Wang Teng's eyes, and he raised his fist as big as a sandbag. Just as an ice ant emerged, Wang Teng delivered a normal punch. With a poof sound, the ice ant's exoskeleton was easily destroyed, and its head exploded instantly. Ice-type force *88. 56 blank attributes. ellipsis. Wang Teng picked it up immediately. This attribute value is great, 88 points. A very auspicious start. The ice ant in front had just died when another ice ant eagerly crawled out from behind, then 2, then 3. Wang Teng was in high spirits, and with 1 punch each of the whimpering, P2E, 1 punch each of the ice ants, sending them to their deaths. Ice-type force *50. Blank attribute *38. Intermediate ice talents *10. Ice-type force *70. Blank attribute *46. Ice-type force *66. Ellipsis. One by one, Wang Teng picked up the attribute bubbles, and his ice-type primal force continued to increase, while his blank attributes also slowly increased. The ice ants that appeared earlier weren't very strong, at most 4 or 5 stars, and they dropped a few intermediate ice-type talents, which were of no use to Wang Teng. As more and more ice ants crawled out, Wang Teng was overjoyed. These were all movement attribute values. He killed even more fiercely, punching and headbutting, and soon a large number of ice ant corpses piled up at the cave entrance. This virtual reality is extremely realistic. The corpses of the killed star beasts do not disappear directly, but remain just like in reality, blending into the natural environment. Therefore, Wang Tang had to add an extra step: kill one, kick it, and shove the ice ant's corpse aside. Otherwise the entrance to the hole would be blocked. At this moment, Wang Tang's expression changed. He sensed several even more powerful auras approaching. It's those few soldier ants that are almost lord level. Wang Tang knew the main event was about to begin. With so many low-level henchmen dead outside, the boss inside was bound to get restless. Whoosh! A figure suddenly rushed out and crashed into Wang Tang at an extremely fast speed. Wang Tang's gaze narrowed slightly, and he threw a punch. Sky Fist. Boom! The ice ant that had charged out suddenly stopped, as if it had been frozen in place. As we all know, ants are incredibly strong. They can lift objects 400 times their own weight and drag weights 1700 times their own weight. If ordinary ants are like this, how much more so these mutated ice ant star beasts? Wang Tang hadn't even used his full strength yet, but he already felt a terrifying force emanating from the ice ant in front of him, and they were locked in a stalemate. At the same time, a chill emanated from the ice ant. If one were not a fire-type martial artist, one could easily be injured by this chill. If my body is frozen, how can I fight against these ice ants? Therefore, ordinary martial artists probably wouldn't get any advantage if they encountered these ice ants. Unfortunately, they encountered Wang Tang, a well-rounded martial artist with extraordinary abilities. Wang Tang's fire-type primal force, at the quasi-warrior level, was enough to counter Wang Tang's ice-type primal force. At this moment, the fire elemental force within him surged, transforming him into a furnace, dispelling all the chill. The ice ant opposite felt the intense heat and panicked slightly, trying to get away from the heat source. At the same time, two more quasi-lord level ice ants rushed out of the cave and crashed into Wang Tang. Wang Tang's eyes flashed, and he grabbed the antennae of the ice ant in front of him with one hand. With a light tap of his toes, he flipped over and landed on the ice ant's head. The two ice ants rushed out from both sides and collided with each other, leaving them dizzy and disoriented. Wang Tang laughed heartily and punched the ice ant at his feet. The azure jade flames enveloped his fist, carrying extreme heat, and invaded the ice ant's body. The ice ant frantically raised its head, trying to throw Wang Tang off. But as the azure jade flame invaded its body, the ice ant's crystalline shell gradually turned red, and heat emanated from its body. The ice ant was cooked. Seeing their companion's miserable state, the other two ice ants instinctively felt fear and retreated. Wang Tang leapt down from the top of the ice ant beneath his feet, landing in front of the other two ice ants, and threw out both fists simultaneously. Boom! Boom! A burst of blue flames engulfed the two ice ants, setting them ablaze. Two ice ants rolled around on the snow, trying to extinguish it, but the azure jade-glazed flame was no ordinary flame and could not be easily put out. Before long, the two ice ants were burned to ashes in the flames. Several attribute bubbles fell out. Ice-type force *560. Ice-type force 380. Blank attribute *720. Advanced ice talents *186. Ice-type force *450. Blank attribute 640. Advanced ice talent *222. Ellipsis ellipsis. Good heavens, these few near lord level ice ants are the real big winners. They've made a killing on attribute values this time. At this time, Wang Tang's ice-type primal force had been upgraded from 7-star warrior level to 8-star warrior level. Ice force, 2,257 thousandths, 8 stars. In less than a few hours, he went from a 7-star soldier to an 8-star soldier. If it were anyone else, it would seem like a dream come true. At this point, his blank attribute had accumulated to 6,300 points. Having savings means you won't panic. Wang Tang has once again become a treasure boy with savings. However, when he saw the advanced ice talent bubble he finally obtained, his good mood vanished instantly. 222 points. System, are you serious? If I hadn't already picked it up, do you think I would have accepted such a ridiculously low stat? I, Wang Tang, have principles. Wang Tang reluctantly accepted it, then suddenly looked up at the cave entrance. Under the influence of the poisonous smoke, a bloated body slowly moved out of the cave. Queen Ant. Wang Tang became somewhat wary. This ant queen had reached the mid-level lord level. He wondered about her strength. It was best to be cautious. He soon discovered that the queen ant did not crawl out on her own, but was carried out step by a dozen ice ants. It looks exactly like a fat person who can't move on his own. Wang Teng had a strange expression on his face. He really couldn't figure out how the queen ant would fight. Are you suggesting it use its bulky body to smash people? Lost in thought, Wang Teng watched as the queen ant, carried by the ice ants, finally arrived outside the cave. A large number of ice ants also crawled out of the cave one after another, crowding around the queen ant and facing Wang Teng with extreme vigilance. Without warning, a strange wave suddenly emanated from the queen ant's mouth, rippling outwards in concentric circles. What is it trying to do? Wang Teng frowned in confusion, not sensing any real attack. But the next moment, the ground suddenly shook, and a loud rumbling sound came from above. Snowflakes fell on his head. Wang Teng looked up and his gaze sharpened slightly. Holy crap, avalanche! Wang Teng couldn't help but swear, staring incredulously at the queen ant in front of him. Was this caused by the fluctuation it had just made? Hearing the deafening roar from above, Wang Teng was terrified. Avalanche! This queen ant actually caused an avalanche. Isn't it afraid of being buried in it too? Wang Teng immediately took to the air. If he were buried alive, things would get interesting. However, the queen ant would not let him escape so easily. The waves emanating from her mouth became more and more intense, spreading out in waves. Boom! Above their heads, snow and ice rolled down like a tidal wave. The worst part was that the snow seemed to have targeted Wang Teng specifically, not going anywhere but crashing down on his head. Wang Teng's face darkened. He never expected the queen ant to pull such a stunt on him. This guy didn't say a word, but immediately unleashed a powerful move. He's even more cunning than me. Pshaw, he's not cunning, it's everyone else who's cunning. Wang Teng looked down at the queen ant below, who then looked up at him. Hey! A cold smile appeared on Wang Teng's lips as he unleashed a surge of azure jade flames that enveloped his entire body. The ice and snow above seemed to be under the control of the queen ant, condensing into huge ice cones, the tips of which gleamed with a cold light. Seeing this, Wang Teng unleashed his spiritual power and used the manipulation techniques of a divine sense master to concentrate the azure jade glazed flame into one place. Roar! A blue dragon emerged from the flames, its scales lifelike, majestic and powerful. Go! Wang Teng shouted coldly, and the azure dragon soared into the sky to meet the terrifying avalanche. Sizzle! The power of fire erupted, melting the ice and snow. The ice spikes that had condensed within the avalanche were instantly melted, and a terrifying gash was torn open in the avalanche. The surrounding ice and snow fell completely, but Wang Teng was unharmed, standing in midair, letting the strong wind blow his clothes and hair. He looked down and found that the ice ants had been completely buried, but under his spiritual vision, he could see that the ice ants were still alive. The ice and snow cannot harm them. I see. The avalanche was meant to both block or kill me, and also to completely cover our tracks so we could escape. Wang Teng's eyes gleamed as he chuckled. Those who have reached the Lord level are indeed quite intelligent. It's a pity you've miscalculated. Wang Teng stood in midair, his azure jade glazed flame condensing into long spears of flame under the control of his mental power, locking onto the traces of the ice ants. Then he waved his hand, and countless flaming spears shot down. Whoosh! 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 With a whooshing sound, the flaming spear sliced through the air, piercing into the thick ice and pinning the ice ants below to the ground. After killing all the ice ants, Wang Teng picked up the attribute bubbles they dropped. Ice-type force *320. Blank attribute *130. Ice-type force *170. Blank attribute *89. Advanced ice talents *38. Ice-type force *250. Blank attribute *140. Finally, Wang Teng focused his attention on the queen ant. Its bulky body lay on the ground, unable to move an inch. Furthermore, after using avalanche once, it seems that it cannot be used a second time in the short term. Wang Teng noticed the anomaly and looked at the queen ant, who resembled a lamb to the slaughter, and his expression became somewhat strange. Is the queen ant so wilted? Only one strike? This queen ant is probably the weakest mid-level Lord-class star beast in history. If the queen ant knew Wang Teng's thoughts, she would probably be so frustrated that she would vomit blood. Ordinary martial artists couldn't even get close to it, but a large number of ice ants would be enough to make any intruder suffer. The biggest advantage of this nest of ice ants is its sheer number. These ice ants are all bred by the queen ant, and their strength actually lies in their terrifying reproductive ability. Its most powerful method is to breed a large number of powerful ice ants to serve itself. But what else can be said when you run into a cheat like Wang Teng? It's not that it's too weak, but that its opponent is too unpredictable. Wang Teng shook his head and mercilessly dealt with the pitiful ant queen, causing a large cluster of attribute bubbles to emerge. Ice-type force *1430. Ice-type force *1380. Blank attribute *1600. Advanced ice talent *420. Avalanche 1. Royal spirit *380. Wang Teng was somewhat surprised. The ant queen had dropped quite a few attribute bubbles. In particular, it also dropped the King Realm Spirit attribute. Wang Teng found it somewhat unbelievable that the Queen Ant's mental power had actually reached the King Realm. It's worth noting that even ordinary human rune masters rarely reach the King level mental strength. This Ant Queen is truly gifted. Then he looked at the Force attribute. This time, I obtained 2,810 points of Ice-type Primal Force from the Queen Ant. Combined with the Ice-type Primal Force I obtained from hunting other ice ants before, the amount is quite considerable. Wang Teng's Ice-type Primal Force has now reached the late stage of the 8-star warrior level, and he is not far from breaking through to the 9-star warrior level. Ice Force, 5,957 thousandths, 8 stars. Still a little over 1,000 short, Wang Teng muttered to himself, feeling a slight sense of regret. In addition, there is a whopping 420 points of advanced Ice-type talent. The previous quasi-lord level ice ants had already significantly improved his advanced ice talent, and now with the addition of these 420 points, Wang Teng's advanced ice talent has finally undergone a transformation. Supreme ice talent, 35 thousandths. Wang Teng felt that his body had undergone some mysterious change. His body was extremely sensitive to ice-type primal force, and specks of ice-type primal force unconsciously gathered towards his body from the snow and ice in front of him. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a child of ice and snow. In addition, there are 1,600 blank attribute points. This time, after sweeping through this ice ant nest, he gained several thousand blank attribute points, bringing his accumulated blank attribute points back to over 10,000. Blank attribute, 10,500. Wang Teng's eyes flashed as he looked at the last attribute bubble. The Queen Ant's innate ability, Avalanche. Unexpectedly, these attribute bubbles actually revealed innate skills. Wang Teng couldn't help but wonder, what exactly is this virtual reality? The bursting of primal force and blank attributes could be understood as the star beasts in this virtual reality being formed by primal force. But innate skills are the original power of some star beasts, which are rarely seen in reality, let alone in this virtual reality. It seems that virtual reality is even more mysterious and unpredictable than he imagined. Wang Teng couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it, shook his head, and calmed down. As the attribute bubbles merged into himself, the relevant skill descriptions immediately appeared in Wang Teng's mind. No wonder the Queen Ant's mental power reached the King Realm. Wang Teng muttered to himself as if he had realized something. This talent skill requires mental strength to generate vibrational power through a special method. Then, combined with ice-type talents, it can control the ice and snow in the outside world to create an avalanche. The power of the avalanche is not weak among ice-type combat skills. The reason why it failed to hurt Wang Teng earlier was mainly because it was countered by him. However, in Wang Teng's hands, the avalanche skill is different. After all, his mental power has reached the Emperor realm, so the power of the avalanche he can create will definitely be multiplied. Of course, there are also certain limitations. This combat technique is best used on a snow-covered mountain like this. If it is used elsewhere, firstly, a large amount of ice-type primal force is needed to create ice and snow, which consumes a lot of energy. Secondly, it cannot achieve the impact force of falling from a height, so the effect will definitely be inferior. In short, the skill itself is a good skill, but it requires the right timing, location, and people. These things didn't bother Wang Teng. After all, having more skills meant having more options, and it's never a bad thing to have more skills. Wang Teng nodded in satisfaction. He suddenly realized that this virtual reality was tailor-made for him and was really too friendly to him. I wonder what changes will occur in this virtual reality if it can be connected to the so-called Skynet in the future. And what benefits will he gain from it? With this thought in mind, Wang Teng continued his search on the snow-capped mountain. If he could find another nest of ice ants, that would be fantastic. Unfortunately, such a good thing is just wishful thinking. Perhaps this nest of ice ants is the dominant species on this snow-capped mountain, and there can be no other of its kind. Wang Teng had no choice but to settle for second best and see if he could find other ice-type star beasts. If he could upgrade his Ice-type primal force to the 9-star warrior level before leaving this virtual reality, that would be a huge win. With less than 3 hours remaining, Wang Teng searched the snow-capped mountain inch by inch, almost turning the entire mountain upside down. However, he eventually found a few kittens, not quite at the Lord level, but still 7 to 9 stars, which provided him with a lot of Ice-type primal force. Wang Teng's Ice-type primal force has finally broken through to the 9-star warrior level. Ice Force, 135 9,000ths, 9 stars. He was extremely satisfied with his gains, but it had taken up a lot of time, and he didn't have time to get back to the city. When the time came, he immediately felt a point of light appear in his mind again. They're coming back. Before Wang Teng could react, the point of light sucked him in, and his figure vanished from the snow-capped mountain. When he came to his senses, he was back in reality. He opened the door of the virtual pod, sat up, and turned to see Tantai Zan just stepping out of the pod. Why didn't you go back to the city? Tantai Zan asked with a frown as soon as she saw him. Haha, it's too far away, I don't have time to get back. Wang Teng remembered her instructions, scratched his head, and said apologetically. I think you're just too engrossed in killing star beasts, Tantai Zan said, glancing at him. You actually figured it out. Wang Teng was a little embarrassed. He knew better than to expose her. How was the harvest? Seeing his expression, Tantai Zan's heart stirred, and she couldn't help but ask. Not bad, my strength has improved a little. Wang Teng thought about it and felt that there was nothing wrong with it. The improvement of Ice-type primal force from 7-star warrior level to 9-star warrior level was indeed a small improvement for his current strength. You've actually improved in such a short time, Tantai Zan said in surprise. Good luck, Wang Teng chuckled. Quote. Tantai Zan didn't know what to say. Many people enter virtual reality to fight, mainly to improve their combat power, but that takes a lot of time. Wang Teng entered for the first time, stayed for less than 10 hours, less than a day, and yet he improved. How can anyone else survive like this? Is this what they call a monster? Even with Tantai Zan's talent, she was still severely affected. If she knew exactly how much Wang Teng's small piece was, she probably wouldn't just be in this state now, she would completely lose her composure. Tantai Zan shook her head and didn't say anything more, but reminded her, before leaving the virtual reality each time, even if you don't return to the city, it's best to find a safe place to stay. Otherwise, if you encounter a star beast and get killed next time you enter, your mind will suffer some trauma. There have been cases like this before, and it took a long time to recover. Wang Teng suddenly realized why Tantai Zan had repeatedly reminded him to return to the city. There was another reason. Virtual reality is truly too advanced. The secrets it contains are probably only partially understood by Earth's humans through a long period of exploration. However, for a newbie like him, it's still important to listen to the advice of experienced people, otherwise he'll easily suffer from a lack of experience. Okay, I'll definitely pay attention next time. Wang Teng nodded solemnly, then asked, Are you coming again tomorrow? Seeing that he had taken it to heart, Tantai Zan's expression softened, and she replied, Come on, we've come all this way to Shadu. How can we let such an opportunity pass? In reality, searching for and fighting star beasts not only wastes a lot of time on the road, but also requires a long recovery period if you get injured. It's nothing like the virtual reality, where as long as you're not killed, even if you're seriously injured, it won't have much of an impact on your real body. At most, you'll just be a little weak, and you can recover after a little rest. Then come again tomorrow. Wang Teng nodded, and after making the appointment with Tantai Zan, they went back to rest. Virtual reality. In a valley, Wang Teng was fighting a giant poisonous toad. This poisonous toad was entirely purplish-black, covered in dense pustules, making it look extremely terrifying. It had already reached the level of a lower-ranking lord, possessing formidable strength. Coupled with its inherently troublesome poisonous primal force, Wang Teng was unable to easily defeat this poisonous toad. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the valley, Wang Teng was suspended in mid-air, dodging and weaving to avoid an extremely agile black shadow. The dark shadow came from the mouth of the poisonous toad, like a flexible poisonous whip, sometimes stabbing out, sometimes wrapping around, forming afterimages all around Wang Teng. Snap! Wang Teng moved with incredible speed, disappearing from the spot as he vanished in a blur. The dark shadow passed through the afterimage he left behind and struck the stone wall behind him, creating a deep black crater in the rock, with signs of corrosion appearing around it. The dark shadow bounced back into the poisonous toad's mouth. It was none other than its long tongue. This poisonous toad has amazing linguistic skills. Wang Teng found the toad's tongue rather irritating. The thing was disgusting, covered in toxic mucus that was highly corrosive. If it landed on a person, they would be severely poisoned. However, Wang Teng was determined to get his hands on this poisonous toad. He had been searching for a long time before finally finding a Lord-level poisonous star beast. We have to kill it. Wang Teng's eyes flickered and his mental energy surged. The azure jade glazed flame spread out like a vast net, covering the poisoned toad. Coo coo coo. The toad's eyes flashed with a fierce light, its cheeks bulged, and it emitted a buzzing sound as it spat out a mouthful of venom upwards. PFF'd. The venom landed on the fiery net and immediately hissed. The two corroded each other, and the venom almost tore the fiery net apart. Although the azure jade glazed flame is a fire of heaven and earth, the poisoned toad is, after all, a lord-level being with potent toxicity. And still has a slight resistance against the azure jade glazed flame. But that's all. Wang Teng controlled his mental power, and the azure jade glazed flame continuously surged forth, maintaining the external form of the flame net. The next moment, a net of flames descended. Sizzle. A web of flames covered the poisonous toad's body, burning it fiercely and leaving scorch marks on its skin. Croak. The lord-level poisonous toad let out a painful cry and struggled desperately to break free from the fiery net. Retract. Wang Teng's gaze narrowed slightly as he controlled his mental power to tighten the net of flames. Croak, croak. The poisonous toad let out a terrifying cry, and a strange change suddenly occurred to its body. Puff puff puff. Suddenly, the pustules on the poisonous toad's body burst open one by one, spraying out large amounts of highly toxic pus, attempting to corrode the net of flames. HMPH. Wang Teng snorted coldly. The azure jade flames suddenly intensified, completely engulfing the poisonous toad. At the same time, ice spears appeared in the sky, aimed at the poisonous toad below. In the past 2 days, Wang Teng has frequently used the methods of a mind master to fight enemies in the virtual reality world, and he is now much more adept at it than before. In essence, this so-called technique is actually using mental power to control the force in battle. Sensing a life or death crisis, the poisonous toad struggled even more fiercely. Wang Teng remained indifferent, and with a thought, he fired all his ice spears at the poisonous toads below. A whooshing sound rang out, as if the air itself was being torn apart, leaving streaks of white, and a chill swept through. Boom! In an instant, the ice spear pierced down fiercely, penetrating the poisonous toad's enormous body. Quack! The lord-level poisonous toad raised its head and let out a final, shrill scream before its massive body finally crashed to the ground, utterly lifeless. Several attribute bubbles fell out. Wang Teng put away the azure jade glazed flame, and with a sweep of his mental energy, he picked up the scattered attribute bubbles around him. Poison Force *550. Poison Force *630. Advanced Poison Talent *175. Blank Attribute *860. Wang Teng glanced at the attribute panel and was fairly satisfied with his gains this time. Poison Force, 3,585 thousandths, 7 stars. For the past 2 days, Wang Teng has been staying in the virtual reality world, and most of his time has been spent hunting star beasts of the poison, ice, and wind elements. Now his poison-type force has reached the 7-star warrior level, and his wind-type force has reached the 8-star warrior level, which is considered a slight catch-up. His ice-type primal force was still at the 9-star warrior level. After all, there weren't many ice-type star beasts like the ice ants that existed in a nest. He was extremely lucky to have discovered that nest of ice ants before. Moreover, these star beasts are not as numerous as ordinary ants. Ordinary ants can have colonies of hundreds or thousands, while some colonies can number in the hundreds of thousands or even millions. If the ice ants reached that number, that snow mountain would probably have been destroyed long ago. It can only be said that the more powerful a species is, the fewer there tend to be. However, Wang Teng still managed to hunt down several ice-type star beasts in the past 2 days, which significantly improved his ice-type primal force, bringing him one step closer to breaking through to the quasi-warrior level. Ice Force, 4,339 thousandths, 9 stars. At the same time, Wang Teng's blank attribute has also improved a lot, and it has now exceeded 20,000 points. Blank attribute, 21,100. Wang Teng put away the attribute panel, a satisfied look on his face. Wang Teng could hardly believe the enormous gains he had made in just 3 days. It's time to go back. Wang Teng checked the time, took to the air, and flew towards the city. In reality, Wang Teng stepped out of the virtual pod. Tantai Zan had been waiting for a while. When she saw him come out, she said, "We're leaving for the sacred mountains of Northern Europe tomorrow. Go back and rest early tonight." Wang Teng nodded, looking at her beaming face, and said with a smile, "Looks like you've had a good time these past 2 days." "Not bad, my origin force cultivation has improved by 1 small level." A beautiful smile couldn't be suppressed on Tantai Zan's lips, clearly indicating that she was in a very good mood. Although Tantai Zan is not as gifted as Wang Teng, her achievements in virtual reality in a short period of time are enough to prove that she is extremely talented. "That's great, as expected of Sister Zan." Wang Teng nodded and praised. Tantai Zan was in a great mood. She felt a great sense of accomplishment to receive praise from Wang Teng, this prodigy. "HMPH, don't think you're the only genius in the world. I'm just as good." Tantai Zan tilted her head back, revealing her snow-white neck. "How arrogant. I've improved quite a bit too. My ice-type primal force has reached the 9-star warrior level." Wang Teng suddenly said. Tantai Zan. Her newly formed good mood was instantly destroyed, and Tantai Zan's mentality collapsed. D. Hollow circle close black lens bracket. Just a few days ago when he came to Shadu, Wang Teng said that his ice-type primal force was lagging far behind. In less than 3 or 4 days, he reached the 9-star warrior level. "You're kidding, right? You must be, right?" Tantai Zan stared at Wang Teng for a long time, trying to see a hint of guilt on his face, but she was ultimately disappointed. Wang Teng's face was calm, and he seemed to know what she was thinking. Suddenly, a wave of ice-type primal force emanated from his body. 9-star combat soldier level. Tantai Zan turned and left, her face as black as a pot. "That guy is really wicked." Wang Teng chuckled behind her. He had been overshadowed by Tantai Zan in the past, and now he was going to slowly get his revenge. The next day, Shadu Military Region, Airport. A jet black Rune fighter jet was parked on the open ground. Its streamlined fuselage was sharply defined and triangular in shape, with its wings resembling 2 sharp blades. Wang Teng's eyes lit up when he saw the fighter jet. Men love cars, but they love fighter jets even more. The black fighter jet in front of him was clearly more advanced than the one he had been in before. The difference was visible to the naked eye. If we were to use cars as a comparison, the one he was riding in before was an ordinary car, while the fighter jet in front of him was none other than a Lamborghini or Ferrari among luxury cars. "What, you like it?" A voice with a faint smile came over. "Commander Hong." Wang Teng saw the thin old man walking towards him and quickly bowed. Wang Teng. Behind Hong Shuai, Long Shuai and Yang Shuai also walked over. Wang Tenji and his entourage paid their respects. This fighter jet is the latest generation of Rune fighter jet, the Phoenix King. Its performance, speed, defense, and rune power are all extremely powerful. This time you are going to Northern Europe, which will cross 2 continents. You may encounter powerful star beasts along the way. This fighter jet can help you solve a lot of troubles. Seeing Wang Teng constantly looking at the fighter jet with a hint of curiosity on his face, Yang Shuai smiled and casually explained. "It's actually the latest generation of Rune fighters." Wang Teng was secretly shocked. "Do you want it?" Hong Shuai suddenly asked with a smile. Wang Teng looked at Hong Shuai with surprise, then chuckled and said, "Of course I want it, but it's just a thought." "Young man, you should have some ambition. Don't be so strict with your desires," Hong Shuai said. Commander Long and Commander Yang smiled without saying a word. Wang Teng's heart stirred slightly, but he only looked at Hong Shuai and did not speak. "Hey, you little rascal." Hong Shuai laughed and scolded him when he saw his expression, and said directly, "I won't beat around the bush with you. This time, as long as you defeat all the young generation powerhouses from all countries in the world, I will personally give you a Phoenix King Rune fighter." "Really?" Wang Teng asked incredulously. "Can you just give away these Rune fighters like that?" However, since these words came from Marshal Hong, one of the 3 marshals, they are quite credible. Hearing this, Tantai Zan, who was standing next to him, also showed a hint of envy on her face. This was the latest generation of Rune fighter jets, which were only equipped by the top legions. Hong Shuai was actually going to give Wang Teng one. Of course it's true. Hong Shuai wasn't angry at Wang Teng's doubts. Instead, he smiled and said, Wang Teng, Long Shuai and I have both witnessed this, how can you go back on your word? Yang Shuai glanced at Wang Teng and laughed. Hee, isn't this a bit too unbelievable? Wang Teng scratched his head and chuckled. So, are you confident you can defeat the prodigies from all over the world? Commander Hong asked. We'll have to try to find out, Wang Teng said, not giving a definitive answer. The three marshals were immediately disappointed. Over the years, Sha Kingdom had not achieved any remarkable results in this grand event, which was why they spared no expense in trying to get Wang Teng to go all out and win back that honor. However, Wang Teng then spoke slowly. The three marshals couldn't help but look at him. Wang Teng felt a chill run down his spine from their gazes and quickly said, however, I think we can start preparing for this fighter jet in advance. The three marshals exchanged a glance and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hong Shuai pointed at Wang Teng with his finger and said readily, okay, I'll prepare this fighter jet for you in advance. Don't let us down. Don't worry. Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat and he asked again, if I get my hands on this fighter jet, can I fly it within Sha's airspace? Don't worry, we'll take care of all the formalities for you, Hong Shuai said, waving his hand. Wang Teng was delighted and nodded, saying, then I'll have to trouble you. It's nothing. Wang Teng smiled but didn't say anything. For people of the status and position of the three marshals, it was indeed a small matter, but if he were to solve it on his own, it wouldn't be so simple. Although he could handle it given his current status, it's unclear how many procedures he would have to go through before it was finally completed. If Hong Shuai can help him get it done, that would be the best outcome. As they were talking, a group of people approached from a distance. They're here, Commander Long said. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng turned around to look at the people walking behind him. To his surprise, he saw many familiar faces among them. These were the opponents Ren Qingkang, Ji Shuming, Luo Cheng, and others encountered in the martial arts competition. They actually came too, Wang Teng muttered to himself. There were also some who looked a little older, but probably no older than 25. They had a restrained aura, so most people couldn't tell anything about them. Wang Teng activated his spiritual vision and immediately discovered that 3 of them had reached the quasi-warrior level, while the other was a lower-level warrior. It's quite surprising that these people, who are at the level of warrior generals, have no reputation. The group walked up to the 3 marshals and saluted them. No need for formalities. The 3 marshals nodded and said. Ren Qingkang and the others also noticed Wang Teng, a complex look flashing in their eyes. The young man in front of them had left them far behind in such a short time, which made them feel extremely embarrassed. Seeing the looks on everyone's faces, Hong Shuai broke the silence and introduced, this is Wang Teng. Many of you have probably met him before. I won't go into details, you can talk to him about it on the way. Everyone nodded. Wang Teng, you'll lead the team this time. You'll be the captain, Hong Shuai said again. Me, the captain. Wang Teng pointed to his nose and shook his head, saying, how about we find someone else? I think these guys are stronger than me. As he spoke, he pointed to the 3 near warrior-level individuals among the group and the lower-ranking war general. The group was immediately startled. Wang Teng clearly didn't point at just anyone, he must have seen through their cultivation levels. Otherwise, why would he point at them and not others? When the group heard that Commander Hong had appointed Wang Teng as the team leader, they were initially somewhat resentful. However, Wang Teng's unintentional display of skill made them hesitate. What do you think? Hong Shuai looked at the 4 young men. We have no objections. The 4 looked at each other and finally shook their heads. Wang Teng was puzzled. These people clearly didn't respect him, so why were they silent again? He didn't want to be the captain, it was a thankless task and a waste of his precious time. If these people step forward, he can easily turn them down. Unfortunately, this wish was not fulfilled. Wang Teng felt a little regretful. Everyone was speechless at his expression. They thought it was a favor to make you the team leader, so what was with that disgusted look on your face? Hong Shuai glared at Wang Teng, then said, since there are no objections, let's board the plane. Upon hearing this, everyone no longer hesitated and, led by Wang Teng, boarded the Phoenix King fighter jet. Triumphant return. The soldiers below suddenly saluted their backs and shouted loudly. Wang Teng and the others couldn't help but turn around and look, then stopped in their tracks, their expressions solemn, and returned the salute. The cabin door slowly closed, and the Phoenix fighter jet transformed into a black shadow as it soared into the sky, instantly disappearing into the horizon. End of Arc 3, Black Sparrow Legion, Part 3 of 3.